Maigret at the Coroner's by Georges Simenon. Chapter 1. Maigret, Deputy Sheriff. "Hey, you!" Maigret turned around, as if at school, to see who was being singled out. "Yes, you, over there." And the gaunt old man with the immense white moustache, who seemed sprung full-blown from the Bible, pointed with a trembling arm. At whom? Maigret looked at his neighbors, a man, a woman. Abashed, he finally realized that everyone, including the coroner, the Air Force sergeant on the witness stand, the jurors, the sheriffs, the attorney, was looking at him. "Me?" he asked, apparently ready to stand up, astonished that they would have need of him. All those faces were smiling, however, as if he were the only person not in on some joke. "Yes," intoned the old man, who looked like Ezekiel, and Clemenceau too. "Put out your pipe, and be quick about it." He couldn't even remember lighting it. Embarrassed, he sat back down, mumbling apologies as his neighbors laughed in a friendly way. It was not a dream. He was wide awake. It was he, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Police Judiciaire, sitting there more than 10,000 kilometers from Paris, attending an inquest held by a coroner wearing neither jacket nor waistcoat, yet looking as grave and well-mannered as a bank clerk. In truth, he was perfectly aware that his colleague, Agent Cole of the FBI, had delicately got rid of him, but Maigret could not manage to feel offended. He would have done the same in the other man's place. And hadn't he done just that 2 years earlier in France, when chaperoning his colleague, Mr. Pike of Scotland Yard? Had he not often left him on some cafe terrace, the way you deposit an umbrella in a cloakroom, and told him with a reassuring smile, "I'll be back in just a moment"? Except that the Americans were more welcoming. In New York, as well as in the 10 or 11 other states he had traveled through so far, everyone would clap him on the shoulder. "What's your first name?" He could hardly tell them he didn't have one. He had to admit that his name was Jules. The other man would mull that over for a moment. "Oh, yes, Julius." They pronounced it Julius, which seemed to him already somewhat improved. "Have a drink, Julius." And so, all along his journey, in many a bar, he had downed innumerable beers and Manhattans and whiskies. He had already been drinking that day before lunch with the mayor of Tucson and the county sheriff, to whom he had been introduced by Harry Cole. What amazed him the most was not so much his surroundings or the people, but himself, or rather the fact that he, Maigret, was here in a city in Arizona, and that for the moment, for example, he was sitting on a bench in a small room presided over by a justice of the peace. Although they had had drinks before lunch, iced water had been served with the meal itself. The mayor had been quite pleasant. As for the sheriff, he had handed him a little piece of paper and the handsome silver badge of a deputy sheriff, like the one seen in cowboy films. It was the 8th or 9th badge he had received that way. He was already a deputy in 8 or 9 counties in New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North or South Carolina, he could no longer remember which, Texas, and New Orleans. He had often welcomed foreign colleagues in Paris, but this was the first time he had undertaken such a trip, a study tour they called it officially, to learn about American methods. "You ought to spend a few days in Arizona before you get to California. It's on your way." It was always on his way. And that way, they had him covering hundreds of miles. What these people referred to as a small detour took 3 or 4 days. "It's just next door." That meant he was at least as far away as from Paris to Marseille, and sometimes he rolled along in a Pullman car for a whole day without seeing a real city. Cole, the FBI agent, had taken charge of him in Arizona. "Tomorrow," he had said, "we'll go take a look at the Mexican border. It's right in the neighborhood." This time, that meant only about 100 kilometers away. "Nogales will interest you. It's a border town straddling both counties, and most of the marijuana passes through here." Maigret had learned that marijuana, a Mexican plant, was slowly making inroads on opium and cocaine with drug addicts. Nogales is also the exit point for most of the cars stolen in California. In the meantime, though, Harry Cole had sidelined him, He must have had something else to do that afternoon. It so happens there's a coroner's inquest today. Would you like to sit in on it? He had taken Maigret and parked him on one of the 3 benches in the little room with white walls. An American flag hung behind the Justice of the Peace, who doubled as a coroner. Without telling his French colleague that he would be leaving him on his own, Cole had gone off to shake some hands and pat a few shoulders. Then he had passed by to say casually, "I'll be back to get you later." Maigret knew nothing about the matter before the court. No one in the room was wearing a jacket. True, the temperature was around 45 degrees Celsius. The 6 jurors were sitting on the same bench as he was, but at the other end, over by the door, and they included a black man, an Indian with a strong jaw, a Mexican who looked a bit like both of them, and a middle-aged woman wearing a flowered dress and a hat, perched strangely forwards on her head. Now and then, Ezekiel would get up and try to adjust the huge ceiling fan, which made so much noise that it was hard to hear people's voices. Things seemed to be toddling along nicely. In France, Maigret would have said, "à la papa." Up on a dais, the coroner was wearing an immaculate white shirt with a floral-patterned silk tie. The witness, or the accused, Maigret wasn't exactly sure, was seated on a chair nearby. He was an Air Force sergeant in a beige twill uniform. There were 4 more like him lined up facing the jury, and they looked like overgrown schoolboys. "Tell us what happened on the evening of July the 27th. The man addressed was Sergeant Ward, whose name Maigret had already heard mentioned. He was at least 1.85 meters tall, with blue eyes beneath thick black eyebrows that met above his nose. "I went to pick up Bessie at her place at around 7:30. Louder, turned towards the jury. "Can you hear, jurors?" They indicated that they could not. Sergeant Ward coughed to clear his throat. "I went to pick up Bessie at her place at around 7:30. Maigret had to listen with extra care, because he had almost no occasion to speak English since his school days. Words were escaping him, and he found some expressions baffling. "You are married and have 2 children?" "Yes, sir." "How long have you known Bessie Mitchell?" The sergeant sat thinking, like a good pupil preparing to answer a teacher's question. At one point, he glanced over at someone sitting next to Maigret, who had no idea yet who the man was. 6 weeks. Where did you first meet her?" "In a drive-in place where she was a car hop." Maigret had become familiar with drive-ins. His official escorts would often stop, especially in the evenings, at small roadside eateries. They would stay in the car, and a young woman would come over to take their order, then bring them sandwiches, hot dogs, or spaghetti on a window tray that hooked onto the outside of the car door. "Did you have sexual relations with her?" "Yes, sir." "That same evening?" "Yes, sir." "Where did this happen?" "In the car. We parked out in the desert." The desert, cacti and sand, began at the city limits. Patches of desert even survived among some neighborhoods in Tucson. "Did you see her often after that evening?" "About 3 times a week." "And each time you'd have relations with her?" "No, sir." Maigret almost expected the punctilious little judge to ask, "Why is that?" But his question was, "How many times, then?" "Once a week." And only Maigret smiled slightly at that. "Always out in the desert?" "Out there and at her place." "She lived alone?" Sergeant Ward searched among the faces of those sitting on the benches and pointed out a young woman sitting to Maigret's left. "She lived with Erna Bolton." "What did you do on the 27th of July after you picked up Bessie Mitchell at her place?" "I drove her to the Penguin Bar where my friends were waiting for me." "What friends?" This time the sergeant pointed to the 4 other soldiers in Air Force uniforms, giving their names one by one. "Dan Mullins, Jimmy Van Fleet, O'Neill, and Wo Lee." This last was a Chinese youth who looked barely 16. "Was there anyone else with you at the Penguin?" "No, sir, not at our table." "Were there people at another table?" "There was Bessie's brother, Harold Mitchell." This was the man just to the right of Maigret. The inspector had already noticed a large boil below his neighbour's ear. Was he alone? No, with Erna Bolton, the musician, and Maggie. How old was Bessie Mitchell? She'd told me she was 23. Did you know that she was really only 17 years old and therefore too young to drink legally in a bar? No, sir. You're sure her brother didn't tell you that? He told me later at the musician's place when she began drinking whiskey straight from the bottle. He told me he didn't want anyone giving his sister drinks, that she was a minor and that he was the one who had been made her guardian. Were you unaware that Bessie had been married and divorced? No, sir. I knew. Had you promised her to marry her? Sergeant Ward clearly hesitated. Yes, sir. You wanted to get a divorce to marry her? I had told her I would do that. In the doorway was a big deputy sheriff, a colleague, wearing dull yellow cotton duck trousers, a shirt unbuttoned to the neck, and a leather belt full of cartridges. An enormous horn-handled revolver hung over one buttock. Did you all have drinks together? Yes, sir. Did you have a lot to drink? About how many glasses of beer? Ward closed his eyes for a moment to think about this. I didn't keep count. Judging from the rounds, maybe 15 or 20. Each? Ward calmly replied. Yes, sir, and a few whiskies besides. The curious thing was, no one seemed particularly surprised. It was at the Penguin that you had an argument with Bessie's brother. Yes, sir. Is it true that he reproached you for having relations with his sister, and you, a married man? No, sir. He never reproached you for that? He didn't ask you to leave his sister alone? No, sir. Why were you arguing? Because I wanted him to pay me the money he owed me. Did he owe you a large amount? About $2. Barely enough to cover one of those many rounds of the Penguin. Did you get into a fight? No, sir. We went outside to settle the matter, then returned to the bar to have a drink together. Were you drunk? Not very. Yet. Did anything else happen at the Penguin? No, sir. In short, you were drinking. You drank until 1 a.m, closing time at the bar. Yes, sir. Wasn't one of your pals flirting with Bessie? Sergeant Mullins, Ward admitted after a moment. You spoke to him about it? No, I made sure he wouldn't be next to her. His friend Mullins was as tall as he was, also dark-haired, a fellow whom girls must have thought good-looking, and who vaguely resembled some film star, although it was hard to say which one. What happened at 1 a.m? We went to Tony's place, Tony Lacour, the musician. The man must have been in the courtroom, but Maigret didn't know what he looked like. Who paid for the 2 bottles of whiskey you took away with you? I think Wo Lee bought one of them. Had he been drinking with you throughout the evening? No, sir. Corporal Wo Lee does not drink or smoke. He insisted on paying for something. How many rooms are there in the musician's apartment? A bedroom, a small living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. What room were you and the others in? All of them, sir. In which room did you quarrel with Bessie? The kitchen. We weren't quarreling. I caught Bessie drinking whiskey out of the bottle. It wasn't the first time that had happened. You mean not the first time that evening? I mean that she'd done it other times before July the 27th. I didn't want her drinking too much because afterwards she'd be sick. Bessie was alone in the kitchen. She was with him. He jerked his chin toward Sergeant Mullins. And now Maigret, who had been sluggish and somnolent, Maigret, who knew nothing about this case, began opening his mouth at times as if a question were burning his lips. Who suggested driving to Nogales to spend the rest of the night there? Bessie. What time was it? Around 3 a.m, maybe 2:30. Nogales was the border town where Harry Cole wanted to take Maigret. Tucson's bars close at 1 a.m, but people can drink all night long on the other side of the fence. Who got into your car?
Bessie and my 4 pals.
Bessie's brother didn't go with you, or the musician, or Erna Bolton, or Maggie Wallach either?
No, sir.
You don't know what they did?
No, sir.
When you set out, where were you all sitting in the car?
Bessie was up front between me driving and Sergeant Mullins. The other 3 were in the back seat.
Didn't you stop the car shortly before crossing the city limits?
Yes, sir.
And you asked Bessie to sit elsewhere. Why?
So she wouldn't be next to Dan Mullins anymore.
You had her switch places with Corporal Van Fleet and sit in the back. It was fine with you that she'd be behind your back in the dark, with the other 2.
Yes, sir.
Suddenly, without any warning, the coroner announced brusquely, "Recess." He rose and headed towards the neighboring office marked private on the frosted glass door. Ezekiel pulled an enormous pipe from his pocket, and as he lit it, he shot Maigret a funny little look. Everyone left the courtroom, the jurors, the Air Force men, the women, the few curious spectators. The room was on the first floor of a vast building in the Spanish colonial style, with colonnades around a patio. The jail was in one wing, while the other housed the various administrative services of the county. The 5 Air Force men went to sit on a bench by the colonnade, and Maigret noticed that they were not talking among themselves. It was extremely hot. In one corner of the arcade there was a red machine where people were dropping nickels into a slot to get a bottle of Coca-Cola. Almost everyone was going there, including a grey-haired gentleman who must have been the district attorney. They were all drinking casually from the bottle, then putting the empties into a bottle crate. Maigret felt a little like a boy at his first playtime in a new school, but he had stopped hoping that Harry Cole would soon come and get him. He had never been in a courtroom before without a jacket, and this clothing question had been a problem. After crossing a certain line, somewhere around Virginia, he had understood that he could no longer spend his days in a jacket and detachable collar. And all his life he had worn braces. His trousers, tailored in France, came halfway up his chest. He no longer remembered in which city one of his colleagues had marched him off to a shop and had him buy a pair of those lightweight trousers he saw all the men wearing out here, and a leather belt sporting a large silver steerhead buckle. Other, more flamboyant customers, fresh from parts east, would dash to the store to emerge decked out head to toe as cowboys. Maigret noticed that 2 jurors, even though they looked fairly unadventurous, were wearing high-heeled, colorfully decorated boots under their trouser legs. The swing-out cylinder revolvers embellishing the belts of the sheriffs fascinated Maigret. They were exactly like those he'd seen in westerns since he was a child. "Members of the jury, let's go!" yelled Ezekiel unceremoniously, like a teacher collecting his pupils. He clapped his hands, and then, keeping a sly eye on Maigret's pipe, he tapped out his own against his heel. Maigret no longer felt like such a greenhorn. He returned to his seat, the only difference being that Harold Mitchell, the brother with the boil below his ear, and Erna Bolton, whom he had unwittingly separated, were now sitting side by side, talking quietly. At this point, he did not yet know if, in this tale of beer, whiskey, and weekly sex, there was also a dead body. What he did know, more or less, because he had attended some in England, was how a coroner's inquest worked. Quietly, almost timidly, Sergeant Ward had returned to his chair. Ezekiel was back wrestling with a ceiling fan, and with an air of indifference the coroner picked up where he had left off. "The first time you stopped the car beyond the city limits was about 8 miles out, just beyond the municipal airport. Why?" Maigret could not follow at first. Luckily, Ward's voice was so low that he was made to repeat his answer, and the big fellow's blush provided a clue. "What train duty, sir?" Perhaps he could not think of any other polite way of saying that they'd had to pee. "Everyone got out?"
"Yes, sir. I walked off 10 yards or so."
"Alone?"
"No, sir. With him."
Again he pointed out Mullins, against whom he seemed to hold a grudge. "You don't know where Bessie went during this time?"
"I suppose she went off as well."
It was hard not to think about the 20 beers they had each had. "What time was it?"
Between 3 and 3:30 in the morning, I guess. I don't precisely know.
Did you see Bessie when you got back to the car?
No, sir.
And Mullins?
He showed up a few moments later.
From which direction?
I don't know.
What did you say to your friends?
I said, to hell with her, that'll teach her a good lesson.
Why?
Because that had already happened before.
What had happened before?
That she'd left me without any warning.
And you turned the car around?
Yes, I drove about 100 yards back in the direction of Tucson, then stopped and got out again.
Why?
I figured she'd try to get back to the car and I wanted to give her a chance.
Was she drunk?
Yes, sir. But that had happened before, too. She still knew what she was doing.
Where did you go after leaving the car?
I walked towards the railway tracks that run parallel to the highway, about 50 yards away, in the desert.
Did you climb up on the tracks?
Yes, sir. I went about 100 yards along it and must have stopped close to the place where Bessie had left us. I was calling her name.
Loudly?
Yes, but I didn't see her. She didn't answer. I thought she wanted to make me mad.
And you returned to your car. Didn't your friends say anything when they saw you start the engine and drive off to Tucson without bothering about her anymore?
No, sir.
Do you consider this the act of a gentleman abandoning a woman in the desert in the middle of the night? Ward made no reply. He had a low forehead, and Maigret was beginning to find that his heavy eyebrows gave him a mulish look. Did you go directly back to your base? Davis-Monthan, one of the main Air Force bases for B-29s, is about 10 kilometers from Tucson, off in a different direction from the highway to Nogales.
No, sir. I left 3 of my pals in town near the bus station.
You kept one with you. Who?
Sergeant Mullins.
Why?
I wanted to look for Bessie.
You drove back along the highway?
Yes, sir. I stopped more or less where we parked the first time.
Did you go back to the railway tracks?
A rather long silence. No, I don't believe so. I don't remember having got out of the car.
What did you do?
I don't know. I woke up at the wheel with the car turned towards Tucson, and there was a telegraph pole in front of me. I remember the pole and a nearby cactus.
Was Mullins still with you?
He was sleeping next to me, his chin on his chest.
So as I understand it, you have no recollection of what happened before you woke up in front of the telegraph pole.
When Ward's lips quivered, Maigret knew that he was about to say something important. No, sir. I had been drugged.
You mean to say that you weren't drunk?
I've often drunk as much as that and even more. I've never passed out. No one has ever drunk me into a stupor. I know my capacity. On that night, I'd been drugged.
According to you, someone might have put something in your drink?
Or in a cigarette. When I woke up, I reached automatically for my cigarettes in my pocket. I found Camels. Well, I only smoked Chesterfields. I was smoking a cigarette from that packet when I passed out for the second time.
With Mullins right there?
Yes.
Do you suspect Mullins of having slipped some drugged cigarettes into your pocket?
Maybe.
Did you tell him so when you awakened?
No.
Did you speak to him?
No, I drove the car home. I live in town with my wife and children. Mullins came up to the apartment. I tossed him a pillow so that he could lie down on the couch. I went to sleep.
For how long?
I don't know, perhaps an hour. At 6 a.m. I went to the base with him to go on duty, and I got my aircraft in flying condition.
What does your job entail?
I'm a mechanic. I safety check the aircraft before taking off, and I remain on the airfield.
What did you do after that?
I left the base at around 11 that morning.
Alone?
With Dan Mullins.
When did you learn of the death of Bessie Mitchell?
At 3 that afternoon.
Where were you?
In a bar on Fifth Avenue. I was having a glass of beer with Mullins.
Had you drunk a lot of beer that morning?
10 or 12 glasses.
The sheriff came in and asked me if I was Sergeant Ward. I said I was, and he asked me to follow him. You did not yet know that Bessie was dead.
I did not, sir.
You did not know that your 3 friends, whom you'd left in front of the bus station, had taken a taxi back along the highway to Nogales as soon as you'd left them?
I did not, sir.
You didn't see the taxi along the way. You neither saw nor heard a train coming from Nogales.
No, sir.
At the base that morning, you met none of those 3 friends?
I ran into Sergeant O'Neill.
He said nothing to you?
I don't remember his exact words. It was something like, "As for Bessie, that's all okay."
What did you make of that?
But she'd probably caught a ride home by hitchhiking.
You didn't go to her place that day?
Yes, I did. When I left the base at 11, Erna told me that Bessie hadn't come home yet.
This was after Sergeant O'Neill told you that everything was okay?
Yes.
Did that not seem contradictory to you?
I thought that she had gone someplace else.
You did say earlier that you intended to obtain a divorce in order to marry Bessie.
Yes, sir.
You state positively that you did not see her again after you walked away from the car with Sergeant Mullins?
Not alive, no.
You saw her again when she was dead?
At the morgue when the sheriff drove me there.
That first time you stopped, Sergeant Mullins was not in the car when you got back behind the wheel, and he only reappeared a few moments later, correct?
Yes, sir.
Any questions, Counselor?
The grey-haired attorney shook his head.
Any questions, members of the jury? Same reaction from the 5 men and the pudgy woman who, anticipating what the coroner was about to say, was already getting out her knitting.
Recess. Ezekiel lit his pipe.
Maigret lit his. Everyone made a beeline for the arcade and rummaged through their pockets for nickels for the red Coca-Cola machine. Some people, however, doubtless habitués, went through a mysterious door, and Maigret noticed when they reappeared that they had alcohol on their breaths. Deep down, he was not yet too sure how real everything around him was. The old black juror with close-cropped hair and steel-framed glasses looked smilingly at him, as if they were already chums, and Maigret smiled back. Chapter 2. At the Head of a Class. Among the regular customers in a cafe, particularly out in the provinces, occasionally you see someone who has wandered in because he has an appointment or a train to catch. Sitting on a banquette, drowsy and bored, he keeps a vague eye on the card game in progress at the neighbouring table. He is obviously unfamiliar with the game, but soon intrigued, there he is, trying to figure it out. Little by little he leans in to catch a glimpse of the cards in everyone's hands. Depending on the plays, now he is giving signs of approval or impatience, and the moment comes when it is all he can do to keep from intervening. On that particular afternoon, Maigret saw himself as a little like that intruder in the provincial cafe, and this bothered him a bit. It was stronger than he was, though. He was hooked. He was in on the game. Already, during the interrogation of Sergeant Ward, he had been growing restless on his bench. There were questions the greenest of his inspectors would not have failed to ask, but which had evidently never occurred to the little judge, so meticulous in his gestures and attire. Of course, a coroner's inquest is not a trial. What the jurors had to decide was whether they thought Bessie Mitchell had died a natural death, an accidental death, or a death due to a malicious or criminal act. The rest, in the case of those last 2 hypotheses, would come later, before a different jury. Tell us what happened on July the 27th after 7:30 that evening. Wasn't it already rather naive to have allowed the 4 young men to hear their friend's testimony? Sergeant O'Neill was smaller and stockier than the others. His light hair was wavy, slightly reddish. With his blunt features, he rather resembled a peasant from the north of France, a peasant well-washed and polished to a shine. Well-washed they all were, along with almost everyone in the courtroom. These people had a look of health and cleanliness rarely seen in a European crowd. We went to the Penguin and did some drinking. This fellow was the good schoolboy Not necessarily the class brain, but the hardest worker. He looked up at the ceiling before answering, as if taking time to think in class, then replied slowly in an even, neutral voice, while turning obediently towards the jury. The 4 were boys, in a word, great big boys of 20 or more, well-muscled and solidly built, but boys all the same, whom you might casually have taken for grown-ups. How many glasses of beer did you have? About 20. Who paid for the rounds? This one remembered. In time, because he took his own sweet time to reply, he announced that Sergeant Ward had paid for 2 rounds while he, O'Neill, had bought only 1, and that Dan Mullins had covered all the rest. Maigret would have liked to have this witness alter himself at his office at Quai des Orfèvres and give him the 3rd degree, just to see what he was made of. One thing he would have asked him, among others, because aside from Ward they were none of them married, was, "Do you have a mistress?" O'Neill's florid complexion suggested a person of hot-blooded sexual appetites. On the night in question, there had been 5 of them for only 1 girl, and they were all, except for Wo Lee, rather drunk. In the darkness of the car, had not Hans gone wandering? The coroner was not considering such things, or if he was, they went unmentioned. Who decided to go and end the night in Nogales? I don't remember that exactly. I thought it was Ward. You didn't hear Bessie suggest it? No, sir. Where were you all sitting in the car? It was as if he hadn't heard his comrade's testimony. He took such pains to remember. After a while, he had Bessie get in the back seat. Why? I guess he was jealous of Mullins. Did he have any reason to be more jealous of Mullins than of the others? I don't know. What happened when the car got past the airport? We pulled over. For what reason? The witness studied the ceiling at even greater length, hesitated, finally said, with a quick glance at Ward, who was staring at him, "Because Bessie refused to go any farther." He seemed to be saying, "I'm sorry, but it's the truth, and I swore to tell the whole truth." Bessie didn't want to continue on to Nogales. No, sir. Why not? I don't know. What happened when you pulled over like that? There was the expression again, which had to be service lingo. Latrine duty. Bessie went off on her own. The wait was even longer than the previous times, and his gaze stayed fixed on the ceiling. What I do remember is that when she came back, she was with Ward. Bessie came back? Yes, sir. She got in the car again? Yes. The car made a U-turn and took the highway back to Tucson. At what moment did Bessie leave the car? At the second stop. Right after the U-turn, Bessie told Ward she wanted to talk to him. She was in the back, next to you. Yes. Sergeant Ward stopped the car. They both got out. And which direction did they go? Over towards the railway tracks. Were they gone a long time? Sergeant Ward returned after 25 minutes. You checked the time. I didn't have a watch on. He returned alone? Yes. He said, "To hell with her, that'll teach her." What was he referring to? That I don't know, sir. You found it perfectly natural to return to town and abandon a woman in the desert? O'Neill did not reply. What did you talk about along the way? We didn't talk. Had you brought along anything to drink? Was there a bottle in the car? I don't remember. When Ward dropped you off in town, across from the bus station, did he tell you he was going back to look for Bessie? No, he didn't say anything. You weren't surprised that he didn't drive you back to the base? I never thought about it. What did you do then, you and Corporal Van Fleet and Wo Lee? We took a taxi. What did you talk about then? Nothing. Who had decided to take the taxi? I don't know, sir. How long was it between the moment when Ward and Mullins left you and when you took the taxi? 3 minutes, maybe? More like 2. They really were stubborn children who obviously had something to hide, yet refused to give anything away. But why go about the interrogation in that fashion anyway? Maigret squirmed on his seat. He all but raised his hand to ask a question as if he too was still a schoolboy. Suddenly spotting Harry Cole in the doorway, he blushed. How long had Cole been watching him with that satisfied smile? From the door his colleague made signs meaning, "I suppose you prefer to stay." And in a little while he went quietly away, leaving Maigret to his new passion. "Where did the taxi drop you off?" "At the place where we'd stopped the second time." "At the precise spot?" "It was dark, so I can't say. We did try to remember the exact spot." "What did you talk about on the drive out?" "We didn't talk." "And you sent the taxi away? How did you plan on getting back to town and then out to the base?" "By hitchhiking." "What time was it?" "Around 3:30. "You didn't see Ward's car anywhere? You never saw either him or Dan Mullins?" "No, sir." O'Neill avoided looking at Ward, whose gaze never left him, and when their eyes did meet, the witness seemed to apologize, like a man obliged to do his duty. "What did the three of you do once you got out of the taxi?" "We went in the direction of Megali's, then came back towards Tucson, walking beside the railway tracks." "It never occurred to you to search for her on the other side of the highway?" "No, sir." "Why not?" "I don't know." "Did you walk for a long time?" "Maybe an hour." "Without seeing anyone?" "Yes, sir." "Without talking?" "Yes, sir." "Then what happened?" "We hailed a passing car that dropped us off at the base." "Can you tell me what make of car it was?" "No, sir, but I believe it was a 46 Chevrolet." "Did you speak to the driver?" "No, sir." "What did you do when you got back to the base?" "We went off to bed. At 6 a.m. we got busy on our aircraft." Maigret was seething. He felt like shaking the little judge and saying, "Haven't you ever grilled a witness in your life, or are you avoiding all the vital questions on purpose?" "When did you learn that Bessie Mitchell was dead?" "When her brother told me about it, towards 5 that afternoon." "What precisely did he tell you?" "That they'd found Bessie dead on the tracks, and there was going to be an inquest." "Who was present during that conversation?" "Wo Lee was with me in the room. He said, 'I know what happened.' Mitchell began to question him, and Wo Lee just told him, 'I'll talk only to the sheriff.' It was just past 5 o'clock, and with the same abruptness as before, the coroner adjourned the session by reciting offhandedly, while collecting the papers scattered across his desk. "Tomorrow, 9:30, but not here, but in courtroom 2, 1 floor up." Everyone was leaving. The 5 Air Force men gathered outside under the arcade, still without exchanging a word, and an officer led them across the patio. Waiting there, in gabardine trousers and a white shirt, Harry Cole looked like an athletic young man in a cheerful mood. "Did you find that interesting, Julius? What would you say to a glass of beer?" They went outside into instant heat and a thick glare where even sounds were deadened. The 5 or so tall buildings in Tucson stood out against the sky. People were driving off in their cars, even the Indian, who was opening the door of an old car with its bonnet tied down by twine. Maigret discovered that he had a wooden leg. "I bet you have something to ask me, Julius." They were entering the cool interior of an air-conditioned saloon, where other gabardine trousers and white shirts and bottles of beer were lined up all along the bar. There were also cowboys, real ones, with their high-heeled boots, broad-brimmed hats, and blue jeans tied across their thighs. "You're right. If we can postpone our visit to Nagari's, I'd like to attend the next session of the inquest tomorrow." "Cheers." "No other questions?" "Lots. I'll ask them as they come to mind. Are there any prostitutes around here?" "Not in the sense you'd mean. In certain states in America, yes. They're illegal in Arizona." "Bessie Mitchell?" "That's the replacement." "Berner Bolton as well?" "More or less." "How many servicemen are on the base?" 5,000 or 6,000. I've never thought about it." "Most are unmarried?" "About 3/4 of them." "How do they manage?" The best they can. It's not that easy. His smile, which rarely left him, was genuine. He certainly respected, perhaps even rather admired Maigret, who he knew by reputation. Still, it did amuse him to see a Frenchman wrestling with problems so completely foreign to him. "Myself, I'm from the East," he announced, not without a touch of pride. "New England. Here, you see, it's still a little like frontier life. I could have you meet a few old-timers who shot it out with the Apaches at the turn of the century, and who sometimes formed an impromptu court to hang a horse or livestock rustler." Within the next half hour, they each had 3 bottles of beer, and Harry Cole reached a decision. Whiskey time. Later on, they drove off in the direction of Nogales. Going through Tucson, Maigret was as disconcerted by the city as he had been in the courtroom. With a population of more than 100,000, it was no small town. And yet outside the city center and its business district, with 5 or 6 20-story buildings rising into the sky like towers, Tucson looked like a house development, or rather, like a series of them, one beside the other, some richer, others poorer, developments full of trim, single-story houses, all equally new. Further along, streets were no longer paved. For great stretches there was nothing but sand and a few cacti. They drove past the airport, and suddenly the desert was everywhere, with the mountains violet in the distance. "Here's about where it happened. Do you want to get out? Keep an eye open for rattlesnakes." "Are there any?" "Sometimes they turn up even in the city." The railway tracks were a single line, running about 50 meters from the highway. "I think there are 4 or 5 trains every 24 hours. Sure you don't want to go and have a drink in Mexico? Nogales is right nearby." 100 kilometers away. In the end, however, they drove there in less than an hour. A small town with a fence cutting across the 2 main streets. Men in uniforms. Harry Cole spoke to them, and a moment later he was plunging with Julius into a sudden bustle of people on narrow, littered streets bathed in a surprising bronze glow. "We'll start at the Caves bar, even though it is a mite too early." Half-naked urchins pestered them, eager to shine their shoes, and shopkeepers tried to detain them at the threshold of every souvenir store. "As you can see, it's carnival. When folks from Tucson or even Phoenix or farther away want to have fun, they come here." In the immense bar, they really did see nothing but Americans. "You think Bessie Mitchell was killed?" asked Maigret. "All I know is that she's dead. Accidentally. I have to say that it has nothing to do with me. It isn't a federal crime, and I deal only with them. Everything else is taken care of by the county police. In other words, the sheriff and his deputies." That was really what most bewildered Maigret, much more than the baroque and odorous funfair into which he had plunged. In charge of the county police, the sheriff was in no way a public servant promoted through the ranks or by examinations, but a citizen elected much as a municipal councillor was in Paris. His previous occupation was of no importance. He put himself forward as a candidate and campaigned for the job. Once elected, he chose his own deputies, his inspectors, as he pleased. The fellows Maigret had seen with big revolvers and cartridge-studded belts. "That's not all," added Harry Cole with a touch of irony. "Besides the appointed deputy sheriffs, there are all the others." "Like me," joked Maigret, thinking of the silver badge he had received. "I'm talking about the sheriff's friends, influential in his election, who get the same badge. For example, just about every rancher is a deputy sheriff. Don't think they take this lightly. A few weeks ago, a car stolen by a dangerous escaped convict was traveling between Tucson and Nogales. The sheriff of Tucson alerted a rancher who lives about halfway along that route, and who then called 2 or 3 neighbors, livestock ranchers like himself. They were all deputy sheriffs. They set up a roadblock with their vehicles, and when the stolen car attempted to get past, they shot out its tires, then made a show of firing at the driver, whom they wound up capturing with a lasso. What do you think of that?" Maigret had not yet had as many drinks as the witnesses on the stand had put away, but he was beginning to tell on him, and he muttered with some difficulty, "In France, the locals would have tried to stop the police instead." He was not sure exactly when they got back to Tucson. Still in tow behind Cole, he had walked into the Penguin Bar towards midnight, although he was a little hazy on that point. There was a long counter of dark polished wood, with bottles of many colors on the shelves behind it. As in every bar, a soft light made the white shirts gleam. In the place of honor at the back was a jukebox, imposing, big-bellied, chrome-plated, near a machine into which a middle-aged man fed coins for an hour, all in the hope of winning a free game by trying to drop small nickel-plated balls into holes. Lit up on this pinball machine were naively drawn images of women in bathing suits. There was a completely naked woman in the style of La Vie Parisienne on a calendar over the bar. Real women of flesh and blood, however, were hard to find. Only 2 or 3 sat at tables secluded by partitions about 5 feet high. These women were with companions. The couples sat motionless, hand in hand, before their glasses of beer and whiskey, listening with vague smiles to the music streaming endlessly from the jukebox. "Well, isn't this fun?" exclaimed Maigret with a grating laugh. Cole irritated him. He could not have said why. Perhaps it was the man's unshakable self-confidence that rubbed him the wrong way. He was a simple field agent of the FBI, and he drove a big car with one hand, letting go of the wheel to light his cigarette at more than 100 kilometers an hour. He knew everyone. Everyone knew him. Whether he was here in the United States or in Mexico, he would tap people on the shoulder and they would turn around to exclaim affectionately, "Hello, Harry!" Cole would introduce Maigret, and they would shake his hand as if they'd known him forever, without wondering what he might be doing there. Have a drink. It didn't matter whether it was good or bad, as long as it was a drink. All along the counter here, men were stapled to their bar stools and never moved except to lift a finger from time to time, a gesture the bartender knew by heart. A few Air Force non-coms were drinking alone with the others. Perhaps the service had simple airmen, but Maigret had not yet seen one of them. If I understand correctly, they return to their base at any hour they please. Cole was surprised at his question. Of course. At 4 in the morning, if they want. As long as they're not on duty, they may even not show up at all. And if they're drunk? That's their business. What counts is that they do what they're assigned to do. Why did that infuriate him? Was it because he remembered his own military service and the 10 o'clock curfew, those weeks of waiting for one wretched midnight pass? Don't forget these men aren't conscripts. I know. Where does the service recruit them? Wherever they can. In the street. Haven't you seen the trucks that sometimes stop at a crossroads and play music? Inside there's a display of photographs of exotic countries and a sergeant to explain the advantages of a military career. Cole always seemed to be playing with life, as if it were really quite amusing. You find all kinds in the armed forces. It's the same everywhere. I suppose that where you come from, it isn't just the good little boys who sign up. Hello, Bill. My friend Julius. Have a drink. For the 10th or 20th time that evening, Maigret heard a stranger tell him about his adventures in Paris. For all these fellows had been to Paris. All of them gave the same slightly ribald tone to their tales. Have a drink. If the coroner were to question him in the morning, he could answer like the others, I don't remember how many drinks. Maybe 20. The more he drank, the more taciturn he became, to the point of looking as mulish as Sergeant O'Neill. He had decided to understand, and he would understand, so there. He had already discovered why Harry Cole irritated him. The FBI man was convinced, in short, that Maigret was a big shot in his own country, but that here, in the United States, he was incapable of figuring out anything. The more Cole watched him thinking things over, the more it amused him. Well, Maigret happened to believe that men and their passions are the same, everywhere. The important thing was to stop looking at differences, stop being astonished, for example, at the height of the buildings, at the desert, the cacti, the cowboys' hats, and the boots, the jukeboxes and machines for flipping little balls into holes. So, there were 5 servicemen and 1 girl, he thought, and all but one of them had been drinking.
They had been drinking the way Maigret was now drinking, mechanically, as all the men around him that evening were doing. "Hello, Harry." "Hello, Jim." It was as if nobody there had a last name, and as if they were all the very best of friends. Each time Cole introduced someone to him, he would add meaningfully, "A great guy," or else, "A fantastic fellow." Not once did he ever say, "A bastard." Where were the bastards? Did this mean that there weren't any? Or that standards were more forgiving here? Do you think that those 5 servicemen are free to go out tonight? Why wouldn't they be? What he would have done with them in Paris, and above all, what they would have been in for when they returned to quarters. They haven't been charged with anything, have they? Not yet, grumbled Maigret. As long as a man has not been found guilty. I know. He drained his glass in an unpleasant humor. Then he considered one of the couples in their booth. Their lips had been locked together for a good 5 minutes, and the man's hands were nowhere to be seen. Tell me, they are probably not married, correct? Correct. So they have no right to go to a hotel. Not unless they sign the register as man and wife, which is an offense that can cause them real trouble, especially if they've crossed state lines. Where do they make love? In the first place, it's not certain that later on they'll still need to do so. Maigret shrugged angrily. And then there's the car. And if they don't have one? That's unlikely. Most people have a car. If they haven't, let them deal with it. It's their business, isn't it? And if they're caught doing that in the street, that'll cost them a lot. And if the girl is 17.5 instead of 18, that can rack up around 10 years in prison for her partner. Bessie Mitchell wasn't 18, but she'd been married and divorced. Maggie Wallach, who seems to be the musician's mistress. Why so? It's obvious. You've seen them at it? Maigret gritted his teeth. Mind you, she was married too, and divorced. And Erna Bolton, who's with the brother? She's 20. You're familiar with the case. Me? It has nothing to do with me. I already told you that there was no federal offense. If they had used the post office, for example, in the commission of a crime, that would fall under my jurisdiction. Or if they'd smoked a single joint. Have a drink, Julius. There were 20 of them at the bar, drinking and staring straight ahead at the rows of bottles and the calendar showing a naked woman. There were naked or half-naked women just about everywhere, on the advertisements, the publicity calendars, and photos of pretty girls in bathing suits on every page of the newspapers and all the cinema screens. But good Lord, what happens when these fellows want a woman? Harry Cole, more used to whiskey than Maigret, looked him right in the eye and burst out laughing. They get married. The truth was, the coroner had been careful not to ask what seemed like the most basic questions. Was he hoping to arrive at the truth anyway? Did he simply not give a damn? Perhaps, after all, the inquest was only a kind of formality, and no one was very eager to find out what had really happened that night. One of the 2 men who had testified so far had lied, that was clear. It was either Sergeant Ward or Sergeant O'Neill. Yet no one had seemed surprised by that. They were both questioned with the same politeness, or rather the same detachment. Do you think they'll have the bartender testify? What for? He was the same one serving them that evening, the one with the boxer's mug. They're going to throw us out, announced Cole with a glance at the clock. Do you want another to go? And seeing Maigret's amazement, he pointed out 2 of the customers. Look! At another counter, off near the door, where bottles of spirits were sold, the men were buying flat pints that they slipped into their hip pockets. Maybe they've got a long road ahead of them, right? Or else they have some trouble sleeping. The FBI man was making fun of him, and Maigret did not say another word to him until he dropped him off in front of the Pioneer Hotel. I gather that you'll be spending the day tomorrow at the inquest? Maigret grunted a vague reply. I'll come and get you at lunchtime. You're lucky. The proceedings will take place in courtroom 2 upstairs, and it's air-conditioned. Good night, Julius. Without any malice, as if he were not talking about a dead girl, he added, "Don't go dreaming about Bessie." Chapter 3. The Little Chinese Fellow Who Did Not Drink. There were at least 3 people who said good morning to Maigret, and that pleased him. Like the first floor, the second floor of the county courthouse was surrounded by an arcade. The sun was already hot. Groups of men waiting for Ezekiel's summons smoked cigarettes in the shade. Ezekiel in particular, his big pipe in his mouth, nodded cordially at him, as did the juror with a wooden leg. Maigret had been wondering, on the way over from his hotel, if the public's change of attitude towards Sergeant Ward would be noticeable. On the previous day, when O'Neill was talking about the second time the car had stopped, his statement that Ward and Bessie had walked off together towards the railway tracks had been met not with murmuring, but with something like a small collective shock. They must have all felt the same pang in their hearts. Would they now look at Ward the way people instinctively do at those among them who have killed? Not far from the officer who had brought them, the 5 airmen were there smoking their cigarettes like everyone else, waiting to enter the courtroom. Like schoolboys who have fallen out with one another, they all kept at a certain distance. It seemed to Maigret that Ward, his blue eyes lowering under big black brows, was standing more apart from the others, the object of distant, furtive glances. Had he gone home to sleep? What was his attitude towards his wife now, and hers towards him? Had he asked her to forgive him? Had they quarrelled to the point of separation? The Chinese airman, with his big almond eyes, was as delicate and pretty as a girl. He was short and seemed much younger than his friends. It's the same in school, where there is always one boy who is teased and called a sissy. There were some new curious spectators. The newspaper had published its account of the first day under bold-face headlines. Sergeant Ward claims he was drugged. O'Neill contradicts his testimony on several points. O'Neill still had the look of a conscientious prize student. Too conscientious. Had he and Ward conversed at all since the previous day? Maigret had awakened in a bad mood with a splitting headache, and to put it bluntly, a hangover, but that had passed. Still, it bothered him to have relied on the local remedy. Ever since his first days in New York, he'd been astonished to see people he had left seriously inebriated the night before turn up early the next morning, bright-eyed and cheerful. After he'd been told the secret, he noticed in all the drugstores, cafes and bars, those bottles of a particular blue mounted upside down on walls with a nickel-plated spout that measured the proper dosage into a glass of water. The water would begin to fizz and foam, and they would serve it to you as casually as if it had been a Coca-Cola or your breakfast coffee. A few minutes later, the lingering fumes of alcohol would be gone. Why not? Next to the machine for getting drunk, the machine for getting sober. It was only logical. Members of the jury. They were going back into the classroom, and this one was more spacious than the previous day's venue. It looked like a real courtroom, with a balustrade between the court and the public like a communion rail, a desk for the coroner, a stand with a microphone for the witness. The jurors, seated in an authentic jury box, took on a new solemnity. Now Maigret could better observe people he had not been able to see easily the day before. One of them, a burly redhead who stayed close to the attorney, taking notes and speaking to him in a low voice. At first, Maigret had taken him for a secretary or a journalist. "Who's that?" he asked the man next to him. "Mike." This he already knew. He'd heard others call him that. What does he do? Mike O'Rourke? He's the chief deputy sheriff, the one in charge of the inquest. The County Maigret, in other words. They were both more or less equally large men, with the same spare tire above their belts, the same thick necks, and they must have been the same age. In the end, was it so different here from Paris? O'Rourke was not wearing his sheriff's badge or a revolver at his waist. He looked like a peaceable fellow, with a redhead's pale skin and eyes the colour of violets. Was it the sheriff's idea? He often leaned down to whisper to the attorney. In any case, When the inquest began, the attorney rose and asked for permission to question the last witness of the previous day. O'Neill was thus recalled to the stand, where the microphone was adjusted to his height. "Did you notice the condition of the car in which you returned to the Tucson area? Was it damaged?" The good student frowned, looking up questioningly at the ceiling. "I don't know." "Was it a two-door or a four-door model? Did you get in on the right or the left side?" "I think it was a four-door." "I got in on the side opposite the driver." "On the right-hand side, then? And you didn't notice any evidence that the car had been in an accident?" "I don't remember any more." "You were quite drunk at the time?" "Yes, sir." "More drunk than when Bessie left your group?" "I don't know. Maybe." "And yet you hadn't drunk anything after leaving the musician's house?" "Correct, sir." "That's all." O'Neill stood up. "Excuse me, one more question. Where were you sitting in that last car?" "I was in front, next to the driver." The attorney indicated that he was through with the witness, and then it was Corporal Van Fleet's turn. He had fair wavy hair and brick-red skin, and Maigret thought of him as the Dutchman. Van Fleet's pals called him Pinky. He was the first witness to seem nervous as he took his seat on the stand. He was making an obvious effort to appear calm, but did not know where to look, and even chewed his nails a few times. "You're married? Single?" "Single, sir." He had to cough to clear his throat, and the coroner slightly increased the volume of the microphone. He had an incredible armchair, that coroner. He could adjust it for various positions, and spent his time leaning farther back, then a little forwards, then back again. "Tell us what happened on July the 27th after 7:30 that evening." A young black woman Maigret had noticed the previous day was sitting behind him holding a baby, accompanied this time by her brother and sister. There were 2 pregnant women in the courtroom. Thanks to the air conditioning, it was quite cool, much cooler than the room downstairs, but Ezekiel kept fiddling importantly with this apparatus from time to time. The Dutchman spoke slowly, with long silences, during which he would search for words. The other 4 servicemen were all on the same bench with their backs to the visitors' gallery, and these comrades were the ones at whom Pinky glanced furtively, as if asking to be prompted. The Penguin Bar, the musician's apartment, the departure for Nogales. "Where were you sitting in Ward's car?" "I started off in back with Sergeant O'Neill and Corporal Bowley, but I had to move up front when Ward told Bessie to change seats. There I sat on Mullins's right." "What happened then?" "After passing the airport, the car stopped on the right-hand side of the highway and we all got out." "Had you already decided not to continue on to Nogales?" "No." "When did that come up?" "When everyone had got back into the car." "Including Bessie?" He hesitated, and Maigret felt that he was trying to catch a glimpse of O'Neill. "Yes. Ward had announced that we were driving back to town." "It wasn't Bessie who told you that?" "I heard Ward say it." "Did the car pull over a second time?" "Yes, Bessie told Ward she wanted to talk to him." "Was she very drunk? Was she still aware of what she was doing?" "I think so. They walked off together." "How long were they gone?" "Ward came back alone after about 5 or 6 minutes." "That's what you're saying, 5 or 6 minutes. Did you check the time?" "No, but I don't think he was gone longer than that." "And then what did he say?" He didn't say anything." "Didn't anyone ask him what had happened to Bessie?" "No, sir." "Weren't you surprised to be leaving without her?" "A little, maybe." "The whole trip back, Ward said nothing more about it?" "No, sir." "Who decided to take a taxi to go back to that spot?" Van Fleet gestured towards O'Neill. "Didn't the 2 of you discuss whether or not to take Wo Lee along with you?" Maigret, who looked as if he were dozing, gave a start. Again, a seemingly innocuous question appeared to suggest that the coroner knew more than he wanted to let on. O'Rourke, moreover, was just then hovering at the ear of the attorney who was writing something down.
"No, sir." "What did you talk about during the ride?"
"We didn't talk."
"When the taxi stopped, didn't you and O'Neill discuss anything?"
I don't remember. No, sir." O'Rourke must have been good at his job. Without much effort, he had located the taxi driver, whom they would doubtless see later testifying in turn. Of the three servicemen questioned so far, Pinky had been the most ill at ease.
"Don't you sleep in the same room as O'Neill? How long have you been roommates?"
About 6 months.
"Are you close friends?"
"We always go out together."
When the attorney was asked if he had any questions for the witness, he had only one.
"Was the car in which you returned to the base in good condition?" Pinky could not answer that particular question either. He had not noticed the make of the car. He remembered only that it had been white or light-colored.
"Recess."
It was strange. For no apparent reason, Sergeant Ward was already looking less like a murderer. It was O'Neill now whom people considered as they went by. Perhaps he was perfectly innocent. Perhaps they all were. And they felt suspicion shifting from one to another of them. Perhaps they were even suspecting one another. What were they thinking, smoking their cigarettes outside and drinking their Coca-Colas? Although Maigret could have introduced himself to Mike O'Rourke, who would have clapped him on the shoulder and probably enlightened him on vital points, he found it more entertaining to watch the comings and goings of his colleague, who took advantage of the temporary recess to make a few telephone calls from a glassed-in office. When the inquest was about to resume, the attorney wound up missing and had to be sought throughout the building. Perhaps he'd had some phone calls to make as well.
"Corporal Wo Lee."
He slipped into his seat on the stand. The microphone was positioned in front of his mouth. He spoke so softly that it was difficult to hear him even with amplification. The three previous witnesses had already taken their time with each answer. As for Wo Lee, he paused for so long that he seemed to have gone blank or have suddenly started thinking about something else. Were they like a band of schoolboys who had been up to mischief, accusing one another of snitching? Maigret had to lean forwards and listen closely, because Wo Lee was hard to follow.
"Tell us what happened on the—"
His testimony was so slow that before they reached the departure for Nogales, the coroner announced another recess. 3 prisoners in blue uniforms were brought before him during the hiatus, men whom the police had arrested the day before and who had nothing to do with the current case. A Mexican with strong Indian features was accused of drunkenness and disturbance of the peace on the public thoroughfare.
"Do you plead guilty?"
"Yes."
$5 or 5 days? Next.
A bounced check.
"You plead guilty? We'll schedule your hearing for August the 7th. Bail is set at $500.
Maigret went downstairs for a Coca-Cola, and 2 of the jurors gave him a smile as he went by. When he had to cross a patch of sunshine, he felt it burning his skin. When he returned, Wo Lee was already on the stand, answering a question that had just been put to him. Now there were people standing in front of the open door, but Maigret was pleased to see that no one had taken his empty seat. "Just when we were leaving the bar," Wo Lee was saying slowly, "we bought 2 bottles of whiskey."
What happened at the musician's place?
Bessie and Sergeant Mullins went into the kitchen. A bit later, Sergeant Ward went there too, and there was an argument.
Between the 2 men, or between Ward and Bessie?
I don't know. Ward came back holding a bottle.
Had both bottles been drunk?
No, one had been left in the car.
On the front or the back seat?
On the back seat.
On which side?
On the left side.
Who sat on the left side?
Sergeant O'Neill.
Did you observe him drinking during the drive?
It was too dark for me to see him.
During the evening, did Harold Mitchell seem angry at his sister?
No, sir.
Bessie's brother, by the way, was now in uniform. In civvies the day before, wearing a shirt of a nasty violet, he had looked like the classic bad boy in films. Wearing clean, crisply pressed cotton duck trousers, he seemed more respectable. At one point during Woley's testimony, the musician, who had been outside, came to get Mitchell and murmured briefly to him out in the arcade. When Mitchell returned, he went over to Mike O'Rourke, who then spoke to the attorney, who in turn rose to address the bench. Sergeant Mitchell requests that a witness be called as soon as possible. Sergeant Mitchell had sat down where he had been the day before, next to Maigret. When the coroner turned towards him, he rose to speak in a quavering voice. "There's been talk that certain men on the train noticed a piece of rope around my sister's wrist. I'd like them to testify here." At a signal, he sat down again. The coroner spoke to his bailiff, then resumed his interrogation. "What happened when the car pulled over about a mile past the airport?" Once more, in a different accent, the words "latrine duty" automatically brought a smile to people's lips, as if the term had become a running gag. "Did you see Bessie walk away from the car?" "Yes. She went off with Sergeant Mullins." Now it was his back everyone stared at, and Ward seemed less and less like a murderer. Were they gone a long time? Where was Ward during this period? "He was one of the first to return to the car. Then Bessie got in as well, and we had to wait a few minutes for Mullins." "How long were Bessie and Mullins together?" "Maybe 10 minutes. "Had it already been decided not to continue on to Nogales?" "No. It was when we were setting out again that Bessie said she'd had enough and wanted to go home." "Did Ward turn around without any argument?" "Yes, sir." "Tell us what happened next. You had nothing to drink all that evening, correct?" "Only Coca-Cola. After 100 yards, Bessie asked him to pull over again." "Did she say anything else?" "No." "Who got out of the car with her?" "No one at first. She walked off on her own, then Dan Mullins got out." "You're sure it was Mullins?" "Yes, sir." "Was he gone a long time?" "At least 10 minutes, maybe more." "Did he head for the railway tracks?" "Yes. Then Sergeant Ward got out on the left side and walked all around the car. He came back almost immediately because we could hear Mullins's footsteps." "Did the two men exchange words?" "No, we drove off. Sergeant O'Neill, Van Fleet and I, we got out in front of the bus station." "Who suggested going back out on the highway?" "Sergeant O'Neill." "Were you asked not to go along with them?" "Not exactly. O'Neill just wondered if I wasn't too tired and wouldn't rather return to the base." "What was said in the taxi?" "Van Fleet and O'Neill talked quietly. I was in front with the driver, didn't listen." "Who showed the driver where to stop?" "O'Neill." "Was it the first or the second spot where the car had pulled over?" "I can't say. It was still dark." "Wasn't there some kind of discussion at that time?" "No, sir." "Wasn't there any talk about perhaps having the taxi wait?" "No, sir." They had not discussed that. They had come to look for the girl abandoned in the desert, and they were not keeping the taxi to take her back to town. "You never encountered or passed other cars along the highway?" "No, sir." "What did you do after the taxi left?" "We walked towards Nogales, and then, after about a mile, we turned around." "Together?" "Going out, yes. Coming back, I walked along the edge of a highway. Sergeant O'Neill and Pinky were farther out in the desert." "On the side with the railway tracks?" "Yes, sir." "How long did all this walking take?" "About an hour." "And for an hour you saw no one? None of you heard any train? What color was the car that brought you back to town?" "A white, yellow." The attorney rose once more to ask the ritual question he found so mysteriously important. "Did you notice whether the car showed any traces of a recent accident?"
No, sir. I got in on the right-hand side.
And O'Neill?
He did too. It was a sedan. He got in the front seat and I was in the back. Pinky walked around to the other side.
Was the bottle of whiskey still with you?
No.
Was it in the taxi?
I am not sure. I don't believe so.
The following day, when Harold Mitchell told you that his sister had been killed, you said you knew what had happened, but that you'd speak only in the presence of a sheriff.
Maigret saw Mitchell's hand grip his knee hard.
No, sir. Didn't you speak to him?
I told him, the sheriff will question us and I'll tell him what I know. That was obviously not the same thing, and next to Maigret, Mitchell gestured nervously in anger and chagrin.
Was Woolley lying? Out of the 4 witnesses heard so far, who was lying? Recess. The hearing will continue downstairs in the Justice of the Peace's room at 1:30. Harry Cole had promised to be there, but was not, and Maigret caught sight of him a little later getting out of his car across from the county courthouse. He was as fresh-faced and alert as he'd been the previous day, with the same seemingly inexhaustible good humor. It was the serene cheerfulness of a man who has no nightmares, who feels at peace with himself and everyone else. They were almost all of them like that, and it definitely got Maigret's back up. It made him think of clothing that was too neat, too clean, too well pressed. It was like their houses, as immaculate as clinics, so impersonal that there was no particular reason to sit in one place rather than another. Basically, he suspected them of harboring the anxieties every human being feels and of adopting this light-hearted facade out of a sense of propriety. Even the 5 airmen, in his opinion, were not showing the proper concern. Each remained locked inside himself, yet you never sensed the uneasiness of people who, rightly or wrongly, are suspected of a crime. The spectators seemed completely unaffected. No one apparently spared a thought for the girl who had died on the railway tracks. It was more like a kind of game, and only the reporter from the Star saw fit to add some sensational headlines. "Did you sleep well, Julius?" If only they would stop calling him that. The worst part was that they weren't doing it on purpose. They meant no harm at all. "Have you solved the problem? Is it a crime, a suicide, or an accident?" Entering the bar on the street corner as if it were home, Maigret recognized several spectators, including 2 jurors. "Have a drink. You had a case ravel like this in France, didn't you? A judge found dead on some railway tracks? What was his name again?" "Browns," grumbled Maigret testily. And that struck him, because in that case as well there had been some rope found around the man's wrists. "How did it end?" "It hasn't." "Do you have your own idea about that?" He did, but he preferred not to mention it because his opinion on the subject had brought him enough trouble, along with attacks from certain quarters of the press. "Did you have a chat with Mike? You've met him, haven't you? He's the chief deputy sheriff and takes personal charge of important cases. Do you want me to introduce you?" "Not yet." "In that case, let's go have some steak and onions, and I'll drop you off at the courthouse when it's time." "You're not following the case at all?" "I told you it has nothing to do with me." "And it doesn't interest you, either." "One can't take an interest in everything, right? If I do Michael Rook's job, who'll do mine? Tomorrow or the next day, maybe, I'm going to finally get my hands on $20,000 of drugs that turned up around here a week ago." "How did you find that out?" "Through our agents in Mexico. I even know who sold the shipment, for how much, on what day. I know when it crossed the border at McGuy's. I think I know what truck brought it to Tucson, too. After that, I'm just guessing." The waitress at the cafeteria, a buxom blonde of about 20, was pretty and blooming with youth. "Hello, doll," Cole called out to her, and added to Maigret, "She's a student at the university. She's hoping to get a scholarship to go and finish her studies in Paris." Why did Maigret feel the need to be vulgar? What was this mood that came over him whenever he found himself with Harry Cole? "What if someone pinched her derrière?" he asked, thinking of the waitresses in the little bistros of France. His colleague seemed surprised and gave him a long look, as if seriously considering his question. "I don't know," he finally admitted. "Maybe you could give it a try. Doll!" Did he really expect Maigret to reach out while the young woman leaned over them, her white uniform taut over her firm flesh? Sergeant Mullins. Another bachelor. The only one of the airmen who was married and had children was Ward. Wasn't it Dan Mullins, now, who appeared to be the villain? "Tell us what happened on the night of the—" Maigret preferred the smaller room to the one upstairs, even though this one was hotter. It was cozier. And Ezekiel, who felt more at home here, was much more picturesque. He was the exam monitor. The coroner was the teacher, and the attorney a school inspector. Perhaps they were going to decide at last to ask the essential questions. Sergeant Ward had admitted that he was jealous of his friend Mullins, the one he had found with Bessie in the musician's kitchen. Well, once again it was not to be. 5 men and 1 girl had spent the better part of a night together. All, except the Woe Lee, had been keyed up by their drinking. 4 of the 5 men were single, and Maigret now knew how limited their options were for sexual satisfaction. As for Ward, who was the possessive type, he seemed to have had Bessie under his skin. Not one word. Still the same old questions, which the coroner himself seemed to find so unimportant that he asked them while gazing elsewhere, at the ceiling mostly. Was he even listening to the replies? Only Mike O'Rourke, the county's Maigret, was taking notes and showing interest in the case. Seated behind Maigret, the black woman breastfed her baby. A little girl and a fat woman, both black, had joined her entourage. If the inquest went on for a long time, the whole tribe would fill up the courtroom. "Had you met Bessie before?" "Once, sir." "Alone?" "I was with Ward when he met her for the first time at the drive-in. I left them when they went off in the car at around 3 in the morning." "Did you know that Sergeant Ward intended to get a divorce in order to marry her?" "No, sir." That was the end of that line of questioning. "What happened when the car pulled over a little way past the airport?" "We all got out. I went off by myself for latrine." Duty. That much they all knew. It was becoming an obsessive image, those 5 men and 1 girl scattered around the car, expelling all the liquid they'd imbibed that night. "You went off on your own?" "Yes, sir." "Did you see Sergeant Ward?" "I saw him disappear into the darkness with Bessie." "Did they return together?" "Ward came back and got behind the wheel. Then he said impatiently, 'To hell with her, that'll teach her.'" "Pardon me, was it during the first stop that Ward said that?" "Yes, sir. There was no other stop before Tucson." "Didn't Bessie ask Ward to follow her on the pretext that she wanted to talk to him?" "Before, yes." "Before what?" "Right when the car pulled over. She was the one who told him that she didn't want to go any farther, and Ward slowed down. Then she added, 'I need to talk to you. Come on.'" "At the first stop?" "There was no other stop." The silence was rather long. Seen from the back, the 4 servicemen never moved. "Then what?" sighed the coroner. "We went back to town and we dropped off the 3 others." "Why did you stay with Ward?" "Because he asked me to." "When?" "I don't remember." "Did he tell you he meant to go and look for Bessie?" "No, but that's what I understood." "Did you give him any cigarettes?" "No. Along the way, he asked me to get his pack from his pocket. I took a cigarette from it and lit it for him." "Was it a Chesterfield?" "No, sir. A Camel. There were 3 or 4 left in the pack." "Did you smoke any of them too?" "I don't think so. I don't remember. I fell asleep." "Before the car stopped?" "I believe so, or else right after. When Ward woke me up, I saw a telegraph pole and a cactus near the car." "Neither of you got out of the car?" "I don't know if Ward got out. I was sleeping."
He took me to his place and tossed me a pillow so I could bed down on the couch.
Did you see his wife?
Not that time. I heard them talking.
In short, you both drove back along the highway to look for Bessie and neither of you got out of the car.
Yes, sir.
Did you see any other cars? Did you hear the train?
No, sir. All those hale and hearty fellows were between 18 and 23 years old. Bessie, who was 17, had already been married, divorced, and now was dead.
Recess.
Walking past a glassed-in office, Maigret heard the attorney talking on the phone. Yes, doctor. In a few minutes. Thank you. We'll wait. It was probably the doctor who would perform the autopsy and who would be the next witness. He must have been quite busy, for the break went on for more than half an hour, giving the coroner time to work his way through 5 or 6 ordinary offenders. The officer who had escorted the 5 airmen was called over for consultation by the attorney and Michael Rourke, who were having an animated discussion in a corner of the corridor. Shortly thereafter, they closeted themselves in the office marked private, where the coroner then joined them. Chapter 4. The Man Who Wound Clocks. One of Maigret's uncles, his mother's brother, had one mania. As soon as he entered a room with a clock in it, no matter what kind of clock, large or small, an old pendulum clock with a glass-fronted case, or an alarm clock on the mantelpiece, he was unable to attend to any conversation until he could at last go over to wind up the timepiece. He did this everywhere, even when visiting people whom he hardly knew. Sometimes he did the same thing in a shop where he'd gone to purchase a pencil or some nails. He was not a clockmaker, however. He worked in the registry office. Did Maigret take after his obsessive uncle in some way? Cole had left him a note at the hotel reception desk with a flat key in the envelope. Dear Julius, have to make a quick hop to Mexico by plane, probably back tomorrow morning. My car in the hotel parking lot, key enclosed. Sincerely yours. What would Cole have thought of him, of the French police, if he had known that Maigret had never learned to drive? In these parts, men his age flew private planes. Most ranchers, who were really only large-scale farmers, had their own planes, which they employed to go fishing on Sundays. And many even used helicopters to crop dust their fields. Maigret had not felt like eating alone in the hotel dining room, and had set off on foot. He had been wanting for some time to roam the streets, but had never been given the chance. To go 2 blocks, people jumped into their cars. He passed a handsome white-colonnaded building in the colonial style, surrounded by a well-kept lawn. The previous evening he had noticed the glowing neon sign of the Coroner mortuary, a local funeral home. The best funeral at the best price, said their newspaper advertisement. And every evening, the undertaker sponsored a half-hour of soothing music on the radio. It was Dr. Coroner who did the embalming. Maigret had received frankly disgusting looks after announcing that in France they put dead people in the ground without gutting them like chicken or fish. The wiry, nervous little doctor had seemed quite hurried and hadn't said much at the inquest. He had mentioned the head, completely scalped, 2 severed arms, flesh, brought to me higgledy-piggledy. Can you determine the cause of death? It was definitely caused by the impact of the locomotive. The top of the skull was torn off like the lid from a box, and bits of brain tissue were found several yards away. Do you affirm that Bessie was still alive at the moment of impact? Yes, sir. Could she not have been unconscious from the effects of either blows or intoxication? That is possible. Did you find any traces of blows that might have been delivered before her death? Given the state of the body, such a determination is impossible. That was all. No mention of any examinations of a more intimate order that might have been made. Maigret was almost alone as he walked along downtown, and it had been like that in every American city he had visited. No one lives in the heart of the city. As soon as the offices and stores close, the crowd streams back towards the residential neighborhoods, leaving almost empty streets,
where the shop windows, however, stay lit up all night long. He came to a drive-in eatery and suddenly felt a craving for a hot dog. Half a dozen parked cars were fanned out in front of the door, and 2 girl car hops were serving their occupants. There was in fact a kind of counter inside, with stools anchored to the floor, but somehow Maigret felt shabby at the idea of arriving on foot and sitting inside. He felt it several times a day, this impression of shabbiness. These people had everything. In no matter what small town, the cars were as numerous and luxurious as on the Champs-Élysées. Everyone wore new clothes, new shoes. Shoe repair shops were hard to find. Crowds all looked well scrubbed and prosperous. The houses were new too, full of the latest appliances. They had everything. That was the right word. Yet 5 young fellows in their 20s were up before the coroner because they'd spent the night drinking with a girl who had then been torn apart by a train. Why should it matter to him? He was not here to worry about that. Study tours like this one he had been offered after so many years were more like pleasure trips. He had only to allow himself to be escorted from city to city, accepting fine dinners, whiskies and cocktails, deputy sheriff badges, listening to the stories he was told. He couldn't help it. He was as anxious as he was in France whenever he plunged into a complicated case he had to resolve at all costs. They had everything. Fine. And yet the newspapers were filled with accounts of crimes of every kind. In Phoenix, the authorities had just arrested a gang of violent offenders, the oldest of whom was 15 and the youngest 12. Only yesterday, an 18-year-old student in Texas had killed his wife's sister, since he already had a wife. A 13-year-old girl, already married as well, had just given birth to twins, while her husband was in prison for robbery. Maigret headed automatically for the Penguin Bar. Going there by car had made the trip a breeze. Now he had a better idea of how big the city was, and he began to regret not having taken a taxi as he was streaming with perspiration. They had everything. So why had the people at the Penguin the previous evening been so dejected? Was Maigret taking after his uncle who wound up clocks, even some that weren't his? He had never thought about the man that way, and perhaps he was discovering the real reason for his uncle's mania. He must have had a phobia about run-down clocks. Well, a ticking clock can stop from one moment to another. People are careless, forget to wind up the mechanism. It was instinctive. His uncle did it for them. Maigret, as well, felt uneasy when he sensed that something was out of kilter. So he would try to understand, stick his nose in everywhere, sniffing around. What was out of kilter in this country, where they had everything? The men were tall and strong, healthy, well-groomed, and in general rather cheerful. The women were almost all pretty. The stores were bursting with merchandise. The houses were the most comfortable in the world. There were cinemas on every street corner, no beggars to be seen, and poverty seemed unknown. The undertaker paid for a music program on the radio, and cemeteries were delightful parks that people felt no need to surround with walls and iron railings as if they feared the dead. The houses as well had green lawns, and at that hour men in shirt-sleeves, or no shirts at all, were watering their flowers and grass. There were no fences or hedges to shut the gardens off from one another. Dear God! They had everything. They organized themselves scientifically to make life as pleasant as possible, and from the moment the alarm went off, your radio would affectionately wish you a good day on behalf of some brand of hot cereal, without forgetting your birthday when the time came. So what was it? That question was doubtless why Maigret was becoming so interested in those 5 men whom he didn't know from Adam or Eve, and in Bessie, who was dead, and whom he'd never seen even in a photo, and in the other people who paraded through the courtroom. Many things vary from one country to another. Others are the same everywhere. But what changes color the most across borders? Might it be poverty? Maigret was familiar with the poverty of the poor neighborhoods of Paris, of the little bistros of Port d'Italy or Saint-Ouen, the filthy destitution of the slums outside Paris, and the discreet penury of Montmartre and Père Lachaise.
the rock-bottom misery of the river embankments of Place Maubert or the Salvation Army. That kind of poverty you could understand, and trace its origins, follow its development. The poverty he sensed here was not unwashed and in rags. It was poverty with bathrooms, and it seemed harsher to him, more desperate, more pitiless. Finally, he pushed open the door to the Penguin and hoisted himself onto a bar stool. The barman remembered him and what he'd had the previous evening. "Manhattan?" he asked cordially. Maigret said yes. It was all the same to him. It was only 8 in the evening. Night had not yet fallen, but there were already 20 or so customers bellied up to the bar, while certain tables in the booths were occupied. A girl wearing slacks and a white blouse was waiting on people in the bar. He had not noticed her the previous evening. He watched her. Her slacks, of a thin black gabardine, clung to her hips and thighs with every step. She seemed to have stepped out of a billboard, a calendar, a cinema magazine. When she had finished serving, she slipped a nickel into the jukebox and selected a sentimental tune. Then she sat with her elbows on one corner of the bar, dreaming. There were no terraces where people could have an aperitif, watch passers-by in the setting sun and breathe the scent of chestnut trees. They drank, but to do so had to shut themselves up inside bars, sealed off from the eyes of others, as if satisfying some shameful need. Was that why they drank more? The engine driver had been questioned last. He was a middle-aged, well-dressed man whom Maigret had initially taken for a civil servant. "When I first saw the body, it was too late to stop my train because I had 68 loaded freight cars behind me. Fruits and vegetables from Mexico in refrigerated cars. Such things came in from every country of the world. Hundreds of ships arrived in the ports every day. They had simply everything. Was it day yet? It was beginning to get light. She was lying across the tracks. They had brought him a blackboard. He had drawn 2 chalk lines for the tracks, and between them had sketched a kind of marionette. This is the head. Neither her head nor any of her limbs touched the rails. She was on her back, her knees up like this. Here, this is an arm. There's the other, which was torn off." Maigret looked at the shoulders of the 5 servicemen, especially Ward's. Perhaps he had loved Bessie. Had Ward or one of his friends made love to her that night? The body was dragged over a distance of about 30 yards. Did you have time to see before the impact whether she was alive? That I can't say, sir. Did you have the impression that her wrists were tied? No, sir. As you can see on the drawing, her hands were clasped over her stomach. And in a low voice he added hurriedly, I was the one who collected the pieces along the tracks. Is it true that you found some string? Yes, sir. It was just a small thing about 6 inches long. You find all kinds of stuff on the tracks. Was the string near the body? Maybe a yard away. You didn't find anything else? Actually, I did, sir. After searching his pockets, he pulled out a small white button. It's a shirt button. I automatically put it in my pocket. He handed it to the coroner, who passed it to the attorney, and it was O'Rourke who showed it to the jury, after which he placed it on the table in front of him. How was Bessie dressed? She was wearing a beige dress. With white buttons? No, sir, the buttons were beige too. How many men were on your train? 5 in all. Harold Mitchell, the brother, had risen to his feet again. He was allowed to speak. I ask that the other 4 be heard. It was the engine driver's assistant, he explained, who had seen, or claimed to have seen, a cord around Bessie's wrists before the impact. Recess. Something had happened, however, that Maigret had not really understood. At one point, the attorney had stood up and spoken to the coroner, but Maigret had caught only a few of his words. The coroner, in turn, had reeled off his adjournment. While everyone else was leaving the courtroom, however, the 5 servicemen had not followed their officer to return to the base as they had the previous day, but had instead been escorted down to the end of the corridor by the deputy sheriff with the big revolver. Maigret had been curious enough to go and take a look. He'd found a thick iron door, bars, and behind them other bars. Those of the jail cells. Out under the colonnade, he had approached one of the jurors. They were arrested. Because of his accent, the man did not understand him right away. For having contributed to the delinquency of a minor, yes. Woolly as well. He bought one of the bottles. So, they were locked up for having made Bessie drink. Bessie, who at 17 had been married, divorced, and was more or less involved in prostitution. Maigret was aware that when travelling, a man is always a little ridiculous because he would like life to go on just as it does back home. Maybe these people had their own approach to the problem. Maybe this coroner's inquest was only a formality and the real investigation was going on elsewhere. He had the proof of it that evening, when one of the regulars lumbered off after calling out a general good night to the crowd. Maigret noticed O'Rourke, who had been hidden by the other men. He was sitting in one of the booths with a bottle of beer in front of him. The waitress had come over and sat down beside him. They seemed like good friends. The chief deputy sheriff was talking to the girl, stroking her arm, and had offered her a drink. Did he know Maigret by sight? Had Harry Cole pointed him out among the spectators at the inquest? Maigret was pleased to see his American colleague in the bar. Hadn't that always been his own habit? This was doubtless not O'Rourke's first visit to the Penguin. He wasn't playing the cop. He was slumped off in his corner. He was smoking cigarettes, not a pipe. And he did something rather surprising. At one point he lit a cigarette, and quite casually, after taking a few puffs, he held it out to the girl, who put it between her lips. Had she been here on the night of Bessie's death? Probably. She must be here every evening. She had served them. O'Rourke was saying something funny and she was laughing. She had served a couple who had just walked in, then returned to sit by him. He seemed to be flirting with her. He had red hair and a crew cut and a ruddy complexion. Why didn't Maigret go and sit near them? All he had to do was introduce himself. "And me," he said. Startled, he caught himself right away. "A beer." The beer was strong, like an English brew. Many patrons ignored their glasses to drink straight from the bottle. Next to Maigret was a cigarette machine, like the vending machines for chocolates in the Paris metro. What was out of kilter? In talking with him about armed forces recruitment, Harry Cole had said, "Among others, we get lots of folks on parole." Maigret not understood, so Cole had gone into detail. Here, when a man is sentenced to 2 years, 5 years in prison, or even more, it doesn't mean that he spends his complete sentence in the penitentiary. If his conduct is satisfactory, after a certain time, maybe a few months, he is released on parole. He's free, but he must give an account of himself to a police officer every day at first, then every week, finally every month. Do many of them fall back into crime? I don't have any statistics to hand. The FBI complains that parole is given too easily. Some folks on parole commit theft or murder barely a few hours after their release. Others prefer to join the armed forces, which automatically releases them from police surveillance. Was this the case with Ward? I don't believe so. Mullins, I think, has been sentenced several times for minor offenses, especially for assault and battery. He's from Michigan. Those guys are tough. Another thing that baffled Maigret was that people were almost never from the place where they were. Here in Tucson, the coroner, who doubled as the justice of the peace, was from Maryland, but had gone to college in California. The engine driver who had testified earlier was from Tennessee, and the barman at the Penguin must have come straight from Brooklyn. Up in the big cities of the north, there were slums, impoverished areas with apartment buildings like barracks, where men were hardened by life and the street kids quickly formed neighborhood gangs. In the south, the people outside the cities lived in wooden shacks surrounded by rubbish. But this was not an explanation. Maigret realized that. There was something else,
and he drank his beer while staring stubbornly over at his colleague and the waitress. For an instant, he wondered if O'Rourke were really there to keep an eye on him. It was not impossible. In spite of his air of taking life and other people lightly, Harry Cole might well have guessed that he would come to the Penguin that evening. Perhaps someone wasn't pleased to see him nosing around the case. He was wrong to drink too much. But what else was there to do? He couldn't sit outside for an hour with his glasses on a terrace. Neither could he wander alone on foot down endless streets. He didn't feel like going to a cinema or shutting himself up in his hotel room. He was doing what the others all did. When his glass was empty, he signaled to the barman, who refilled it, and he told himself that in the morning he would simply turn to that blue drugstore bottle to get back on his feet. He had written down the address where Bessie had lived with Erna Bolton. In the end, he slid off his bar stool and walked up and down the neighborhood, trying to decipher the names, or rather, the numbers of the streets. As soon as you left the commercial artery with its shining shop windows, the streets grew dark, with houses separated from one another by lawns. Did people leave their shutters and curtains open on purpose? All the houses had front porches, and on almost all of them you saw families relaxing in their rocking chairs. Where the lights were on, rooms often revealed a more intimate life. Couples eating, women combing their hair, men reading their newspapers, and from every shanty house floated the murmuring of radios. Bessie and Erna Bolton's house was at a street corner. A single-story affair. The light was on. The place was rather attractive, almost luxurious. Harold Mitchell and the musician were sitting on a sofa smoking cigarettes, while Erna, in a peignoir, was serving them ice cream. Maggie Wallach was not there. Maybe she was working at the drive-in eatery, taking hot dogs and spaghetti out to the customers in their cars. No mystery lurked anywhere. Everyone seemed to live in bright light. There were no worrisome shadows creeping around the houses, no curtains closed over snug interiors. Nothing but those cars going God knows where without ever using their horns, stopping short at the crossroads as soon as the light turned red, later continuing on straight ahead. He did not have dinner that night. When he went back downtown, the drugstores where he had counted on eating a sandwich were closed. Everything was closed, except for the 3 cinemas and the bars. So, a little shamefaced, he went inside one of those bars, then another. He greeted the barman familiarly, as he'd seen others do, and perched on a stool. Everywhere the same subdued music was playing. All along the counter, shiny tabletop jukeboxes swallowed up nickels. Turning a dial made the desired selection. Could that be the explanation? He was on his own and did what a man on his own can do. When he returned to the hotel, he felt bitter and sluggish. He headed for the lift, then turned back to replace Cole's car key in the cubbyhole. His colleague might need his vehicle early the next morning. "Good night, sir." "Good night." There was a Bible on the night table. In hundreds of thousands of hotel rooms, an identical Bible with a black cover sat waiting for the traveler. In short, the bar or the Bible. Class was being held upstairs again, and before Ezekiel's summons, people were strolling out in the colonnade, already hot in the morning sun. Everyone was wearing a clean shirt, and a refreshing shower had dispelled the drowsiness of the night. And so, every morning, they began life anew, with a smile. It was a little surprising, upon entering the courtroom, to see the 5 servicemen now out of uniform and wearing ample outfits of coarse blue cloth resembling pajamas, which left their necks completely bare. The result was that they didn't look so nice and clean-cut anymore. Their irregular features were more noticeable, the slight asymmetries inspiring a feeling of uneasiness. The blackboard had been set up and still showed the little puppet between the 2 chalk lines representing the railway tracks. This blackboard would again figure in the proceedings. Elias Hampson of the Southern Pacific Railroad. He was not one of the trainmen Mitchell had asked to have testify. In a strong, even voice, this witness calmly explained what his job was. On behalf of the company,
He investigated any thefts on the trains, accidents, or violent deaths. He was certainly of Scandinavian background. It was obvious from his demeanor. He was used to coroner's inquests and turned without any prompting towards the jury with the air of a schoolteacher explaining a difficult problem. I live in Nogales. I received a phone call shortly before 6 a.m. about the incident. I arrived at the site by car at 6:28. Did you see other cars near the scene of the accident? The ambulance was still there, as well as 4 or 5 cars, some belonging to the police, the others to onlookers. A deputy sheriff was keeping people away from the railway tracks. Was the train still there? No. I met Deputy Sheriff Atwater, who had arrived earlier. He pointed to someone among the spectators, a man Maigret had already noticed without taking him for a colleague. What did you do? The man rose and stepped confidently to the blackboard, where he picked up a piece of chalk. May I erase this? Then he sketched in the highway and railway tracks, indicating the 4 cardinal points and the directions of Nogales and Tucson. First of all, at this point here, Atwater pointed out some tire tracks showing that a car had braked rather violently before parking by the roadside. As you know, the shoulder is sandy. Clearly visible footprints led away from the car, and we followed them. The footsteps of how many people? A man and a woman. Can you indicate on the blackboard the approximate path they took? He did this in dotted lines. The man and woman appear to walk side by side without going in a straight line. They made several detours before reaching the tracks and stopped at least twice. Then they crossed the railway tracks at the spot I've marked with an X. On the other side, at a certain point, the trail disappears because the ground is hard and littered with pebbles. We picked it up again near the place where the woman was struck by the train. On the rail bed, properly speaking, made of gravel, there were no footprints, but we found the woman's again a few yards away. Not those of the man? The man's as well, but they were not completely parallel. Someone had urinated at that spot. It was quite visible in the sand. Did you note if the footprints were ever superimposed at times? Yes, sir. Here, and again here, twice. One of the man's prints covers one of the woman's, as if he had happened to swerve in behind her. Did you find traces of the man going back towards the highway? Not in a precise and continuous way. From this point on, the tracks become numerous and confusing, doubtless because of the train men, then the ambulance attendants and the police. Do you have the string the engineer mentioned? He pulled it nonchalantly from his pocket. It was an ordinary piece of string that he obviously considered unimportant. Here it is. I found another piece 50 yards farther along. Any questions, Counselor? How many people were at the site when you arrived? Perhaps a dozen? Had other people already begun the investigation? Deputy Sheriff Atwater, and also, I believe, Mr. O'Rourke. You didn't find anything. I came across a white leather handbag 4 or 5 yards from the tracks. On the side with the footprints. On the opposite side. It was partly embedded in the soft soil, as if it had been violently thrown at the moment of impact. We've seen that before. It's the result of centrifugal force. Did you open the handbag? I passed it on to Sheriff O'Rourke. Was that the end of your investigation? No, sir. I examined the highway for about half a mile in the directions of both Tucson and Nogales. Around 150 yards along towards Nogales, I found distinct tire tracks indicating their car had pulled over on the right shoulder. There were many footprints, and the tire tracks on the highway showed that the car had turned around there. Are these tracks identical to the ones of the first car you spoke of? No, sir. How can you be sure? Hansen pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and read down a list of identifying marks from the tires on the car that had made a U-turn. The 4 tires were worn and were in fact of varying makes. Do you know to which car they belong?
I looked into that afterwards. They're the tires on Ward's Chevrolet. And the ones on the car where the footprints of the man and woman begin? I don't think the sheriff will have any trouble finding that car. Tires of that make are sold only on credit with monthly payments. Have you examined the taxi that drove to that spot with Sergeant O'Neill and Corporals Van Fleet and Wolee? Yes, sir. That is not the other car. The taxi is equipped with Goodrich tires. Any questions, members of the jury? Recess. Maigret was already lighting his pipe, and Ezekiel, lighting his own, gave him a conspiratorial wink. After the deputy with a big revolver and the cartridge-studded belt led the 5 men in prison garb away to the arcade, they went, one by one, to the men's lavatory, where Maigret happened to find Ward and Mitchell. Was he mistaken? He had the impression that when he'd pushed open the door, Sergeant Ward and Bessie's brother had suddenly stopped talking. Chapter 5. The Driver's Deposition. During that same recess, Maigret found himself alone with Mitchell in a corner of the ground-floor arcade, not far from the big boxy red Coca-Cola machine. Maigret felt as gauche and uncomfortable as a country boy accosting a pretty woman in a Paris street. At first, he kept looking aside, clearing his throat. He tried to appear as casual as possible. Would you happen to have a photograph of your sister with you? What happened in the next few seconds was something Maigret had seen countless times before. Mitchell, who did not look particularly amiable to begin with, instantly took on the look of all thugs, from the tough guys of Paris to the gangsters of the American cinema. It was an animal reflex, a defense such people have kept, and it surfaces when wild beasts suddenly freeze, on the alert, tense, their fur bristling. He stared hard at the big Frenchman, who did his best to remain relaxed. A touch cravenly, hoping to appease the man, Maigret added, "There are lots of questions that they don't seem eager to ask you." Mitchell was still wary, trying to see where he stood. It's as if they want it to be an accident. That is what they want. I'm in the same line of work. I'm in the French police. This case interests me for personal reasons. I'd have liked to see a photo of your sister. Tough guys are the same everywhere, except that here they were less scornful, more embittered. Oh, so you don't believe, like those sons of bitches, that she went on purpose to lie down in the tracks and get run over by the train? He radiated fury and resentment. In the end, he set down his bottle of Coca-Cola and pulled a big worn wallet from his pocket. Look, here she is, 3 years ago. It was a poor photo, taken at a country fair in front of a painted backdrop. The 3 people looked pallid. They certainly weren't in the Southwest, because they were wearing thick winter clothing, and Bessie had a cheap fur collar on her coat with a funny little round cap on her head. She appeared to be 15, but Maigret knew she was younger. Her drawn, sickly little face was not without charm. She looked as if she were playing at being a woman, one proud to be going out with 2 men. They must have been off on a spree that evening. The world was their oyster. Mitchell, barely an adolescent, hat down over his eyes, cigarette dangling from his lip, wore a look of defiance. Their second companion was a bit older, 18 or 19, rather big, rather fleshy. Who's that? Steve. He married her a few weeks later. What did he do? At that time, he worked in a garage. Where was that? In Kansas. Why did he get divorced? To begin with, he took off without warning. No one knew why. Those first few months, he sent her a little money. The money orders came from St. Louis and then from Los Angeles. Finally, one day he wrote her that it would be better if they divorced, and he sent her the necessary papers. Did he give a reason? I think he didn't want to get my sister mixed up in anything. 6 months later, he was nabbed in a stolen car ring. He's in San Quentin now. Have you been to prison, too? Just reformed school. In France, it was easier. Maigret was used to such fellows, and quickly made short work of the barrier between them. Here, on unfamiliar ground, he advanced with caution, anxious not to spook his companion. Are you from Kansas? Yes. Your family was poor? Yes, we were starving. 5 of us, brothers and sisters, barely a year apart. My father got himself killed in a truck when I was 5. He was a truck driver. Didn't need insurance pay up. He worked on his own. He had an old truck and bought vegetables out in the countryside to sell in the city. He was on the road every night. The truck wasn't completely paid for, and he had no insurance, of course. What did your mother do? He fell silent. Whatever she could, he muttered, shrugging. At 6, I was selling papers and shining shoes in the streets. Do you think Sergeant Ward killed your sister? Definitely not. You loved her? Another shrug, hardly noticeable. It wasn't Ward. He's not brave enough. Did he really intend to get a divorce? In any case, he wouldn't have killed her. Mullins and Ward were never really apart long enough for that. He had taken back his photo and replaced it in his wallet. Looking Maigret in the eye, he asked, "If you ever did find out who killed my sister, what would you do?" "I'd tell the FBI. They have nothing to do with this." "I'd talk to the sheriff or to the attorney." "You'd do better to tell me about it." And still, with that distant, slightly contemptuous air, he walked away, because Ezekiel could be heard upstairs, summoning the jurors. Another confab between the coroner and the attorney, who then announced, "I should like to depose the taxi driver right away. He has been waiting since this morning and is losing his workday." It was almost always a surprise to see the witnesses emerge from the ranks of the public, for quite often they did not match the image you had of them. The taxi driver, for example, was a short, thin man with an intellectual's big glasses, wearing light trousers and a white shirt like everyone else. It was quickly established that he had been a taxi driver for only 1 year, having previously been a professor of botany at a college in the Midwest. On the night of July the 27th to July the 28th, you were hailed in front of a bus station by 3 airmen. I learned that only from the newspapers because they weren't in uniform. Can you recognize them and point them out? The witness pointed immediately to O'Neill, Van Fleet, and Wo Lee. Did you notice how they were dressed? This one and that one were wearing blue jeans and white shirts, or at least light-colored ones. The Chinese fellow had a violet shirt. I didn't notice the color of his trousers. Were they very drunk? Not more than anyone else who gets picked up at 3 in the morning? Do you know exactly what time it was? We're supposed to write down every trip and note the time. It was 3:22. Where did they tell you to go? They asked me to drive towards Nogales and said they'd stop me along the way. How long did it take you to get to the place where you did stop? 19 minutes. Did you hear their conversation while they were in the taxi? Yes. Who was talking? Those 2. He pointed to Van Fleet and Sergeant O'Neill. What were they saying? That there wasn't any reason for their friend to stay with them, and he'd be better off keeping the taxi to get back to the base. Did they say why? No. Who asked you to stop? It was O'Neill. Did they get out right away? There was no discussion about you waiting for them? No. They did continue talking for a moment. They were trying to get their friend to return to Tucson with me. Was it light out? Not yet. What did their friend say? Nothing. He got out of the car. Who paid for the ride? The both of them. O'Neill didn't have enough money, and the other man chipped in the rest. Didn't it seem strange to you that they had themselves driven out to the open desert? A little. You didn't encounter any cars along the way, either going or coming? No. Any questions, Counselor? Thank you. I would like to ask Corporal Wo Lee a question. The airman returned to the witness stand, and the microphone was adjusted once more. Did you hear what the taxi driver just said? Do you know why your friends insisted that you return to the base? No. What was your reason yesterday for not mentioning this? I didn't remember it. He too was lying. He was the only one who hadn't been drinking, the only one whose statements had seemed reliable. Yet he had knowingly concealed their efforts to get rid of him.
Are there any other details that you left out of your testimony before the jury yesterday?
I don't believe so. Yesterday you stated that when you were walking along in the hope of finding Bessie, you were all separated. You were maintaining a certain distance, one from another along parallel lines. What was your position?
I walked along the highway.
You saw no cars go by?
I did not, sir.
Who was closest to you?
Corporal Van Fleet.
So Sergeant O'Neill was walking more or less along the tracks.
I think he was on the other side of them.
Thank you. The next witness was a highway patrol officer, tall and strong, impressive in his uniform. The attorney had him summoned, and he now questioned him. Tell us what you were doing on July the 28th between 3 and 4 in the morning.
I went on duty at 3 o'clock in the gullies and drove slowly toward Tucson.
Before reaching the village of Tumacacori, I passed a truck with a license plate X3233, belonging to a company in the gullies, returning empty from California. I parked for a few minutes in a side road so I could keep an eye on the highway, as per regulations. Where were you at 4 in the morning? I was approaching Tucson Airport. Had you encountered any other vehicles? No. Whenever we do see other vehicles at night, we usually make a mental note of the license plate numbers. In fact, we're supposed to check them against those on a list of stolen vehicles sent out to us. We automatically do that in our heads. Did you see people walking along the edge of the highway? No. If I had seen someone at that hour, I'd have slowed down and called out to them to see if they needed anything. Did you see or hear a train on the tracks? No, sir. Thank you. So, in spite of Ward's claims, his Chevrolet had not been parked alongside the highway at that hour, with the 2 men asleep inside. Corporal Van Fleet, if you please. The attorney perked up, seeming suddenly to take charge of the proceedings, while O'Rourke kept leaning over him, talking softly. Perhaps Maigret had been mistaken, and they meant to press the inquiry all the way to the end, but according to some particular protocol. You maintain that when your friend's car stopped the first time, Sergeant Ward and Bessie walked away from the car together? Yes, sir. Think he was even more uneasy than he had been the day before. He did seem, however, to be trying to keep his oath to tell the truth, and after each question he still thought things over for a while. What happened next? The car made a U-turn, and Bessie announced that she wanted to talk to Ward in private. So you all stopped once more. Look at the blackboard. Does that cross mark the place, more or less, where the car pulled over a second time? More or less, I think. You did not leave a car, and neither did your friends, except for Ward and Bessie. That's right. And Ward returned alone, after about how long? About 10 minutes. That's when he said, "Let her go to hell, that'll teach her." Yes, sir. Why did you and O'Neill try later on to get rid of Wo Lee? We didn't try to get rid of him. You did not discuss sending him back to Tucson in the taxi. He hadn't been drinking. I don't understand. Try to explain what you're thinking. It's because he hadn't drunk anything, but you two wanted him to return to the base. He doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, he's young. Go on. There's no reason for him to get into trouble. What do you mean by that? So you were expecting, as of that moment, that you would get into trouble? I don't know. When you were walking along looking for Bessie, did you call her name? I don't think so. Is that because you thought she was not in any condition to hear you? This time, the Dutchman, red-faced and perfectly still, did not answer. He stared straight ahead. Were you able at all times to keep your friend O'Neill within sight? He was over by the tracks. I am asking you if you kept him in sight the entire time. Not the entire time. Did you lose sight of him for long periods? Rather long periods. It depended on the terrain. Could you have heard him? If he had shouted, yes. But you could not hear his footsteps. You could not tell if he was stopping or not. Did you at any time go closer to the tracks? I think so.
We weren't necessarily walking in a straight line. We had to go around bushes, cacti. Did Corporal Wolvie move closer to the tracks as well? I didn't see him. Which one of you decided to turn around when you were all three walking in the direction of Nogales? O'Neill said that Bessie certainly couldn't have gone any farther. We told Wolee to walk alongside the highway. And did you and O'Neill separate? Yes, a little farther along in the desert. Why, you were still with O'Neill after having separated from Wolee? Did you talk about Bessie? No, we didn't talk about anything. Were you still drunk? Probably not as much. Could you indicate on the blackboard the place where you went to hitchhike back to Tucson? I don't know where exactly. It was over there. Thank you. Sergeant O'Neill, please. 2 or 3 times, Maigret had sensed someone watching him. It was Mitchell, studying him to see how he is reacting. Do you have anything to change in your testimony from yesterday? No, sir. Had this man, too, been born into poverty? He did not give that impression. He looked the type to have spent his childhood on some Midwestern farm with hard-working and puritanical parents. In school, he must have been the star pupil. Why did you try to get rid of Wolee? I did not try to get rid of him. I thought he was tired and ought to get back to the base. He doesn't have a strong constitution. Did you ask him to walk beside the highway? I don't remember. When you were walking beside the tracks looking for Bessie, did you ever call her name? I don't remember. Did you stop to urinate? I think I did. On the tracks? I don't know exactly. Thank you. Coroner, we might do well to hear from Erna Bolton and Maggie Wallach and release them, as they've been expecting to testify since yesterday morning. Mitchell's companion was neither pretty nor ugly, a little low-slung, with coarse features. For her courtroom appearance, she wore a dark silk dress, stockings, some costume jewelry. She'd obviously tried her best to make a good impression. When asked about her profession, she replied in a very low voice, I'm not working at the moment. And she tried not to look at O'Rourke, who seemed to know her well. No doubt she had had occasion to come up against him in the past. Did you share your apartment with Bessie Mitchell? Yes, sir. Sergeant Ward went there to see her several times. Were you present? About every time. Did you ever see them quarreling? Yes, sir. What were they fighting about? Now that the attorney had joined the fray, the coroner was playing with his adjustable armchair or staring at the ceiling while sucking on his pencil. It was quite hot in spite of the air conditioning. Ezekiel had got up to go and close the Venetian blinds, which cut the sunlight into thin slices. Sitting in front of the black woman with her baby and their large tribe, Maigret could smell her heady perfume. Mitchell stared at his companion on the witness stand with the concentration of an eagle. Ward was angry at Bessie for flirting. With whom? With everybody. With Sergeant Mullins, for example? I don't know. He never came to the house. I saw him for the first time on July the 27th at the Penguin Bar. Wasn't there a fight on July the 24th or 25th? A dispute more violent than the others? July the 24th. I was about to go out. I heard... Tell us exactly what words you heard. The sergeant shouted, One of these days I'll kill you, and that'll be best for everybody. Was he drunk? He'd been drinking, but I don't think he was drunk. Didn't you speak privately to Bessie during the evening of July the 27th? Yes, sir. At one point I took her aside to tell her, You ought to watch out for that one. Whom did you mean? Mullins. And I said, Bill is furious. If you keep this up, they'll get into a fight. What did she reply? She didn't reply. She kept it up. Kept what up? Talking to Mullins. Perhaps the word talking did not quite cover it. Who suggested continuing the party at the musician's place? He did. Tony, the musician. He said we could. I think it was Bessie who'd asked him about it. Was she drunk? Not very. The usual amount. Any other questions?
It was Maggie Wallach's turn. With her round baby face and popping eyes, she resembled a large stuffed doll. Her skin was very white, and she had an unhealthy look about her. Was she the musician's mistress? That was not made clear, no more than it had been for Mitchell and Erna Bolton. Where did you first meet Bessie Mitchell? We worked at the same drive-in place on the corner of Fifth Avenue. For how long? About the last 2 months. She was from a big city slum, and when a little thing she must have dragged her bare bottom around the neighborhood doorsteps amid a pack of noisy, pitiless brats. You were present when she met Sergeant Ward? Yes, sir. It was a little past midnight. He came in a car and ordered some hot dogs. Who was with him? I think it was Sergeant Mullins. They talked a long time. Bessie came to ask me if I wanted to get together with him later, and I told her that I wasn't free. After the men had gone, she wanted to know what I thought of Ward, and said that he was coming back on his own to get her. Did he? Yes, just before closing. They left together. During the night of July the 27th, at the musician's place, did you see Ward rush into the kitchen and hit Bessie? No, sir, he did not hit her. I was behind him when he entered the kitchen. Bessie was drinking, and he snatched the bottle from my hands, almost threw it on the floor, got a grip on himself, and set it on the table. Was he furious? He wasn't happy. He didn't like her to drink. But wasn't he the one who'd taken her to the Penguin? Yes, sir. Why? Probably because that's all there was. Did Sergeant Ward at that time start quarreling with Mullins? I'm still talking about the events in the kitchen. I understand. He didn't say anything to him. He gave him a hard look, but didn't say a thing to him. Next. They seemed eager to wind everything up that day, and the coroner was calling for your recesses. Tony Lacour, the musician, was puny and unassuming. The shape of his face always made him look as if he'd been crying, or about to do so. What do you know about the night of July the 27th? I spent the evening at the Penguin Bar with them. Weren't you working? I'm not for the moment. I wound up my gig at the Puerto Rico Club 10 days ago. Just when Maigret was wondering what instrument he played, the attorney, who must have been wondering himself, asked that question. It was the accordion. Maigret would have bet on it. When a fight broke out between Ward and Mitchell at the Penguin, did you follow them outside? Do you know what they were fighting about? I know that money was involved. Didn't Mitchell reproach Ward for having relations with his sister, given that he was a married man? Not in front of me, sir. Later in my apartment, after the incident with the bottle, Mitchell told him that Bessie was inclined to drink, that it was a bad thing, that she was only 17 and that in bars she could pass for 23, otherwise they wouldn't have served her. Was it you who suggested to the group that they go to your place? Bessie admitted to me that she didn't feel like going home, and right away the others began talking about buying some bottles. Did you give any cigarettes to Sergeant Ward? I don't believe so. Did you see anyone slip a pack into his pocket? No, sir. Was anyone, to your knowledge, smoking marijuana? No, sir. What time was it when they left your place? About 2:30. What did Harold Mitchell and Erna Bolton do? They stayed. Until morning? No, maybe another hour and a half. Was there talk about Sergeant Ward and Bessie? Only about Bessie. Harold explained that his sister had fallen into the habit of drinking, and that it was terrible for her because she had a bad lung. And he said that when she was real young, she'd been in a sanitarium. Did Mitchell and Erna leave in a car? No, sir, they don't have a car. They left on foot. Wasn't it around 4 in the morning? At least that. It was starting to get light. Recess. Maigret again found the brother's eyes fixed upon him, and there was something just the slightest bit touching in his gaze. Harold Mitchell's initial reaction to him had been an icy distrust, and perhaps he had answered Maigret's questions less out of hope than from a kind of defiance, tinged with contempt. He had been watching him the entire session, and now seemed to be thinking, who knows, maybe he isn't like the others. He's a foreigner, he's trying to understand. Harold's attitude was hardly friendly yet, of course, but there was no longer that same insurmountable barrier between them. You hadn't told me she was tubercular, Maigret murmured as they walked one behind the other towards the exit. Harold merely shrugged. Perhaps he was ill as well. No, because in that case he would never have made it into the service. Erna Bolton was waiting for him out in the arcade. She did not take his arm. They did not speak to each other. She simply followed him, humble and docile, and her sagging bottom swayed like the business end of a laying hen. With a gleam in his eye, O'Rourke headed with the attorney to the latter's office, while the 5 men in prison garb waited for the deputy to conduct them back to their cell. Maigret hadn't listened to the end of the coroner's instructions. Would the afternoon session be upstairs or down? Over by the Coca-Cola machine, the female juror was eating a sandwich, and would doubtless sit knitting on a bench in the plaza while waiting for the inquest to resume. "Downstairs," she replied when he asked her. Harry Cole was waiting for him at the wheel of his car. There was someone sitting in the back seat, wearing the inevitable white shirt. He was smoking a cigarette. "Hello, Julius. Not finished yet? Sit next to me. We'll go and grab a bite to eat." Only after the car door was closed did he add, by way of introduction, "Ernesto Esperanza. He'll have to eat lunch with us, because I haven't anyone available to drive him to Phoenix before this evening, and I don't much like handing him over to the county sheriffs. You hungry, Ernesto?" "You bet, boss." "Here's your chance, then. It's the last restaurant meal you're likely to have for the next 10 or 15 years. I finally nabbed him," he said simply, this time to Maigret. "And it wasn't easy. He tried to get me with a .42. Open the glove box, you'll find his toy." The revolver was there, a big automatic smelling of gunpowder. Maigret instinctively checked the magazine, where 2 cartridges were missing. "You almost had me. Isn't that right, Ernesto?" "Right, boss." "If I hadn't ducked down in time and tripped him up, I'd have been a goner. For 6 months now I've been trying to catch him, and he's been doing his level best to get rid of me." "How's it going, Ernesto? Your ribs still hurting you?" "Not too much." To the others, having lunch at the cafeteria, where they ate mutton chops and apple pie, they were simply 3 ordinary customers. Only on the next day did the Mexican's photograph appear in the newspapers under a big headline announcing that a major drug trafficker was under lock and key. "What's happening with your 5 little Air Force fellows?" asked Cole, wiping his mouth with a paper napkin. "Have you found the bad guy who put little Bessie on the tracks?" Maigret didn't bother to frown. He was in a good mood that morning. Chapter 6. The Parade of Pals. Things were getting cozy. In the morning, and especially after lunch, which some met in the patio or the nearby plaza, people welcomed familiar faces, exchanged small gestures of greeting. Everyone knew where the seasoned spectators would sit, and even the 5 airmen did not seem to find the public's presence intrusive. This intimacy was even more apparent downstairs, where the jurors sat on one of the public benches next to curious onlookers, and where chairs were brought in when needed. The coroner would invariably look up at the big noisy ceiling fan and frown. The water cooler and its paper cups were near Maigret, which meant that sooner or later everyone went by him. Ever since he had casually patted the black woman's baby, she had saved his place for him and given him huge smiles. As for Ezekiel, he always waited until the inquest had begun before springing his cigar or cigarette routine on a newcomer. He was a pretend bully with a childlike mischievous streak. He would suddenly draw himself up, moustache quivering, arm outstretched, and cry without any consideration for the ongoing interrogation, "Hey, you!" The entire courtroom would erupt in laughter. People turned around to see who had been caught. "Put out your cigarette." Then, satisfied, he'd wink at his audience. He had enjoyed even greater success after spotting the attorney himself, who, returning after a recess, had forgotten he was still smoking. "Hey, counselor!" Maigret could not believe that they would be winding up the inquest that very day, that in a few hours the 5 men and 1 woman of the jury would be ready to decide whether, yes or no, Bessie's death had been an accident. If they decided yes, then the investigation would in effect be closed once and for all.
If, on the contrary, they decided that her death was due to the criminal actions of one or more persons, Mike O'Rourke and his men would have plenty of time to work before the matter went to actual trial. It was amusing. During lunch, Maigret had made a small discovery that made him smile and really pleased him, because in a way it let him get back a little at Harry Cole. The FBI man had behaved a little strangely, preening like a peacock, as if there had been a pretty woman with them, and Maigret had swiftly understood that the reason was Ernesto, the drug trafficker. Deep down, Cole felt instinctive consideration, almost admiration for him, of the kind everyone in the States showed for anyone who succeeds, whether as a millionaire, a cinema star, or a famous murderer. The Mexican had smuggled in $20,000 worth of drugs in a single haul, not to mention all his previous drug runs. Across the border, in mountains accessible only by plane, he had his own marijuana plantations. Basically, the reason why the 5 Air Force men did not excite more interest was that even if one of them did kill Bessie, he was not a criminal on a grand scale. If he had held off the police, wielded a submachine gun, forced the mobilization of every officer and the use of tear gas to effect his capture, or if he had held up 10 banks, or massacred several important ranchers' families, would there not have been a crowd outside the courtroom and on out to the middle of the street? Did that not explain a lot of things? The goal was to win at the game, no matter what the game was. A hard man, Mitchell was bound to be respected in his own small circle, whereas Van Fleet, with his choir-boy face and wavy hair, was nobody. And the proof? His nickname was not Red or Curly, but Pinky. It was a deputy sheriff who now took the stand, Phil Atwater, the man who had arrived first on the scene and whom the inspector for the Southern Pacific had met there when he arrived. He was not wearing his badge on his shirt. He looked ordinary, middle-aged, with the glum look of people with bad digestions and who always have someone sick at home. I happened to be in the sheriff's office shortly before 5 a.m. when the call came through. I took one of the cars and 7 minutes later arrived at the scene of the accident. Maigret winced at that last word, and what followed would prove that he was not mistaken. Atwater, despite being a policeman, was the type who disdained the humdrum factuality of real life. The ambulance drove up at about the same time as I did. Only the train crewmen were at the edge of the highway along with a car that had pulled over a few minutes earlier. I posted one of the men I brought with me there to keep any eventual onlookers from approaching the tracks. Right away, I found marks left by a car that had parked in that spot. I circled them with chalk, and on the sandy shoulder with small sticks stuck in the ground. The fellow was the very model of a conscientious public servant, and seemed to defy the whole world to find any fault with him. Did you not deal with the body? Of course, I got busy with that as well. I even collected several pieces of flesh and part of an arm with a complete hand. He spoke in a condescending tone, as if the matter was strictly routine. Then he fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a small folded paper. Here are a few hairs. We have not had time to analyze them, but a first impression suggests that they're Bessie's. Where did you find them? Approximately where the impact took place. The body was dragged or rolled about 25 yards. Did you find any footprints? Yes, sir. I stuck bits of wood there to protect them. Tell us what sort of prints you found. Women's footprints. I compared them with one of Bessie's shoes, and they matched. There were no men's footprints near hers. No, sir. In any case, not between the highway and the railway tracks. And yet, later, when you follow the company inspector, Mr. Hanson, he claims to have seen a man's footprints. Probably mine. The deputy did not like to be contradicted, and did not seem particularly fond of the Southern Pacific inspector. Will you show us on the blackboard the approximate track of the footprints? He looked at the previous drawing, and grabbing the rag, erased it. Then he made a fresh sketch of the tracks and highway, making a cross where the body had been found, and another where it had been hit by the train. That he mistakenly put north where south should have been, and his wobbly drawing did not agree with Hanson's. According to Atwater, Bessie hadn't made nearly as many little detours and had stopped only once to change direction. What did the jury make of these contradictions? They listened, watched attentively, clearly eager to understand and carry out their duty conscientiously. "That's all you found on this side, meaning to the north of where Bessie died? Did you also look for footprints to the south, in other words, in the direction of Maigret's?" Atwater looked silently at his map, and, as north and south were reversed, took some time to understand the question. "No, sir," he said at last. "I did not think it necessary to look around towards Maigret's. Free to go, he must have had work waiting at his office because he left the courtroom immediately, very dignified and self-confident. Gerald Conley." He was another deputy sheriff, the one with so many cartridges in his belt and such a handsome revolver with a carved horn grip. He was chubby, with a florid complexion, probably a popular fellow around Tucson, and not a little proud of that. "At what time did you arrive on the scene?" "I was at home and wasn't contacted until 5:10. I arrived shortly after 5:30 without taking the time to have a cup of coffee." "Who was there already?" "Phil Atwater was with the railway company inspector. Another deputy sheriff was maintaining order because a few cars had stopped there. I saw the trail marked by pieces of wood and followed it from beginning to end." "In certain places, were the woman's footprints over the man's?" "Yes, sir." "About how far from the highway was that?" "Some 15 yards away. The footprints in that spot clearly show that two people stopped there for some time, as if there had been some discussion." "After that, do the sets of footprints separate?" "My impression is that the woman continued on alone. She was walking in zigzags. The man's footprints that turn up farther on are not the same as the first set." Maigret was starting to suffer again. Once more he wanted to stand and speak up to ask specific questions. That the 5 airmen should contradict themselves was only natural. They were like 5 schoolboys who had got themselves into a tight spot and who try each on his own to get out of it. Besides, they had begun drinking at 7:30 that evening and were all drunk except for O'Lee. But the police? It seemed as if the deputies were settling personal scores, yet that didn't bother O'Rourke at all. Still sitting next to the attorney, still leaning over to make comments now and then, he was smiling beatifically. "What did you do next?" "I went south." Conley was clearly happy to land this direct hit the colleague who had just left. "Someone had urinated near the railway tracks." Maigret wanted to ask, a man or a woman? For after all, trivial though it may seem, a standing man and a squatting woman do not leave the same traces when they urinate, especially not in sandy soil. The whole point turned on that, and no one seemed to have noticed. No one had asked the doctor whether Bessie had made love that evening either. No one had examined the underwear of the 5 airmen or asked anything beyond the colour of the shirts they were wearing. Given the footprints leaving the car, Ward became the prime suspect, on condition that these footprints were superimposed in at least one place. And on condition that, as in the testimony of the Southern Pacific inspector, these footprints continued on to the railway tracks. Atwater's deposition made Ward's guilt almost impossible, unless the crime had taken place during the second car trip. With Conley, the deputy sheriff with a fancy revolver, everything changed yet again. Ward had supposedly followed Bessie for only about 15 yards, but then why did the sergeant claim he hadn't followed her at all? "It's impossible," continued Conley, "to locate footprints on the railbed itself, which is stony, or on the soil immediately nearby, which is harder than the normal desert terrain. But walking towards the south and off to the right, towards the highway, in other words?" "Yes, sir. Drifting right, I'm saying, I found other footprints." "Coming from which direction?" "From the highway, more to the south." "Diagonally?" "Almost perpendicularly." "A man's footprints?" "Yes, sir. I put down markers. The length of the print suggests to me that they belong to a man of medium height." "Where did that trail lead you?"
to within around 50 yards of a place where the car stopped for the first time. Now there was no impediment towards having told the truth, that Bessie had gone off with Mullins and not come back. The attorney must have been thinking the same thing. You didn't find any woman's footprints in that area? No, sir. The hypothesis was already untenable. The trail vanishes once you get to the tracks. Yes, sir. The person must have kept walking on the embankment where footsteps leave no trace, as I said. Recess. Twice O'Rourke went past Maigret out in the arcade, and both times he looked at him with a droll little smile. There must have been alcohol in the office he visited during each recess, because afterwards it was on his breath. Had Cole told him who the heavy-set, passionately attentive man in the audience was? Was O'Rourke amused to see this colleague at a loss? The juror with a wooden leg asked him for a light. Complicated, isn't it? Grumbled Maigret. Had he used the wrong word? Had the fellow not understood? Or was he taking seriously the instructions not to discuss the case until a verdict was reached? In any case, the juror simply smiled and went off to stand before a lawn being watered by rotary sprinklers. Maigret was sorry he'd not taken any notes. The contradictions among the police officers' depositions did not interest him as much as those among the stories of the 5 airmen who seemed more and more estranged from one another with each successive hearing. Hence, Schneider. At times, it was hard to tell why a witness was on the stand, and the game was to guess his profession. This man was portly. More precisely, his big belly swelled his shirt out like a flabby bag over his too tight belt. His clinging trousers could not cover his navel, so he seemed to have short legs and an outsized torso. His medium-length hair stuck out in every direction. His shirt was of dubious cleanliness. His arms and chest were hairy. You work in the sheriff's office? Yes, sir. His strong voice and relaxed, almost familiar attitude suggested that he was used to such hearings. At what time were you apprised of the situation? At around 6 that morning. I was asleep. Did you leave immediately for the scene? I swung by the office to pick up my gear. He was so at ease, leaning back in his chair, his belly prominently displayed, that he automatically pulled his cigarettes from his pocket, leaving Ezekiel just enough time to spring from his seat. Tell us what you saw. Schneider rose, and with his hands in his pockets, went to the blackboard to study the drawing there before erasing it. He had to bend down to pick the chalk up from the floor, thus putting his trousers so taut that people thought they would split. He marked the north, south, east, west, drew in the railway tracks, the highway, then a dotted line meandering extensively from the latter to the former. Finally, at the edge of the highway, 2 rectangles. Here, at point A, I saw tread marks from a car I'll call vehicle number 1. He stepped down from the dais to fetch a rather large package on the table, from which he withdrew a chunk of plaster. Here is the imprint of the left front tire, a rather worn Dunlop. On his own, he presented the object like a cake beneath the noses of the jurors, then did the same with the following 3 molds. Did you compare these tread imprints for those from Ward's car? Yes, sir. They are identical. There is no doubt on that point. Now, here are the imprints of 2 tires from vehicle number 2. These tires are almost new, bought on credit. We've already visited all the stores selling Dunlops, but I don't believe we've had any results yet. Schneider was the lab technician on the sheriff's team with the self-assurance to match. The idea of any other possible interpretation never even occurred to him. Did you find any more such marks along the highway? When I arrived, I saw many other vehicles aside from the ambulance and police cars. I made molds only of the tread marks pointed out to me, those that were particularly distinct. Who pointed them out to you? He turned towards the attorney's table and pointed to O'Rourke. Did you make any other molds? Schneider went back to his cardboard box, as if it contained inexhaustible treasures, and everyone waited with both impatience and confidence, for everyone felt that from that box the truth would emerge. When he pulled out the impression of a shoe sole, the 5 airmen looked down in unison at their feet. "This is a mold made about 15 yards from the highway. It's from a man's shoe. The shoe is rather worn with a rubber heel. Now here's the impression left by a woman's shoe I made right next to that other one. It matches exactly this shoe belonging to Bessie Mitchell, as you can verify." With the other hand, he waved a simple, ordinary, dark reddish loafer, also much worn, with a flat heel. He walked both pieces of evidence past the jurors. With a little encouragement, he would have paraded them before the entire audience. "Did you pursue further evidence regarding the man's shoe?" "Yes, sir. I compared the imprint with the shoes of any sheriff or deputy who was at the scene." "Did you find a match?" "No, sir. And Sergeant Ward, as I verified, was wearing high-heeled cowboy boots. Bedfleet O'Neill and Wo Lee have smaller feet." Everyone waited. He knew it and savored the delay. "The size more or less matches Sergeant Mullins' feet, but the shoes he showed me do not have rubber heels." There was a sigh, as if in relief, in the line of airmen, but Maigret could not tell which one of them had breathed it. Schneider, who had carefully placed his molds on the table, thrust his arm again into his box and pulled out, this time, a white leather handbag. "This is the bag that was found a few steps from the railway tracks, partly buried in the sand." "Did anyone identify it?" "No, sir." "Sergeant Mitchell?" He stepped forwards. The bag was handed to him. He opened it and took out a kind of purse of red silk containing several coins. "Is this your sister's handbag?" "I'm not sure, but I recognize this purse Erna gave her." Sitting among the other spectators, Erna spoke up in agreement. "It's her handbag. I was with her when she bought it, on sale a month ago." A few people laughed. As the inquest had proceeded, people had grown so comfortable together that there was almost a circus atmosphere. "Here are a handkerchief, 2 guineas, a lipstick, a powder compact." "Aside from the coins, is there any folding money?" "No, sir." And Erna spoke up again without being asked. "I remember that she'd forgotten her wallet." No papers, no identification of any kind. Maigret recalled a question he had already wondered about. A woman's body, badly damaged, had been found on the railway tracks. Yet a few hours later, before the information was published in the newspapers, the sheriff's men had told Mitchell that his sister was dead. Who had identified her? How? Maigret looked dumbly over at O'Rourke. This was the first time he had followed an investigation as a private individual without knowing any behind-the-scenes information, and it frustrated him to feel that he was missing out on so much evidence. Hadn't he done the same thing in Paris? How many times, to give himself free rein, to avoid some premature intervention, had he hidden, even from the examining magistrate, what he knew about a case? Was O'Rourke at least going to press his advantages? Did he really want to discover the truth? And above all, reveal it? There were moments when Maigret doubted it, and others when he thought his colleague, who knew his job, would do what needed to be done in his own good time. One last piece of evidence remained in the box, and Schneider brought it out at last. It was another mold, another plaster footprint. This cast was made to the south of where Bessie died. In other words, from the trail of prints only Gerald Conley had described. It's a size 9, meaning a medium size verging on small. Corporal Wo Lee wears an 8. Sergeant O'Neill and Corporal Van Fleet wear a 9 and a 9 1/4 respectively. The shoes they showed me did not display the same signs of wear. Once more, Maigret rose for permission to speak, forgetting that he was not on home ground. The clock above the door, which was open and crowded with curious onlookers, read 4:30. On both preceding days, the hearings had been adjourned at around 5 o'clock. Twice already, documents had been brought for the coroner to sign, which he had done without interrupting the interrogations. Any questions, members at the jury? It was the black man who spoke up. Did the witness take any impressions of tread marks from the taxi? None were pointed out to me. Doesn't he know anything about the third car, the one that took the three airmen back to the base? When I arrived on the scene, several vehicles were already there, and while I was working, other cars arrived. The coroner looked at the clock. Jurors, the chief deputy sheriff is our only remaining witness before you begin deliberations. I'm wondering if we shouldn't keep going to wind this up today. O'Rourke raised his hand. May I be allowed a remark here? My deposition will not necessarily be a long one, but it is possible that if we wait until tomorrow morning, a new witness will provide us with interesting information. Maigret could breathe again. He breathed so deeply, with such an air of relief, that two of his neighbours looked around at him. He had been afraid that the jurors would be sent off to deliberate with such ragged and contradictory material. Above all, it seemed incredible that this inquest would be closed without further discussion of the third car, to which the black juror had just alluded, the one that had taken the three airmen back and had apparently yet to be found. Was it the one with the tires bought on credit? Why, at least twice, had the attorney asked witnesses if the body of the car had been in good condition and whether they had noticed any signs of an accident? The coroner turned questioningly to the jurors, who, all except for the woman, quickly nodded their assent. Thus, for one more day, they would be something other than ordinary citizens. As if to compound their delight, a photographer crouched down in front of them, and a flash shot through the courtroom. Tomorrow, courtroom 2, 9:30. Maigret must have been in the photo, because he was only 2 people away from the foreman of the jury. For about an hour, he had been anxious to get down to work with pencil and paper, which was unusual for him. He needed to take stock of the situation and felt that it would not take him long to eliminate most of the hypotheses. "They didn't question the other men on the train," said someone close to him. It was Mitchell, in a bad mood. The engine driver, who was at the left in the locomotive, could see only the left side of the tracks where my sister's legs were. His assistant on the right saw the upper part of the body. I've asked again that he be called to the stand. What did they say? That they do so if they see any need to. How did they recognize your sister? This time, Mitchell looked at him in amazement. And with that simple question, Maigret must have lost considerable prestige in his eyes because he simply shrugged and went off into the crowd. Maigret had understood. Wasn't it obvious that a girl like Bessie had already been involved with the police? Tucson must have had a few dozen more like her, basically, and the law probably kept an eye on them. That suddenly reminded him of the men on those bar stools, all evening long, staring dolefully at what were essentially girly calendars. Then it reminded him of the cars he had noticed, parked in the shadows, in which couples were probably holding their breath as he passed by. Harry Cole hadn't said when he would meet him, but Maigret was sure he would run into him any time now. It was the FBI man's way of impressing him, a way of saying, "I let you come and go, but as you see, I always know where to find you." Just to be difficult, Maigret went into a bar instead of returning to the hotel, and the first words he heard were, "Hello, Julius." Cole was there, and Mike O'Rourke was sitting next to him with a glass of beer. "You know each other?" "Not yet. Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, a famous policeman in his country. Mike O'Rourke, the wiliest chief deputy sheriff in Arizona." Why did these people always seem to be making fun of him? "How about a beer, Julius? Mike tells me you've been following the depositions assiduously and that you must have your own thoughts on the matter. I've invited him to have dinner with us. I suppose that's fine with you?" "I am delighted." That wasn't true. He would have appreciated the gesture the next day, when he would have had time to go over what he knew. Now he felt even more awkward and stupid, in that the others seemed in excellent humor, as if they had something sneaky in mind. "I'm sure," observed O'Rourke as he wiped his lips, "that Inspector Maigret finds our investigative methods downright rudimentary and naive." To his counterattack, Maigret inquired, "Did the waitress at the Penguin Bar give you any helpful information?" She's a pretty girl, isn't she? Her background's Irish like mine, and you know the Irish always get along well together. Was she at the Penguin on the evening of July the 27th? That was her day off. She knew Bessie real well and knows Erna Bolton and a few of the fellows. Including Mullins? I don't think so. She hasn't mentioned him to me. Woolley? Not him either. That left Corporal Van Fleet and Sergeant O'Neill, who was an Irishman as well, like the Chief Deputy Sheriff. Have you found the third car? Not yet. I'm still hoping we'll find it before tomorrow morning. There are some things I don't understand. There would certainly be more things I wouldn't understand if I were following an investigation in Paris. Back home, the real investigation does not take place in public. O'Rourke shot him an amused look. Or here either. I suspected as much, but each of your men still comes and says whatever he feels like saying. Now that's another story. Don't forget that everyone gives evidence under oath, and that in the United States this oath is a very serious matter. Perhaps you've noticed, though, that they answer only the specific questions they get asked. What I particularly noticed is that there are questions they do not get asked. Mike O'Rourke tapped him on the shoulder. Okay, you figured it out. After we had dinner, you can ask me all the questions you want. And you'll answer them? Probably, as long as I'm not under oath. Chapter 7. The Inspector's Questions. It was not Harry Cole, but O'Rourke who seemed to be their host. Instead of taking his guests to a restaurant, he had brought them to a private club downtown. The premises were new, inviting, surprisingly modern. The bar was probably the best-stocked watering hole Maigret had ever seen. While they had their cocktail, he was able to count 42 different whiskies, not to mention 7 or 8 labels of French cognac and some authentic Pernod, unseen in Paris since 1914. Lined up facing the bar with their familiar symbols of plums, cherries, and apricots were the perfectly polished slot machines. Just as Maigret was about to drop in his usual nickel, he noticed that these machines took either silver dollars, half-dollars, or quarters. I thought these machines were illegal, he remarked. The day I arrived, in fact, I read in a Tucson paper that the sheriff had impounded a number of them. In public places. And here? We're in a private club. O'Rourke had a merry look in his eyes. He seemed happy to enlighten his colleague from overseas. You see, there are many private clubs at every level of society, so to speak. This one is neither the most elegant nor the most exclusive. 4 or 5 rank higher, and a whole slew are lower. Looking around the vast dining room where they would be eating, Maigret began to understand why he had noticed a relative lack of restaurants. No matter what your job, you have your own club, and moving up in society you go from club to club, meaning that everyone could also play the slots. Just about. And with a sidelong wink, O'Rourke dropped a big new silver dollar into a slot, then casually swept up the 4 identical coins that tumbled down. There's a dice game downstairs that's our equivalent of your roulette. We play poker, too. Don't you have clubs in France? A few, only among certain social classes. Here we even have a club for railway workers and post office employees. Maigret exclaimed in surprise. Then will you please tell me what all your bars are for? Harry Cole was drinking his double whiskey as if performing a ritual. First off, they provide neutral ground. A man doesn't always want to meet people in his own category. Just a minute, stop me if I'm mistaken. Don't you mean rather that a man doesn't always want to behave the way he's obliged to among people of his own category? I suppose that here, for example, it's pretty poor form to drink yourself under the table. Correct. For that, there's the Penguin Bar or its like. I understand. There are also those who don't belong to any category, in other words, to any club at all. Those poor folks. Not only people who don't have money, but those who don't conform to the customs of a specific social class. Listen to this. In Tucson, which is a major city, There's a club for folks of Mexican background who've been here for several generations. In that club, speaking Spanish is frowned on. Those who still speak it or speak English with an accent go to a different club for newcomers. Have a drink, Inspector. All around them, the setting and service were those of a deluxe restaurant in Paris. One of the sheriffs at his meals there almost every day. Tell me, do the airmen at the base have their club as well? They have several. When they want to behave in a certain way, are they obliged to go off to the bars? Exactly. Our friend Julius is catching on, remarked Cole, eating hungrily. Many things are still a mystery to me. There was wine on the table, French wine that O'Rourke had had the delicacy to order without mentioning it. This big man of unsophisticated appearance was not without finesse. On the contrary, and as the evening went on, Maigret liked him more and more. Would it bother you if I talked about the inquest? That's why I'm here. It had been a set-up. Perhaps it was O'Rourke who had asked Cole to introduce him to his colleague. If I understand correctly, your position here is the same one I hold in Paris. The sheriff, your superior, corresponds roughly to the head of the police judiciaire. Except that the sheriff is elected. As for the attorney, he's rather like our public prosecutor, and the deputy sheriffs you have under you are the equivalent of my brigade officers and inspectors. I believe that's about right. I've noticed you feeding the attorney most of his questions. You're doubtless also the one who's been preventing certain other questions from being put to the witnesses. Correct. Had you already questioned those witnesses? Most of them. And you asked them all the questions? I did my best. What's Corporal Van Fleet's family background? Pinky. His parents run a large farm out in the Midwest. Why did he join the Air Force? His father insisted that he work the farm with him. Pinky did so unwillingly until 2 years ago when one fine day he left and joined up. O'Neill. Both his parents are teachers and very respectable people. They wanted to make him into an intellectual and felt let down when he wasn't at the top of his class. And he'd had enough of it as well. Whereas Van Fleet went from the countryside to the city, O'Neill went from a small town out to the country. For almost a year, he worked picking cotton down south. Mullins. When quite young, he had some trouble with the police and was sent to reform school. His parents died when he was 10 or 12. The aunt who took care of him is a strict and unbearable creature. Is the doctor's report complete? I don't know what you mean. 5 men spent much of the night drinking with one woman. This woman was found dead on the railway tracks. Well, not for a moment has anyone at the inquest ever brought up what might have happened between the woman and one or more of those men. That is never brought up. Not even in your office? In my office it's different. I can tell you that the autopsy was as complete as could have been desired. The result? Yes. Ooh. It was a little as if, until now, Maigret had seen only a kind of painted picture of the case, like the backdrop in a photography studio. That was what the public saw, and it seemed to satisfy them. Now, real people, and what they had really done, was slowly replacing the artificial image. It didn't happen out in the desert. At the musician's place? That visit to the musician's apartment had been bothering Maigret all along. First, the doctor discovered that Bessie had had sex with a man during the night, but that this had happened rather a while before her death. You know that in such a case there is a procedure similar to a blood test that can sometimes tell if this or that man has had relations with someone. I spoke first to Ward, and he went scarlet. It wasn't fear, but jealousy and rage. He jumped up shouting, I knew it. Mullins? Yes, he confessed right away. In the kitchen? It was planned in advance. He had confided in Erna Bolton that he was mad with desire for Bessie. For some reason or other, Erna doesn't much like Sergeant Ward. She promised Mullins maybe later at the musician's place. She admitted that she kept watch near the kitchen. She's the one who warned the couple that Ward was coming,
and it was to fool him that Bessie thought fast enough to grab a whiskey bottle and take a swig from it. Now Maigret saw more clearly why some witnesses were thinking hard before answering any questions, weighing every word. Don't you think these details would have interested the jurors? It's the result that counts, isn't it? And you'll get the same result? I'm making sure of it. Is it from a sense of decency that you avoid all questions of a sexual nature? As he was asking that question, Maigret remembered the slot machines in the bar, and thought he understood. I suppose you want to avoid setting any bad examples. That's about it. In France, if what I've heard is true, you do precisely the opposite. The newspapers tell all about the shenanigans of government ministers and VIPs. Then, when some ordinary little guy is unfortunate enough to do the same, you toss him in the slammer. Any more questions, Inspector? If I'd had time, I would have written them down. Does Erna claim that her friend Bessie was in love with Mullins? No, she thinks as I do that Bessie was truly in love with Sergeant Ward. But she wanted Mullins. When she'd been drinking, she wanted any man. Did that happen to her often? Several times a week, and on Ward's side it was romance. When he didn't come to see her, he wrote her every day and sometimes talked on the telephone with her for half an hour. Did she hope to marry him? Yes. And he? That's difficult to say. I'm sure he answered me sincerely. He's a decent enough fellow, really. He got married the way lots of young folks get married around here, in a matter of days. You meet a girl, you think her in love because you want her, and you go looking for a marriage license. I noticed the court avoided summoning the wife. Why bother? She's not in good health. She's having trouble raising her 2 children. She's expecting a third, and that's what was holding Ward back. He would really have liked to marry Bessie, and at the same time he was afraid of hurting his wife. Maigret had not been mistaken in comparing these grown men to schoolboys. They played at being tough. They thought they were tough. A hoodlum from La Bastille or Place Pigalle would have scorned them as choir boys. Was it you, Chief, who identified the body? My men had done it before me. Bessie went through my office 5 or 6 times. Because she was engaging in prostitution. You always use words that are too specific, and that's why it's so hard to answer you. For example, when she worked at the drive-in restaurant, Bessie earned about $30 a week, where the apartment she shared with Erna cost them only $60 a month. Did she earn anything on the side? Not necessarily in cash. She got taken out to eat and drink. A cocktail costs 50 cents, a whiskey the same. Are there lots like her in the city? At different levels. There are some you take out for spaghetti at a drive-in, and others whom you invite for a chicken dinner in a nice restaurant. Erna Bolton? Mitchell keeps a close eye on her. It would cost her a lot to cheat on him, and I'm convinced he'll marry her one of these days. They aren't little saints, but they're not bad people. Did Sergeant Mitchell know that his sister and Mullins had had sex in the kitchen? Erna took him aside to tell him about it. How did he react? O'Rourke began to laugh. I wasn't there, Inspector. I only know what he felt like telling me. Did you know that he was his sister's guardian, and that he took this seriously? By letting her sleep with any man she fancied. What would you have had him do? He couldn't be with her night and day. She absolutely had to earn her living, and she wasn't well educated enough to work in an office. He tried to have her work as a salesgirl in a 5 and 10 cent store, but she didn't last longer than a day, because she kept chatting with the customers and made mistakes in her arithmetic. Mitchell saw Ward as better than nothing, and he might have wound up marrying her. Mullins would have been an improvement, since he was single. Now it was Maigret's turn to laugh. The characters of all these people were changing right before his eyes with every revelation O'Rourke made. Brandy had been served, a vintage bottle which the chief deputy sheriff was proud to offer his guest. O'Rourke, who had heard that cognac must be decanted before it is drunk, held his glass reverently in the palm of his big hand. To your health. What surprised Maigret was not the leniency of men like his police colleague or like Harry Cole, who brought his prisoner along for lunch in a good restaurant.
That kind of indulgence was common at Quai des Orfèvres, too. In Paris, there were certain bad characters whom Maigret knew by heart, ran into now and then, and to whom he sometimes said, "You've gone too far again, my friend, and I'm going to arrest you. It'll do you good to meditate in the shade for a few months." What did astonish him was the attitude of the jurors, the public. For example, when the witnesses had described the drunken saga of that night and mentioned the number of rounds, no one had even blinked. Those people seem to understand that it takes all kinds to make a world, and that a certain percentage of any society will always fall by the wayside. At the top of the criminal heap, there are the major mobsters, who are almost indispensable, since it's thanks to them that everyone can obtain what is forbidden by law. Those gangsters need killers to settle their accounts among themselves. Not everyone can belong to a club catering to a certain social class. Not everyone can climb the social ladder. There are those who descend it. There are those who are born at the very bottom. There are the weak, the ones born unlucky, as well as those who become bad guys to brazen it out and believe in spite of everything that they're still good for something. And it was all this that these ordinary people seemed to understand. Does Van Fleet have a mistress? Are you asking me if he sleeps more or less regularly with a woman? If you prefer. No, it's more difficult than you think. Aside from a Bessie or an Erna Bolton, a woman in that situation always manages to get herself married. Bessie had almost made it. Erna will. So that he could count only on the odd opportunity. Rare opportunities, yes. And O'Neill. O'Neill as well. Let me point out, by the way, that Ted O'Neill, all appearances to the contrary, is the most timid of all. He feels out of place. He isn't comfortable in his own skin. He had a strict upbringing. I wonder if he doesn't sometime miss the paternal homestead and that whole righteous world that has now shut him out. His parents don't write to him. They no longer wish to know him. Wo Li. When you've lived in a city along with a few hundred Chinese, you'll find that you're better off not trying to understand them. I think Wo Li is a good little boy and he wants to succeed. He's proud of his uniform. He'll get himself bravely killed in the next war. Harry Cole, who had hardly said a word, watched them both with an enigmatic smile. But now he spoke up. I know a little about the Chinese. What do you think of them? Nothing, he said, tongue-in-cheek. Most of the diners had finished eating. From the now crowded bar came loud chatter and the clinking of glasses. People were playing cards in a neighboring room. Question. Yes. I'm not sure how to ask it. I keep coming back to the fact that they were 5 men and 1 woman, and they'd been drinking. Mullins, you told me, had given in to temptation. He got what he wanted. That left Ward's 3 other pals. Don't you think a big red-faced boy like Van Fleet, a solid young man like O'Neill, wanted her as well? Quite possibly. Don't you think she played the same game with them as she did with Mullins? Probably. She must have got them going, if that's what you mean. Do the Chinese, like blacks, have a certain predilection for white women? Your turn, Harry. I don't think it's a real preference. Their natural inclination would be for their own women, but with them it's a question of pride. So, continued Maigret, returning to his theme, they were 5 men and 1 woman in a car, all squeezed together in the back seat. As I remember, in the dark, there were O'Neill, Bessie, and Wo Li. Oh, wait, I've started at the wrong end. You said Ward was jealous. He knew Bessie's temperament and her behavior when drunk, yet he's the one who organized this night out with his pals. You don't understand? I think I do, but I'd like to know if my rationale seems logical to Americans. Ward was rather proud of himself. He, a married man, had what you'd call a mistress. Can you imagine what prestige that gave him with regard to his friends? He was willing to run the risk. He wasn't thinking of the risk, only of impressing them. You'll remember that at a certain point he became worried and tried to keep Bessie from drinking. He didn't seem to be jealous of anyone but Mullins. He wasn't that far wrong. He saw Mullins as the handsome guy who attracts women.
He wasn't so worried about the other two, who were a head shorter than he is, still less about Wo Li, who's only a child. You admit that it's some sort of exhibitionism? I've heard that in Paris and elsewhere, at the opera or like places, the snootiest people proudly show off their wives or mistresses in very low-cut dresses. Do you think something happened in the car that made Bessie decide not to go on to Nogales? One explanation springs to mind, but I don't know if it's the right one. After bursting into the kitchen, Ward became nervous and ill-tempered. He made Bessie change places and sit in the back of the car to get her away from Mullins. By the same token, he was moving her away from himself. It was the kind of sulk. She might well have sulked right back at him. What if something scared her? Some move made by O'Neill or Wo Li in a car carrying 6 people. Don't forget, Inspector, that everyone except Wo Li was pretty drunk. Is that why their testimonies don't match? And also because I admit they each feel more or less under suspicion. Besides, friendship is involved. O'Neill and Van Fleet are almost inseparable, and you've noticed that their depositions are almost identical. Wo Li tries to deal tactfully with everyone because he can't bear to be a tattletale. Why did Ward claim that Bessie didn't get back in the car after the first stop? Because he's afraid. Don't forget this business puts him in trouble up to his neck. He's got a wife and children. His wife will probably file for divorce. He stated that Bessie went off with Sergeant Mullins. What proves she didn't? Your deputies contradict one another as well. Each of them is under oath and says what he believes to be the truth. The Southern Pacific Inspector seems to know his job. He's a good man. Conley? A fine fellow. Atwater? A complete jackass. He did not mince words in rating his subordinates. And Schneider? A first-rate technician. You really hope to find the car that took the 3 men back to the base? I'd be surprised if it isn't parked in front of my office tomorrow morning, because this afternoon we obtained the address of the garage that sold the set of tires. That's why the inquest was adjourned until tomorrow. That, and because the jurors will be more alert. You think they've understood some of it? They've been paying close attention. At this point, they're probably a little lost. Tomorrow it should be enough to present them with more evidence, if we have any. And if you don't, they'll decide according to their consciences. Doesn't this system allow many guilty people to go free? That's better than locking up the innocent, don't you think? Why did you go back to the Penguin Bar yesterday? I tell you, Bessie, who lived close by, went there almost every night. I wanted to make a list of all the men she was meeting there. Did the waitress give you some interesting information? She told me that Van Fleet and O'Neill had come by several times. With Ward? No. Did they ever go out with Bessie? No, Bessie didn't like them. Does that mean Bessie couldn't have made a date with them? O'Neill could have talked to her in the car and asked her to get rid of the others. I thought about that. She announces that she does not want to continue on to Nogales, picks a fight with Ward, refuses to get back in the car and waits for the other 2 in the desert. They leave their other friends when they get to Tucson, never suspecting that Ward and Mullins mean to go back to where they had been. They try to get rid of Wo Li, who isn't in on the plan, then take a taxi. And they kill her. I believe I would have had the 2 men's underwear examined. That was done. The results were negative of Van Fleet, if I get what you mean. It was too late for O'Neill, as his underwear had already gone off to the laundry by then. Do you think Bessie was murdered? The thing is, Chief Inspector, here we never believe someone is guilty until we have proof. Every man is presumed innocent. Maigret shot back half seriously, half in jest. Every French person is presumed guilty. Nevertheless, I bet it was you who had those 5 locked up on a charge of inciting a minor to drink. Did they get her to drink, yes or no? Did they admit it? Yes, but so they broke the law. And that works out for me, because it simplifies my task to have them in jail. I don't have that many men at my disposal. I would have had to keep them all under surveillance. And I think you now know about as much as I do regarding all this. If you have any more questions, I'm still available.
Was it just after learning of his sister's death that Mitchell claimed she'd been murdered? That was his first reaction. Don't forget that he knew she had sex with Mullins in the kitchen and that Ward had almost caught them at it. No. What do you mean? Mitchell has never suspected Ward. Anyway, it's not Ward he suspects at the moment. He told you so. That's what he gave me to understand. Then you know more than I do, and perhaps I'd best have a talk with him. Be that as it may, I have to get to the office now. Are you staying with the inspector, Harry? Maigret wound up on the street corner with Cole, whose car, as usual, was not far off. Where do you feel like going, Julius? To bed. You don't think this might be the moment for a nightcap? That was the thing. They had just left a pleasant club where every kind of drink in the world had been on offer. Cole knew everyone there. They could have talked and imbibed their fill. Yet once outside, Cole wanted to go and prop up some anonymous bar. Perhaps it had something to do with the attractive power of sin. Maigret almost left his companion and returned to the hotel because he really did want to go to bed. A kind of cowardice led him to stay with Cole, who pulled up a little later naturally across the street from the Penguin. It was almost deserted that evening. Music was coming from the jukebox, its lights gleaming in the habitually dim interior. Two couples were sitting at a table near the jukebox, Harold Mitchell with Erna Bolton, and the musician with Maggie. Seeing Maggie enter with the FBI man, Mitchell raised an eyebrow and began talking quietly with his companions. Are you married? Maigret asked Cole. I'm the father of three. They're off in New England, since I'm posted here for only a few months. There was a hint of homesickness in his eyes, and he downed his drink in one go. What do you think of the club? He asked in turn. I did not expect it to be so luxurious. There are better ones. At the country club, for example, they have golf, several tennis courts, a magnificent swimming pool. After signaling the barman for a refill, Cole continued, A person can eat much better and for less money than in the restaurants. Everything is of good quality. Except that you have to admit, there's no word in English. I think that in French you'd say it's emmerdant, right? Such strange people. They saddled themselves with strict rules, and they tried conscientiously to follow them for so many hours per day, or days per week, or weeks per year. Did they all feel the need to escape from them at some point? It was much later, near closing time, that Cole, who had drunk a great deal and who that day was aggressive only towards himself, confessed his secret. You see, Julius, for the world to go around, it's essential that people live in a certain way. You have a comfortable house, electric appliances, luxurious car, a well-dressed woman who gives you beautiful children and keeps them clean. You belong to your parish and your club. You earn money and work each year to increase the amount. Isn't that the way it is all over the world? Perhaps your country has perfected this system. Because we're richer. Here we have poor people with their own cars. The blacks who pick cotton almost all have an old car. We've reduced the down-and-outers to a minimum. We are a great people, Julius. And when Maigret replied, I am convinced of that, he was not simply being polite. Still, there are moments when the comfortable house, the smiling wife, the well-scrubbed children, the car, the club, the office and bank account are not enough. Does that happen back in your country too? I believe that happens to everybody. Well, Julius, I'm going to give you my remedy, which a few million of us know and use. You walk into a bar like this one, which one doesn't matter for they're all alike. The barman calls you by your first name, or some other first name. If he doesn't know you, it's not important. He pushes a glass towards you and fills it whenever he sees it empty. Sooner or later, someone you don't know will tap you on the shoulder and tell you the story of his life. Most of the time, he shows a snapshot of his wife and kids and finally confesses to you what a fucking pig he is. Sometimes the fellow who gets gloomy on the booze looks at you funny and for no apparent reason punches you in the face. It doesn't matter. At any rate, you'll be ushered outside at 1 in the morning because it's the law, and the law is still the law. You try to get home without knocking over any lampposts because you risk going to prison if you drive drunk. And the next morning, you hit the little blue bottle that you know. You have a few good belches smelling of whiskey, a hot bath and an icy shower, and the world is nice and clean again. You're happy as can be to find yourself back in your tidy house, the streets swept, the car riding quietly, the office air-conditioned, and life is beautiful, Julius. Maigret was looking at the two couples over in the corner near the jukebox who were looking back at them. In short, it was so that life could be beautiful, but Bessie was dead. Chapter 8. The Black Man Speaks Up. All 5 of them were there, in the blue prison uniforms, out in the second-story colonnade. The much-laundered clothing had turned the same blue as sardine nets, the same blue as the morning sky you see each day, as pure as ever. In a shady recess there still lingered a little coolness from the night and the dawn, but crossing the line of light meant entering burning waves that seared the skin. Soon, when the sun would be at its zenith in the sky, one of the 5 men might stand accused of manslaughter or murder. Were they thinking about that? And were those of them who knew themselves to be innocent wondering who among them had killed? Or did they know and have they remained silent only through friendship or solidarity? What was striking was their isolation. They belonged to the same base, the same unit. They had gone out drinking, had fun together, and called one another by their first names. Yet at their first appearance before the coroner, invisible walls had divided them and made them strangers. Most of the time, they avoided looking at one another, and when they happened to do so, the look in their eyes was grave and heavy with bitterness or suspicion. Sometimes they brushed up against one another, elbow to elbow, yet without making any real contact. Among these men, however, there still existed bonds that Maigret had sensed from the first day and was now beginning to understand. For example, they divided into 2 distinct groups, not only when out on leave, but back in the barracks as well. Sergeant Ward and Dan Mullins formed one of these groups. They were the oldest. It was tempting to call them the grown-ups, and next to them the other 3 looked like rookies in the junior class. Like new pupils, those 3 had an aura of clumsiness, indecision, and they looked at their colleagues with envious admiration. Yet the thickest and most impenetrable wall was between Ward and Mullins. Could Ward forget that Mullins had possessed Bessie almost before his eyes in the musician's kitchen, and that this was doubtless the last embrace she had known? To have her, it was he who had paid the price. He had promised to get a divorce, which meant he would be cut off from his children. He had wagered everything in the game, while his friend had simply gazed at her with his bedroom eyes. Did Ward not have more serious suspicions about Mullins? Was it not believable that he had spoken in good faith about having secretly been drugged? He had fallen abruptly asleep, and his pride as a drinking man kept him from admitting that the cause was alcohol. He did not know how long he had slept. Maigret had made an amusing observation on this point. Whenever the coroner or the attorney had asked the men to be more specific about the time, they had wound up saying, "I didn't have a watch on." That had reminded Maigret of his military service, back when soldiers earned a pittance, and when after a few weeks every watch in the regiment was in a pawn shop. What proved to Ward that Mullins had remained sitting next to him in the car? Maigret had put the matter to Cole, who knew about such things because of his job. Couldn't the musician have had marijuana cigarettes at his place? First of all, I'm fairly certain he did not. Secondly, had he had some, they would not have plunged Ward into the deep sleep he described. On the contrary, he would have felt abnormally energized. And didn't Mullins, for his part, suspect Ward of having slipped off while he was asleep to go up to the railway tracks? No look of hatred or reproach was ever observed between them, however. Each of them, frowning hard, seemed stubbornly to be trying to solve the problem on his own. In the junior class, Van Fleet was the most nervous. That morning he had the eyes of someone who has not slept all night or who has been crying for a long time. His gaze was fixed and anxious. He seemed to sense an imminent misfortune, and his nails were bitten to the quick. He kept chewing on them at times without thinking, would stop abruptly when he realized it, then try to compose himself. O'Neill, stubborn and sullen, still resembled a good student who has been unjustly punished, and he was the only one of the 5 awkwardly wearing a prison uniform too big for him. As for Wo Lee, there was something pure in his attitude, his eyes, his delicate features, that made you want to treat him like a child. "Last day!" a joyous voice exclaimed at Maigret's ear, making him jump. It was a juror, the oldest one, who looked like an etching. His eyes, surrounded by 1,000 fine, deep wrinkles, sparkled with both kindness and mischief. He had seen Maigret attend the inquest so faithfully and with such passionate interest that he must have thought him disappointed that it was ending already. The last day. Yes. Did the old man, who seemed so carefree, already have his own opinion of the case? Van Fleet, who was the closest suspect and had overheard him, began to chew his nails again, while Sergeant Ward stared somberly at the heavy man with a foreign accent who seemed to take an interest in him, God knows why. They were all freshly shaven. Ward had even had his hair cut. It had been left shorter than usual around the nape and ears, so that the white skin there stood out against his suntan. Something unusual was going on. It was 20 to 10, and Ezekiel had not yet summoned the jurors to the hearing. He was not out in the arcade, but downstairs in the shade near the lawn, smoking his pipe in front of a closed door. No one had seen the coroner, or the attorney, or O'Rourke, who were usually bustling about in the corridors. The regulars had taken their places in the courtroom as of 9:30, and then had drifted out one after the other, leaving a hat or some other object to save their seats. They gazed down on Ezekiel. Some of them went downstairs for a Coca-Cola. The black woman with the baby spoke to Maigret, but he did not understand what she said and simply smiled at her, then tickled the child's chin with one finger. He went downstairs too, saw there was a meeting going on in the coroner's glassed-in office, and recognized O'Rourke, who was on the phone. He slipped a nickel into the slot of the red machine and drank his first Coca-Cola of the morning from the bottle. From below, he continued to watch the 5 men, leaning on the balustrade upstairs. That is when he took a piece of paper from his wallet and scribbled something on it. There was a vendor of newspapers and postcards in the arcade who also sold envelopes, so Maigret bought one, slipped his paper inside, closed it, and wrote O'Rourke's name on the outside. There was an increasing sense of impatience and a certain uneasiness. Everyone had finally noticed the door behind which the officials were closeted, and from which emerged the occasional harried deputy who would rush off to another office. At last, a light-coloured car stopped in front of the arcade, and a short, squat man crossed the patio, going towards the sheriff's office. They must have been watching for him, because O'Rourke ran to meet him and led him back to the office. The door closed behind them. Finally, at 5 to 10, with a last puff on his pipe, Ezekiel called out his traditional, "Members of the jury." Everyone sat down. The coroner tried different positions in his armchair and adjusted the microphone. Ezekiel fiddled for a moment with the air conditioner buttons and went to shut the Venetian blinds. "Angelino Pozzi." O'Rourke looked around for Maigret and winked at him. Harold Mitchell, sitting a little way off, noticed the gesture and glowered. "Are you a food retailer and supplier for the Air Force Base?" "I provide food and drink for the officers' mess and the non-coms mess." His background was Italian, and he still had an accent. He was overheated from his hurried arrival and mopped his brow constantly, looking around with curiosity. "Do you know anything about the death of Bessie Mitchell? Have you heard anything about this inquest?" "No, sir. I arrived 1 hour ago from Los Angeles, where I went with one of my trucks to pick up some produce. My wife told me that someone had telephoned several times during the night to ask if I got home. A little while ago, just when I showered and was about to go to bed, a man from the sheriff arrived." "What have you been doing since the morning of July the 28th? "When I left the base, where I had some orders to pick up—" "Just a moment. Where did you spend the night of July 27th to July 28th? "In Nogales, on the Mexican side.
I had just bought 2 truckloads of cantaloupes and 1 truckload of vegetables. I spent part of a night with my suppliers, as we often do. Did you have a lot to drink? Not much. We played poker. Did anything else happen? We went up to have a drink in the red light district, and while my vehicle was parked outside, a car must have run into it, because I found one fender damaged. Describe your vehicle. It's a beige Pontiac, which I bought used about a week ago. Did you know that the tires had been bought on credit? I did not. I often buy and resell vehicles, not so much for profit as to do someone a favor. At what time did you begin driving back to Tucson? It must have been about 3 a.m. when I drove through the border gate. I chatted for a moment with the immigration agent, who knows me well. He had got the European habit of gesticulating while speaking, and kept looking at all the people around him as if he did not yet understand what was wanted of him. Were you alone in the car? Yes, sir. As I approached Tucson Airport, I saw someone signaling me to stop. I figured he was hitchhiking and was sorry he hadn't turned up earlier because I would have had some company. What time was that? I wasn't driving fast. It must have been a little past 4. Was it daylight? Not yet, but the sky wasn't black anymore. Turn around and tell us which of these men waved you down like that. Potsy did not hesitate. It was the Chinese, ma'am. Was he alone by the highway? Yes, sir. How was he dressed? I think he was wearing a purplish or violet shirt. Did you see any vehicles on your way to Tucson? Yes, I did, sir, about 2 miles farther on. Headed towards Nogales? Yes. A Chevrolet was parked by the side of the road in front of a telegraph pole. Its lights weren't on, and for a moment I thought it was an accident, because the front bumper was almost touching the pole. Did you notice anyone inside it? It was too dark. What did Corporal Wo-Lee say when you stopped? He asked me if I would wait a moment for his 2 friends, who would be arriving any second. He added that all 3 of them were from the base, and I replied that I was just on my way there. I thought that 2 others had gone off for a moment to relieve themselves. Did you wait a long time? It seemed long to me, yes. About how many minutes? Maybe 3 or 4. The corporal shouted some names, using his hands like a megaphone, turned towards the railway tracks. Could you see the tracks? No, but I often drive that route and I know where they pass. Did Wo-Lee walk towards the tracks? No, I could tell he decided to leave without his friends if they didn't show up right away. He was inside the vehicle. He stayed outside, leaning on the front fender. Was that the fender that had been damaged in Nogales? Yes, sir. Maigret understood. The police must have found paint chips on the highway, which was why the 3 men had been asked if the car that brought them back to the base showed signs of an accident. What happened next? Nothing. The other 2 arrived. We heard their footsteps first. Coming from the direction of the tracks? Yes. What did they say? Nothing. They got right in the car. Did they sit in the back? One of the 2 sat in back with the Chinese. The other sat next to me. He turned around and, without being asked, pointed at O'Neill. That's the one who was in front. Did he chat with you? No. He was very red and breathing heavily. I thought he was drunk and had maybe just vomited. They didn't talk among themselves? No. To tell you the truth, I began to talk on my own. All the way to the base? Yes. I left him in the first courtyard just after the barbed wire. I think the Chinese fellow was the only one to say thank you. Did you find anything in your car afterwards? No, sir. I took care of my business at the base and drove home. I often stay up all night.
The driver came to get me with one of the trucks, and we headed out towards Los Angeles. We left there yesterday at noon. I haven't read the papers because I've been real busy. Any questions, members of the jury?" They shook their heads, and Potsy, collecting the straw hat he had placed on the floor, went towards the exit. "One moment. Would you be good enough to hold yourself for a little while yet at the disposal of the court?" As there were no empty seats, Potsy stood in the doorway and lit a cigarette, thus drawing upon himself the thundering of Ezekiel. Just when O'Rourke was standing up at last, the elderly black juror raised his hand as if at school. "I would like for each of the 5 men to be asked under oath when he saw Bessie Mitchell, alive or dead, for the last time." Maigret shivered and looked at the juror with mingled astonishment and admiration. As O'Rourke sat back down, he turned towards his colleague with a look that said, "Not so stupid, that old guy." Only the coroner seemed annoyed. "Sergeant Ward," he called. And when the sergeant was seated before the chrome-plated microphone, "You have heard the juror's question. I remind you that you are still under oath. When did you last see Bessie, alive or dead?" "On July 28th in the afternoon, when Mr. O'Rourke took me to the morgue to identify her." "When did you see her before that for the last time?" "When she left the car with Sergeant Mullins." "When the car was stopped for the first time on the right side of the highway?" "Yes, sir." "When you left the car later to go and look for her, you did not see her?" "No, sir." The black juror indicated that he was satisfied. "Sergeant Mullins, I ask you the same question and remind you of the same caution. When did you see Bessie for the last time?" "When she got out of the car with Ward, and they went off into the darkness." "During the first stop?" "No, sir, the second one." "Meaning when the car was already turned towards Tucson?" "Yes, sir. I did not see her again after that." "Corporal Van Fleet." He was clearly at the breaking point. His nerves, for whatever reason, were beginning to give way, and the slightest shock would be enough to make him crumble. His face was red with blotches, his fingers twitched, and he hardly knew where to look. "Did you hear the question?" O'Rourke had leaned over the attorney who addressed the witness. "I emphasize the fact that you are testifying under oath, and I remind you that perjury is a federal crime punishable by up to 10 years in prison." He was a painful sight to see, like an injured cat being tortured by frenzied boys. For the first time, the tragic drama was striking home. At that very moment, the black woman's baby began to cry. The coroner scowled impatiently. The mother tried in vain to hush the child. Twice, Van Fleet opened his mouth to speak, and both times the baby wailed even more loudly, so that in the end the woman regretfully decided to leave the courtroom. Then Pinky opened his mouth once more, and it remained open, without producing a single sound. The silence seemed as long as Potsy's 3-minute wait beside the highway. Everyone felt a desire to help the corporal, to whisper an answer to him, or ask the coroner not to intimidate him any more. O'Rourke bent down yet again to the attorney, who then rose and walked straight over to the witness stand, shaking a pencil at Van Fleet like a schoolteacher. "Did you hear Mr. Potsy's deposition? When he pulled over at the side of the highway, your friend Woolley was there alone. Where were you?" "In the desert." "Over by the railway tracks?" Yes." "On the railbed?" He shook his head vigorously. "No, sir. I swear I did not set foot on the tracks." "But from where you were, couldn't you see them?" No reply. Van Fleet looked everywhere and nowhere. Maigret sensed that he must have been making a huge effort not to turn around towards O'Neill. His forehead was beaded with sweat, and he was biting his nails again. "What did you see on the tracks?" He did not answer, rigid with panic. "In that case, answer the first question. When did you see Bessie, alive or dead, for the last time?" The Dutchman's anguish was so telling that everyone's nerves felt the strain, and some people must have felt like shouting enough. "I said, alive or dead. Did you hear me? Answer."
Then Van Fleet shot to his feet and burst into tears, shaking his head convulsively. "It wasn't me! It wasn't me!" he yelled, panting. "I swear it wasn't me." He was shaking from head to toe in hysterics, his teeth chattering, and he gazed around the courtroom with eyes so lost they could not have seen a thing. O'Rourke moved quickly to him and grasped one arm firmly to keep the young man from flinging himself to the floor. He led him that way to the door and handed him over to Gerald Conley, the stout deputy with a carved grip revolver. He spoke to the deputy in a low voice, then went to confer with the coroner. The atmosphere was one of hesitation, indecision. The attorney joined the discussion with the coroner, which continued for a few moments. Then the men seemed to look around for someone. Hans Schmeider, the plaster mold technician, was brought in from the corridor, carrying a package. Addressing the black juror, the coroner murmured, "If you'll allow us, we will listen to this witness before asking the last two men your question. Step up, Schmeider. Tell us what you discovered last night." "I went to the base with two men, and we searched through the rubbish waiting to be burned. The rubbish is piled up on some waste ground a little way from the barracks. We had to use flashlights. And this is what we found." From a cardboard box, he withdrew a pair of shoes, rather battered, and showed that they had rubber heels. "I compared these with the footprints. They are definitely the shoes that left the second set of prints." "Explain." "I call set number 1 the footprints that go approximately from the car to the railway tracks, more or less following the path of Bessie Mitchell. Set number 2 designates the prints that begin farther along the highway towards Nogales, entering at the same place on the railway bed, not far from where the body was found." "Were you able to determine to whom these shoes belong?" "No, sir." "Did you question the people at the base?" "No, sir. There are around 4,000 men there." "Thank you." Before leaving, Schmeider placed the shoes on the attorney's table. "Corporal Woe Lee." He walked over to the witness stand, and once more the microphone had to be lowered. "Do not forget that you are testifying under oath. I ask you the same question I put to your comrades. When did you see Bessie Mitchell for the last time?" He did not hesitate. He did, however, wait a beat, the way he usually did, as if mentally translating the question into his own language. "When she left the car the second time." "You did not see her after that?" "No, sir." "Didn't you hear her?" the attorney asked quickly after prompting from O'Rourke. This time, Woe Lee thought longer, staring at the floor for a moment, opening his clear eyes wide, with their lashes as long as a girl's. "I'm not sure, sir." He immediately looked over at O'Neill with an air of asking forgiveness. "What do you mean exactly?" "I heard some noises, as if people were arguing and shaking bushes." "When was that?" "Maybe 10 minutes before the car drove up." "You're talking about Mr. Potsy's car?" "Yes, sir." "You were by the highway?" "I never left it." "Had it been a long time since you'd sent away the taxi?" "Maybe half an hour." "Where were your friends?" "When we let go of the taxi, we walked all together at first towards Nogales, as I told you. I believe we had made a mistake about the place and had stopped too close to the airfield. After a while we turned around and we split up. I continued to walk along the highway. I heard Van Fleet about 20 yards into the desert, and O'Neill was farther off." "Over by the railway tracks?" "Just about. At one point there was some noise." "Did you recognize a woman's voice?" "I don't know." "Did the noise last a long time?" "No, sir. It was very short." "Did you hear either Van Fleet's voice or O'Neill's?" "I think so." "Which one?" "O'Neill's." "What was he saying?" "It was hard to tell. I think he was calling Van Fleet." "He called out that name?" "No, sir. He called him Pinky the way he usually did. Someone started to run. I thought I heard quiet talking. That's when I noticed the car coming from Nogales and stepped out into the highway to signal to it." You knew that your friends would rejoin you. I thought that when they heard the car stop, they would come. Any questions, Counselor? The attorney shook his head. Members of the jury? They said no as well. Recess. Chapter 9. The Sergeant's Hip Flask. Maigret tried in vain to stop O'Rourke as he went by. Preoccupied, the chief deputy sheriff had gone quickly past and shut himself up in what must have been his office on the ground floor. The window there was open because of a heat, and an endless stream of people could be seen filing through during the recess. Pinky was there, sitting in a chair near some green filing cabinets. He had been given a drink to calm him down. O'Rourke and one of his men were talking to him gently in a friendly way, and the corporal managed to smile wanly a few times. Escorted by her brothers and sisters, the black woman was still walking up and down the corridors, her baby in her arms, and when the jurors were summoned, she was the first spectator to return to her seat. In the end, the business had been conducted more or less as in France, except that there the interrogations would have taken place in one of the offices of the police judiciaire, behind closed doors, instead of in public. The jurors seemed more solemn, as if they could feel the hour of their greatest responsibility drawing nigh. If the black juror had not asked his question, would the inquest have taken the same turn? Would O'Rourke have taken charge of the proceedings? Corporal Van Fleet. Now he looked like a boxer who has taken a real beating in the earlier rounds, and who advances towards his adversary for the knockout punch. So people watched him with some compassion. They knew that he knew, and everyone wanted to learn the truth at last. At the same time, they were a little ashamed about the state to which he had necessarily been reduced. The coroner left the job of polishing him off to the attorney, who rose once more to approach the witness, his pencil in hand. About 10 minutes before the car arrived, that would take all three of you back to the base. Something happened on the railway tracks, and some noise was heard by Wo Lee from the highway. Did you hear anything? Yes, sir. Did you see something? Yes, sir. Exactly what happened? He had clearly decided to tell all. He was trying to find the right words and almost seemed on the verge of asking for help. Ted had already been lying with Bessie for a while. It was strange to hear him at that precise moment call O'Neill by his first name. I suppose I must have made some noise without meaning to. How far away were you from the couple? 5 or 6 yards. O'Neill knew you were there. Yes. It had been arranged between you? Yes. Who bought the hip flask and when? It was a little before the Penguin Bar closed for the night. Was it bought along with the other bottles? No. Whose idea was it? Ours. You mean you and O'Neill? Yes, sir. With what intention did you purchase a bottle that could be slipped into a pocket when you had been drinking all evening and would keep on drinking at the musician's place? We wanted to get Bessie drunk, and Sergeant Ward wasn't letting her drink as much as she wanted. Did you have any specific intentions as of that moment? Maybe not specific ones. You knew someone would suggest finishing up the night in Nogales. There or elsewhere, it always happens in the same way. In short, before you left the Penguin, which means before 1 in the morning, you knew what you wanted. We were saying that we might have an opportunity. Was Bessie aware of this? She knew that Ted had gone to the Penguin several times to meet her. Had you let Wo Lee in on the secret? No, sir. Who had the flask in his pocket? O'Neill. Who paid for it? Both of us. I gave him 2 $1 bills. He put in the rest. There was already another bottle in the car. We didn't know beforehand if it would be left there, and besides, it was too big a bottle to hide. When you left for Nogales and O'Neill wound up in the back with Bessie, did he try to take advantage of that? I suppose. Did he give her anything to drink? It's possible. I didn't ask him about it. If I understand correctly, it had suited you both perfectly to abandon Bessie in the desert. Yes, sir. Did the two of you discuss it? We didn't need to. We understood each other. Did you decide at that time to get rid of Wo-Lee? Yes, sir. You did not anticipate that Ward and Mullins would go back out into the desert? No, sir. Did you assume that Bessie would go along with this? She'd already had a lot to drink. And you planned to have her drink more? Yes, sir. Having come this far, he would now answer even the most awkward and embarrassing questions. How come it took you about half an hour to find Bessie Mitchell? We must have stopped the taxi too soon. We'd been drinking, too. It's hard at night to recognize a particular place along the highway. Both of you tried again to send Wo-Lee back, and when you all turned around, you two were both walking in the desert. Yes, sir. Were you together? O'Neill was on my right, about 20 yards off. I could hear his footsteps. Now and then he'd whistle softly to let me know where he was. Did he find Bessie on the railway tracks? No, sir. Close by. Was she sleeping? I don't know. I guess so. Exactly what happened then? I heard him talking softly to her, and I realized that he was lying on the ground with her. At first, she thought it was Sergeant Ward. Then she burst out laughing. Did he give her some alcohol? He must have, because I heard the sound of the empty bottle falling on pebbles, probably on the railbed. What were you doing meanwhile? I was going closer as quietly as possible. Did O'Neill know this? Probably. Was this the agreement you both had? More or less. And that's when something unexpected happened. Yes, sir. I must have been caught by a thorn bush, and that made some noise. Then Bessie started fighting and got furious. She shouted that now she understood that we were dirty scum, that we took her for a whore, but that we were wrong. O'Neill tried to make her be quiet because he was afraid that Corporal Wo-Lee might hear her. Did you go any closer? No, sir, I didn't move, but she could see my outline. She was cursing us, promising to tell Ward who'd punch us right in the face. He spoke in a monotone, amid absolute silence. Was O'Neill holding her around the torso? She ordered him to let go of her. She was struggling. She finally fought free and started to run. On the railway tracks? Yes, sir. O'Neill ran after her. She could hardly stay on her feet and was weaving around. She tripped a couple of times on the wooden ties. She fell down. And? O'Neill shouted, "Are you there, Pinky?" I went towards him and heard him grousing. That bitch. He asked me to go and see if she was hurt. I told him to go himself because I didn't have the courage. I felt sick. I had a car coming along the highway. Wo-Lee called to us. No one went to see what state Bessie was in. O'Neill finally went over. He merely bent down towards her. He put his hand out but didn't touch her. What did he say when he came back? He said, "That's a dirty trick she's playing on us. She isn't moving." Did you conclude that she was dead? I don't know. I couldn't ask him any more questions. The car was waiting for us. We could see its headlights. We could hear the driver's voice. You never thought about the train? No, sir. O'Neill didn't bring that up. We didn't talk at all. And back at the base? No. We went to bed without saying a thing. Any questions, members of the jury? No one moved. Sergeant O'Neill. The two men crossed paths near the witness stand without looking at each other. When did you see Bessie Mitchell for the last time? When she fell on the tracks. Did you bend down over her? Yes, sir. Was she hurt? I thought I saw blood on one temple. Did you conclude from this that she was dead? I don't know, sir. It never occurred to you to move her somewhere else? I didn't have time, sir. The car was waiting. You never thought about the train? For a moment he hesitated.
Not exactly. When you'd found her near the tracks, was she sleeping?
Yes, sir. She woke up almost immediately.
What did you do?
I gave her something to drink.
Did you have sex with her?
I started to, sir.
What interrupted you?
She heard a noise.
When she saw the vague shape of Corporal Van Fleet, she figured things out and began struggling, yelling abuse at me. I was afraid Wo Lee might hear. I tried to make her be quiet.
Did you hit her?
I don't think so. She was drunk. She was clawing at me. I was trying to make her listen to reason. Did you intend to kill her to make her be quiet?
No, sir. She got away from me and started to run.
You've seen these shoes. Do they belong to you?
Yes, sir. The next day I thought someone might find footprints in the sand, so I threw them away.
Any more questions? After O'Neill had left the stand, the coroner called out, "Mr. O'Rourke." He simply stood up without leaving his spot. "I have nothing to add," he said, "unless anyone has questions to ask me." His expression was modest, almost astonished, as if he'd had nothing to do with what had just happened, and Maigret muttered between his teeth, "Well, you sly old faker." Then, like a man at the end of his tether, the coroner read a formula placing the jury in the care of Ezekiel, who swore to prevent the jury from communicating with anyone whomsoever during the term of their deliberations. The coroner then explained a few things to the 5 men and 1 woman, whom everyone watched disappear into another room as the oaken door closed behind them. Out in the arcade, there again were the white shirts, the cigars and cigarettes, the bottles of Coca-Cola. "I think you have plenty of time to go and have lunch," announced O'Rourke to Maigret. "Unless I'm much mistaken, they'll be at it for an hour or 2. Did you get my note?" "Forgive me, I'd clean forgotten it." He drew the envelope from his pocket, tore it open, and read a single word. O'Neill. For an instant, his usual gently mocking smile faded as he considered his colleague. Had you also understood that he had not done it on purpose? Instead of answering, Maigret asked him a question. What'll happen to him? I wonder whether he can be accused of rape, since in the beginning at least the girl was willing. They did not hit her at all. There still remains in any case the charge of perjury, the penalty for which is something like 10 years. Right. They're kids, damn kids, aren't they? They were both probably thinking about Pinky and his breakdown. All 5 young men were not far away. Sergeant Ward and Mullins were sneaking glances at each other, as if each one was angry with himself for having suspected the other. Were they going to make peace, become friends again as before? Would they draw a curtain over that business in the kitchen? After hesitating a moment, Ward accepted the cigarette that Mullins offered him, but did not speak to him right away. Wo Lee had done what he could to reply honestly to the questions without incriminating his comrades. He stood by himself, leaning against a column, drinking a Coca-Cola someone had fetched for him. Van Fleet was speaking in a low voice with Deputy Conley, as if he still felt the need to explain himself, while O'Neill, all alone, his face closed up tight, stared savagely at the patio, where the sprinklers were refreshing the lawn. Damn kids, O'Rourke had called them. The Chief Deputy Sheriff was now eager to begin a new investigation. As if he could not see any way out of it, he suggested to Maigret, "Shall we have a quick one?" What was preventing the 2 of them from re-establishing their cordiality and good humor of the previous evening? They went off to the corner bar, where they found several faithful spectators from the first 2 days of the inquest. No one was discussing the case. Each of them was drinking alone. On the shelves behind the bar, sunlight played along the bottles of all colors. Someone had slipped a nickel into the jukebox. A ceiling fan rumbled above the bar. Cars drove by outside, sleek and gleaming. Sometimes, began Maigret in a hesitant voice, a person can feel constricted in ready-made clothes that are too tight in the armholes. Sometimes even that tightness becomes unbearable, and the person wants to tear everything off. He emptied his glass in one go, ordered another one. He remembered what Harry Cole had confided to him, and thought of the thousands, the hundreds of thousands of men in the thousands of bars who all at the same time were methodically drowning the same nostalgia, the same impossible need, and who the next morning, with the help of a shower and the stomach-settling blue bottle, would once again become decent men, untrammeled by ghosts. "Accidents are inevitable," sighed O'Rourke, carefully cutting the tip of a cigar. If Bessie hadn't heard any noise, if she hadn't raved drunkenly that they were treating her like a whore. 5 men and a woman. A few elderly folks, a black fellow, an Indian with a wooden leg, had come together under the watchful eye of Ezekiel, and were trying, in the name of conscientious and organized society, to render a fair verdict. "I've been looking for you for the past 30 minutes, exclaimed Cole. "How long would it take you, Julius, to pack your bags?" "I don't know." "Why?" "My colleague in Los Angeles is impatient to see you. One of the most famous gangsters in the West was shot down a few hours ago just as he was leaving a Hollywood nightclub. My colleague is convinced that this will interest you. You have a direct flight in 1 hour." Maigret never saw Cole again, or O'Rourke, or the 5 Air Force men. He never learned the verdict. He did not even have time to buy the postcards with pictures of cacti flowering in the desert that he'd promised himself to send to his wife. In the plane, he wrote to her on a pad of paper laid across his lap. "My dear Madame Maigret, I'm having a wonderful trip, and my colleagues here are very kind to me. I think that Americans are nice to everyone. As for describing the country to you, it's rather difficult. But just imagine, for 10 days now I've not worn a suit jacket, and I have a cowboy belt around my waist. Luckily I did not let myself be pushed around, otherwise I'd be wearing boots and a broad-brimmed hat like the ones in westerns. By the way, I'm in the far west, and at this moment I'm flying over mountains where you still see Indians with feathers on their heads. What is beginning to seem unreal to me is our apartment on Boulevard Vichy and the little corner cafe with the smell of Calvados. In 2 hours, I will be landing in the world of cinema stars and—" When he awoke, the pad had stepped from his knee. A stewardess, as pretty as a cover girl, was gently attaching his seatbelt around his stomach. "Los Angeles," she announced. He saw at a slant, the plane was already banking, an immense expanse of white houses among green hills at the edge of the ocean. Whatever was he doing there? Maigret in Vichy. Chapter 1. "Do you know them?" Madame Maigret asked in an undertone, as her husband turned around to look at a couple they had just passed. The man had also turned around and was smiling. He even gave the impression he was about to retrace his steps to shake Maigret's hand. "No, I don't think so. I don't know." The man was short and stout, his wife barely taller than him and podgy. Why did Maigret have the feeling that she was Belgian? Because of her fair complexion, her almost yellow hair, and her bulging blue eyes? This was the 5th time at least that their paths had crossed. The first time, the man had stopped dead, and his face had lit up as if in delight. Hesitant, he had half opened his mouth while Maigret frowned and racked his brains in vain. The man's physique and face looked familiar, but who the devil could he be? Where had he met this cheerful little fellow and his marzipan wife before? Honestly, I can't think. It wasn't important. Besides, the people here were not the same as in normal life. Any moment now, the music would strike up. On the bandstand, with its spindly columns and ornate decorations, the uniformed musicians were raising their brass instruments to their lips, their eyes on the conductor. Was it the firemen's band or the municipal workers? They had as many decorations and stripes as South American generals, blood-red shoulder straps and white baldricks. Hundreds of yellow iron chairs were arranged around the bandstand in ever-widening circles as far as the eye could see, and nearly all of them were occupied by men and women
waiting in solemn silence. In a couple of minutes' time, at 9 o'clock, under the spreading trees in the park, the concert would begin. After a muggy day, the evening air was almost chilly, and the breeze made the leaves rustle softly, while the light from the rows of lamp-posts with milky globes made pools of a paler green on the dark grass. "Don't you want to sit down?" There were a few free chairs, but they never sat down. They walked at a leisurely pace. Other visitors were strolling around aimlessly like them, half listening to the music, couples, but also many on their own, men and women who were nearly all past middle age. It was a little unreal. The casino was lit up, white and sumptuous, with over-elaborate 1900-style mouldings. At certain moments, time seemed to have stood still, until a car horn sounded on Rue Georges Clemenceau. "She's here," whispered Madame Maigret, jerking her chin. It had turned into a game. She'd got into the habit of following her husband's gaze, and she could tell when he was surprised or intrigued. What else did they have to do with their days? They ambled around casually. From time to time they paused, not because they were out of breath, but to admire a tree, a house, the play of light and shadow, or a face. They could have sworn they'd been in Vichy for an eternity, whereas this was only their 5th day. They had already created a schedule for themselves which they followed meticulously, as if it were of the utmost importance, and their days were measured out by various rituals which they adhered to religiously. Was Maigret really being serious? His wife sometimes wondered, darting furtive glances at him. He was different from when they were in Paris. His step was more languid, his expression less intense. Most of the time, his vague smile expressed satisfaction, certainly, but also a sort of gloomy irony. "She's wearing her white stole." From roaming the park and the banks of the Allier, the boulevard lined with plane trees, and the teeming or deserted streets at the same time every day, they had come to recognize a number of faces and figures that were already part of their world. Did not everyone here replicate the same actions at the same time of day, and not only at the springs where they drank their hallowed beakers of water? Maigret's gaze picked out someone in the crowd and became more focused. That of his wife followed. "Do you think she's a widow?" They could have nicknamed her the Lady in Mauve, or rather the Lady in Lilac, because she always wore something lilac-coloured. That evening she must have arrived late and had only managed to find a seat at the back. The previous day she had afforded a sight that was both unexpected and moving. The Maigrets had walked past the bandstand at 8 o'clock in the evening, 1 hour before the concert. The little yellow chairs were arranged in circles so regular that they could have been drawn with a compass. All the chairs were empty, except one in the front row, where the Lady in Lilac was sitting. She was not reading by the light of the nearest lamp, she was not knitting, she was doing nothing, showing no impatience. Sitting upright with both hands resting flat on her knees, she remained absolutely still, staring straight ahead, cutting a distinguished figure. She looked as if she had come straight out of a picture book. She wore a white hat, whereas most of the women here were bareheaded. The stole around her shoulders was white too, and her dress the lilac colour of which she seemed fond. Her face was very long and narrow, her lips thin. She must be a spinster, don't you think? Maigret avoided saying anything. He wasn't on a case, wasn't following any leads. Nothing was forcing him to watch people to try and discover their inner truth. He couldn't help doing so now and then, because it had become a reflex. For no reason he sometimes took an interest in a person out for a stroll and tried to guess their profession, their family circumstances, and the kind of life they led when they weren't taking the waters. It was difficult. After a few days or a few hours, everyone became part of the little circle. Most eyes had the same slightly vacant serenity, apart from those of the very sick, who were recognizable by their deformities, their gait, but especially from a mixture of anxiety and hope. The Lady in Lilac was among those who could have been called Maigret's inner circle, the people he'd noticed from the start, and who intrigued him. It was hard to fathom her age. She could just as easily have been 45 or 55, and the years had passed her by without leaving any particular scars. One could guess she was used to living in silence, as with nuns accustomed to solitude. Perhaps she even preferred that solitude. Whether walking or sitting, as she was at present, she paid no attention to promenaders or to her neighbours. and she would probably have been most surprised to learn that outside of any professional obligation, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret was trying to gauge her personality. "I don't think she's ever lived with a man," he said as the music struck up on the bandstand. "Or with children. Perhaps with a very elderly person needing care, an aged mother, for example. In that case, she couldn't be a very good nurse because she lacked gentleness and the gift of communication. If her gaze did not light on people but slid over them without seeing them, it was because it was turned inwards. It was herself, and only herself, that she looked at, and she probably derived a secret satisfaction from doing so. Shall we walk around the park?" They weren't there to listen to the music. It was simply part of their routine to go past the bandstand at that time, and besides, there wasn't a concert every day. On some evenings, that area of the park was almost deserted. They strolled across it, turned right, and set out down the tree-lined avenue that ran parallel to a street full of neon signs. There were hotels, restaurants, shops, and a cinema. They hadn't been there yet. It wasn't on their itinerary. Some people were following the same route, almost at the same pace. Others were going in the opposite direction. A few took a shortcut to the casino theatre, where they'd arrive late, and there were glimpses of the occasional dinner jacket or evening gown. Elsewhere, these folks led different lives in different neighborhoods of Paris, in provincial towns, or in Brussels, Amsterdam, Rome, or Philadelphia. They belonged to particular social circles that had their rules, their taboos, and their passwords. Some were wealthy, others poor. There were invalids whose lives the treatment merely prolonged, and others whom it enabled to spend the rest of the year without having to worry too much about their health. Here they all mingled. For Maigret, it had all begun uneventfully one evening when they were having dinner at the Pardons. Madame Pardon had cooked pressed duck, one of her specialities, which Maigret loved. "Isn't it any good?" she'd asked anxiously, seeing Maigret eat only a few mouthfuls, whereas Pardon suddenly looked at his guest with concern. "Are you in pain?" "Not really. It's nothing." Even so, the doctor noticed that his friend's face was pale and that there were beads of sweat on his forehead. He said no more during the meal. Maigret had barely taken a sip from his glass. When offered a vintage Armagnac with a coffee, he raised his hand. "Not tonight. I'm sorry." "Only later," Pardon said quietly. "Shall we go into my consulting room for a moment?" Maigret followed him reluctantly. For some time he had foreseen that this would happen one day, but he kept postponing that day. The doctor's consulting room was neither big nor luxurious. On the desk, a stethoscope lay next to vials, tubes of ointment, and paperwork, and the bed where patients were examined seemed to have retained the deep imprint of the last one. "What's wrong, Maigret?" "I don't know. Age, probably." 52? 53. I've had a lot of work recently. Worries. No sensational cases, nothing exciting. On the contrary. On the one hand, lots of red tape because we're in the middle of overhauling the police judiciaire, and on the other, this spate of attacks on lone girls and women, sometimes involving rape. The press is making a hoo-ha, and I don't have enough men to set up the necessary patrols without decimating the department. Are you having problems with your digestion? Occasionally. Sometimes, like this evening, my stomach's in a knot. I have a pain, or rather a sort of tightening of my chest and abdomen. I feel heavy, tired. Would you mind if I examined you? His wife in the next room must have guessed. Madame Pardon, too. And that bothered Maigret. He had a horror of anything even remotely connected with illness. As he removed his tie, jacket, shirt, and vest, he recalled one of his adolescent notions. I can't live, he denounced at the time, with pills, potions, a diet, reduced activity. I'd rather die than be an invalid. His idea of an invalid was someone who was forever listening to their heart, worrying about their stomach, their liver, or their kidneys, and exhibiting their naked body to the doctor on a regular basis. He no longer wished to die young, but he was putting off the time when he would become ill. My trousers, too? Drop them a little. Pardon took his blood pressure, examined him, and felt his stomach and abdomen, pressing certain places with his fingers. Does that hurt? No, maybe a little tender. Lower. Now he was like the others, anxious, ashamed of his fears, and not daring to look his friend in the face. He got dressed again, awkwardly. Pardon's tone hadn't changed.
How long is it since you've had a holiday? Last year I managed to get away for a week. Then I was called back because...
What about the previous year? I stayed in Paris. With the life you lead, your organs should be in 5 times worse shape than they are.
My liver?
It has nobly withstood the strain you put it under. It's slightly enlarged for certain, but not hugely swollen, and it has maintained its elasticity.
What's wrong?
Nothing specific. More or less everything. You're tired, that's a fact, and it's not a 1-week holiday that will rid you of that fatigue. How do you feel when you wake up in the morning?
Crabby.
That made Pardon laugh. Do you sleep well? My wife says I'm restless and that I sometimes talk in my sleep. You're not filling your pipe.
I'm trying to smoke less.
Why?
I don't know. I'm also trying to drink less.
Have a seat. Pardon sat down too, and at his desk looked more like a doctor than in the dining room or the living room. Now, listen to me. You're not ill, and you enjoy exceptional good health given your age and your occupation, so get that into your head once and for all. Stop worrying about the odd twinge and vague aches and pains, and don't start being nervous about climbing stairs.
How do you know?
And you, when you question a suspect, how do you know? They both smiled. Now we're in late June. Paris is sweltering. You're going to take a nice holiday without leaving an address if possible. In any case, you must avoid telephoning kiddies or fair every day.
I could do, said Maigret gruffly. Our little house in Mont-sur-Loire.
You'll have time to enjoy that once you're retired. This year, I have other plans for you. Do you know Vichy?
I've never set foot there, even though I was born less than 50 kilometers away near Moulins. In those days, people didn't all have cars.
By the way, does your wife have a driving license? We've even bought a 4CV. I think that a course of treatment at Vichy would do you the world of good. A thorough cleansing of your body. He nearly burst out laughing on seeing Maigret's expression. Take the waters? A few glasses of water each day? I don't think the specialist will make you sit in mud baths or hot springs or prescribe mechanotherapy and all that nonsense. You're not a serious case. 21 days of a regular lifestyle without any worries. Without beer, without wine, without eating out, without... How many years have you been indulging? I've had my share, he admitted. And you have more, even if that share is slightly reduced. Is that agreed? Maigret was amazed to hear himself say as he stood up like any other of Pardon's patients. It's agreed. When? In a few days' time, a week at most, once I've tied up all the loose ends. I'm going to refer you to one of my colleagues there who's more knowledgeable about these things than I am. I know half a dozen specialists. Let's see. Aurélien is still young and isn't at all pompous. I'll give you his address and telephone number. I'll write to him tomorrow to inform him. Thank you, Pardon. That wasn't too painful, was it? You were very gentle. In the living room, he gave his wife a reassuring smile, but they didn't talk about illness at the Pardons. It was only when they reached Rue Popincourt, walking arm in arm, that Maigret muttered, as if it was something unimportant, "We're spending our holiday in Vichy." Are you going to take the waters? May as well while I'm there. He laughed. I'm not ill. Apparently I'm in exceptionally good health. That's why I'm being sent to drink water. It didn't just date from that visit to Pardon. For some time, he'd had the strange impression that everyone was younger than him, whether it was the prefect or the examining magistrates, defendants he was questioning, or now this Dr. Rien, who was fair-haired and affable and not yet 40. A kid, in other words, a young man at the most, nevertheless earnest and self-assured, who was going to decide his fate. This thought both annoyed and worried him because he didn't feel like an old man, or even one who was aging. Despite his youthfulness, Dr. Rien lived in a pretty pink brick residence on Boulevard des États-Unis, and while the decor was reminiscent of the 1900s, it was still opulent-looking with its marble staircases, carpets, polished furniture, and the maid in a frilly broderie anglaise cap. I presume your parents are no longer living? What did your father die of? The doctor wrote his replies down on an index card painstakingly, in the calligraphic style characteristic of a sergeant major nib pen. "What about your mother? Do you have any brothers, sisters? Childhood illnesses, measles, scarlet fever?" "Not scarlet fever, but measles, very young, when his mother had still been alive. It was even the warmest, most comforting memory he had of her, because he was to lose her shortly afterwards." "What sports have you played? No accidents? Do you often get throat infections? Heavy smoker, I presume?" The young doctor smiled mischievously to show Maigret that he knew him by reputation. "One could say that you have led a sedentary life. It all depends. Sometimes I spend 3 weeks or a month in my office all day long, and then suddenly I'm out and about for several days." "Regular meals?" "No." "You don't follow a diet of any kind?" Was he not obliged to admit that he loved slow-cooked dishes, stews and sauces of every imaginable flavour? "Not just a food lover, but a big eater, eh?" "Quite big, yes." "What about wine? Half a litre?" "A litre a day?" "Yes. No, more. With meals I usually have just 2 or 3 glasses. At the office sometimes a beer, which I have sent up from a nearby brasserie." "Aperitif?" "Quite often, with one or another of my colleagues. At the Brasserie Dauphine. It wasn't to get drunk, but for the atmosphere, the familiar crush, the smell of cooking, aniseed and calvados that had impregnated the walls. Why was he ashamed of it all of a sudden, in front of this young man who was so spruce and so comfortably housed? In short, no real excesses. He wanted to be honest. "It depends what you call excesses. In the evenings I don't say no to a glass or 2 of slow brandy, which my sister-in-law sends us from Alsace. My investigations often require me to spend a certain amount of time in cafes or bars. It's hard to explain. If I start one of these investigations on Vouvet, for example, because I find myself in a bar specializing in it, I tend to continue on Vouvet." "How many a day?" This reminded him of his childhood, the village confessional redolent of mouldy old wood, and the priest who snorted snuff. "A lot?" "You'd probably say it was a lot." "Does it go on for long?" "Sometimes 3 days, sometimes 8 or 10, if not more. It depends on luck." The doctor didn't reprimand him. He wasn't given a rosary to recite, but he could guess what the fair-haired doctor, sitting in the sunlight behind a fine mahogany desk, thought of him. "No severe indigestion, no heartburn, dizziness?" "Dizziness, yes. Nothing serious. Occasionally, especially over the past few weeks, he felt as if he were in a less solid world, but was slightly unreal. He himself was floating, his legs wobbly. It wasn't bad enough to seriously worry him, but it was unpleasant. Luckily, this sensation only lasted a few minutes. Once it had happened when he was about to cross Boulevard du Palais, and he'd waited before venturing into the road. "I see. I see." What did he see? That he was ill? That he smoked and drank too much? That it was time at his age to go on a diet? Maigret wasn't dismayed. He smiled with a smile his wife had seen on his face since they'd been in Vichy. He appeared to be laughing at himself, but even so he was a little dispirited. "Let us go next door." The whole works this time. The doctor even made him climb up and down the rungs of a step-ladder for 3 minutes. Blood pressure lying down, sitting and standing. Then the scream. Breathe. Deeper. Hold your breath. Breathe in. Hold it. Breathe out. It was funny and upsetting, dramatic and crazy. He had another 30 years to live, perhaps, but it was equally possible that in a few minutes he'd be told tactfully that his life as a man in good health, as a normal man, was over, and that from now on he would be an invalid. They had all been through the same thing, all the people they met in the park, around the springs, under the luxuriant trees, by the lake, and even those who sunbathed on the beach. The boule players, the tennis players, glimpsed on the other side of the Allier in the shade of the sporting club. "Mademoiselle Jeanne." "Yes, monsieur." The nurse knew what she had to bring. It was all part of a routine, like the one the Maigrets were going to adopt. First of all, the little device to prick his fingertip and collect drops of blood that would be divided among several test tubes. Relax. Clench your fist. A needle pricked the vein in his arm. Unclench. This wasn't the first time he'd had his blood taken, but it felt as if this time The test had taken on a sort of solemnity. "Thank you. You can put your clothes on now." They met up again in the office, whose walls were lined with books and medical journals bound year by year. "I don't think heavy medication is required in your case. I'll see you the day after tomorrow at the same time, when I'll have the results of your tests. In the meantime, I've devised a regimen for you. You're staying at a hotel, I assume. Just give this sheet to the hotel manager. He'll know what to do." A printed card with 2 columns. In one, dishes that were allowed, and in the other, dishes that were prohibited. There were even sample menus on the back. "I don't know whether you're aware of the therapeutic benefits of the various springs. There used to be a little book on the subject written by 2 of my colleagues, but I think it's out of print. We're going to try, first of all, to alternate the waters of 2 springs, Chamel and Grand Grille, both of which you'll find in the park." The 2 men were solemn. Maigret didn't feel like shrugging or laughing while the doctor scribbled on a notepad. "Are you in the habit of rising early and having breakfast?" "I see. Is your wife here with you?" "In that case, I shan't send you across town on an empty stomach. Let's see. Start in the morning at around 10:30 at the Grand Grille. You'll find chairs to sit on, and if it's raining, a big glazed hall. Drink a glass of water every half hour, 3 times, as hot as you can manage. In the afternoon at around 5, do the same thing at the Chamel spring. Don't be surprised if the next day you feel a bit lethargic. It's a temporary effect of the treatment. Besides, I'll see you again then." All that was already ages ago. Then he was just a novice, confusing one spring with another. Now he was settled into the treatment routine, like the thousands, the tens of thousands of men and women he rubbed shoulders with from morning to evening. Sometimes all the little yellow chairs in the park were taken, like in the evening around the bandstand, each person waiting until it was time to go and drink their 2nd, 3rd, or 4th dose. Like the others, he bought a measuring glass, and Madame Maigret had insisted on having her own. "But you're not taking the waters." "Why not? What harm can it do? I read in the brochures that the waters make you lose weight." The glasses were kept in woven straw cases, and Madame Maigret wore both of them over her shoulder the way racegoers wear their binoculars. The 2 of them had never been for so many walks. They were outdoors from 9 o'clock in the morning, and apart from delivery men, they were almost the only people in the quiet streets of the neighborhood they were staying in, the France district, close to the Célestin spring. A few minutes from their hotel, there was a children's playground with a paddling pool, swings, games of all kinds, and even a puppet theatre that was bigger than the one on the Champs-Élysées. "To have your ticket, monsieur?" They had paid 1 franc each and strolled beneath the trees, watching the almost naked kids frolicking, and had come back the next day. "If you buy a book of 20 tickets, it'll be cheaper." He didn't dare. It was too premeditated. They had walked past by chance. It was only out of habit, out of idleness, that they came back each day at the same time. After that, they also stopped at the area reserved for the boule players, and Maigret solemnly watched 2 or 3 games, seeing under the same tree the tall, thin man who only had 1 arm, but was the best thrower. In another foursome, where the accent of the South could be heard, an elegantly dressed man with a rosy complexion and very white hair played with dignity, and the others called him Senator. A little further on, the beach began, with the Coast Guard's hut and the boys marking out the bathing area, and there too sat the same people under the same beach umbrellas. "Aren't you bored?" his wife had asked him on the 2nd day. "Why?" he asked in surprise. Because he wasn't bored. He was gradually adapting to a new pace, different habits. He noticed with amazement that he automatically filled his pipe on arriving at the Belleville Bridge, and he filled another at the yacht club, where from the shore they watched the young boys and girls water skiing. "Don't you think it's a dangerous sport?" "Why?" And finally, the park, the glasses of water which a member of staff filled for them from the spring, and which they sipped slowly. The water was hot and salty. At the Chamel spring, the water tasted strongly of sulphur, and Maigret hastily lit a fresh pipe. Madame Maigret was astounded to find him so docile, so calm, and sometimes it even worried her. That was when she found out that in a way he was playing the detective. He studied people as if he couldn't help it, noted the slightest details, and classified them by category. For example, at their hotel, the Hôtel de la Bérésina, a sort of family guest house, He had already identified from their diet those with liver problems and the diabetics. He tried to guess each person's story, to imagine them in their everyday life, and sometimes he got his wife to join in this pastime. He was fascinated by the two he nicknamed the merry couple, the plump man who always looked as if he was about to come over and shake his hand, and his little wife, who resembled a piece of candy. What could their occupation be? Had they recognized Maigret from seeing his photo in the newspapers? In actual fact, not many people here recognized him, a lot fewer than in Paris. Admittedly, his wife had made him buy a light, almost white mohair jacket, like the ones worn by men of a certain age in the summer when he was a child. Even without the jacket, people would probably not have thought it was him. He was certain that those who frowned on glancing at him or who turned around said to themselves, "Fancy that! He looks just like Maigret." But they didn't think he was Maigret, and in truth, he was so little like himself. The other intriguing character, the lady in lilac. She was taking the waters too, only at the Grande Grille, where they saw her every morning. She had her spot, slightly apart from everyone else, close to the newspaper kiosk. Always dignified and aloof, she only took one sip of water at a time. Then, after rinsing and wiping her glass, she carefully put it back in its straw case. 3 or 4 people greeted her. The Maigrets didn't see her in the afternoons. Did she go to the baths? Had her doctor ordered her to rest? Sedimentation rate perfect, Dr. Rien had declared. Hourly average, 6 millimeters. Cholesterol a little high, but within the acceptable range. Urea normal. Ceramine level fairly low, but nothing to worry about. Nor about the uric acid. You're not allowed to eat game, offal, or shellfish. As for your blood count, it is excellent, with a hemoglobin level of 98. All you need is a thorough cleansing of your system. Do you not feel sluggish or get headaches? So we're going to continue with the same regimen for the next few days. Come and see me on Saturday. That evening, which was a bandstand concert evening, they didn't see the lady in lilac leave, because they never stayed to the end of the concert, but returned early to the France neighborhood, with its empty streets, freshly painted facades, and the Hôtel de la Bérésina, whose double-entrance door was flanked by 2 shrubs in containers. They slept in a brass bed, and all the furniture was from the turn of the century, like the clawfoot bathtub and the swan-neck taps. The hotel was well run and quiet, except when the Gagnèr's son, who was on the first floor, played cowboys and Indians on his own in the garden. Everyone was asleep. Day 5. Day 6. It was Madame Maigret who was the most disoriented at not having to make coffee in the mornings. At 7 o'clock, they were served breakfast on a tray with fresh croissant and the Clermont-Ferrand newspaper, which devoted 2 pages to Vichy life. Maigret had got into the habit of reading it from the first line to the last, so as to be informed of every single little local event. He even read the death notices and the classified ads. 3-bed house, bathroom Montmartre cons, excellent condition, uninterrupted view over. Do you intend to buy a house? No, but it's interesting. I wonder whether it's people who regularly take the waters keen to have their own house to spend 1 month a year in, or whether it's retired folk from Paris or elsewhere who... They got dressed in turn, and the owner never failed to greet them at the foot of the red-carpeted staircase with its brass rods. The owner wasn't from the area, but from Montélimar, which could be detected from his sing-song accent. They frittered away the hours. The children's playground, the boule players. By the way, I saw that there's a big market every Wednesday and Saturday. We could go and have a look. He'd always loved markets, the smell of the fruit and vegetables, the sight of quarters of beef, fish, lobsters still alive. After all, Rian did tell me to walk 5 kilometers every day. His tone was ironic. He has no idea that we chalk up an average of 15. Do you think? Work it out. We walk for at least 5 hours. We might not walk at an athlete's pace, but we still do between 3 and 4 kilometers an hour. I'd never have believed it. The glass of water, the yellow chair, and reading the Paris newspapers which had just arrived. Lunch in the all-white dining room, where on some tables there was an opened bottle of wine labelled with the guest's name. There wasn't one on the Maigret's table. Did he say you can't drink wine? Not in so many words, but I I may as well not. She couldn't get over seeing him become a conscientious spa patient and managing to remain good-humoured. He allowed himself a brief nap. Then they resumed their routine, on the other side of the town this time, with a parade of shops and the crowds on the pavements that kept forcing them apart. Have you noticed how many pedicurists and orthopedists there are? If everyone walks as much as we do. There was no bandstand concert that evening, but there was one in the gardens of the Grand Casino. The brass band was replaced by string instruments, and the music was more solemn, like the faces of the audience. They didn't spot the lady in lilac, nor did they come across her walking in the park. But they did run into the merry couple, who were more dressed up than usual and hurrying in the direction of the casino theatre where a comedy was being performed. The brass bed. Time flew by surprisingly fast, even though they were doing nothing. The croissant, coffee, the sugar lumps wrapped in waxed paper, the Clermont-Ferrand newspaper. Maigret, in his armchair by the window, smoked his first pipe in his pyjamas, with some coffee still left in his cup, which he eked out as long as possible. When he let out an exclamation, Madame Maigret appeared from the bathroom in a blue floral dressing gown, toothbrush in hand. "What is it?" "Look." On the first page devoted to Vichy was a photograph, that of the lady in lilac. She must have been a few years younger, and she'd made the effort to give a wan smile for the photographer. "What's happened to her?" "She's been murdered." "Last night?" "If it happened last night, it wouldn't be in today's papers. The night before." "We saw her at the bandstand." "At around 9 o'clock, yes. She went home 2 streets from here, Rue du Bourbonnais. I had no idea we were almost neighbours. She took off her stole and her hat and went into the sitting room on the left of the hallway." "How was she killed?" "She was strangled. Yesterday morning her lodgers were surprised not to hear any noise coming from the ground floor." "She's not here to take the waters?" "She lives in Vichy. All year round she owns the house and rents out furnished rooms on the first floor." Maigret remained seated, and his wife knew what an effort that was for him. "Do you think it's a financially motivated murder?" "The killer searched the place thoroughly, but doesn't appear to have taken anything. A few pieces of jewelry and a sum of money were even found in a drawer that had been opened." "She wasn't
"Raped? No." He gazed at the window in silence. "Do you know who's in charge of the investigation?"
"Of course not."
"Lecoeur, who was one of my inspectors and is now head of the Clermont-Ferrand Police Judiciaire. He's here. He doesn't have any idea that I am, too."
"Do you plan to go and see him?"
Maigret didn't answer straight away. Chapter 2. It was 5 to 9, and Maigret still hadn't answered his wife's question. It was as if it was a matter of honour for him to behave exactly as on the other mornings and keep to their Vichy routine without departing from it in the least. He had read the newspaper to the end as he finished his coffee, then shaved, listening to the news on the radio as usual. At 5 to 9, he was ready, and the two of them descended the red-carpeted staircase with brass rods. The owner, in a white jacket, a chef's hat on his head, was waiting for him in the hallway. "Well, Monsieur Maigret, we're taking good care of you here in Vichy, even going so far as to offer you a juicy murder." Maigret managed a vague smile. "You'll be handling it, I hope. What happens outside Paris isn't under my authority." Madame Maigret was watching him. She thought he wouldn't notice, but he was aware of it. Instead of going down Rue d'Auvergne towards the river and the children's playground, he turned right, looking all innocent. True, they sometimes varied their itinerary, but always on the way back from town. She was in awe of her husband's sense of direction. He hadn't consulted any maps. He gave the impression of wandering aimlessly, diving down little back streets that seemed to be taking him away from his destination, and she'd be taken by surprise when she suddenly recognized the facade of their hotel, the 2 shrubs in their green containers. This time, he turned right again, then again, and they spotted a dozen or so onlookers on a pavement, gazing upwards. A little glint came into Madame Maigret's eyes. Maigret appeared to hesitate. He crossed to the other side of the street, stopped to empty his pipe, banging it against his heel, and slowly filled another. It made him look like a big child, and at times like these, she felt a rush of affection. A struggle was taking place inside Maigret. Finally, as if he didn't know where he was, he mingled with a group of curious spectators
and he too stared up at the house opposite, outside which a car was parked, and nearby a police officer was standing guard. The house was elegant like most of the others in the street. The facade had been repainted white tinged with pink quite recently, and the shutters and balcony were almond green. On a marble plaque was the name in fancy English lettering, Les Iris. Madame Maigret guessed at the conflict going on inside him. He hadn't wanted to go to the police headquarters, just as right now he hadn't wanted to cross the street and tell the police officer who he was and gain admission to the house. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. The street was clean, the air clear, light, joyful. A few houses further down, a woman was beating her carpets at the window, watching the spectators with a pitying look. But the previous day, when the murder had been discovered and the police had arrived in large numbers, hadn't she herself mingled with the neighbors to stare at a facade which she'd been familiar with for years? Some exchanged opinions. Apparently it was a crime of passion. Don't be ridiculous. She was nearly 50. On the first floor, a face with dark hair and a pointed nose could be made out behind the windows, and sometimes in the background, the shape of a man was still young. The door was white. A milk float went past, and bottles were deposited on most doorsteps. The milkman walked towards the white door, holding a bottle of milk. The police officer said something to him, probably that there was no point, but the milkman shrugged and left the bottle anyway. Was anyone going to notice that Maigret? He couldn't stay there indefinitely. Just when he was about to set off again, a tall young man with a mop of hair appeared in the doorway, crossed the street, and walked straight up to him. The chief superintendent would like you to come and see him. His wife managed to suppress a smile. Where should I wait for you? She asked. In our usual spot, at the spring. Had he been recognized through the window? He crossed the road in a dignified manner, trying to put on a grumpy expression. The hallway was cool, and on the right was a bamboo coat rack where 2 hats hung. He added his, a straw boater which his wife had made him buy, at the same time as the mohair jacket he was a little ashamed of. Come in, Chief. A familiar jovial voice, a face and a shape that Maigret recognized at once. Lacoeur. They hadn't seen each other for 15 years, when Désiré Lacoeur, an inspector at the time, had still been part of Maigret's team at Quai des Orfèvres. Yes, Chief, we gain experience, a paunch, and strikes. Here I am, Chief Superintendent in Clermont-Ferrand, which is why I'm landed with this exasperating case. Come in. He showed him into a small sitting room, blue with smoke, and sat down at the table serving as a temporary desk, which was strewn with papers. Maigret lowered himself gingerly onto a delicate Louis XVI chair, and there must have been a questioning look in his eyes, because Lacoeur hastily said, You're probably wondering how I knew you were here. First of all, Wanet, whom you haven't met and who is head of the Vichy police, saw your name among the hotel index cards. Naturally, he didn't dare disturb you, but his men see you walk past every day. Apparently, even the Coast Guards are wondering when you'll decide to play boule. Each morning you seem to be more and more interested in the game, to the point. Did you get here yesterday? From Clermont-Ferrand, of course, with 2 of my men, including young Dissel, who brought you in from the street. I was loath to send him to fetch you. I said to myself that you're here to take the waters, not to give us a hand. I also knew that if you were intrigued by the case, you'd end up. Now Maigret really looked grumpy. A financially motivated murder? He growled. Definitely not. A crime of passion. Unlikely, I say that, but after 24 hours, I'm barely any the wiser than when I arrived yesterday morning. He rummaged among his papers. The victim's name is Hélène Lange. She was 48 and was born in Marseille, about 10 kilometers from La Rochelle. I telephoned Marseille Town Hall and found out that for many years her mother, widowed young, ran a small haberdashery on Place de l'Église. She had 2 daughters, and Hélène, the eldest, took a shorthand typing course in La Rochelle. Then for a time she worked in the offices of a ship owner before leaving for Paris, after which there's no trace of her. She never applied for a copy of her birth certificate, which suggests she never married. Besides, her identity card states single. She had a sister, 6 or 7 years her junior, who was a manicurist in La Rochelle. Like her elder sibling, she went to Paris, but she returned after 10 or so years. She must have built up a tidy sum which allowed her to buy a hair salon on Place d'Armes, which she still runs. I tried to telephone her, but I only spoke to an assistant who's looking after the salon while she's on holiday in the Balearic Islands.
I sent a cable to her hotel to ask her to fly home immediately, and I'm expecting her today. This sister Francine isn't married either. The mother died 8 years ago. We're not aware of any other family." Maigret, despite himself, had his professional countenance. Anyone would have thought that he was in charge of the investigation and that one of his colleagues was giving him a report in his office. He missed having his pipes in front of him, which he was in the habit of fiddling with in such circumstances, the view over the Seine through the window, his sturdy armchair with a back he could lean against. While Lecoeur was speaking, he noticed 2 or 3 details. In particular, that in this lounge that served as a living room, there were photographs only of Hélène Lange. On a sideboard were pictures of her aged 5 or 6, in a dress that was too long for her, a thin braid either side of her face. On the wall, a larger portrait by a skilled photographer showed her aged around 20, in a romantic pose, a gaze, ethereal. In a third, she was standing at the edge of the sea. She was wearing not a bathing costume, but a white dress fluttering towards the left in the breeze like a flag, and she was holding a light-coloured, broad-brimmed hat in both hands. Do you know when and how the murder was committed? It's hard to piece together the events. We've been working on it since yesterday morning, but we've barely made any progress. The day before yesterday, that is Monday evening, Hélène Lange had dinner alone in her kitchen. She washed the dishes, because we didn't find any dirty crockery, got dressed up, and went out after switching off all the lights. If you want to know, she ate 2 soft-boiled eggs. She was wearing a mauve dress and a white woolen stole, as well as a hat that was also white. Maigret hesitated, but finally couldn't resist the urge to announce, "I know." "Have you already investigated?" "No, but on Monday evening I glimpsed her sitting in front of the bandstand where there was a concert playing." "You don't know when she left the park?" "My wife and I moved on from there before 9:30, on our usual stroll." "Was she on her own?" "She was always on her own." Lecoeur didn't try to hide his astonishment. "Had you noticed her on other occasions?" A smiling Maigret nodded. "Why?" "Here we spend our time walking, and automatically people look at one another. They also meet at the same times in the same places." "Do you have an idea?" "About what?" "About the kind of woman she was." "She certainly wasn't ordinary. That's all I know." "Right, I'll go on. 2 of the 3 first 4 bedrooms are rented out. The first is occupied by an engineer from Grenoble, a certain Malesky, and his wife. They left the house a few minutes after Mademoiselle Lange to go to the cinema, and they only got back at 11:30. All the shutters were closed, as usual, but light could be seen between the slats of those on the ground floor. Once in the hallway, they noticed that there was light coming from under the door of the lounge, and from Mademoiselle Lange's bedroom, which is on the right. Did they not hear anything? Malesky didn't hear anything. His wife, although very uncertain, spoke of a murmur of voices. They went to bed almost immediately, and nothing woke them until the next morning. The other lodger is called Madame Virveau, a widow who lives in Rue Lamarck in Paris. She's an imposing person in her early 60s who comes to Vichy every year to shed a few kilos. It's the first time she's rented a room for Mademoiselle Lange. In previous years, she stayed at a hotel. People say she used to lead a different lifestyle, that her husband was a wealthy man but was too generous, which has left her in difficult circumstances. In short, she's dripping with fake jewelry and talks like a character in a bad play. She went out at 9 p.m. She saw no one and left the house in total darkness." "Does each lodger have their own key?" "Yes. The Virveau widow went to the Carlton Bridge Club, which she left just before midnight. She walked back, as usual. She doesn't have a car. The Maleskys have a little motor car, but rarely use it during their stay in Vichy, and most of the time it's kept in a local garage." "Were the lights still on?" "Hold on, Chief. Of course, I wasn't able to question the Virveau woman until after the murder had been discovered and the whole street was in turmoil. I don't know if her imagination is as colourful as her taste in costume jewellery. She claims that on reaching the corner of the street, in other words, the intersection of Boulevard de la Salle and Rue du Bourbonnais, she almost bumped into a man. He hadn't been able to see her coming, and she swears he was startled and raised his hand to his face as if to avoid being recognised. But she recognised him anyway. No, she states that she'd be able to identify him all the same if she were to meet him face to face. He was very tall and very strong, a broad gorilla's chest, she says. He was walking fast, leaning forwards. She was frightened, but she still turned around to look at him as he hurried on his way into town.
A man of what age? Not young, not old either. Very strong, terrifying. She almost ran, and only felt safe once the key was in the lock. Were lights still visible on the ground floor? That's the point, they were off, insofar as we can trust her testimony. She didn't hear anything. She went to bed so upset that she took a spoonful of peppermint spirit on a sugar lump. Who discovered the murder? I'll get to that, Chief. Mademoiselle Lange wanted to rent out her rooms to respectable people, but she wasn't prepared to provide meals, nor did she allow them to cook or even permit them to use a little spirit stove to make coffee in the morning. At around 8 o'clock yesterday morning, Madame Malesky came downstairs with her thermos to fill it with coffee at a nearby cafe and buy a croissant, as she did every day. She didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, nor when she returned. What surprised her was not hearing any noise, especially the second time, because Mademoiselle Lange usually rose early and could be heard moving from one room to the next. I wonder whether she's ill, she said to her husband while they ate, because the landlady was always complaining about her health. At 9 o'clock the couple went downstairs, whereas Madame Defoe was still in her room, and in the hallway they found Charlotte, dumbstruck. Charlotte? A little servant girl who Mademoiselle Lange employed every morning from 9 to 12 to clean the rooms. She cycles over from a village around 10 kilometers away, and she's a bit simple. All the doors are locked, she said to the Maleskys. On the other mornings, by the time she arrived, the ground floor doors and windows were open, because Mademoiselle Lange always said she needed some fresh air. Don't you have a key? No. If she's not there, I may as well go home. Malesky tried to open the door with the key to his room, but wasn't able to, and in the end, he called the police from the same bar where his wife had just gone to get the coffee. That's about all. The Vichy police lieutenant soon arrived with a locksmith. The key to the lounge door was missing. The other doors, that of the kitchen and the bedroom, were locked. In this lounge, here, to be precise, on the edge of the rug, Hélène Lange was lying, or rather she was curled up, and she wasn't a pretty sight, because she'd been strangled. She was still wearing her mauve dress, but she'd taken off her stolen hat, which we found on the coat stand in the hall. The various drawers were open and papers and cardboard boxes were scattered over the floor. No rape. Not even attempted. Nothing stolen either, as far as we can tell. The report in this morning's La Tribune is quite accurate. In a drawer, we found 5 100-franc notes. The victim's handbag had been searched, its contents strewn on the floor like the rest, including 400 francs in 10 and 20-franc notes, as well as some small change and a season ticket for the Grand Casino Theatre. How long ago did she buy this house? 9 years. She moved here from Nice, where she lived for a while. Did she work there? No. She lived in a modest apartment near Boulevard Albert Premier and seemed to be a woman of independent means. Did she travel? 2 or 3 day trips, practically every month. Does anyone know where she went? She was secretive about her comings and goings. What about here? The first 2 years she didn't take in lodgers. Then she rented out 3 rooms during the season, but all 3 weren't always occupied. That's the case at present. The blue room is empty, because there's the white room, the pink room, and the blue room. Maigret noticed something else. He could not see a single touch of green, not an ornament, not a cushion, or decoration. Was she superstitious? How do you know? One day she lost her temper because Madame Malesky had bought a bunch of carnations, and she told her that she didn't want those unlucky flowers in the house. Again, she told Madame Defoe that she was unwise to wear a green dress, and it would undoubtedly cost her dear. Did she have any visitors? Never, according to the neighbours. Post. From time to time a letter from La Rochelle. The postman has been questioned. Flyers. Bills from some shops in Vichy. Did she have a bank account? At the Crédit Lyonnais, on the corner of Rue Georges Clemenceau. You've been there, of course. She paid in regular amounts, around 5,000 francs every month, not always on the same date. In cash? Yes. During the season she deposited more because of the rent from her lodgers. Did she ever write cheques? To shops, nearly all in Vichy or Moulins, where she would go occasionally. Sometimes she paid by cheque for items she bought from Paris by mail order. You'll find a pile of catalogues in this corner. Lecoeur watched Maigret, whose cream jacket made him look very different from the man he knew from Quai des Orfèvres. What do you reckon, Chief? That I have to go. My wife's waiting for me. And your first glass of water? Oh, the Vichy police know that, too, he grumbled. Will you come back? The police judiciaire doesn't have an office in Vichy. Every night I drive back to Clermont-Ferrand, which is only 60 kilometers away. The police chief here has offered to put a room and a telephone at my disposal, but I prefer to work at the scene. My men are trying to find passers-by or neighbours who might have seen Mademoiselle Lange on Monday evening when she returned home, because we don't know whether there was someone with her or whether she met someone in the street. Or whether— I'm sorry, my friend, my wife— Of course, Chief. Maigret was torn between his curiosity and his routine. He was a little annoyed with himself for having turned right instead of left on leaving the Hôtel de la Bérésina. He'd have paused as he did every morning at the children's playground. Then further on, he'd have watched the boule players. Had Madame Maigret gone on their daily promenade alone, stopping at each of their usual places? Wouldn't you like a lift? My car's outside, and young Dicelle would be only too happy to— No, thank you. I'm here to walk. And he walked, alone, striding quickly to make up for lost time. He had drunk his first glass of water and found his usual spot between the vast glazed fountain hall and the first tree. He could sense that although his wife didn't ask him any questions, she was alert to his every gesture and facial expression. His newspaper on his knee, he gazed up at the sky through the barely trembling foliage. It was the same clear blue as always, with one small, drifting, dazzling white cloud. In Paris, he sometimes complained that he missed certain sensations for which he was nostalgic. A breath of air, warmed by the sunshine on his cheek, the play of light among the leaves, or on the gravel crunching beneath the feet of a crowd, and even the taste of dust. Here, a miracle happened. As he mulled over his conversation with Lecoeur, he felt as if he was immersed in the atmosphere, and nothing that was going on around him escaped him. Was he really thinking? Was he daydreaming? Families strolled past, as everywhere, but there were many more older couples. Were there more lone men or lone women? The women, especially the elderly ones, tended to gather in groups. You could see them arranging the chairs in circles of 6 or 8, and they'd lean towards one another and appear to be exchanging secrets, even though they'd only met a few days earlier. Who knows? Maybe they were real secrets. They talked about their aches and pains, their doctors, their therapy, and then about their married offspring and their grandchildren, whisking photos from their handbags. It was rare to see one sitting alone, like the lady in lilac, whose name he now knew. It was more usual to see lone men, their faces often haunted by weariness or disease, struggling to make their way through the crowds with dignity. All the same, their features, their eyes, betrayed a sort of anxiety, a vague fear of collapsing in a pool of shade or sunlight amid the legs of the passers-by. Hélène Lange was a loner, and her attitude, her bearing, exuded a sort of pride. She didn't want to be called a spinster, did not accept pity. She held herself upright and walked with a light tread, her chin high. She mixed with no one, had no need to unburden her soul or her mind by confiding in casual acquaintances. Had she chosen to live alone, he wondered, intrigued. He tried to picture her sitting, standing, motionless, moving about. Do they have any leads? Madame Maigret was beginning to be jealous of his reverie. In Paris, she would not have dared ask her husband any questions midway through an investigation, but here, walking side by side for hours, had they not got into the habit of thinking aloud? It was never a real conversation, an exchange of precise rejoinders, but nearly always a few words or a comment that was enough to indicate the other person's train of thought. No, they're waiting for the sister. She doesn't have any other family? Apparently not. It's time for your second class. They went inside the fountain hall, where the attendants' heads were visible above the sunken bar behind which they worked. Hélène Lange used to come and drink here every day. Was it on doctor's orders, or simply to give herself a purpose for her walk? What are you thinking about? I'm asking myself, why Vichy? She'd moved to this town around 10 years ago and bought a house. So she was 37 at the time, and did not appear to need to earn a living because in the first 2 years she hadn't rented out the first-floor bedrooms. And why not? Retorted Madame Maigret. There are hundreds of small and medium-sized towns in France where she could have moved to, not to mention La Rochelle, which she knew from her childhood and adolescence. Her sister, after living in Paris, went back to La Rochelle and settled down there. Maybe the two sisters didn't get along.
it wasn't so straightforward. Maigret was still watching the people walking, and their pace reminded him of a similar permanent procession elsewhere, in the warm sunshine. In Nice, on the Promenade des Anglais. Because before coming to Vichy, Hélène Monge had lived in Nice for 5 years. She lived in Nice for 5 years, he said aloud. A lot of people with small private incomes. Quite. People with small private incomes, but also people from every walk of life. Just like here. I was wondering the day before yesterday what the crowd strolling in this park and sitting on the chairs reminded me of. It's the same as on the seafront in Nice. Crowds from so many different backgrounds that they become neutral. Here, too, there must be former stage and screen celebrities. We discovered a neighborhood of opulent mansions where you could still glimpse men servants in striped waistcoats. In the hills you could make out luxurious secluded villas. Like in Nice. What do you infer from that? Nothing. She was 32 when she moved to Nice, and she was as alone there as she was here. In general, solitude sets in later. There is such a thing as heartache. I know, but it doesn't cause a face like that. There are also broken relationships. 95% of women remarry. What about men? He gave her a broad smile and said without her realizing that he was joking, 100%. In Nice, there was a floating population, branches of Paris shops and several casinos. In Vichy, tens of thousands of people came to take the waters, changing every 3 weeks, and there were the same shops, 3 casinos, and a dozen cinemas. Anywhere else, she would have been known, people would have gossiped about her and spied on her. Not in Nice, not in Vichy. So did she have something to hide? Do you have to meet up with Lecoeur? He invited me to drop by and see him when I want. He still calls me chief like when he was in my department. They all do. It's true. Out of habit. You don't think it's more out of affection? He shrugged, and they soon found themselves making their way back to their hotel. This time, they went through the old town, pausing in front of the poignant displays in the windows of the antique shops. They knew that at mealtimes the other guests watched them, but they had to get used to it. Maigret tried to follow Dr. Rian's recommendations. Chew every mouthful carefully before swallowing, even mashed potatoes. Don't pick up more food on your fork before you've swallowed the previous mouthful. Don't drink more than 1 or 2 sips of water, possibly tinted, with a dash of wine. He preferred no wine at all. He indulged in a few puffs on his pipe before going upstairs and lying down fully dressed for his nap. Enough light filtered through the shutters for his wife in the armchair to take her turn at skimming the newspaper, and through his drowsiness he could hear a rustle as she turned the page. He had been lying down for barely 20 minutes when there was a knock on the door. Madame Maigret scuttled out onto the landing and closed the door behind her. There was whispering, then she went downstairs and was only out of the room for a few minutes. That was Lecoeur. Has there been a development? The sisters just arrived in Vichy. She went to the police station and they're going to drive her to the morgue to identify the body. Lecoeur's waiting for her at Rue du Bourbonnais. He wondered whether you'd like to go over there and be present when he questions her. Maigret was already on his feet, grumbling, and he began by opening the shutters to bring light and life back into the room. Shall I meet you at the spring? The spring. The first glass of water, the iron chair, weren't until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It won't take that long. Wait for me on one of the benches near the boule players instead. He wasn't sure whether to take his straw hat. Are you afraid they laugh at you? Too bad. He was on holiday after all, and he placed it proudly on his head. Curious bystanders continued to stop in front of the house, still under police guard. Once they realized that there was nothing to see except closed windows, they soon moved off, shaking their heads. Have a seat, Chief. If you place the chair in the corner near the window, you'll see her in the full light. Haven't you met her yet? I was having lunch, in an excellent restaurant incidentally, when I was informed that she was at the police station. She's been taken to the morgue and then brought to me. Through the net curtains, they spotted a black vehicle driven by a uniformed police officer, followed by a long, red open-topped car. The couple in the front, hair disheveled, faces tanned, looked very much as if they were returning home from a holiday. The woman and the man exchanged a few words, then leaned towards each other, and after a quick kiss the woman got out and slammed the door while her companion remained at the wheel and lit a cigarette. He was swarthy with clearly defined features and muscles rippling beneath his yellow polo shirt. He looked in the direction of the house without curiosity as the police officer showed the young woman into the lounge. Detective Chief Inspector Kerr, you are Francine Lange, I assume. That's correct. She glanced vaguely over at Maigret, who was not introduced to her, and sat with his back to the light. Madame or mademoiselle? I'm not married, if that's what you mean. My friend who's in the car is with me, but I know men too well to marry one. Afterwards they're a nightmare to get rid of. She was an attractive woman, who didn't look her 40 years as she paraded her provocative figure around the small, conventional lounge. She wore a flame-coloured dress, so light it was see-through, and you could have sworn she gave off a whiff of the sea. The telegram reached me last night. Lucien managed to get us seats on the first flight to Paris. At Orly, we picked up our car, which we left there when we flew out. I presume that the victim is indeed your sister? She nodded without emotion. Wouldn't you like to sit down? Thank you. May I smoke? She watched the smoke rising from Maigret's pipe as if to say, if he can sit there puffing away, then I should be allowed a cigarette. Please do. I imagine this murder is as much of a shock to you as it is to us. It's the last thing I'd have expected. Do you know if your sister had any enemies? Why would Elaine have any enemies? When was the last time you saw her? 6 or 7 years ago. I don't know exactly. I remember that it was in winter, and there was a storm. She hadn't told me she was coming, and I was surprised to see her walk calmly into my hair salon. Did you get along with her? As sisters do. I didn't know her that well because of the age gap. She left school when I was just starting. Then she took lessons in La Rochelle. That was a long time before I became a manicurist. After that, she moved away. How old was she then? Hold on. I'd been doing my apprenticeship for a year, so I was 16, had 7. She was 23. Did you write to her? Really? Our family's not the sort. Was your mother already dead? No, she died 2 years later, and then came to Marseille for the division of the inheritance. There wasn't a lot to divide up. The shop wasn't worth a great deal. What did your sister do in Paris? Maigret continued to scrutinize her while recalling the shape and face of the dead woman. The two siblings had little in common, and Francine did not have her sister's long face or her dark eyes. Hers were blue, and her hair was blonde, perhaps dyed, because she had a curious strand of flaming auburn in the front. At first glance, she was a hard-working woman who doubtless greeted her customers with cheerful, even saucy good humor. She didn't try to appear sophisticated. On the contrary, it was as if she delighted in flaunting her vulgar side. Less than half an hour after viewing her sister's body at the morgue, she sounded almost cheerful, as she answered the questions put to her by Lecoeur, on whom she appeared she was working her charm out of habit. What did she do in Paris? I suppose she was a typist in an office, but I never went to see her there. We were very different, the two of us. At 15, I already had a boyfriend who was a taxi driver, and since then I've had lots of others. I don't think Ellen was like that, or if she was, she kept it quiet. What address did you write to her at? I remember at first, a hotel in Avenue de Clichy, but I'd forgotten the name. She changed lodgings quite often. Then she had an apartment in Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette. I don't recall the number. And when you went to Paris as well, didn't you visit her? Oh, yes, I did. It was in Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette, and I was amazed to see her living somewhere so classy. I said so to her. She had a lovely bedroom overlooking the street, a living room, a kitchenette, and a proper bathroom. Was there a man in her life? I wasn't able to find out. I wanted to stay with her for a few days until I found a suitable room, but she said she'd take me to lodgings that were very clean and inexpensive, because she couldn't live with anyone. Not even for 3 or 4 days. That's what I understood. Did that not surprise you? Not particularly. You know, it takes a lot to surprise me. So long as people let me do what I want, they're free too, and I don't ask any questions. How long did you stay in Paris? 11 years. As a manicurist all that time? At first in local hair salons, then towards the end in a luxury hotel on the Champs-Élysées. I trained to become a beautician. Did you live alone? Sometimes alone, sometimes not. Did you used to meet up with your sister? Almost never. So you know very little of her life in Paris. All I know is that she worked. When you returned to La Rochelle to set up on your own, did you have a lot of savings? Enough.
He didn't ask her how she had earned that money. She wasn't forthcoming on the subject either, but it seemed that they understood each other. "You never married? I've already told you I'm not so stupid." And turning towards the window, through which her companion could be seen posing at the wheel of his red car, "See how sly he looks. But even so, you live with him?" "He works for me and is an excellent hairdresser to boot. In La Rochelle we live separately because I don't want him underfoot day and night. On holiday, it's all right." "Are you the owner of a car?" "Of course." "Did he choose it?" "You guessed." "Did your sister ever have any children?" "Why are you asking me that?" "I don't know. She was a woman." "As far as I know, she didn't. I'd have thought we'd have known, wouldn't we?" "What about you?" "I had a baby when I was still living in Paris, 15 years ago. At first I wanted to get rid of it, and it would have been better. It was my sister who advised me to keep it." "So you saw each other at that time?" "I went to see her because of that. I needed to talk about it with someone in the family. It might sound funny, but there are times you remember you have a family. In short, I had a son, Philippe. I sent him to be fostered in the Vosges." "Why the Vosges? Do you have any connections there?" "Not at all. Hélène found the address in some newspaper. I went to see him a dozen or so times in 2 years. He was fine, being cared for by a very kind farming couple. Their place was clean. Then one fine day they told me that the little boy had drowned in the pond." She looked wistful for a moment, then shrugged. "After all, maybe it was the best thing for him." "You've never met any friends of your sister's, either male or female?" "She couldn't have had many. Already in Marseille she thought she was better than the other girls, and they called her the princess. I think it was the same at the shorthand typing school in La Rochelle." "Was she proud?" She hesitated, thinking. "I don't know, that's not the word I'd use. She didn't like people. She didn't like socializing with people. That's it, she preferred her own company." "Did she ever attempt suicide?" "Why? Do you think—" Lecoeur smiled. "No, you don't commit suicide by strangling yourself. I simply wonder whether in the past she was ever tempted to end her life." "I'm certain she didn't. She was happy with the way she was. Deep down she was very self-satisfied." The word struck Maigret when he pictured the lady in lilac sitting in front of the bandstand. He tried then to define the expression on her face, but hadn't found the right word. Francine had just done so. She was perfectly happy with herself. She loved herself so much that in her lounge there were 3 photographs of her, and there were probably more in the dining room and bedroom, which they hadn't searched. No one else. No portrait of her mother, her sister, male or female friends. By the sea, she'd had a photograph taken alone beside the Wades. "For the time being, I assume you are her only heir. We haven't found a will among her papers. It's true that the murderer scattered documents everywhere, but I don't see why he'd have sold her a will. No notary has come forward." "When's the funeral?" "Well, that's up to you. The coroner has finished with the body, which can be handed over to you as soon as you wish." "Where do you think I should bury her?" "I have no idea." "I don't know anyone here. In Marseille, the entire village would come to the funeral, out of curiosity. I wonder whether she'd have liked to go back to Marseille." "And look, if you don't need me any more, I'll go and find a hotel room and have a nice long bath, because I need to. I'll try to think, and tomorrow morning—" "I'll expect you tomorrow morning, then." As she left, having shaken Lecoeur's hand, she turned to Maigret for a moment as if wondering what he was doing there, sitting silently in his corner. And then she frowned. Had she recognized him? "See you tomorrow. You've been very kind." They saw her get into the car and lean over to her companion to say a few words, and then the car drove off. In the lounge, the 2 men exchanged glances, and Lecoeur was the first to blurt out almost comically, "Well," to which Maigret replied, puffing on his pipe, "Yes, well." He didn't feel like talking, and hadn't forgotten he was meeting his wife near the Boule Players. "See you tomorrow, my friend." "See you tomorrow." As he left, he was honored with a military salute from the officer standing guard, but that didn't make him feel especially proud. Chapter 3. Once again, he was sitting in the green armchair close to the open window. The weather was the same as when they had arrived, glorious hot sunshine, yet cool air in the mornings, when the municipal cleaning trucks drove up and down the streets. It was cool too during the day, beneath the trees that were everywhere, in the park, along the riverbank, and lining the many avenues. He had eaten his 3 croissants. His cup of coffee was still half full. His wife next door was running a bath, and he could hear the footsteps of the guests on the floor above, who had just risen. It was not without irony that he was slipping so easily into these new habits. Wherever he was, he inevitably created a routine which he obeyed as if he had no choice. It could be said that each of his investigations in Paris had its own pace, with its pauses in particular cafes and bars, particular smells, and particular quality of light. Here, he felt almost as if he was on holiday than undergoing treatment, and the death of the lady in lilac was set against a backdrop of idleness. The previous evening, like the other evenings, they had gone for a stroll in the park, where hundreds of visitors like them moved from the shade into the light shed by the frosted glass spheres. It was the hour of theatres, casinos, and cinemas. People came out of their hotels, boarding houses or lodgings where they'd eaten cold meats, and they were all hurrying to their chosen entertainment. Many were content to sit on the yellow iron chairs with their romantic curves, and Maigret had automatically looked for the upright, dignified form, with her long face, high chin, and gaze, that was both nostalgic and steely. Hélène Lange was dead, and in a hotel room, Francine was probably discussing with her gigolo where her sister was to be buried. Somewhere in the town, a man had the key to the mystery of Les Iris and the solitary woman, the man who had strangled her. Was he still out walking in the park, or was he on his way to a theatre or cinema right now? Maigret and his wife had gone to bed without talking about it, but they both knew that it was on the other's mind. He lit his pipe and turned the page of his newspaper to find the local news. He frowned on seeing a photograph of himself, splashed over 2 columns, a shot he'd never seen, taken without his knowledge when he was drinking one of his daily glasses of water. Beside him, about a third of his wife's form was visible, and behind him, 2 or 3 anonymous faces. Maigret to investigate? Out of discretion, we had not informed our readers of the presence among us of Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, who is in Vichy, not on a case, but to enjoy, like so many other illustrious figures before him, the therapeutic benefits of our waters. But will the inspector be able to resist the urge to elucidate the mystery of Rue du Bourbonnais? Reportedly, he was seen outside the house where the murder took place, and is even said to be in contact with the affable Detective Chief Inspector Lecoeur, head of the Clermont-Ferrand Police Judiciaire, who is in charge of the investigation. Will Inspector Maigret give priority to his treatment, or— He threw down the newspaper without anger, because he was used to this kind of rumour, shrugged, and stared vaguely out of the window. Until 9 o'clock, his movements were the same as on the other mornings, and when Madame Maigret appeared in a pink suit, they made their way quite naturally downstairs. "Have a good day, Monsieur Maigret, Madame." That was the owner's inevitable morning send-off. Maigret had already spotted 2 figures on the pavement, the glint of a camera lens. "They've been waiting for you for an hour. It's not the ones from La Montagne where you were mentioned this morning. They're from La Tribune, from Saint-Étienne." The man with the camera was a tall redhead. The other was short and dark, with one shoulder higher than the other. They raced over to the entrance. "May we take a photo? Just one?" What was the point of saying no? He stood still for a moment between the 2 shrubs either side of the main door, while Madame Maigret retreated to the shadows. "Lift your head up a little, because of the hat." This was the first time in ages that he'd been snapped wearing a straw hat, and he only wore one in Montsourois, an old gardener's hat. "Just one more, just a second shot. Thank you." "Monsieur Maigret, may I ask if you really are handling the case?" "As head of the crime squad at Quai des Orfèvres, it is not my job to get involved with investigations outside Paris." "But you're interested in this murder, aren't you?" "As are most of your readers." "Does it not present a rather unusual character?" "I don't understand what you mean." "The victim was a loner. She didn't socialize at all. There doesn't appear to be any motive to—" "When we know more about her, the motive will probably become clear." It was a non-committal answer that didn't compromise him in any way. All the same, it contained a truth. Maigret was not the only one who'd been seeking for a long time to learn about murder victims' characters. Criminologists were attaching a growing importance to the dead person, even going so far in many cases as to place a large share of the blame on them. Was there not, in the life and behaviour of Hélène Lange, something that predestined her somehow to die a violent death? The moment he first set eyes on her in the shady park, she had intrigued Maigret.
True, others, like the merry couple, had also caught his eye. Wasn't Inspector Lecoeur once part of your team? He used to work for the police judiciaire in Paris. Have you seen him? Only to say hello to. Will you see him again? Very likely. Will you discuss the murder with him? Possibly, unless we discuss the weather and the special quality of the light in your town. What's special about it? A certain shimmer, a certain softness. Do you plan to come back to Vichy next year? That depends on my doctor. Thank you. They both jumped into an old car, while Maigret and his wife walked a few paces along the street. Where shall I wait for you? That implied that her husband intended to go to Rue de Bourbonnais. At the spring? At the Boule game. In other words, he didn't plan to stay with Lecoeur for long. He found him in the cramped lounge, busy on the telephone. Oh, have a seat, Chief. Hello? Yes. It's lucky the concierge has stayed in the job for so many years. Yes. She doesn't know where? She took the metro. Yes, at Saint-Georges. Don't hang up, mademoiselle. Go on, my friend. The conversation continued for another 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you. I'll send you a formal letter of request so that everything's in order. Then you can send me your report. Your wife? Of course. Kids are always a worry. Don't I know it with my 4 boys? He hung up and turned to Maigret. That was Julien, whom you must know, and who's currently an inspector in the 9th arrondissement. I asked him yesterday to rummage around in the files, and he found Hélène Lange's exact address in Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette, where she lived for 4 years. So from the age of 28 to 32. That's correct. The concierge is still there. Mademoiselle Lange was reportedly a quiet young woman. She kept regular hours like a person who works. She went out rarely in the evenings to go to the theatre or the cinema, apparently. Her office can't have been in the neighbourhood because she took the metro. She went out and did her shopping early, and she didn't have a cleaner. At around 12:20, she'd come home for lunch and would leave at 1:30. Then she'd return home again at 6:30. She didn't have any visitors. A man, just one, and always the same. Does the concierge happen to know his name? She knows nothing about him. He only came once or twice a week, at around 8:30, and he always left at 10 o'clock. What sort? A respectable man, apparently. He had a car. It never occurred to the concierge to write down the registration number. A large black sedan, probably American. How old? Around 40. Quite stout, very elegant, very well dressed. Was it he who paid the rent? He never went into the lodge. Did they go away for the weekend together? Once. On holiday? No, at that time, Hélène Lange only took 2 weeks' holiday, and every year she went to Advertisements, where she had her post forwarded to a family boarding house. Did she receive a lot of mail? Very little. The occasional letter from her sister. Oh, she had a subscription to a local bookshop, and she read a lot. Can I look around the apartment? Make yourself at home, Chief. He noticed that the television wasn't in the lounge, but in the Provençal-style drawing room, with a lot of shiny brass pots. On the dresser stood a photo of Hélène Lange playing with a hoop, and another of her posing in a swimsuit in front of a cliff, most likely at Étretat. She had a good figure, slender like her face, but not skinny, not withered. She was one of those women likely to be misjudged when dressed up. The modern, cheerful kitchen had a dishwasher and all the appliances that make the housewife's life easier. The rooms led off from a hallway, and Maigret found himself in a bathroom that was also modern, and finally, in the dead woman's bedroom. He was amused to find the same brass bedstead as at the hotel, and almost the same ornate furniture. The striped wallpaper was pale pink and mauvey blue, and here too was a photograph showing Hélène Lange, aged around 30. Her expression was very different, and her spontaneous open smile exuded joie de vivre. It was an enlarged Polaroid, and a background of foliage suggested it had been taken in a wood. She was gazing into the camera with a certain affection. I'd be curious to know who was taking the photograph, muttered Maigret to Lecoeur, who had joined him. Strange girl, wasn't she? I presume you've questioned the lodgers. It also occurred to me that the murder could have been committed by someone in the house. The widow's out of the frame because, despite her bulk, she's not strong enough to strangle someone as resilient as Mademoiselle Lange. We checked the Carlton, where she was indeed playing bridge until 11:20, whereas, according to the coroner, the murder must have been committed between 10 and 11 p.m. In other words, when Madame Guilbeault got home, Hélène Lange was already dead.
That is almost certain. The Moleskis saw a light under the lounge door. Since the lights were out when the body was found, the murderer must still have been in the house. I keep saying to myself, either he came in with his victim and strangled her before ransacking the room, or she caught him in the act and he suffocated her. What about the man Madame Birveau claims to have bumped into on the street corner? Well, we're working on it. At around that time, a bar owner who was lowering his metal shutter saw a corpulent individual walking hurriedly. He states that the man sounded out of breath. In which direction? Towards Les Célestins. No description. He didn't take any notice. All he knows is that he was wearing dark clothes and was hatless. He thinks he recalls that he had a receding hairline. No anonymous letters? Not yet. There would be. No case shrouded in mystery ends without the police receiving a number of anonymous letters and furtive telephone calls. You haven't seen the sister again? I'm waiting for her instructions as to what to do with the body. He added after a silence, The two sisters are as different as chalk and cheese, aren't they? While one appears to have been reserved and withdrawn, with a certain disdain for everything around her, the other embraces life, exudes health, and yet... Maigret smiled as he looked at Lecoeur, who, with the passing years, had indeed developed a paunch, and had a few white hairs in his auburn moustache. His blue eyes were innocent, almost childlike, yet Maigret remembered him as one of his best colleagues. Why are you smiling? Because I saw her alive, and from her photos and what you've been told about her, you have drawn the same conclusions as I have. Hélène Lange was a fake sentimentalist, a fake romantic, wasn't she? I believe she was playing a part, possibly for herself, but she couldn't help her eyes being hard and sharp. Like her sister. Francine Lange, on the other hand, plays the liberated woman, the girl who's afraid of nothing, who doesn't give a damn what people think. In La Rochelle, I'm sure she's a well-loved character whose high jinks are the subject of gossip, which doesn't stop her from occasionally... They didn't need to finish their sentences. She's no fool, and she knows what she wants, irrespective of all the gigolos on earth. Starting out from a little shop in Marseille, now at 40, she's the owner of one of the biggest hair salons in La Rochelle. I know the town, and Place d'Armes. He took his watch out of his pocket. My wife's waiting for me. At the spring. First of all, I'm going to clear my mind and watch the bull game. I tried playing once in Pokerol. If those gentlemen twist my arm. He walked off, filling a new pipe, and found the air much warmer. He was glad to be back in the shade of the big trees. Any news? Nothing of interest. They still know nothing of her life in Paris. His wife watched him for signs she should stop asking questions, but she felt emboldened by his cheerful mood. Nothing precise. Only that once she had a lover. You sound happy about that. Perhaps. It suggests that at one point in her life at least she had a good time. She hasn't always been withdrawn, brooding over heaven knows what notions or dreams. What's known about him? Almost nothing, except that he drove a big black car, that he came to see her only once or twice a week, that he left before 10 o'clock at night, and they never spent the holidays or weekends together. A married man? Most likely. Around 40, 10 years older than her. Didn't the residents of Rue de Bourbonnais ever see him? First of all, he's no longer 40. He must be getting on for 60, if not more. Do you think... I don't think anything. I'd like to know how she lived in Nice, whether there was a transition or whether she behaved like a spinster as she did here. Watch. He's going to shoot the jack out. It was the one-armed player who took his time, shot his boule, and sent the wooden jack flying onto the lawn. I envy them, he couldn't help muttering. Why? He thought she looked younger with the interplay of light and shadow on her smooth face. Her eyes were shining. He felt as if he was on holiday again. Haven't you noticed their attitude, their air of importance, the expression of intense satisfaction when they pull off a good shot? Whereas when we wrap up an investigation... He broke off mid-sentence, but the expression on his face said it all. They sent a man to court, to prison, or sometimes to his death. He stopped and said after emptying his pipe, Shall we walk? Wasn't that why they were there? Lecoeur's colleagues had questioned all the neighbours. Not only had no one seen or heard anything on the night of the murder, but they were all unanimous in asserting that Hélène Lange had no friends, male or female, and that she never received any visitors. Sometimes she goes away carrying a little hold-all, and the shutters stay closed for 2 or 3 days. She never took a bigger suitcase. She had no car, and did not call a taxi. Nor did anyone ever run into her in the street in the company of another person, man or woman. In the mornings, she'd go out to the local shops. She wasn't especially stingy, but she knew the value of money, and on Saturdays she'd go to the big market to buy food, always wearing a white hat in summer, a dark one in the winter. As for her current lodgers, they were in the clear. Madame Birbeau had rented a room on the recommendation of a friend from Montmartre who had stayed with Mademoiselle Lange for several seasons. Although she was quite conspicuous because of her stoutness and her fake jewelry, she wasn't the sort to murder someone, especially without a motive. Her husband had been a florist, and up until his death, she'd helped him in his shop on Boulevard des Batignolles, before retiring to a small apartment in Rue Lamarck. "I have nothing against her," she said of Hélène Lange, "except that she wasn't talkative." The Maleskis had been taking the waters at Vichy for 4 years. The first year, they'd stayed in a hotel, and on one of their walks they'd noticed a sign advertising a room to rent in Rue de Bourbonnais. They inquired about the price and booked the room for the following summer. This was their 3rd season in the house. Malesky suffered from liver disease, which forced him to take things easy and to follow a strict regimen. At 42, he was already a lackluster man with a sad smile, which did not prevent him from being, according to witness statements gathered over the telephone from Grenoble, a valuable professional and of scrupulous conscience. He and his wife had realized from the first year that Mademoiselle Lange did not wish to be on friendly terms with her lodgers. They'd only been into the lounge 2 or 3 times and were not acquainted with the other rooms on the ground floor. She had never invited them in for a drink or a cup of coffee. On rainy days, in the evenings, they sometimes heard the television below them, but it stopped early. Maigret was mulling over these details as he lay dozing on his bed as he did every afternoon, while Madame Maigret sat reading by the window. Through his eyelids, he could sense the golden half-darkness, the brighter stripes on the wall where the light filtered through the slats in the shutters. His convoluted thoughts went round and round in his head, and suddenly he wondered, as if this question were paramount, why that night? Why hadn't she been murdered the previous day or the next, 1 month, 2 months earlier? The question seemed absurd, and yet in his drowsy state he saw it as being of the utmost importance. For 10 years, 10 long years, she had lived alone in that quiet Vichy street. No one came to see her. She reportedly visited no one except perhaps during her brief monthly trips. The neighbors saw her come in and go out. She could also be spotted sitting on a yellow chair in the park, drinking her glass of water, or in the evenings in front of the bandstand, listening to the concert. Had he gone to speak to the shopkeepers himself, Maigret would have asked questions that would doubtless have surprised them. Did she sometimes engage in empty chatter? Would she sometimes bend down to stroke your dog? Did she talk to the housewives waiting in the queue, and did she acknowledge the ones she ran into almost every day at the same time? And lastly, did you ever see her laugh? Or even smile? You had to go back more than 15 years to find any personal contact with another human being, the man who came a couple of times a week to her apartment in Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette. Can a person live for so many years without occasionally confiding in someone, without at least getting things off their chest out loud? She had been strangled. But why that night? For the half-asleep Maigret, this became the key question, and when his wife informed him that it was 3 o'clock, he was still struggling to answer it. "Did you sleep?" "I dozed." "Are we both going out?" "Of course we're both going out. Don't we do that every day? Why do you ask?" "You might have arranged to meet Lecoeur." "I haven't arranged to meet anyone." And to prove it, they went on a long walk, starting with the children's playground, then passing the Boule game, the beach, and then, after the Bellerive Bridge, continuing along the boulevard to the yacht club, where they watched the water skiers. They went a lot further, towards the new apartment buildings, which were 12 stories high, and rose white against the sky, creating a town on the fringes of the town. On the opposite bank of the Allier, horses were galloping inside the white fences of the racecourse, and rows of heads and shoulders could be seen in the stands, as well as dark and light silhouettes on the grass. The hotel owner told me that more and more pensioners are coming to live in Vichy. He teased, "Is that what you're preparing me for? We have our house in Melun." They discovered quaint old streets. Each neighborhood had its epoch, its own style. The houses are all different, and you could guess the kind of person who had built them. Maigret enjoyed stopping outside the little restaurants dotted around and reading the menus. Room for rent, room with kitchen, beautiful furnished room. That explained the restaurants, and also the tens of thousands of people milling around in the streets and along the promenades. At 5 o'clock, they both sat down by the spring, their legs tired, and exchanged knowing smiles. Hadn't they overdone things a little? Were they not trying to prove to themselves that they were still young? They recognized two faces among the crowd, the merry couple, and there was something different in the looks that the man gave Maigret. Now, instead of walking past, he was making a beeline for Maigret with his hand outstretched. What else could he do but shake it? "Don't you recognize me?" "I'm sure I have met you before, but I'm racking my brains." "Maigret, does that ring a bell?" He had known a lot of Maigret, Petit Louis and Grand Jules in the course of his career. "The Maigret." He turned to his wife as if seeking her confirmation, and was merrier than ever. "You arrested me for the first time on Boulevard des Capucines on a day when there was a parade. I don't remember which head of state was strutting on horseback between the city guards. The second time was at the metro exit at Bastille. You've been following me for a while. It was some time ago. I was young. So were you, with all due respect." Maigret recalled the metro arrest because during the chase across Place de la Bastille, he'd lost his hat, a boater, as was fashionable at the time. That proved he'd already worn a straw hat. "How long do you get?" 2 years. That brought me to my senses. I went straight. First of all, I worked for a second-hand dealer where I patched up a load of junk, because I've always been good with my hands." A wink implied that had come in very useful when he made his living from pickpocketing. "Then I met Madame." He said the word emphatically and also with a certain pride. "No criminal record. She was never on the game. She'd barely arrived from Brittany and she was working in a dairy. With her, it was serious from the word go, and we tied the knot officially. She even insisted we marry in her village church, and it was a proper white wedding." He loved life with every fibre of his being. "I thought I recognized you. Every day I look at you, but I wasn't sure. This morning, when I opened the newspaper and saw your photo—" He pointed to the glass holders. "It's not serious, I hope?" "I'm in very good health." "So am I. All the doctors say so. They still sent me here because of the pains I get in my knees. Hydrotherapy, underwater massages, radiation therapy, the works. What about you?" "Glasses of water." "Well, then, it's nothing. But I don't want to keep you or your dear lady. You were very decent with me in the past. Those were the good old days, weren't they? Goodbye, Inspector. Say goodbye, sweetie pie." As the couple walked off, Maigret was still smiling at the colourfulness and the fate of the former pickpocket. Then his wife saw his expression gradually cloud and his brow furrow. Finally he gave a sigh of relief. "I think I know why." "Why that woman was killed?" "No. Why that particular day? Why not a month or a year ago?" "What do you mean?" "Since we've been here, we've met the same people 2 or 3 times a day, and their faces end up becoming familiar. It is only today, because of a photo in the newspaper, that the loony was certain he recognized me and came to talk to me. Now this is our first visit, our only one most likely. If we were to return next year, we'd find a certain number of regulars. Someone is here in Vichy, like us, for the first time. He followed the routine, chose a doctor, was examined, had tests done, and was given his schedule, the names of the springs, a volume of centiliters to drink at such and such a time. He ran into Hélène Lorge and thought he recognized her. Then he saw her a second time, and a third. Perhaps he wasn't far from her the other evening when she was listening to the music." It all sounded quite simple to Madame Maigret, and she was surprised that he was excited about a discovery that wasn't one. Maigret quickly added, ironically, "According to the publicity brochures, some 200,000 people take the waters here each year, over a 6-month period. That means more than 30,000 each month. Let's say a third of them are first-timers like us, and that leaves some 10,000 suspects. No, because we should rule out women and children. How many women and children do you reckon?" "More women than men. As for children—" "Wait. There are a number of people in invalid carriages, others are on crutches or walk with sticks. Most of the old men would be incapable of strangling a woman who's still in her prime. She wondered whether he was being serious, or whether he was joking. Let's say 1,000 men physically capable of strangulation. And since we're talking about a tall, muscular individual, according to the eyewitness accounts of Madame Vilvaux and the bar owner, that rules out the short and the puny men. That brings it down to 500. She was relieved to hear him laugh. Who are you laughing at? The police. Our profession. Later on, I'm going to tell the good Lacour that he's only got 500 suspects, unless we can eliminate any others. Those who are at the theatre that night, for instance, and can prove it. The ones who are playing bridge or something else. And to think that this is often the way we arrest a culprit. Once, Scotland Yard questioned every resident in a town of 200,000. It took months. Did they find him? And Maigret replied, in a different town, by chance, one night when the fellow was drunk and talked too much. It would probably be too late to see Lacour that day, because he still had 2 glasses of water to drink, with an interval of half an hour in between. He tried to take an interest in the evening newspaper, which was full of articles about celebrities on holiday. It was quite curious. Even those who led a frenetic life had themselves photographed with their children or their grandchildren, claiming that they devoted all their time to them. Later, when the breeze had become fresher, they turned the corner of Rue d'Auvergne. A van was parked outside Mademoiselle Lange's house. As they drew near, they heard the sound of hammering. "Shall I go back to the hotel?" murmured Madame Maigret. "I'll be along in a minute." The lounge door was open, and men in beige coats were hanging black drapes on the walls. Lacour appeared. "I thought you'd come. Step this way." He led Maigret into the bedroom, which was quieter. "Is she being buried in Vichy?" asked Maigret. "Is that what the sister decided?" "Yes. She dropped in to see me before lunch." "With her gigolo?" "No, by taxi." "When's the funeral?" "In 2 days' time, to give the local people the opportunity to visit the chapel of Brist." "Will there be an absolution?" "Apparently not." "Wasn't the Lange family Catholic?" "The old folks, yes. The girls were baptized and took their first communion. But since, unless she's divorced, for example, first they'd need to be proof that she was married." The Lacour looked at Maigret while twirling the tips of his auburn moustache. "You've never crossed paths with either of them in the past, I suppose?" "Never." "But you spent a certain amount of time at La Rochelle?" "I went there twice. Let's say 10 days in total." "Why?" "Because this morning I didn't find Francine Lange exactly the same. She was less chirpy. Her words didn't come out so directly. The entire time I had the impression that she had an ulterior motive, or that she wanted to tell me a secret. At one point she said, 'That was Inspector Maigret who was here yesterday, wasn't it?' I asked her if she'd met you before, and she replied that she'd recognized your photo in this morning's newspaper." A few dozen people among the thousands I walked past each day had the same reaction. Earlier, one of my former customers came up to shake my hand and was close to clapping me on the back. "I think it's more complicated," said Lacour, as if he was following a train of thought that was still hazy. "Do you think I might have had dealings with her at the time she was living in Paris?" "It's not impossible, given the life she must have led there. And no, what I'm thinking is less specific, subtler. As far as she's concerned, I'm an ordinary provincial police officer doing his job as best he can and asking the questions he has to ask. Once I've written down the replies, I move on to the next. Do you see what I mean? That explains why, when she walked in here, she was very relaxed, and why yesterday afternoon she wasn't. She glanced over towards your corner a couple of times, but I could tell she hadn't recognized you. She's staying at the Hôtel de la Gare. As in most of the hotels here, the newspapers are taken up to the guests along with their breakfast. On seeing your photo, she wondered why you were present during our interview." "What do you conclude from that?" "You're forgetting your reputation, the image the public has of you." He turned red, afraid his words might be misconstrued. "And not only the public, in fact. In the profession, we're the first." "Let's move on. It's important. She said to herself that you weren't sitting there by chance. And even if it was by chance, the fact that you are involved in the case—" "Did she seem scared?" "I wouldn't go that far. I found her different, on her guard. I only asked her inconsequential questions, but each time she took the trouble to think hard before replying." "She hadn't found the notary?" "I thought of that as well,
and I spoke to her about it. Her companion drew up a list of all the notaries in town and telephoned them. Apparently, none of them had Hélène Lange as a client. Only one, who was a clerk 10 years ago and who has since taken over his employer's practice, remembered having drawn up the deed of sale for this house. Do you have his name? Maître Rimbaud. Do you want to give him a call? At this hour? Provincial notaries generally live in the house where they have their practice. What should I ask him? Whether she paid by cheque or by bank transfer. I'd have to ask the workman to stop banging while I telephone. Meanwhile, Maigret wandered into the bathroom and the kitchen, not thinking about anything in particular. Well, you guessed. What? She paid cash. It was the first time that had happened to our Rimbaud, so he remembered it. She had a small suitcase stuffed with notes. Have you questioned the ticket clerks at the station? Heavens, I didn't think of that. I'd be curious to know whether she went to the same or different places each month. I hope I'll be able to tell you tomorrow. Enjoy your dinner, and have a pleasant evening. It was a concert evening at the bandstand, and the Maigrets had walked enough to take a well-earned rest. Chapter 4. He was 10 minutes early. He didn't know why. Perhaps that morning there was less to read in La Tribune. Madame Maigret, who always used the bathroom after him, was still in there, and he said through the half-open door, "I'm going down, wait for me downstairs." There was a green seat on the pavement for the hotel's guests. The sky was still as blue. Since they'd been in Vichy, it hadn't rained once. The owner was waiting for him at the foot of the stairs, as usual. "So, what about this murderer?" "It's not my case," Maigret replied with a smile. "Do you think those people from Clermont-Ferrand are up to the job? In a town like ours, it's not a good thing to have a strangler on the loose. Apparently, several elderly women have already left." Maigret smiled vaguely as he made his way to Rue du Bourbonnais. From a distance, he saw black drapes over the door, with a large letter L embroidered in silver. There was no police officer outside. Had there been one the previous day? He couldn't remember. He hadn't paid any attention. In short, this wasn't his case. He wasn't here in a professional capacity. He was just a visitor, taking the waters. He was about to press the bell when he noticed that the white door was open a fraction. He pushed it, saw a very young woman, barely 16, wiping a wet rag over the tiles in the hallway. She wore a dress that was so short that when she bent over it revealed her pink underwear. Her legs and thighs were pudgy and shapeless, as is often the case at that awkward age. They were like the legs of a cheap doll, and with the same artificial colour. When she turned around, he saw a moon face with expressionless eyes. She didn't ask who he was or what he was doing there. "It's in there," was all she said, pointing to the lounge door. The room was dark, hung with black drapes, with a coffin resting on what must have been the dining-room table. The 2 candles weren't lit, but there was holy water in a glass bowl with a sprig of boxwood. The dining-room door was open, so was that of the kitchen. In the dining-room, the furniture and items from the lounge had been piled up. In the kitchen, young de Salle was sitting in front of a cup of coffee, reading a comic album. "Do you want some coffee too? I've made a full pot." On the gas cooker of Hélène Lange, who would probably not have appreciated her kitchen being used in this way. "Is Inspector Recurve not here?" "He received an emergency call in Clermont-Ferrand late yesterday evening. There was a hold-up at the Caisse d'Epargne, leaving one man dead. A passer-by, who on seeing the door ajar after closing time, pushed it open just as the thieves were coming out. One of them fired." "Nothing new here?" "Not to my knowledge." "Did you take care of the railway station?" "My colleague Trigo's dealing with that. He's probably still there." "The young servant girl I've just seen has been questioned, I presume. What does she say?" "From the look of her, it's already surprising that she can speak. She knows nothing. She was only hired for the season. Her job was to clean the lodgers' rooms. She didn't clean the ground floor because Mademoiselle Lange did her own housework." "She's never seen any visitors?" "Only the man from the gas company and delivery boys. She started work at 9 o'clock and finished at midday. The Maleskis upstairs are worried. They've paid up until the end of the month. They're wondering whether they'll be allowed to stay. It's not easy to find a room at the height of the season, and they don't want to go to a hotel." "What did Leclerc decide?" "I think they're staying. In any case, they're up there. The other one, the fat woman, has just gone out to get herself pummeled by the masseurs." "Hasn't Francine Lange arrived?" "I'm waiting for her. No one knows what's going to happen.
She insisted on having a chapel of rest set up, and I wonder whether anyone will come. My instructions are to stay here and keep a discreet eye on the visitors, if there are any." "Have a good day all the same," muttered Maigret, leaving the kitchen. He automatically picked up a book bound in black cloth from a pedestal table which had been in the lounge and was now stashed with the rest of the furniture in the dining room. It was Lucien Leuven. The yellowing pages had that particular musty smell of books from public libraries and bookshops that offer reading subscriptions. A purple stamp gave the name and address of the bookshop owner. He put the novel back on the table, and a moment later he was walking calmly down the street. A window was flung open, and a woman in curlers and a dressing gown called out to him, "Tell me, Inspector, is it true that we can visit?" The expression surprised him, and he stood there for a moment baffled. "I imagine so, since there's a chapel of rest and the door is half open." "Can you see her?" "As far as I know, the coffin is sealed." She sighed. "Oh, I prefer that. It's not so scary." He found Madame Maigret sitting on the green seat, and she looked surprised to see him back so soon. They started walking like the other mornings. They were only a few minutes behind schedule, a schedule which in actual fact they'd never drawn up, but which they kept to as if it were of crucial importance. "Are there many people?" "No one. We're waiting." This time they started out of the children's playground, which was still almost empty, and they walked around it in the shade of the trees. Some of these, like those bordering the Allier, were rare species from America, India, and Japan, and had both a Latin and a French name on a metal plaque. Many of them had been sent as gifts by forgotten heads of state, maharajas, or minor oriental princes, in gratitude for a course of treatment at Vichy. They barely paused by the boule players. Madame Maigret never asked her husband where he was going. He walked straight ahead as if he had a goal, but most of the time, if he chose one street rather than another, it was for a change, to encounter new images, new sounds. Shortly before it was time for his glass of water, he went down Rue Georges Clemenceau, as if he had some purchases to make, but he turned left into one of the passages, Passage du Théâtre, where outside a bookshop were second-hand books in boxes and other colourful books on revolving stands. "Let's go in," he said to his wife, who was hesitant. The owner wore a long grey coat and was busy sorting out books. He appeared to recognize Maigret, but he waited. "Do you have a few minutes?" "At your service, Monsieur Maigret. I assume you wish to question me about Mademoiselle Lange." "She was one of your customers, wasn't she?" "She came in at least once a week, more often twice, to change her books. She had a subscription that allowed her to borrow 2 books at a time." "Had you known her long?" "I took over the shop 6 years ago. I'm not from here, but from Paris, from Montparnasse. She already used to come when the previous owner—" "Did you converse with her?" "As you know, she wasn't very talkative." "She didn't ask you to recommend books for her to read?" "She had her own ideas. Come and have a look over here." At the back of the bookshop was a room stacked from floor to ceiling with books bound in black cloth. She would often spend half an hour, even an hour, examining the books, reading a few lines of one and then another. The last book she borrowed was Stendhal's Lucien Leuven. Stendhal was her most recent discovery. Before that, she'd read all of Chateaubriand, Alfred de Vigny, Jules Sandeau, Benjamin Constant, Alfred de Musset, Georges Sand, always the romantic novelists. Once she took a Balzac, I don't remember which one, and brought it back the next day. I asked her if she disliked it, and she answered something along the lines of, "It's too violent." Balzac, violent. No modern-day authors. She never tried. On the other hand, she read and reread the letters of Georges Sand and Alfred de Musset. "Thank you." He'd almost reached the door when the bookshop owner called him back. "I was forgetting a detail which you might find amusing. I was surprised to find the books annotated in pencil. Phrases and words were underlined. Sometimes there was a cross in the margin. I wondered which of my customers had this compulsion, and I eventually found out it was her." "Did you mention it to her?" "I had to. My assistant couldn't spend all day erasing those marks." "What was her reaction?" "She looked offended and said, 'I apologize. When I read, I forget the books don't belong to me.'" The spa patients, the pale trunks of the plane trees, and the patches of sunlight were all in position, as well as the thousands of yellow chairs.
She found Balzac too brutal. She probably meant too lifelike. She confined herself to the first half of the 19th century, arrogantly ignoring Flaubert, Hugo, Zola, and Maupassant. But all the same, on the first day, in a corner of the lounge, Maigret had spotted a pile of magazines. He couldn't help trying to flesh out the picture he had built up of her. She only read romantic novels, but there was sometimes a note of real steeliness in her gaze. "Have you seen Lecoeur?" "No, he was called to Clermont-Ferrand because of a hold-up." "Do you think he'll find a killer?" Maigret gave a start. It was his turn to be brought back down to earth. As a matter of fact, he wasn't thinking of the murder. He had almost forgotten that the owner of a house with green shutters had been strangled, and that the most important thing was to catch her murderer. He, too, was looking for someone. He even thought about it more often than he'd have liked, to the point where it was becoming an obsession. What intrigued him was the man who at one point had found a place in this woman's solitary life. There was no trace of him in the Rue du Bourbonnais. There was no photograph of him, no letter or brief note. Nothing. Nothing of anyone else either, apart from bills. One had to go back to Paris, to Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette, 12 years earlier, to find any mention of a rather hazy visitor who came once or twice a week and spent an hour in the apartment of a woman who was still young. Even the sister Francine, who lived in the same city at the time, claimed not to know anything. Hélène Lange devoured books, watched television, did her shopping, her housework, went for walks in the shady park, like the people taking the waters, without speaking to a soul, and she listened to music by the bandstand, staring straight ahead of her. He found this disconcerting. In the course of his career, he had encountered individuals, men and women, fiercely attached to their freedom. He had met maniacs who'd withdrawn from the world to hide away in the most unlikely places, often the most squalid. But these people always maintained some sort of connection to the outside world. For old women, it was a seat in a park, for example, where they'd meet another old woman. Or the church, the confessional, the priest. Old men were regulars at a cafe where everyone knew them and casually greeted them. In this case, for the first time, Maigret was up against solitude in its pure state. A solitude that wasn't even aggressive. Mademoiselle Lange wasn't unpleasant towards her neighbors or the local shopkeepers. She didn't treat them with contempt, and despite her taste for certain colors and styles of dress, she did not put on airs. Quite simply, she took no notice of others. She didn't need to. She took in lodgers because she had empty rooms and it gave her an income. But there was a dividing line between those rooms and the ground floor, and she'd hired a half-witted servant girl to clean the upstairs rooms. "May I, Detective Chief Inspector?" A shadow in front of Maigret, a lanky form gripping the back of a chair. Maigret had seen the man at Rue du Bourbonnais. He was one of Lecoeur's colleagues, probably Twigo. He sat down, and Maigret asked, "How did you know you'd find me here?" "Dissel told me." "And how did Dissel? There isn't a police officer in town who doesn't know you by sight, so that wherever you go—" "Is there any news?" "Last night I spent an hour at the railway station, because it's not the same staff on duty as during the day. I went back there this morning, and I telephoned Inspector Lecoeur, who's still in Clermont." "Won't he be coming today?" "He doesn't know yet. In any case, he'll arrive early tomorrow for the funeral. I presume you'll be there too." "Have you seen Francine?" "She dropped into the funeral parlor. The transportation of the body will take place at 9 o'clock. It was probably she who sent the flowers." "How many wreaths?" "Just one." "Ascertain that it was her." "I'm sorry, I'm forgetting that it's none of my business." "That's not what the chief thinks, because he told me to be sure to tell you what I discovered. I have the feeling there are some in the squad, including yours truly, who are about to go on a trip." "Did she go far?" Twigo pulled a wad of papers out of his pocket and eventually found the one he was looking for. "They don't remember all her journeys, of course, but some names of cities struck them. For example, Strasbourg, the month after a trip to Brest. They noticed that the connections weren't always easy, and she sometimes had to change trains 2 or 3 times. Carcassonne, Dieppe, Lyon. That's not so far. Actually, Lyon was an exception. Most of the trips were further. Nancy, Montélimar. No small towns, no villages. Only fairly large towns. True, she could have continued her journey by car because no tickets for Paris. None. Had it been going on for long? The last clerk I questioned has been working at the same ticket window for 9 years. She was already a regular customer, he told me.
The station staff knew her, they expected her, they would sometimes bet on which town she'd choose next. Were there specific dates? No, that's the thing. Sometimes they didn't see her for 6 weeks, especially in summer during the season, probably because of her lodgers. Her trips didn't correspond to the end of a month or set intervals. Did Lecoeur tell you what he plans to do? He ordered a number of photographs. He'll begin by sending men to the nearest towns, and today he'll send photos to the local police judiciaire headquarters. Do you know why Lecoeur wanted me to be informed? He didn't say anything to me. He must think that you have an idea. So do I, as a matter of fact. People always thought he was cleverer than he was, and if he protested, they were convinced it was a ploy. Are there many visitors at Rue de Bourbonnais? According to Giselle, it started around 10 a.m. A woman in an apron pushed open the door and poked her head round. Then she took a few steps inside and found the chapel of rest. She took a rosary out of her apron pocket and her lips began to move. She made the sign of the cross with the holy water, and then left. She was the one who triggered a stream of visitors. She informed the neighbours. Then the women came, alone or in pairs. No men. A few. The butcher, a carpenter who lives at the end of the street, people from the neighbourhood. Why would the murder not have been committed by someone local? They were busy looking everywhere, piecing together the life of the lady in lilac in Nice, in Paris, her trips to all 4 corners of France. But no one had thought of the neighbours, the thousands of people who lived in the France district. Neither had Maigret. Is there anything I should be doing? It was not of his own accord that Twigo spoke those words, which must have been suggested to him by that cunning Lecoeur. Since they had Maigret on hand, why not use him? I wonder whether the ticket clerks might remember some precise dates. Not many, 2 or 3 would be enough. I already have one, the 11th of June. The fellow remembers because it was Reims, and his wife is from there, and that day was her birthday. If I were you, I'd go and check with the bank to see if there was a deposit on the 13th or the 14th. I see what you mean. Blackmail, eh? Or an allowance? Why pay an allowance on different dates and at irregular intervals? I'm wondering the same thing. Twido gave Maigret a funny look, convinced he was hiding something, or that he was making fun of him. I'd rather deal with a hold-up, he complained. With gangsters, you generally know what to expect. I apologize for disturbing you. Oh, good day, madame. He stood up, embarrassed, not knowing how to leave, and he had the sun in his eyes. It's too late for the bank. I'll go over there at 2 o'clock. Then, if necessary, I'll return to the station. Maigret, too, had once done that job, tramping around for hours on burning or wet pavements, questioning people who were mistrustful and who he'd had to worm words out of one at a time. We must go for a glass of water. While Twigo would probably quench his thirst with a large beer. See you at the spring around 11. I hope I'll be there. There was a hint of irritability in his voice. Madame Maigret had been worried he'd be bored in Vichy, doing nothing from morning till night with only her company. His smiling serenity of the first few days had only half reassured her, and she wondered how long that mood would last. But now, for the past 3 days, he'd been genuinely annoyed each time he missed one of their walks. Today was the funeral. He promised Lecoeur he'd attend. The sun was still shining, and in the streets there was that same mixture of morning coolness and moisture. Rue de Bourbonnais afforded an unusual sight. In addition to the residents who could be seen at their windows, resting on their elbows as if to watch a procession, curious onlookers lined the curbs, forming a cluster close to the house of the dead woman. The hearse had already arrived. Behind was parked a dark car, no doubt supplied by the undertakers, and then another which Maigret hadn't seen before. Lecoeur came out to meet him. I had to abandon my gangsters, he said. Hold-ups happen every day. The public's used to them, and they aren't affected by them anymore, whereas a woman strangled in her own home in a quiet town like Vichy, without any apparent motive. Maigret recognized the auburn mop of the photographer from La Tribune. 2 or 3 others were at work in the street, and one of them snapped the 2 police chiefs crossing the road. In short, there was nothing to see, and the bystanders looked at one another as if wondering what they were doing there. Have you got men in the street? 3. Giselle doesn't appear to be here, but he can't be far away. He had the bright idea of asking a pork butcher's boy to come with him because he knows everybody. He'll be able to point out the people who aren't from this neighborhood. There was nothing sad or awe-inspiring about the scene. Everyone was waiting, including Maigret. Are you going to the cemetery? He asked Lecoeur. I'd like you to come with me, Chief. I brought my own car, thinking that a police car might be in bad taste. Francine? She arrived a few minutes ago with a gigolo. She's inside. Where's their car? The funeral directors, who know what's proper and what isn't on these occasions, probably explained to them that a red convertible was hardly any more appropriate for a funeral convoy than a police car. They'll be in the black saloon. Did she speak to you? She greeted me distractedly when she arrived. She seemed on edge, worried. Before going inside the house, she scanned the throng as if she was searching for someone. I still don't see your young Dissel, because he's found a window somewhere for himself and his butcher's boy to watch the crowd. People came out of the house, and 2 more neighbours went in, emerging almost immediately. Then the driver of the hearse clambered into his seat. As if it were a signal, 4 men brought the coffin out, struggling to get it through the doorway, and slid it into the vehicle. One of them went back inside the house and returned with a wreath and a smaller bouquet. The bouquet is from the lodgers. Francine Lange waited on the doorstep wearing a black dress that didn't suit her, which she must have bought the previous day in Rue Georges Clemenceau. Her companion could be seen behind her in the dark hallway. The hearse advanced a few meters. Francine and her lover got into the black car. Come on, Chief. The people lining the street didn't move, and only the photographers ran down the middle of the road. Is that all? Asked Maigret, turning around. There's no other family, no friends. The lodgers. Bolesky has an appointment with his doctor at 10 o'clock, and fat Madame Virvo has her massage. They drove past 2 or 3 streets, which Maigret knew from having strolled down them on his wanderings. He filled his pipe, looked at the houses, and was surprised when the car came out in front of the station. The cemetery wasn't far away, just across the railway line. It was deserted. The hearse drove as far as it was possible for motor vehicles to go. So there were only 4 of them on a gravel path apart from the undertakers. Lecoeur and Maigret instinctively moved closer to the couple. The boyfriend had put on a pair of shades. Will you be leaving Vichy soon? Maigret asked the young woman. He'd asked the question to make conversation without attaching any importance to it, and he noticed that she was watching him intently, as if to find out whether there was an ulterior motive behind his words. I should probably stay on for 2 or 3 days to sort everything out. What are you going to do about the lodgers? I'll let them stay until the end of the month. There's no reason not to. I'll simply lock up the ground floor rooms. Are you planning to sell the house? She didn't have time to reply, because one of the men in black was coming over to her. The coffin was carried on shafts along the narrower path to the edge of the cemetery, where there was an open grave. A photographer, not the tall redhead but another one, materialized from nowhere and took a few shots while the coffin was being lowered into the ground, and as Francine Lange threw a shovelful of earth into the grave on the instructions of the officiant. A few meters away, beyond a low wall, was a waste ground where wrecked cars lay rusting, and further away stood a few white houses. The hearse drove off, and so did the photographer. Lecoeur shot a look at Maigret, who didn't understand, because he seemed lost in thought. What exactly was he thinking about? La Rochelle, which he was fond of? Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette back in his early days, when he was secretary to the superintendent of the 9th arrondissement? The boule players, too. Francine was walking towards them, a bald handkerchief in her hand. It hadn't been used to dry her tears. She hadn't cried. She had been no more emotional than the undertakers or the gravedigger. There had been nothing moving about that funeral, which had been as unromantic as could be. If she was fiddling with her handkerchief, it was to keep her composure. I don't know what usually happens. Normally after a funeral there's a meal, isn't there? I'm sure you have no wish to have lunch with us. My work, mumbled Lecoeur. Can I at least invite you for a drink? Maigret was surprised at the change in her. Here, too, in the deserted cemetery, from which even the photographer had disappeared, she kept looking about her, as if some danger lurked. I'm sure we'll meet on another occasion, replied Lecoeur diplomatically. You still haven't found anything? It wasn't him she looked at as she asked the question, but Maigret, as if she expected something of him. The investigation continues. Maigret filled his pipe with little movements of his index finger, trying to understand. This woman had certainly had a few knocks, and was capable of facing up to life without batting an eyelid. It wasn't the death of her sister that was affecting her, because on the first day she'd been full of life and energy. In that case, gentlemen, I don't know what else to say. Goodbye, then, and thank you for coming. Had she stayed a minute longer, Maigret would perhaps have asked whether anyone had threatened her. She walked off, teetering on her high heels, and as soon as she closed the hotel room door, she would tear off that black dress, bought for the occasion. "What do you think?" Maigret said to his colleague from Clermont. "Did you notice as well? I'd like to interview her between four walls, but I have to think of a plausible reason to summon her. Today it would be inappropriate. She seems to be afraid." "I had that feeling too." "Do you think she's received threats? What would you do in my shoes?" "What do you mean?" "We don't know why her sister was strangled. It could be a family drama after all. We know almost nothing about these people. It could be some business that both women were mixed up in. Didn't she tell you that she'd be staying another couple of days in Vichy? I don't have many men available, but the hold-up can wait. We always catch the professionals in the end." Now they were in the car, driving towards the cemetery exit. "I'll have her watched, as discreetly as possible, although in a hotel, that's almost impossible. Where shall I drop you off?" "Somewhere near the park." "Of course you're here to take the waters. I don't know why I can't get that into my head." At first, he thought his wife hadn't arrived yet because he couldn't see her on her chair. They were so used to meeting at the same place every day that he was surprised to find her on a different chair in the shade of another tree. He observed her for a moment without her spotting him. She didn't look impatient. In a pastel dress, her hands in her lap, she was watching the people walking past. A faint smile of contentment lit up her face. "You're here!" she exclaimed. Then immediately, "Our chairs are taken. I listened to them talking, and I believe they're Dutch. I hope they're only passing through and that we won't find them in our seats every day. I didn't think you would be over so quickly." "The cemetery isn't far." "Were there a lot of people?" "In the street. Afterwards there were only four of us." "Did she bring her lover?" "I'd come and have a glass." They had to queue for a while. Then Maigret bought the Paris newspapers, which barely mentioned the Vichy strangler. Only one, the previous day, had published a headline saying "The Vichy Strangler," and below it was a photo of Maigret. He was curious to find out the result of the inquiries carried out in some of the towns the lady in lilac visited on irregular dates. Even so, his thoughts were vague. He read, his mind elsewhere, and over the top of his newspaper he could see the outlines of the promenaders. Soon they had to shift their chairs back because they were now in the sun. That was what was good about the spot that had been taken over by the Dutch. It was in a place the sun didn't reach at the times they were in the park. "Don't you want a newspaper?" "No. The merry couple have just gone past, and they gave you a big wave." They had already melted into the crowd. "Did the sister cry?" "No." He was still thinking about her. If he'd been in charge of the investigation, he too would have liked to question her in the calm atmosphere of his office. He thought about her again several times during the rest of the morning. They walked back to the Hôtel de la Bérésina, went upstairs to freshen up, and sat down to lunch. As always, partially drunk bottles of wine were on each table, except for theirs, next to glass vases containing 2 or 3 flowers. "There's escalope milanaise or calf's liver à la bourgeoise." "Escalope," he sighed. "They'll serve mine without the sauce in any case. I'm just passing through, but Rian must still be here next year and the following years. He's the one who's important." "Don't you feel better than in Paris?" "Only because I'm not in Paris. Besides, I never felt really bad. Lethargy, dizziness. I imagine it happens to everyone." "But you trust Pardon, don't you?" "I have to." They had eaten all the pasta they'd been given for the hors d'oeuvre and starter, and had just been served the escalopes, when Maigret was told there was a phone call for him. The telephone was in a small sitting room that looked out onto the street. "Hello? I hope I'm not disturbing you. You're already having lunch." He recognized Lacoeur's voice and muttered, "If you can call it that." "There's been a development. I'd sent one of my men to watch the Hôtel de la Gare. Before taking up his position, he had the bright idea of asking for Francine Lange's room number. The receptionist looked surprised and told him she'd left." "When?" "Barely half an hour after saying goodbye to us. Apparently the pair of them came back, and before going up to their room the man asked them to prepare the bill. They must have packed their bags at top speed, because 10 minutes later they telephoned to have their bags brought down. They crammed everything into the red car and drove off into the traffic." Maigret said nothing. Neither did Lacoeur, and there was a fairly long silence. "What do you make of that, Chief?" "She's scared." "Obviously, but she was already scared this morning. It was noticeable. Even so, she told us she was planning to stay in Vichy for another 2 or 3 days. Maybe so you wouldn't detain her? What right would I have had to detain her, unless I'd had something on her? You know the law, but she doesn't. We'll find out this evening or tomorrow morning whether she's gone home to La Rochelle. It's most likely. I think so too. But all the same, I'm furious. I intended to see her again and have a long chat with her. It's true that I might learn more. Are you free at 2 o'clock? That was when Maigret took his nap, and he replied reluctantly, I don't have anything particular to do, naturally. While I was out of the office this morning, someone telephoned the local police station and asked to speak to me. I'm here at the moment. In the end, I accepted the office they offered to lend me. It was a girl who gave her surname as Madeleine Dubois. And guess what her job is? Maigret said nothing. She's a night telephonist at the Hôtel de la Gare. My Vichy colleague told her that I'd probably be in my office in Avenue Victoria by around 2 p.m. He asked her whether she could tell him what she was calling about, but she preferred to see me in person. I'm expecting her shortly. I'll be there. He didn't have a nap, but discovered the charming white turreted residence surrounded by gardens that was the Vichy police headquarters. A police officer led him down a corridor on the first floor, where an office almost empty of furniture had been put at Lacoeur's disposal. It's 5 to 2, said Lacoeur. I hope she's not going to change her mind. That reminds me, I'd better find a third chair. He could be heard opening doors in the corridor until he found what he was looking for. On the dot of 2 o'clock, the duty officer knocked on the door and announced, Madame Dubois. She came into the room, a petite, lively woman with dark hair and a very mobile gaze that darted from one man to the other. Who should I speak to? Lacoeur introduced himself, but didn't mention Maigret, who sat down in a corner. I don't know if what I have to tell you is of any use to you. At the time, I didn't attach any importance to it. The hotel's full. I had a lot of work, up till 1 o'clock in the morning. Then, as usual, I went to sleep. It's about one of our guests, Madame Lange. I presume you mean Mademoiselle Francine Lange. I thought she was married. I know that her sister's dead and that she was buried this morning. Last night at about 8:30, someone asked to be put through to her. A man? A man, yes, with a very strange voice. I'm almost certain he suffers from asthma, because I had an uncle who had it and who spoke just like that. He didn't give his name? No. He didn't ask for the room number? No. I rang, but no one answered, so I told him that the person he wished to speak to was not in her room. He called again at around 9 o'clock, and there was still no answer from room 406. Mademoiselle Lange and her companion had only one room for the two of them. Yes. The man called back a third time at 11 o'clock, and this time Mademoiselle Lange answered. I put him through. She looked embarrassed, glanced over at Maigret as if to gauge the effect her next words would have on him. She, too, must have recognized him. Did you listen in? Asked Lacoeur kindly. I'm sorry. I don't normally. We have a reputation to eavesdropping, but if people knew how uninteresting it is, they'd think differently. Perhaps it's because of the sister's murder, or because of the man's strange voice. Who's calling? She asked. Am I speaking to Mademoiselle Francine Lange? Yes. Are you alone in the room? She hesitated, but I was almost positive her companion was with her. Yes. And what business is that of yours? I have a confidential message for you. Listen carefully. If we're cut off, I'll call you back in half an hour. He was wheezing, sometimes making a sort of whistling sound, like my uncle. I'm listening. You still haven't told me who you are. That doesn't matter. It is essential that you remain in Vichy for a few days. It is in your interest. I'll contact you. I'm not sure when yet. Our conversation could earn you a very large sum of money. Do you understand? He stopped talking and hung up. After a few minutes, room 406 rang. Mademoiselle Lange here. I just received a telephone call. Can you tell me whether it came from Vichy or elsewhere? From Vichy. Thank you. There. At first I thought it was none of my business. Then this morning I was unable to go to sleep, and I telephoned here to ask who is in charge of the investigation. She fiddled anxiously with her handbag, her gaze flitting between the two men. Do you think it's important? You haven't been back to the hotel? I'm not on duty again until 8 o'clock this evening. Mademoiselle Lange has left. Didn't she go to her sister's funeral? She left Vichy almost immediately afterwards. Oh. Then, after a silence, you think that man wanted to lure her into a trap, don't you? He wouldn't happen to be the strangler, would he? She turned pale at the idea of having had the murderer of the lady in lilac on the end of the line. Maigret did not regret missing his nap. Chapter 5. Once the telephonist had left, the two men stayed where they were, Maigret puffing on his pipe, Lecoeur smoking a cigarette that came close to singeing his moustache. The smoke hung in wisps above their heads. In the courtyard, a dozen or so officers could be heard doing gymnastics. There was a prolonged silence. Both were seasoned veterans who knew the ins and outs of the job. They'd had dealings with all sorts of criminals, all sorts of witnesses. It was obviously the killer who telephoned, sighed Lecoeur at length. Maigret didn't reply immediately. They didn't react in the same way. Without mentioning the word methods, one which neither of them liked, they had different approaches to a problem. Now, since the lady in lilac had been strangled, Maigret had not thought a great deal about the murderer. This was not deliberate. He was somehow haunted by the woman who he kept seeing in his mind's eye, sitting on her yellow chair in front of the bandstand, with her long face and gentle smile, which was sometimes belied by the steeliness of her gaze. That image had been fleshed out a little when he'd visited the house in Rue du Bourbonnais, learned about her time in Nice, her life in Paris, or at least the little that was known, and even the books she read. The strangler was only a shape, a tall, muscular man whom Madame Dieveau claimed to have seen on the corner of the street, walking very fast, and a bar owner had noticed without being able to make out his features. Imperceptibly, Maigret was starting to think about him. I wonder how he found out that Francine Lange had booked into the Hôtel de la Gare. The newspapers that had reported on the arrival of the victim's sister had not given the address where she was staying. Maigret advanced cautiously, hesitantly. Why would he not simply have telephoned different hotels and asked to speak to Mademoiselle Lange? He imagined him in front of a telephone directory. The list of hotels must be very long. Had he proceeded in alphabetical order? You could perhaps call a hotel whose name begins with A or B. With an amused look in his eye, Lecoeur picked up the receiver. Would you give me the Hôtel d'Angleterre? No, not the management or reception. I'd like to speak to the telephonist. Hello, are you the telephone operator at the Hôtel d'Angleterre? This is the police judiciaire. Has someone asked to be put through to a certain Mademoiselle Lange? No, not the victim. Her sister, Francine Lange. That's right. Well, ask your colleague, he informed Maigret. There are two of them on the switchboard. The hotel has 500 or 600 rooms. Hello, yes? Yesterday morning. Pass me your colleague, would you? Hello, was it you who took the call? Nothing struck you? A croaky voice, you say? As if the man... Yes, I understand. Thank you. And to Maigret. Yesterday morning at around 10. A croaky voice, or rather that of a man who has trouble breathing. Someone who was taking the waters, as Maigret had thought from the very first day, and who had run into Hélène Lange by chance. He'd have followed her to find out where she lived. The telephone rang. It was the inspector who'd been sent to Lyon. He discovered no trace of the victim in the town's hotels, but a post office clerk remembered her. She'd come twice, both times to collect a fat, padded envelope. The first time the envelope had been waiting for a week. The second time, it had just arrived. Do you have the dates? Lost in thought, still puffing avidly on his pipe, Maigret watched his colleague at work. Hello, Cray Lyonnais. Have you got that list of deposits I requested? No, I'll have someone collect it later. Can you tell me if a payment was received immediately after the 13th of January last year, and another the 22nd of February this year? Yeah, I'll hold on, yes. It didn't take long. A deposit of 8,000 francs on the 15th of January, another of 5,000 on the 23rd of February this year. The average deposit is 5,000 francs, is that right? Nearly all are, with a few rare exceptions. I have the statement in front of me. I see that 5 years ago the sum of 25,000 francs was credited to the account. It is the only deposit of that size. Always in cash? Always. What is the balance of the account at present? 452,650. Lecoeur repeated the figure to Maigret. She was rich, he muttered, and yet she rented out furnished rooms during the season. He was surprised to hear Maigret reply, He's very rich. It's true. It appears that this money all comes from the same source, and men who can pay 5,000 francs a month, occasionally larger sums. But that man was not aware that N.N. Lange was the owner of a little white house with pale green shutters in Vichy's France neighborhood. Each time he sent money, it was to a different address. Was the money not sent on a fixed date? And did Mademoiselle Lange deliberately not pick it up until a few days later, so as to be certain that her chosen post office wasn't being watched? A wealthy man, or in any case, very comfortably off. When he'd spoken to the sister on the phone, he hadn't made a precise arrangement. He'd asked her to stay in Vichy a few days longer and to wait for his call. Why? He must be married. He's here with his wife and perhaps his children. He's not free when he wants. Now le Coeur was intrigued to watch Maigret's brain at work. Was it really his brain, though? He was now trying to get under the man's skin. Oh, du Beauharnais, he didn't find what he was looking for, and Hélène Lange didn't talk. If she talked, she probably wouldn't have died. He wanted to frighten her to get the information he needed out of her. So despite his wife, he was free that evening. Maigret fell silent, pondering this objection. What was on at the theatre on Monday? Le Coeur picked up the telephone to inquire. Tosca. It was a sellout. This wasn't rigorous reasoning, true. It wasn't even reasoning. Maigret tried to imagine a man, a fairly important figure, probably staying at one of the best hotels in Vichy. He had his wife, his friends. The previous day, or the day before that, he'd run into N.N. Lange and followed her to find out where she lived. That evening, Tosca was being performed at the Grand Casino Theatre. Aren't women fonder of Italian opera than men? Why don't you go without me? I'm tired from my treatment. I'll take the opportunity to have an early night. What information did he want from Hélène Lange, and why did she obstinately refuse to talk? Had he gone into the house before her, forcing an easy lock, and searched her apartment before she arrived home? Or had he only turned up once she was back home, and had he already killed her when he ransacked the place? Why that little smile, Chief? Because I'm thinking of a stupid detail. Before the Hôtel de la Gare, a murderer must, if he went in alphabetical order, have made 30 or so phone calls. Does that not suggest something to you? He filled a fresh pipe. The entire police force is looking for him. His wife is probably staying with him in a hotel room. However, he has to repeat numerous times a surname that is the same as that of the victim. In hotels, all calls go through the switchboard. Furthermore, there's his wife to contend with. It's risky to telephone from a cafe or a bar where there's the possibility of being overheard. If I were you, le Coeur, I'd have a certain number of men watching the public call boxes. But he did get hold of Francine Lange. He's going to call her back. She's not in Vichy anymore. He doesn't know that. In Paris, like most husbands, Maigret saw his wife 3 times a day, when he woke up, at midday, and in the evening, although he sometimes didn't go home for lunch. So during the rest of the day, he could have got up to anything without her knowing. But in Vichy, they were together almost 24 hours a day, and he wasn't the only one in this situation. He can't even linger too long in a call box. Maigret sighed. He probably went out to buy cigarettes or get a breath of fresh air while his wife was getting dressed. 1 or 2 telephone calls. If she was taking the orders as well, and if she was having hydrotherapy, that gave him a little more time to himself. He imagined this man taking advantage of every opportunity, creating them, like a kid lying to his mother. A portly man of a certain age, wealthy with an important job, in Vichy trying to find a cure for his asthma. Does it not surprise you that the sister left? Francine Lange liked money. Goodness knows what she'd got up to when she lived in Paris to come by it. Now she owned a thriving business. She was going to inherit her sister's fortune. But was she the sort of woman to thumb her nose at a large sum? Was it the police she feared? It seemed unlikely, unless she decided to flee for good, to go abroad. No, she'd return to La Rochelle, where the police could question her just as well as in Vichy. For the time being, she was still on the road, her boyfriend at the wheel, while youths turned their heads to stare enviously after the red convertible. She'd arrive around mid-afternoon because they must be driving fast. Have the newspapers mentioned that she lives in La Rochelle? No, they only reported her arrival. She was already afraid this morning at the funeral parlour and at the cemetery. I wonder why it was you she was looking at covertly. I think I understand. Maigret smiled, not without embarrassment. The press has given me a reputation as a sort of confessor. She must have been tempted to confide in me, to ask me for advice. Then she said to herself that it was too big a thing. Le Coeur frowned. I don't see. The man
tried to get a piece of information out of Hélène Lange, and this information was important enough to make him lose all control. It's rare for someone to strangle a person in cold blood. He came to Rue du Bourbonnais unarmed. He didn't intend to kill, but he left empty-handed. Thinking of the strangling, Maigret added, so to speak. He presumes the sister has the same piece of information. It's certain, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to so much trouble, and he wouldn't have taken so many risks to find out where she was staying. He wouldn't have telephoned her, and wouldn't have hinted to her about the payment of a large sum. What about her? Does she know what he wants from her? It's possible, muttered Maigret, checking the time on his watch. It's likely, isn't it? As is proved by the fact that she was scared enough to leave without telling us anything. I have to go and meet my wife. He nearly added, like the other fellow, like that portly man with broad shoulders, who had to make up childish excuses to go and telephone from a call box. Who knows? In the course of their daily strolls, the Maigrets had perhaps walked past that couple several times. It was possible that they'd sat next to them when drinking their glass of water, that their chairs, don't forget the phone booths. I need as many men as you have in Paris. I never have enough. When are you going to call La Rochelle? At around 6 o'clock, before I leave for Clermont-Ferrand, where I have an appointment with the examining magistrate. He's waiting for me at his home. This case is troubling him because he's closely connected with a company de Vichy, which doesn't appreciate this kind of publicity. If you want to be present. Madame Maigret was waiting for him on a bench. Never in their lives had the Maigrets sat on so many park benches and chairs. He was late, but she didn't reprimand him, contenting herself to observe that he seemed to be in a different mood from earlier. She knew that expression, half frowning, half pensive. Where are we going? For a walk. Like the other days, like the other couple. The wife wouldn't suspect anything. She went for strolls with her husband, unaware that he quaked at the sight of every police uniform. He was a murderer. He couldn't run away without coming under suspicion. Like the Maigrets, he had to carry on with his daily routine. Was he staying in one of the 2 or 3 luxury hotels? It was none of Maigret's business, but if he were Lacour is an excellent police officer, he muttered, which meant deep down, he's bound to think of it. There aren't so many guests in those hotels for... But he wished he could go and sniff around himself. Don't forget your appointment with Ria. Is it today? Tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Once again, he'd have to get undressed, allow himself to be prodded and poked, clamber onto the weighing machine, and listen to the fair-haired young doctor earnestly discussing the amount of water he was to drink from now on. Was he going to send him to a different spring? He thought of Janvier, who'd moved into his office because Lucas was on holiday too. He'd chosen the mountains, somewhere near Chamonix. A string of small sailing boats was slowly tacking into the wind. Couples on pedalos drifted by, and there were miniature golf courses every 50 meters along the wall bordering the Allier. Maigret caught himself turning around each time they passed a portly man of a certain age. For him, Hélène Lange's killer had stopped being a shadowy image. He was beginning to take shape, to acquire a personality. He was in the town, somewhere on one of the walks the Maigrets took with such regularity. His movements were similar to theirs, and he saw the same sights, the sailing boats, the pedalos, the yellow chairs in the park, and the crowd strolling by at a monotonous pace. Rightly or wrongly, Maigret saw him with a wife at his side, a very plump woman, too, complaining her feet hurt. What did they talk about as they walked? What did all those couples among whom the Maigrets found themselves say to each other? He had killed Hélène Lange. He was wanted. One word, one gesture, one slip-up, and he'd be arrested. His entire life destroyed, his name on the front page of the newspapers, his friends flabbergasted, his fortune and that of his family jeopardized. A police cell instead of a comfortable apartment. The transformation could happen within a few minutes, a few seconds. A stranger was perhaps going to tap him on the shoulder, and when he looked around, he would find himself face to face with a police badge. Are you Monsieur? Monsieur who? It didn't matter. The shock, his wife's outrage. It must be a mistake, Inspector. I know him well. He's my husband. Everyone will tell you. Speak up for yourself, Jean. Jean, or Pierre, or Gaston. Maigret kept covertly looking around him. But he's still trying. He's still trying to what? Trying to find out the truth. What are you talking about? You know who I'm talking about. He telephoned Francine Lange. He wants to talk to her. Won't he get caught? If she'd told Lacour in time, they'd have set up a trap. It's still possible. He's not familiar with her voice. Lacour is bound to have thought of that. He just needs to put a woman of around her age in room 406 when the man calls.
Maigret stopped in his tracks and growled, his fists clenched as if enraged. What the hell can he be looking for to take such a huge risk? A man's voice replied, "Hello, who do you wish to speak to?" "I'd like to speak to Mademoiselle Francine Lange." "Who's calling?" "Chief Superintendent Lecoeur." "One moment, please." Maigret was sitting facing Lecoeur in the bare office and was holding the extra listening device to his ear. "Hello, could you call back tomorrow morning?" "No." "In half an hour?" "In half an hour I'll be on the road." "We've only just got here. Francine, I mean Mademoiselle Lange, is in her bath. Ask her from me to get out of it." Lecoeur winked at his Paris colleague. Once again, Lucien Romanel's voice could be heard. "She'll be with you in a moment. She's just drying herself. I get the impression that you didn't drive very fast." "We broke down. We lost nearly an hour trying to find a spare part. Oh, here she is." "Hello?" Her voice sounded more distant than that of her boyfriend. "Mademoiselle Lange, this morning you told me that you'd be staying in Vichy for another 2 or 3 days. That was my intention. I changed my mind." "I ask why?" "I could answer that I changed my mind, and that's that. I've a right to, don't I?" "And I've a right to request a court order and force you to talk. What difference does it make whether I'm in Vichy or La Rochelle? For me, a very big one. Now I repeat my question. What made you change your mind?" "I was scared." "Of what?" "You know very well. I was already afraid this morning, but I told myself he wouldn't dare." "Could you be clearer, please? Afraid of whom?" "Of the man who strangled my sister. I thought that if he went for her, he's capable of going for me." "For what reason?" "It's hard to say." "Do you know him?" "No." "You don't have the slightest idea who it could be?" "No." "And yet at midday, having just told me you'd be extending your stay in Vichy, you left the hotel in a great hurry." "I was scared." "You are lying. Or to be more specific, you had a particular reason to be scared." "I told you he killed my sister. He could just as easily—" "For what reason?" "I don't know." "And you don't know why your sister was killed either?" "If I knew, I'd have told you." "In that case, why haven't you told me about the telephone call?" He imagined her in her bathroom, her hair damp, in the apartment where the suitcases had just been opened. Did her telephone have a second earpiece? Otherwise Romanel must be standing in front of her, darting her questioning looks. "What telephone call?" "The one you received yesterday evening at your hotel." "I don't see what you—" "Do I need to remind you what the caller said? Did he not advise you to stay in Vichy for another 2 or 3 days? Did he not tell you that he'd be back in touch with you and that you could receive a very large sum of money?" "I barely listened." "Why?" "Because I thought it was a joke. Is that not your impression?" "No." A very sharp no, followed by a menacing silence. On the other end of the line she was unnerved and was struggling to find something to say. "Well, I'm not from the police." "I'm telling you, I thought it was a practical joke." "Do people often play this sort of practical joke on you?" "Not this sort." "Was it not that telephone conversation that frightened you enough to make you leave Vichy as quickly as possible?" "Because you don't believe me." "I'll believe you when you're telling the truth." "It scared me." "What?" "Knowing the man was still in town. All women must be frightened at the idea of a strangler roaming the streets." "Although the hotels haven't suddenly emptied. Have you ever heard that voice before?" "I don't think so." "A very distinctive voice?" "I didn't notice. I was too surprised." "Earlier you mentioned a bad joke." I'm tired. Day before yesterday I was still on holiday in the Balearics. I barely slept since." "That's no reason to lie." "I'm not used to being questioned, especially over the telephone after being dragged out of my bath." "If you prefer, in 1 hour you'll receive an official visit from my colleague in La Rochelle, and everything you say will be duly taken down." "I'm doing my best to answer you." Maigret's eyes were laughing. Lecoeur was doing a good job. That was not how he would have gone about it himself, but the result would have been the same. "You knew yesterday that the police were looking for your sister's murderer. You were not unaware that the slightest clue could be valuable." "I suppose so." "And there is every chance that your invisible caller could be the murderer. That occurred to you. You were even certain of it because you were frightened. Now you are a woman who's not faint-hearted." "I might have thought of it, but I wasn't certain." "In your shoes, anyone else would have roused to inform us. Why did you not do so?" "You're forgetting that I'd just lost my sister, who was my only relative, and that her funeral took place today." "And you weren't upset in the slightest." "How do you know?" "Answer my question." "You might have detained me." It's not urgent business that's calling you back to La Rochelle because you were supposed to be staying in the Balearics a few days longer. I found the atmosphere oppressive. The idea that this man, was it not rather the idea that following that phone call he might ask you certain questions? You might have used me as bait. When he called me back to arrange a meeting, you'd have sent me there and... Nothing. I was scared. Why was your sister strangled? How am I supposed to know? Someone tracked her down after a number of years, followed her, broke into her home. I thought she'd caught him red-handed, burgling her. You're not so naive. He had a question he wanted to ask her. A crucial question. What? That's what I'm trying to find out. Your sister had come into an inheritance, Mademoiselle Lange. From whom? That's what I'm asking you. We both inherited from my mother. Oh, she wasn't rich. A haberdashery in Marseille and a few thousand francs in savings. Was her lover wealthy? What lover? The one in Paris who used to go and see her once or twice a week in her apartment in Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette. I don't know anything about it. You never met him? No. Don't hang up, mademoiselle. This is likely to continue for some time. Hello? I'm still here. Your sister was a shorthand typist. You were a manicurist. I became a beautician. Fine. 2 young women from Marseille whose parents had no money. You both go to Paris. You don't arrive together, but for several years the 2 of you see each other. What's so unusual about that? You claim you know nothing of your sister's doings. You can't even tell me where she worked. First of all, there was the age difference between us. And then we never got along well, even when we were little. I haven't finished. It happens that soon we find you, still young, owner of a hair salon in La Rochelle, which must have cost you a lot of money. I paid part of the purchase price through annuities. It is possible that later on we may need more details regarding that matter. Meanwhile, your sister vanishes from sight, so to speak. First of all, she spends 5 years in Nice. Did you go and visit her? No. Did you have her address? She sent me 3 or 4 postcards. In 5 years, we had nothing to say to each other. What about when she moved to Vichy? She didn't tell me. She didn't write to say that she was now living in this town and had bought a house here? I found out through friends. What friends? I don't remember. People who'd met her in Vichy. And who'd spoken to her? Possibly. You're getting me confused. Lacour, pleased with himself, winked again at Maigret, whose pipe had gone out and who was engaged in a complicated manoeuvre to fill another one without letting go of the earpiece. Did you go to the Crédit Lyonnais? What Crédit Lyonnais? The one in Vichy. No. You weren't curious to find out how much you were going to inherit? My notary here is dealing with the estate. I don't understand anything about these things. Even though you're a businesswoman. Do you have any idea how much your sister had in the bank? There was another silence. I'm listening. I can't answer you. Why not? Because I don't know. Would you be surprised to learn that it is close to 500,000 francs? That's a lot. She said that calmly. It's a lot for a little typist who left Marseille one fine day and only worked for around 10 years in Paris. She didn't confide in me. Think before you answer, because we have ways of checking whether or not you're speaking the truth. When you moved to La Rochelle, was it not your sister who made the initial payments? Another silence. And silence makes much more of an impression over the telephone than when you have a person in front of you. There is a total cut-off. Do you need to think? She lent me a little money. How much? I'll have to ask my notary. At that time, was your sister not living in Nice? It's possible, yes. So you were in touch with her, not only through an exchange of postcards. It is likely you went to see her to tell her about your project. I must have gone there. You told me the opposite a moment ago. Your questions are getting me all muddled up. They're perfectly straightforward, but your answers are less so. Have you finished? Not yet. And I would advise you more strongly than ever not to hang up, which would force me to take some rather unpleasant steps. This time, I want a clear answer, yes or no. Whose name is on the deed of sale of the business, yours or your sister's? In other words, was your sister the real owner? No. Are you? No. Who is? Both of us. So you were partners, and you're trying to have me believe that you had no contact with your sister? That's family business and nothing to do with anyone else.
It is when there's a murder.
It has nothing to do with— Are you certain? I don't suppose—
You suppose it's so little that you left Vichy in a panic.
Do you have any more questions?
Maigret nodded, grabbed a pencil from a desk and scribbled a few words on a notepad. Just a moment, don't hang up.
Is this going to take much longer?
No.
You had a child, didn't you? I told you about it.
You gave birth in Paris?
No.
Why not? Maigret's note read simply, Where did she give birth? Where was the child registered?
I didn't want anyone to know.
Maigret probed further, perhaps because of the presence of his illustrious Paris colleague.
Where did you go? To Burgundy.
Where exactly?
Mesnil-le-Mont.
Is that a village?
It's more of a hamlet.
Is there a doctor there?
There wasn't in those days.
And you chose to give birth in a hamlet where there was no doctor? How do you think our mothers managed? Was it you who chose that place?
Had you already been there?
No, I looked at a road map. Did you go there alone?
I wonder how you interrogate criminals if this is how you torment people who've done nothing and who, on the contrary—
I asked you if you went there alone.
No.
That's better. You see, it's easier to tell the truth than to be evasive.
Who was with you? My sister.
You do mean your sister, Hélène?
I don't have any others.
This was the time when you both lived in Paris and you only met by chance. You didn't know where she worked.
She could just as well have been a kept woman. That was none of my business.
You didn't like each other. You had as little to do with each other as possible, but she suddenly gave up her job to go with you to a godforsaken hamlet in Burgundy. Francine Lange had nothing to say. How long did you stay there?
A month.
At a hotel?
At the inn.
Did a midwife assist you?
I'm not sure she was a midwife, but she helped all the local pregnant women.
What is her name?
She was over 65 at the time. She must be dead.
You don't recall her name?
Madame Radèche.
Did you register the child at the town hall?
Of course.
Yourself?
I was confined to bed. My sister went with the owner of the inn, who acted as witness.
Did you see the register of births later?
Why would I have gone to see it?
Do you have a copy of the birth certificate?
It was so long ago.
Where did you go after that?
Listen, I can't take any more. If you absolutely insist on questioning me for hours, come and see me here.
Undeterred, Maigret asked, Where did you take the child?
To Saint-André, Saint-André-de-l'Avion, in the Vosges.
By car?
I didn't have a car in those days.
Your sister neither?
She's never driven.
Did she go with you?
Yes. And now make whatever you like of it. I'm sick and tired of this, do you hear? Sick.
Upon which she hung up. Chapter 6.
What are you thinking about?
The question asked by all couples, all those who live side by side for years, observing each other, who, coming against an unreadable expression or look, can't help timidly inquiring,
What are you thinking about?
Admittedly, Madame Maigret only asked the question when she sensed her husband was relaxed, as if there was a zone she knew she was not allowed to enter. After the long telephone call to La Rochelle, there had been the calm of dinner in the restful white hotel dining room, with its potted plants and its bottles of wine and flowers on the tables. Nobody appeared to take any notice of the Maigrets, even though they were still the object of a discreet curiosity, both admiring and affectionate. Now it was their evening stroll. Rumbles of thunder could be heard somewhere in the sky, and suddenly the still air was whipped up by gusts of wind. As if automatically, they'd walked down Rue du Bourbonnais, where there was a light at one of the first floor windows, in plump Madame Dirvaux's room. The Maleskis were out, either on a walk or at the cinema. The ground floor was dark and silent. The furniture was back in place. Hélène Lange had been erased. One day, probably, the contents of the house would be piled up on the pavement, and a jaunty auctioneer would sell off everything that had been the trappings of a life. Had Francine taken the photographs? It was unlikely. It was also unlikely that she'd send for them. They would be auctioned off, along with everything else. They were walking in the direction of the park, where walks almost inevitably ended up, when Madame Maigret
had asked her question. "I was thinking that Lecoeur is an excellent investigator," replied her husband. The questions the Chief Inspector from Clermont-Ferrand had fired off, without allowing Francine the time to collect herself, were calculated to fluster her. He got the very most out of the facts in his possession and obtained tangible results that would provide a basis for the next stages of the investigation. Why was Maigret not entirely satisfied? He would have taken a different approach, probably. Two men, even if they apply the same method, do things differently. But this wasn't about method. Deep down, Maigret envied his colleague's brilliance, his assurance, his self-confidence. For Maigret, the lady in lilac was not simply the victim of a murder, nor a person who had led a particular type of existence. He was beginning to know her, and he was trying, almost unwittingly, to learn more about her. It was the story of the two sisters that was uppermost in his mind as he walked, whereas a carefree Lecoeur had cheerfully gone off to his appointment with the examining magistrate. What could the latter really know about the case, cloistered in his chambers, where everything that had been alive was summed up in the formal language of official reports? Two sisters, in a village on the Atlantic coast, in a shop near the church. Maigret knew that village, where people worked both the land and the sea. 4 or 5 large-scale operators owned the oyster farms and the mussel beds. He pictured the women, young and old, including little girls, setting out in the early hours, sometimes in the dark, depending on the tides. Wearing rubber boots, they were dressed in thick woolens and cast-off men's jackets. On the beach, they gathered the oysters from the exposed beds, while the men collected the mussels clustered in ropes, spiraling around posts. Most of the girls didn't have their school certificate, and the boys had barely gone further. In any case, that's how it was when the Lange sisters lived in the village. Hélène was an exception. She had gone to school in the town and gained enough of an education to land an office job. Setting off on her bicycle in the morning and coming home in the evening, she was a young lady. And later, her sister must have found a way to get by too, mustn't she? They're both in Paris. They haven't seen around the village anymore. They look down on us. Their former friends continued to scrabble around in the oyster beds in the morning and to collect mussels. They had married and raised children who now played in Place de l'Église. Hélène Lange had achieved her ambitions by dint of a steely determination. Very young, she had rejected the life she'd been destined for and carved out a different path, choosing a personal world illustrated in her eyes by a few romantic novelists. Balzac was too harsh for her, too close to Marseille, to the family shop and the mussel beds where the cold froze your hands. Francine had escaped too in her own way. At 15, a taxi driver had deflowered her, and she didn't see why she shouldn't be liberal with her attractive, curvaceous body, why she shouldn't use her provocative smile to entice men. Hadn't they both ultimately been successful? The owner of the house in Vichy had a large sum of money in the bank, and the younger sister back home flaunted her wealth by owning the town's best beauty salon. Did Lecoeur not feel the need to live with them, to understand them? He established the facts, made deductions, and consequently felt no qualms. A man was mixed up in these two lives, a man whose face no one knew, but who was somewhere there in Vichy, in his hotel room, in an avenue in the park, or in a room of the Grand Casino. That man had killed. He was hunted. He could not be unaware that the police, with the huge resources at their disposal, were imperceptibly closing in on him and would narrow the field until the moment when an indifferent hand would come down on his shoulder. He too had a life behind him. He had been a child, a young man, in love, probably married, because the stranger who visited Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette in Paris 1 or 2 evenings a week only stayed there for an hour. Hélène disappeared and resurfaced alone in Nice, where she seems to have voluntarily lost herself in the anonymous crowd. Before that, she made a detour via a little village in Burgundy, staying for a month at an inn with her sister, who had given birth. That man, too, Maigret needed to know him. He was tall and strong. His asthma, for which he was probably receiving treatment, gave him a distinctive voice. He had killed for nothing. He had gone to Rue du Bourbonnais not to kill, but to ask a question. Hélène Lange had held her tongue. Even when he'd grabbed her throat to scare her, she'd refused to speak, and she had paid for her silence with her life. He could have given up. Caution demanded it. Any move on his part became risky. A police machine had been set in motion. Did he already know she had a sister, Francine Lange? She claimed he didn't, and that was possibly true. He had learned of her existence and that she had just arrived in Vichy from the press. He got it into his head to contact her, employing all his patience and cunning to find out the name of the hotel where she was staying. Whereas Hélène had refused to talk, would the younger sister resist the lure of a large sum of money? The man was rich, important. Otherwise, how would he have transferred more than 500,000 francs over the past few years? 500,000 francs in exchange for nothing. He received nothing. He didn't even know the whereabouts of the woman to whom he sent the money in cash to the different post-restaurant addresses indicated by her. Otherwise, would Hélène Lange not have been dead sooner? Stay in Vichy for another 2 or 3 days. He tried his last chance at the risk of getting caught. He was going to telephone. He was perhaps doing so. It all depended on when he would give his wife the slip for a moment. Now one of Lecoeur's men was watching the public telephone booths. Had Maigret been wrong in thinking that he wouldn't call from a café or bar or from his hotel room? He and his wife walked past one of those call boxes. Through the glass they could see a very young girl talking excitedly. Do you think he'll get caught? Very soon. Yes. Because this man wanted something too desperately. Who knows whether he had been living for years with this obsession, since each month he had been sending money constantly, hoping for this coincidence that had taken 15 years to occur? He was perhaps an excellent businessman who never lost his composure in his day-to-day life. 15 years, dwelling on one fixation. He had squeezed hard without intending to kill, unless... Maigret stopped in his tracks in the middle of an avenue, and his wife automatically stopped, glancing at him briefly. Unless he had found himself in the face of something so monstrous, so unexpected, so unacceptable. I wonder how Lecoeur will go about it, he muttered. To do what? To get him to confess. First of all, they have to find him and arrest him. He'll allow himself to be arrested. It would be a relief for him not to have to seek, to cheat, to... He isn't armed, is he? Because of his wife's question, Maigret envisaged a new prospect. Instead of surrendering, the man might decide to end it, once and for all. Had Lecoeur advised his officers to tread warily? Maigret couldn't interfere. In this case, he was merely a passive onlooker, staying discreetly in the background. Even if the murderer allowed himself to be arrested, why would he talk? It would make no difference to what he'd done, to the jury's decision. For them, he was a strangler, and stranglers did not inspire lenience, even less sympathy, whatever their story. Admit that you'd like to have handled. In Vichy, she permitted herself to make observations that she would never have made in Paris. Because they were on holiday, because they were spending every hour of the day together, and a closer relationship was developing between them. She could almost hear him thinking, I wonder. No, I don't think so. Why was he worrying? He was here to cleanse his system, as Dr. Rien called it. As a matter of fact, his appointment with the doctor was tomorrow, and for half an hour he would simply be a patient, concerned about his liver, his stomach, his spleen, his blood pressure, and his dizzy spells. How old was Lecoeur? Barely 5 years younger than him. In 5 years, Lecoeur too would start thinking about retirement and asking himself how he'd spend his days. They walked past the 2 most luxurious hotels in Vichy, behind the casino. Limousines stood idly by the curb. A man in a dinner jacket was sitting in a garden chair beside the revolving doors, getting a breath of fresh air. A crystal chandelier illuminated the lobby with its oriental carpets and marble columns, and a concierge in a tasseled uniform was answering the questions of an elderly lady in an evening gown. It was perhaps in this hotel that the man was staying, or the one next door, or again the Pavillon Séligné near the Belleville Bridge. A young bellboy, his gaze indifferent, waited by the lift. Lecoeur had attacked the weakest point, in other words, Francine Lange, and, caught off guard, she'd had a lot to say. He would most likely arrange to question her again. Would he learn anything new from her? Had she not disclosed everything she knew? One moment. I need to buy some tobacco. He walked into a noisy cafe, where most of the customers were watching the television mounted on the wall above their heads. The air reeked of wine and beer. The bald owner was continuously filling glasses, which a girl in a black dress and white apron carried over to the tables. He automatically glanced over at the telephone booth at the back of the room, next to the toilet. It had a glazed door. The booth was empty. 3 packets of shag. They weren't far from the Hôtel de la Bérésina now, and as they approached, they spotted young Dissel on the steps. "May I have a quick word with you, Chief?" Madame Maigret went straight inside and took her key from the board. Why don't we go for a walk?" The streets were empty. Footsteps echoed from a distance. "Did Lecoeur advise you to come and see me?" "Yes. I got him on the phone. He was at home in Clermont with his wife and children." "How many children does he have?" 3. The eldest is 18 and might become a champion swimmer." "What's going on?" "About 10 of us are watching the telephone booths. The chief inspector doesn't have enough men to have one for each booth, so we chose the ones in the center, especially those that aren't too far from the main hotels." "Have you arrested someone?" "Not yet. I'm waiting for Inspector Lecoeur, who must be on his way. It all went wrong, and it's my fault. I was staking out a booth on Boulevard Kennedy. It was easy to hide, thanks to the trees." "Did a man go in to make a phone call?" "Yes. A tall, corpulent man answering to the description we'd been given. He seemed wary. He looked around him, but he couldn't see me. He began by dialing a number. Did I poke my head out too far? It's possible. It's also possible that he suddenly changed his mind. After dialing 3 digits, he stopped dead and came out of the booth." "Did you arrest him?" "My instructions were not to arrest him under any circumstances, but to follow him. I was surprised to see him less than 20 meters away join a woman who was waiting for him in the shadows." "What kind of woman?" "A very elegant woman of around 50. "Did they appear to be making an arrangement?" "No. She took his arm and they headed towards the Hôtel des Ambassadeurs." The hotel whose lobby and crystal chandelier Maigret had gazed at an hour earlier. "And then?" "Nothing. The man went over to the concierge, who gave him his key and wished him good night." "Did you get a close look at him?" "Fairly close. In my opinion, he's older than his wife. He must be getting on for 60. They went into the lift and I didn't see them again." "Was he in a dinner jacket?" "No, he was wearing a very well-cut dark suit. He has silver hair combed back, a rosy complexion, and I think a little white moustache." "Did you question the concierge?" "Of course. The couple is in room 105 on the first floor, a large bedroom and a lounge. It's their first year in Vichy, but they know the owner, who has a hotel in La Boule. The man is Louis Pilato, a manufacturer who lives in Paris, Boulevard Suchet." "Is he taking the waters?" "Yes. I asked whether he had a particular way of speaking, and the concierge confirmed that he's asthmatic. Dr. Ria is treating both of them." "Is Madame Pilato taking the waters too?" "Yes. They don't appear to have any children. They've met up with friends from Paris at the hotel, and they share a table in the dining room. Sometimes they go to the theatre together." "Is someone watching the hotel?" "I've put a reserve officer on guard duty until a colleague arrives at the scene, which he probably has by now. The officer, who could have told me to get lost, was very cooperative." Dissel was worked up. "What do you think? It's him, isn't it?" Maigret didn't answer right away, but took the time to rekindle his pipe. They weren't 100 meters from the house of the lady in lilac. "I think it's him," he sighed. The young inspector looked at him in amazement, because he could have sworn that Maigret said those words reluctantly. "I have to wait for my boss in front of our hotel. He should be here within the next 20 minutes. "Did he ask for me to be present?" "He said you'd most likely come with me." "I'll have to tell my wife first." At the Grand Casino Theatre, the interval had discharged a huge crowd into the street, and many of the audience, especially women in flimsy dresses or gowns with plunging necklines, glanced anxiously up at the sky streaked with flashes of lightning. Low clouds scudded past, but above all, coming from the west, there was a dark, ominous-looking, almost solid mass. Outside the Hôtel des Ambassadeurs, Maigret and Dissel waited in silence, while behind his varnished wood desk, against a background of pigeonholes and dangling keys, the concierge watched them. Lecoeur arrived just as huge drops of cold rain began to fall, and the bell signaling the end of the interval was ringing. He had to carry out a few tricky maneuvers to park his car, and at last he was making his way towards them, his brow furrowed. "Is he in his room?" he asked. Dissel hastily replied, "Room 105 on the first floor. His windows overlook the street." "Is his wife there too?" "Yes, they came back together." A shape emerged from the shadows, and a police officer whom Maigret didn't know came and asked quietly, "Do I carry on watching?" "Yes." Lecoeur lit a cigarette, and he sheltered in the doorway. I'm not authorized to carry out arrests between sunset and sunrise, except in cases of flagrante delicto." He recited the article from the Code of Criminal Procedure with a certain amount of irony, adding pensively, "I don't even have enough charges against him to obtain an arrest warrant." He seemed to be asking Maigret to come to his rescue, but the latter didn't react. "I don't like letting him stew all night. He must know he's been identified." Something happened that stopped him making his phone call. The presence of his wife a few meters from the phone box baffles me. He added reproachfully, "You're not saying anything, Chief." "I have nothing to say." "What would you do in my shoes?" "I wouldn't wait either. I'd avoid going upstairs where they're probably getting undressed. It would be more discreet to send him a note." "Saying what, for instance?" "That there is someone in the lobby who has a personal message for him." "Do you think he'll come down?" "I'd bet on it." "Will you wait here for us, Dissel? There's no need for us to go into the hotel in force." Lacour went over to the concierge, while Maigret remained standing in the middle of the lobby, vaguely surveying the vast, almost empty lounge. All chandeliers were lit, and far away, in another world it seemed, 4 elderly people, 2 men and 2 women, were playing bridge with slow gestures. The distance created an unreal impression, like a scene shot in slow motion. The bellboy hurried over to the lift, an envelope in his hand. Lacour said wearily, "We'll see what happens." Then, as if struck by the solemn atmosphere, he removed his hat. Maigret too had his straw hat in his hand. Outside, the storm raged and the rain beat down. Several people were sheltering in the doorway, only their backs visible. The bellboy wasn't gone long, and he came over to say, "Monsieur Pilardo is on his way down now." They couldn't help turning towards the lift. Maigret noticed a certain excitement in his colleague, who was smoothing his moustache between his thumb and first finger. A bell from above. The lift rose and stopped for a moment, then soon reappeared. A man with a rosy complexion and silver hair, dressed in dark clothes, stepped out. He scanned the lobby and walked towards the 2 men with a questioning look. Lacour had his police badge in the hollow of his palm, and he flashed it discreetly. "I should like to interview you, Monsieur Pilardo." "Now?" It was indeed the croaky voice that had been described. The man didn't panic. He had definitely recognized Maigret and seemed surprised to see him playing a silent part. "Now, yes. My car is outside. I'll drive you to my office." His face became less rosy. Pilardo was around 60, but held himself very erect, maintaining a great deal of dignity in his bearing and facial expressions. "I presume there's no point refusing." "None, other than to complicate matters." A glance over at the concierge, and then at the lounge where the 4 far-off silhouettes could still be seen. A glance, too, at the driving rain. "It is unnecessary for me to go upstairs and fetch a hat or a raincoat, isn't it?" Maigret met Lacour's gaze and rolled his eyes upwards. It was pointless and cruel to leave Pilardo's unsuspecting wife alone up there. It was going to be a long night, and there was little chance that her husband would be coming back to reassure her. Lacour muttered, "You may send up a note to Madame Pilardo, unless she knows all about it." "No. What should I write?" "I don't know. That you're going to be detained longer than you expected." The man went over to the desk. "Have you got a piece of paper, Marcel?" He was sad rather than overwhelmed or afraid. With the blue ballpoint pen lying on the desk, he wrote a few words and refused the envelope that the concierge held out to him. "Wait a few minutes before you take it up." "Very well, Monsieur Pilardo." The concierge wanted to add something, cast around for something to say, but at a loss he remained silent. "This way." Lacour gave instructions in a low voice to Dissel, who was already soaked to the skin, and opened the rear car door. "After you." The manufacturer bent down and got into the car first. "You too, Chief." Maigret understood that his colleague didn't want to leave their prisoner alone in the back. A moment later, they were driving through the streets where some people were running while others sheltered under the trees. Some were even on the bandstand where the musicians usually sat. The car turned into the courtyard of the police headquarters in Avenue Victoria, and Lacour merely needed to say a few words to the officer on guard duty. Only some of the lamps were lit in the corridors, and it felt like a long walk for Maigret. "Come in. It's not comfortable, but I'd rather not take you to Clermont-Ferrand right away." He removed his hat and wondered whether to slip off his jacket, whose shoulders, like those of the other 2 men, were wet.
In comparison with the sudden coolness outside, it was very warm in the room where the air was stale. "Please, sit down." Maigret went over to his corner and slowly filled his pipe without taking his eyes off the manufacturer's face. Pelardo had sat down on a chair and waited, outwardly calm. It was a dramatic, almost heartbreaking calm, Maigret sensed. Not a muscle of the man's face moved. His eyes went from one police officer to the other, and he was probably trying to understand why Maigret was taking a back seat. Locqueur took his time, busying himself with a notepad and pencil, and muttered as if to himself, "Your answers to my questions will not be recorded because this is not an official interrogation." The man inclined his head in consent. "Your name is Louis Pelardo, and you are a manufacturer. You reside in Paris, Boulevard Suchet." "That is correct." "You are married, I assume?" "Yes." "Do you have children?" There was a hesitation, and he said with a strange bitterness, "No." "Are you here for a treatment?" "Yes." "Is this the first time you have come to Vichy?" "I have driven through the town." "Never to meet a specific person?" "No." Locqueur inserted a cigarette in his cigarette holder, lit it, and remained silent for a good while. "You are not unaware, I presume, of the reason why I brought you here?" Pelardo thought, his face still inscrutable, but Maigret had already understood. His composure, his expressionlessness, was not so much self-control, but the effect of an extreme emotion. He was in a state of shock, and goodness knows how the images around him appeared to him, how Locqueur's voice sounded to his ears. "I would rather not answer." "You followed me without objecting?" "Yes." "Were you expecting this to happen?" He turned towards Maigret as if to ask him for help, then he repeated wearily, "I would rather not answer." Locqueur scribbled a word on his notepad and tried a different line of attack. "Here in Vichy you had the surprise of running into a person whom you hadn't seen for 15 years. His eyes were slightly moist, but there was no sign of tears. It was perhaps the effect of the bright light. This room at the end of a corridor was used so seldom that it barely had any furniture, and the lighting was reduced to a bare bulb dangling from a wire. This evening, when you went out with your wife, did you plan to stop to make a telephone call?" He hesitated, then nodded. "So your wife doesn't know?" "About the phone call I had to make?" "If you like." "No." "She's unaware of some of your doings?" "Absolutely." "Even so, you went into a public phone booth." "She decided to come with me at the last minute. I didn't have the patience to wait for a new opportunity. I told her I'd have the key to our suite in the door, and that I needed to phone the concierge." "Why did you not finish dialing the number?" "I could sense I was being watched." "You didn't see anything?" "Something moved behind a tree. At the same time, I thought that making the phone call was pointless." "Why?" He didn't reply. His hands rested flat on his knees, slightly pudgy hands, white and manicured. "If you wish to smoke." "I don't smoke." "Does it bother you if we do?" "My wife smokes a lot. Too much." "You suspected that it wasn't Francine Lange who would be picking up the phone?" Once again he did not reply, but nor did he deny it. "You called her yesterday evening. You said you would ring back to arrange to meet her. I have every reason to assume that by this evening you had decided on the time and the place for this meeting. I apologize for not being or cooperative." He had to get his breath back, and his words were interspersed with a slight wheezing from his throat. "It is not unwillingness on my part, believe me." "Are you waiting to be assisted by a lawyer?" His right hand made a vague sweeping gesture as if to dismiss that idea. "But you will have to hire one." "I will, because the law demands it." "Do you understand, Monsieur Pelardo, that from now on you will be deprived of your freedom?" Locqueur had been tactful enough not to utter the word prisoner, and Maigret was grateful to him. The man inspired respect in both of them, especially in that cramped office with neutral-colored walls. Sitting on a spindle chair, he looked larger than life, and he maintained an astonishing calm, an unexpected dignity. Between them, they had interviewed hundreds of suspects, and it took a lot to affect them. This evening, they were impressed. "I could postpone this conversation until tomorrow, but that would be pointless, wouldn't it?" The man seemed to think that that was the chief inspector's business and not his. "Incidentally, what branch of industry are you in?" "Wire production."
They were broaching a subject he could talk about, and he provided some details as if not to say no to everything, or routinely remain silent. I inherited from my father a fairly modest wire works near Le Havre. I expanded it and built others in Rouen and then in Strasbourg.
So you're the head of a large company?
Yes. He sounded apologetic. Your offices are in Paris. The headquarters. We have more modern offices in Rouen and Strasbourg, but I was keen to keep the old head office on Boulevard Voltaire.
For him, that was the past. Within a few minutes that evening, while a bellboy in gold-braided livery holding a note was going up in the lift, an entire part of his life had ceased to exist. He knew it, and that was perhaps why he let himself talk about it. How long have you been married?
30 years.
You once employed a certain Hélène Lange.
I'd rather not answer.
That was his response each time they touched on the sensitive point. Do you realize, Monsieur Pelarno, that you are not making my job any easier?
I'm sorry.
If you intend to deny the facts that I'm going to have to accuse you of, I'd rather know right away.
I don't know what you're going to say.
Do you claim you're innocent?
In one way, no.
Coroner Maigret exchanged glances, because he had just said that terrible word, simply, naturally, without a muscle of his face moving. Maigret recalled the shady areas in the park, the greenery, which in some places took on surreal hues under the lamplight, the musicians in their colourful uniforms. Above all, he pictured the long, thin face of Hélène Lange, who was still for him and his wife, just the lady in lilac. Did you know Mademoiselle Lange? He remained stock still, holding his breath, as if he were suffocating. He was having an asthma attack. His face turned very red. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, opened his mouth, and began to cough uncontrollably. His body bent double. Maigret was glad he wasn't in his colleague's shoes. For once he was leaving the unpleasant task to someone else. Take your time, please. His eyes misty. He desperately tried to stop the coughing fit, which lasted several minutes. When he sat up, still crimson, he began by mopping his face.
I'm sorry.
His voice was barely audible.
It happens several times a day. Dr. Rien says that the waters will do me good.
He was suddenly struck by the irony of those words.
I mean, would have done me good.
They had the same doctor, he and Maigret. They had undressed in the same gloss-painted room, lain on the same bed covered in a white sheet.
You asked me
whether you knew Hélène Lange.
It would be pointless to deny it.
Did you hate her? If Maigret had been able to, he would have gestured to his colleague that he was taking the wrong tack. And indeed, the man looked at Lecoeur with an astonishment that was not feigned, and for a moment this 60-year-old figure displayed an almost childlike candour.
Why?
He murmured.
Why would I have hated her?
He turned to Maigret as if seeking an ally. Did you love her? They were presented with an unexpected transformation. He frowned, trying to understand. The last two questions had surprised him, as if everything was being called into question.
I really don't see,
he stammered. Then once again he looked from one to the other, letting his gaze dwell on Maigret's face. They sensed there was a misunderstanding somewhere. You used to visit her in her apartment in Rue Notre-Dame-de-Lorette?
Yes.
He seemed to be implying that what does that matter? I presume it was you who paid the rent? He nodded discreetly. Was she your secretary?
One of my employees.
Your relationship lasted several years. Visibly, the misunderstanding persisted.
I would go and see her once or twice a week.
Did your wife know?
No, of course not.
She found out at one point?
Never.
What about now? Poor Penardo gave the impression of a man who was constantly banging up against the same wall.
Not now, either. It has nothing to do.
Nothing to do with what? With the murder? With his telephone calls? They were each speaking their own language, each pursuing their own idea, and they were all surprised that they couldn't understand one another. Chapter 7. Dacar's gaze lighted on the telephone sitting on the table, and he appeared to hesitate. Then he noticed a little plate with a white button, and eventually he pressed it.
May I? I don't know where it rings, but as long as it rings somewhere, we'll see whether someone comes." He felt the need for a break, and they waited in silence, avoiding looking at one another. Of the three men, it was perhaps POWERLESS who was the calmest, the most composed, or at least outwardly. It is true that as far as he was concerned, the game was up, and he had nothing more to lose. After a while, they heard footsteps echoing on an iron staircase, and then walking along a corridor, and another, and at last, a discreet tap at the door. "Come in." A squeaky clean young officer entered who, compared to the three middle-aged men, gave the impression of a life force. Lecoeur, who was a mere outsider there, asked him, "Are you free for a moment?" "Of course, sir. We were playing cards." "Would you guard Monsieur POWERLESS during our absence?" The officer had no idea what was going on, and looked with amazement at the elegant man being foisted on him. "Oh, gladly, sir." A few minutes later, Lecoeur and Maigret were outside on the peristyle. A canopy at the top of the steps sheltered them from the heavy rain slanting down through the darkness. "I was suffocating in there. I thought you could probably do with some fresh air, too." The huge cloud from which the flashes of lightning were coming was directly overhead, and the wind was dropping. The street was empty except for the occasional passing car driving slowly and spraying water everywhere. The chief of the Clermont-Ferrand police judiciaire lit a cigarette and watched the rain bouncing off the concrete and making the foliage in the garden tremble. "I know that I got horribly bogged down, Chief. I should have handed over to you." "What could I have done differently? You gained his trust. He'd reached a point where it seemed pointless answering your questions. He chose to say nothing, whatever happened. He's a man at the end of his tether who was no longer responding, who accepted. I had the impression you gradually wormed a few answers out of him. He started to show an interest. Then something happened which I don't understand yet. Something you said struck me." "What?" "I don't know. All I know is that something clicked. I was watching his face all the time. Suddenly, I saw an expression of utter amazement. We need to carefully weigh up all the words that were spoken. He was convinced we knew more." "That we knew what?" Maigret said nothing, and puffed on his pipe. "A fact that is obvious to him, but which has eluded us. Maybe I should have recorded our interview. He would have kept quiet." "You really don't want to take over the questioning, Chief?" "Not only would that be irregular, and later his lawyer would be able to use it against us, but I wouldn't fare any better than you. Perhaps less well. I don't know where to start, and worst of all, guilty as he is, I feel sorry for him. He's not the sort of criminal we generally have to deal with. When we left the hotel earlier, I had the sense that a whole world had just brutally closed its doors on him. He felt it too. Do you think so? He wanted to retain a certain dignity at all costs, and he would consider any pity as charity. I wonder whether he'll crack eventually. He'll talk. Tonight? Perhaps. On what ground?" Maigret opened his mouth to say something, closed it again, and went back to smoking his pipe. Then he continued evasively, "At some point, not too soon, you could mention Ménilmontant by asking him, for example, if he's ever been there." He appeared not to attach a great deal of importance to the question. "Do you think he has?" "I couldn't say." "Why would he have gone there? And what is the connection with the events in Vichy?" "A vague hunch," Maigret said apologetically. "When you're swept away by the current, you cling on to anything you can." The officer on guard duty was also young, and in his eyes the two men chatting under the canopy were prestigious figures who had reached the top of the hierarchy. "I'd gladly have downed a glass of beer." There was a bar on the corner of the street, but there was no question of dining out into the deluge. As for Maigret, the word beer brought a resigned smile to his lips. He had promised Ria. He was keeping his word. "Shall we go back up?" They found the officer leaning against the wall. He straightened up with alacrity and stood to attention while the prisoner looked from one to the other. "Thank you, officer. You may go." Lecoeur sat down at his desk and rearranged the notepad, pencil, and telephone. "I gave you a few minutes to think, Monsieur POWERLESS. I don't want to pester you with questions designed to confuse you. For the time being, I'm trying to get an idea. It isn't easy to enter directly into a man's life without making mistakes." He was seeking the right note, like the musicians in the orchestra pit before the curtain goes up, and the man looked at him attentively but without any visible emotion. "You'd been married for some time, I imagine, when you met Hélène Lange?" "I was over 40. I was no longer a young man, and I'd been married for 14 years. Was it a love marriage?" "That is a word which takes on a different meaning as one gets older." "It wasn't a marriage of convenience?" "No. It was my choice, and on that matter I have no regrets, other than the heartache I'm going to cause my wife. We are very good friends, always have been, and I found her extremely understanding." "Even on the subject of Hélène Lange?" "I didn't tell her about it." "Why not?" He looked from one to the other. "That is a subject that's difficult for me to talk about. I'm not a ladies' man. I have worked very hard during my life, and for a long time I perhaps remained quite innocent." "Passion?" "I don't know the right word. I discovered a person who was completely different from everyone I knew. Hélène attracted me and terrified me. I found her intensely captivating." "You became her lover?" "After a very long time." "Did she make you wait?" "No, it was me. She hadn't had any affairs before me. But this is all run-of-the-mill for you, isn't it?" "I loved her. I thought I loved her. She asked for nothing, was content with a tiny place in my life with those weekly visits you mentioned." "There was no question of your divorcing?" "Never. Besides, I still loved my wife in a different way, and I would never have agreed to leave her." "Poor man. He was certainly more comfortable in his offices, his factories, or chairing a board meeting. Did she leave you?" "Yes." Lecoeur glanced at Maigret. "Tell me, Monsieur Pilardo, have you ever been to Ménilmontant?" He turned crimson, hung his head, and stammered, "No." "You knew she was there?" "Not at the time." "You'd already broken up when she went there?" "She'd told me that she would never see me again." "Why?" Once more stupefaction, incomprehension, once more the look of a man completely at a loss. "She didn't want our child to—" It was Lecoeur's turn to look puzzled, whereas Maigret, ensconced in his chair, relaxed, like a big, contented cat, and didn't bat an eyelid. "What child are you talking about?" "But Hélène's, about my son." He couldn't help saying the word son with pride. "You're saying she had a child with you?" "Philippe, yes." Lecoeur seethed. "She managed to get you to believe that—" But Pilardo patiently nodded. "She didn't get me to believe anything. I have the proof." "What proof?" "The birth certificate." "Drawn up by the mayor of Ménilmontant?" "Naturally." "It gives the mother's name as Hélène Lange?" "Of course." "And you didn't go to see this child whom you take to be your son?" "Whom I take to be my son? Who is my son?" "I didn't go to see him because I didn't know where Hélène was giving birth." "Why the mystery?" "Because she didn't want her child later to find himself in a situation— how can I put it— a difficult situation." "You don't think that those qualms are old-fashioned?" "For some people, perhaps. Hélène, too, in that sense, was old-fashioned. She had strong ideas on—" "Listen, Monsieur Pilardo, I think I'm beginning to understand, but we'll have to put the question of views aside for the time being. I apologize for becoming brutal. The facts exist, and we can't do anything about them, neither you nor I. I don't see what you're suggesting." A vague anxiety was becoming apparent beneath his external self-assurance. "Do you know Francine Lange?" "No." "You never met her in Paris?" "Never, nor anywhere else." "Were you unaware that Hélène had a sister?" "No, she mentioned she had a younger sister. They were orphans. Hélène had to leave school in order to work, so that her sister—" Unable to contain himself, Lecoeur jumped up, remaining on his feet, and if the office had been bigger, he would have started pacing up and down furiously. "Go on, go on." He wiped his hand across his brow. "So that her sister could receive the education that she deserved." "That she deserved, eh? Don't hold it against me, Monsieur Pilardo. I'm going to hurt you a great deal. I ought perhaps to go about it differently, prepare you for the truth. What truth? Her sister at 15 worked in a hair salon in La Rochelle and was the mistress of a taxi driver before having I don't know how many lovers. I read her letters. Whose? Francine's. She was at a famous Swiss boarding school. Did you go there? No, of course not. Did you keep those letters? I only skimmed them. And during that time, Francine was a manicurist in a luxury hotel on the Champs-Élysées. Are you beginning to understand? Everything that you saw was a fabrication. The man was struggling, but his features, still set, were beginning to slacken, and his mouth suddenly made such a pathetic grimace that Maigret and Lecoeur looked away. It isn't possible, he stuttered. Sadly, it's the truth. But why? It was a last appeal to destiny. For them to tell him straight away that it wasn't true, for them to admit that the police were making up these disgusting stories in order to fluster him. Forgive me, Monsieur Pilardo, until this evening, until these last few minutes, I too was unaware of the extent to which the two sisters had colluded. He was loath to sit down. He was still too on edge to do so. Hélène never spoke to you of marriage? No. The no was already less vehement. Even when she told you she was pregnant, she didn't want to destroy my household. So she did tell you, not in the way you mean. She told me she was going to disappear. Kill herself? There was no question of that. Because the child couldn't claim legitimacy. Lecoeur sighed and glanced at Maigret again. They understood each other. They imagined the scenes that must have taken place between Hélène Lange and her lover. You don't believe me. I myself. Try and face up to the truth. It can only do you good. Me? At the point where I am? He indicated the walls around him as if they were the walls of a prison. Let me finish. Absurd as it may sound to you. She wanted to devote the rest of her life to bringing up our child the way she brought up her sister. Without you ever seeing him, how would she have explained my presence? You could have been an uncle, a friend. Hélène hated lies. Suddenly there was a note of irony in his voice which was an encouraging sign. So she refused to allow your son to find out one day that you were his father. Later, when he reached adulthood, she would have told him. He added in his wheezing voice, He's 15 now. Lecoeur and Maigret maintained a painful silence. When I ran into her in Vichy, I decided to go on, to see him, to find out where he was. Did you find out? He shook his head, and finally there were real tears in his eyes. No. Where did Hélène tell you she was going to give birth? In a village she knew. She didn't give the name. It was only 2 months later she sent me the birth certificate. The letter was postmarked Marseille. How much money did you give her when she left? Does it matter? Very much. You'll see. 20,000 francs. I sent her 30,000 in Marseille. Then I insisted on giving her an allowance so that our son could receive the best possible education. 5,000 francs a month? Yes. What reason did she give for asking you to send the money to different post-restaurant addresses? She wasn't convinced of my strength of character. Is that the expression she used? Yes. In the end, I agreed not to see the child until he was 21. Lecoeur seemed to be asking Maigret, what do we do? And Maigret blinked 2 or 3 times, clenching the stem of his pipe harder between his teeth. Chapter 8. Lecoeur had sat down again, slowly. He turned to the man with a devastated expression whom he'd just made suffer so many emotions, and said, as if regretfully, I'm afraid I have more painful news for you, Monsieur Pilardo. A bitter smile seemed to be saying, do you think you can hurt me any more? I have a lot of sympathy and even respect for the man you are. I'm not playing games to extract the confession which in fact we don't need. What I have to tell you, like everything I've told you so far, is the strict truth. And I am sorry that it is so brutal.
A pause to give Pelardo time to steel himself. You have never seen Hélène Lange's son. He expected a fierce objection, even a violent scene, but he found himself facing a defeated soul who did not react or utter a word. You never suspected anything? Pelardo looked up, shook his head, and pointed to his throat to indicate that he couldn't speak straight away. He barely had the time to take his handkerchief out of his pocket before he was racked by an asthma attack even more violent than the last. In the silence, Maigret became aware that outside, too, silence had fallen, that the thunder had stopped and the rain was no longer bouncing off the paving stones. Forgive me. It did occur to you to suspect the truth, didn't it? Once. Only once. When? Here. The night when? How many days before had you met her? 2 days. Did you follow her? From a distance, to find out where she lived. I was expecting to see her with my son, or to see him coming out of the house. On Monday night you appeared when she was about to go inside the house? No. I saw the lodgers go out. I knew she'd be in the park listening to the music. She's always loved music. I had no difficulty opening the door. My hotel room key worked. You searched through the drawers. First of all, I saw there was only one bed. The photos? Of her. Only her. I'd have given everything to come across a photo of a child. And to discover letters. Yes. I found myself facing an inexplicable void. Even if Philippe was at boarding school, he must. She caught you in her house when she returned home? Yes. I begged her to tell me where our son was. I remember asking her if he died, if he'd had an accident. She refused to answer. She was calmer than I was. She reminded me of our pact. The promise to give you back your son when he was 21. Yes. For my part, I'd sworn not to try and contact him. Did she used to tell you about him? In great detail. His first teeth, his childhood illnesses, the nanny she'd hired at a time when she was unwell, then school. She gave me an almost day-by-day account, without mentioning the place. Yes. Recently, he'd been saying he wanted to become a doctor, apparently. He looked at Lecoeur without false modesty. There never was any son. There was, but he wasn't yours. Another man. Lecoeur shook his head. It was Francine Lange who gave birth to a son in Ménillemont. Until you told me, I didn't know, I confess, that the child had been registered as being the son of Hélène Lange. The idea must have occurred to the two sisters when Francine found herself pregnant. If I know her, her first thought must have been to get rid of the baby. But her sister had a better idea. That flashed through my mind. I told you, at night, after begging her, I threatened. The 15 years I've dreamed about this son whom I'd get to meet one day. My wife and I don't have any children. When I learned I was a father. But what's the use? You put your hands round her neck. To frighten her, to make her talk. I shouted at her to tell the truth. I didn't think of the sister, but I was afraid the child was dead or disabled. He let his hands dangle as if there wasn't an ounce of energy left in his body. I squeezed hard. I didn't realize. If only her face had shown some kind of emotion. But no, she wasn't even afraid. When you read in the newspaper that her sister was in Vichy, it gave you fresh hope. If the child was alive, and if Hélène was the only person who knew where he was, there was no longer anyone to take care of him. I was expecting to be arrested from one day to the next. You must have found my fingerprints. Without being able to compare them to yours. Even so, we'd have tracked you down eventually. I had to know, to make arrangements. You telephoned different hotels in alphabetical order. How do you know? It was child's play, but Lecoeur needed satisfaction. You called from different public phone booths. So you'd identified me? Almost. What about Philippe? Francine Lange's son was fostered shortly after his birth by a family called Berthaud, farmers in Saint-André-du-Lamion in the Vosges. With your money, the two sisters bought a hair salon in La Rochelle. Neither of them took care of the child, who continued to live in the country until, at 2.5, he fell into a pond.
He's dead.
Yes, but for you he had to be kept alive, and Hélène invented his childhood, his first years at school, his games, and recently his interest in medicine.
It's unspeakable.
Yes.
That a woman could.
He shook his head.
I am not doubting what you say, but something inside me refuses to accept this truth.
This is not the first occurrence of a case of this kind in the annals of crime. I could cite precedents.
No,
he begged. He withdrew into himself, his resilience gone, with nothing left to cling to. You were right earlier when you said you didn't need a lawyer. All you need to do is tell your story to the jury. He remained completely still, his head in his hands. Your wife must be worried. In my opinion, the truth will hurt her less than what she might imagine. He appeared not to have thought about her, and he finally showed his flushed face.
What am I going to tell her?
I'm afraid you can't tell her anything at present. I'm not authorized to release you even for a short time. I have to take you to Clermont-Ferrand. Unless the examining magistrate objects, which would surprise me, your wife will be allowed to visit you. This thought upset Belardo, who eventually looked at Maigret in desperation.
Couldn't you talk to her?
Maigret shot a questioning glance at Lecoeur, who shrugged as if to say that it wasn't up to him. I'll do my best.
You should tread softly, because for the past few years she's been suffering from a weak heart. Neither of us is young anymore.
Nor was Maigret. He felt old this evening. He was impatient to get back to his wife, the humdrum daily walks through Vichy, and the little yellow chairs in the park. They went downstairs together. Shall I drop you off, Chief? I'd rather walk. The pavements were glistening. The black car drove off, taking Lecoeur and Belardo to Clermont-Ferrand. Maigret lit his pipe and mechanically thrust his hands in his pockets. The night wasn't cold, but because of the storm, the thermometer had still dropped by several degrees. Water was dripping from the two shrubs flanking the entrance to the Hôtel de la Bérésina.
It's you at last,
sighed Madame Maigret, getting out of bed to greet him. I dreamed you were at Quai des Orfèvres carrying out an interrogation that went on forever, and having endless glasses of beer brought up. After watching him for a moment, she murmured,
Is it over?
Yes.
Who is it?
A very respectable man who employs thousands of office staff and workers, but who remained very unworldly. I hope you'll be able to sleep tomorrow. I'm afraid not. I have to go and explain to his wife.
She doesn't know?
No.
Is she here?
At the Hôtel des Ambassadeurs.
What about him?
In half an hour he'll be inside Clermont-Ferrand prison. While he got undressed, she carried on watching him, finding there was something strange about him.
How many years do you think he'll...
And Maigret, filling his last pipe of the day, from which he only took a few puffs before getting into bed, said, I hope he'll be acquitted. Maigret enjoys himself. Chapter 1. The Inspector at the Window. The little old man with a wisp of a goatee beard was emerging from the shade of the warehouse again, walking backwards, looking left and right, and gesturing with both hands as if he were actually drawing the heavy lorry he was directing towards him. His hands were indicating, right a bit, stop, now straight ahead, gently does it, left, now, brake. And the lorry, which was also reversing, lurched clumsily over the pavement and onto the street, where the little man was now signaling to the traffic to stop for a moment. It was the third lorry in the last half hour to pull out of that huge entrance with a sign on the front reading Catoir et Potu, words which were very familiar to Maigret, as he'd seen them every day for the last 30 years. He was standing at the window of his apartment in Boulevard Vichy-Lenoir, tieless and in shirt-sleeves, puffing slowly on his pipe. Behind him, his wife was starting to make the bed.
He wasn't ill, so this scene was quite out of the ordinary, as it was 10 o'clock in the morning and not even a Sunday. Here at his window in the middle of the morning, vaguely observing the comings and goings in the street, the lorries driving in and out of the warehouse opposite, he had a feeling that reminded him of certain days in his childhood, when his mother was still alive and he was off school because he had the flu, or it was the end of term. It was the feeling of finding out what went on when he wasn't there. It was now the third day, the second if you didn't count Sunday, and a vague sense of unease continued to take the edge off his delight. He was making all manner of discoveries. His interest was grabbed not only by the movements of the man with the beard who supervised the departure of the lorries, but also, among other things, by the number of customers going into the bistro next door. It wasn't the first time he had spent the whole day in his apartment, but on the previous occasions it was almost always because he'd been ill, and so had been in bed or in his armchair. On this occasion, he wasn't ill. He simply had nothing to do. He could spend his day as he saw fit. He was learning the rhythms of his wife's routine, how she set about her housework, what time she went into the kitchen or the bedroom, and how she moved from one task to another. He was suddenly reminded of his mother, the way she busied herself around the house while he, even back then, hung around at the window. And just like his mother, Madame Maigret said to him, "Shift to one side, I need to sweep under there." There was even the changing smell of cooking. Today, the smell was of fricandeau à l'oseille. Like a child, he had begun to pay attention again to the play of the light, the way the dividing line between sun and shade moved slowly across the pavement, and the way certain objects became distorted in the shimmer of a hot summer's day. There were 17 more days of this to come. This had all come about through a series of chance events and coincidences. It had begun in March, when he had suffered a bad bout of bronchitis. He had got out of bed too soon, as always, because the work was piling up at Quai des Orfèvres. He had had to take further sick leave, and for a while then it was feared he had contracted pleurisy. The coming of fine weather had restored him to health, but he continued to feel worried, irritable, ill at ease. It was as if he had suddenly become an old man, and ill health, the real sort, which diminishes you for the rest of your days, was waiting just around the corner. He hadn't said anything to his wife, and it got on his nerves when she would observe him out of the corner of her eye. One evening he had gone to see his friend, Pardon, the doctor in Rue Picpus, with whom they usually had dinner once a month. Pardon had given him a thorough check-up, and had even, just to be sure, referred him to a heart specialist. The medics had found nothing wrong, other than a slightly raised blood pressure, but they were unanimous in their advice. You should take a holiday. He hadn't had a proper holiday for 3 years. Every time he had been just about to leave, something had cropped up that required his attention. On one occasion, he had got as far as his sister-in-law's house in Alsace, when on the first day he had received a frantic telephone call summoning him back to Paris. "All right," he had promised his friend Pardon, grumbling. "This year I will take a holiday, no matter what." In June he had settled on a date, the 1st of August. His wife had written to her sister. The latter, who lived in Colmar with her husband and children, owned a chalet on Col de la Chloute, a pleasant and relaxing spot which the Maigrets had often visited. Alas, Charles, his brother-in-law, had just acquired his new car and had decided to take the family on holiday to Italy. How many evenings had he and Madame Maigret spent discussing where they might go? First they'd consider the Loire, where Maigret might do some fishing. Then the Hôtel des Orchestra in Les Sables d'Olonne, where they'd spent many a happy holiday. In the end, they opted for Les Sables. Madame Maigret had written to the hotel in the last week of June, and had received a reply saying that all the rooms were booked until the 18th of August. Finally, it was sheer chance that forced the inspector's hand. One Saturday evening in the middle of July, at around 7 in the evening, he had been called to Gare de Lyon on some routine police matter. It had taken half an hour to get from Quai des Orfèvres to the station in one of the police judiciaire cars, so heavy was the traffic. 8 extra trains had been laid on, and a crowd in the concourse, on the platforms, everywhere, laden with cases, trunks, various bundles, children, dogs, and fishing rods, brought to mind an exodus. They were all heading for the countryside or the seaside, where they would occupy the smallest hotels, the most humble inns, not to mention those who would pitch a tent as soon as they found a suitable empty spot. It was a hot summer. Maigret had come home feeling exhausted, as if he himself had been cooped up in a night train. "What's the matter?" his wife had asked, ever on the alert since his spell of bronchitis.
"I'm beginning to wonder if it's a good idea to go away on holiday."
"Have you forgotten what Pardon said?"
I haven't forgotten. He was picturing with horror the packed hotels and boarding houses. Wouldn't we be better off spending our holiday in Paris? At first, she thought that he was joking. We almost never go for walks together in Paris. At best, we might manage a weekly excursion to one of the cinemas on the boulevards. In August, everyone will be away, and we'll have the place to ourselves.
And before we know it, you'll be dashing back to Quai des Orfèvres to deal with some work business or other.
I swear I won't. So you say, we can both go on an adventure, visit parts of Paris we've never set foot in, have lunch or dinner in quaint little restaurants.
If they know you're here, the police judiciaire will telephone you the first chance they get.
They won't know I'm here, nor will anyone else. I'll mark us down as away with the telephone message service. He found the idea irresistible, and soon he got his wife on board. So the telephone in the dining room remained silent, another detail it was hard to get used to. On 2 occasions, he had reached out for it before he remembered he wasn't allowed to. Officially, he wasn't in Paris. He was in Les Sables d'Olonne. That was the address he had provided to the police judiciaire, and if any urgent message came in for him, it would be forwarded to him there. He had left Quai des Orfèvres on Saturday evening, and everyone was under the impression that he'd set off for the beach. On Sunday, they hadn't emerged until the end of the afternoon in order to have dinner at a brasserie on Place des Ternes, some distance from their apartment, as if to explore pastures new. On Monday morning, around 10:30, Maigret had gone as far as Place de la République, but his wife was doing the housework and had read the papers on an almost deserted café terrace. They had had lunch at La Villette, dined at home, and gone to the cinema. Neither of them knew what they would do today, Tuesday, other than eat their fricandeau at home and then set off on another adventure. It took a while to get used to this rhythm of life, as it felt strange not to be at the mercy of other commitments and watching the clock all the time. He wasn't bored. In truth, he was slightly ashamed of having nothing to do. Did his wife realize that? "Are you going to get the papers?" It had already become a habit. At 10:30, he would go to fetch the papers and probably read them on the same terrace on Place de la République. That amused him. Barely had he escaped his normal routine before he had created a new one. He left the window, put on a tie and some shoes, and looked for his hat. You don't need to be back before 12:30. Even for her, he was no longer the real Maigret, now that he wasn't going into Quai des Orfèvres, and once again he recalled his mother saying to him, "Go out and play for an hour, but make sure you're back for lunch." Even the concierge gave him a look of surprise, tinged with a hint of reproach. Should a big, strong man like him be wandering around with nothing to do? A municipal water cart passed slowly, and he watched as if he'd never seen such a thing before, the water sprinkling out through a multitude of holes and washing over the roadway. At headquarters, the windows would all be wide open over the view of the Seine. Half the offices were empty. Lucas was in Pau, visiting family, and would not be back until the 15th. Torrance, who had just bought a second-hand car, was touring Normandy and Brittany. There was hardly any traffic, and very few taxis. Place de la République seemed as static as on a picture postcard, with only a coachload of tourists providing a bit of life. He stopped at a kiosk and bought all the morning papers he usually found on his desk and skimmed through before getting down to work. Now he had time to read them properly. The day before he had even read some of the small ads. He sat down on the same terrace in the same place, ordered some beer, took off his hat and mopped his brow, as it was hot already, and unfolded the first of the papers. The 2 largest headlines were about international events and a serious road accident that had claimed 8 lives when a coach had fallen into a ravine in the vicinity of Grenoble. Then his eye was caught by another headline in the right-hand corner of the page. Body found in cupboard. If his nostrils didn't exactly twitch, he nonetheless felt a certain quickening. The police judiciaire are keeping their cards close to their chest about a macabre discovery made yesterday morning, Monday, in the apartment of a well-known doctor on Boulevard Haussmann. The doctor in question is said to be currently on the Côte d'Azur with his wife and daughter. When she arrived for work yesterday morning after spending Sunday with her family, the maid is said to have been struck by a strange smell,
When she opened the cupboard from which the smell seemed to be emanating, she discovered the body of a young woman. Contrary to normal practice, the police judiciaire are being very sparing with information, which suggests that they attach a particular importance to this case. Dr. J, the aforementioned, has been called back to Paris urgently, and another doctor, who has been acting as his locum while he has been on holiday, appears to be involved. We hope to be able to provide more details on this strange story tomorrow. Maigret unfolded the 2 other morning papers he had bought. One had not picked up on the story. The other, a little late off the mark, summarized it in a few lines, albeit under a headline in bold: "A dead body at the doctor's." The police judiciaire have been investigating since yesterday a case that has the potential to be a new petit affair, with the difference that on this occasion there appear to be 2 doctors involved rather than just one. We understand that the body of a young woman has been found in the surgery of a well-known medical practitioner in Boulevard Haussmann. To date, we have been unable to acquire any further details. Maigret caught himself muttering, "Idiot." It wasn't the journalist he was complaining about, but Janvier, who was in charge of the force for the first time. He had been waiting for this opportunity for ages, since on all of Maigret's previous holidays there'd been a more senior inspector available to replace him. This year, for nearly 3 weeks, he was the chief, and Maigret was barely out of the door when a major case had come up, if the scraps of information in the papers were anything to go by. But Janvier had already made his first mistake. He had got on the wrong side of the newspaper reporters. Maigret himself had on occasion hidden things from them, but he was usually subtle about it and gave the impression that he was taking them into his confidence, while in fact telling them nothing. His first instinct was to go to the telephone booth to ring Janvier. He remembered just in time that he was officially in Les Sables d'Olonne. According to the papers, the body had been discovered the previous morning. The police had been immediately informed, as had the prosecutor's office. Normally, the afternoon papers on Monday would have published the information. Had someone high up intervened, or had Janvier taken it upon himself to impose an embargo? A well-known doctor on Boulevard Haussmann. Maigret knew the area, and when he had first arrived in Paris, it was probably that neighborhood that had most impressed him, with its carriage gateways offering glimpses of former stables at the back of large courtyards, the dappled shade of its chestnut trees, and the smart cars parking on the pavement. "Could you give me a token for the telephone?" Not to ring police headquarters, because that wasn't allowed, but rather Pardon, who had been away at the seaside in July, and who was the only other person in the know about Maigret's Parisian holiday. Pardon was in his surgery. "Tell me, do you know a Dr. J who lives on Boulevard Haussmann?" The doctor had also had time to read the morning paper. "I was asking myself that same question at breakfast time. I looked in the medical register. I was quite intrigued. It turns out that he is a highly respected physician, Dr. Jarve, a former hospital trainee who has a very large patient list. Do you know him personally?" "I've met him 2 or 3 times, but we lost touch several years ago." "What's he like?" "Do you mean professionally?" "To begin with, yes." "A sound practitioner, very skilled. He's around 40, 45 maybe. A handsome man. The only thing that could be held against him, if you count it as a fault, is that he has specialized in private practice for the well-to-do. He didn't set himself up in Boulevard Haussmann for no good reason. I guess he makes quite a packet." "Married?" "So the papers say. I didn't know. Look here, Maigret, I hope that you're not planning to rush back to work to take over this case." "No, I promise." What about the other doctor who was mentioned?" "I'm not the only one who's been ringing around among my colleagues this morning. It's quite rare for something like this to happen in our profession, and we are as nosy as concierges. Like most doctors who take a holiday, Jarve employed a young locum to cover his absence. I don't know him personally, and don't think I've ever met him. His name is Négrel, Gilbert Négrel. He's around 30 and is one of Professor Libier's assistants. Good credentials, as Libier is said to be very fussy who he chooses for his team, and difficult to get along with." "Are you very busy?" "Right now?" "In general." "It's quieter than usual, with most of my patients away on holiday. Why do you ask?" "I'd like you to find out as much as you can about these 2 medics." "Are you forgetting that you're on leave, on doctor's orders?" "I promise that I won't set foot in police headquarters." "Which doesn't prevent you meddling in this case as an amateur sleuth, is that it?" Sort of. It's okay. I'll make a few phone calls. Maybe we could get together this evening. Why don't you and your wife come and have dinner at the house? No, dinner's on me. I'll take you and your wife out to a bistro somewhere. We'll pick you up around 8. All at once, Maigret was no longer the man he had been that morning. He had stopped daydreaming and feeling like a child having a day off school. He returned to his seat on the terrace, ordered another beer, and thought about Janvier, who must be terribly excited. Had Janvier attempted to ring him at Les Sables d'Olonne to ask his advice? Almost certainly not. He would be dead set on solving the case, all on his own. Maigret was eager to know more, but given that he was no longer behind the scenes, he would have to wait for the afternoon papers just like the rest of the general public. When he returned home for lunch, his wife looked at him with a frown. She already suspected something was afoot. "Did you bump into anyone?" "No one. I just rang Pardon. We're taking them out to dinner tonight in a bistro. I'm not sure which one." "Are you feeling all right?" "I'm on fine form." And so he was. The short piece in the newspaper had given his holiday a sense of purpose, and he wasn't at all tempted to go into his office and take the matter in hand. For once, he was simply an onlooker, and he found the situation amusing. "What shall we do this afternoon?" "Let's go for a walk down Boulevard Haussmann and thereabouts." She didn't protest, didn't ask him why. They enjoyed a leisurely lunch without having to look at the clock, sat in front of the open window, and this was a rare treat. Even the noise of Paris was different from usual. Instead of the familiar cacophony, they could make out distinct sounds, such as a taxi turning a street corner or a lorry pulling up outside a house. "Are you taking a nap?" "No." While she did the washing up and got changed, he went out again to buy the evening papers. The case now merited banner headlines. "A new Petiot affair. A woman found dead in a cupboard. 2 doctors questioned." The best of the articles, written by young Lassagne, one of the sharpest reporters around, said, "A criminal affair that will resound far and wide and will no doubt have many more surprises in store has shattered the calm of one of Paris's most elegant streets, Boulevard Haussmann, between Rue de Miromesnil and Rue de Courcelles." Despite the lamentable reluctance on the part of the police to pass on any information, we have been able, through our own investigations, to establish the following facts. The 3rd floor of 137A Boulevard Haussmann has been occupied for the last 5 years by Dr. Philippe Jave, 44, along with his wife and 3-year-old daughter. The Javes occupy both apartments on this floor, one of them serving as a waiting room and luxurious consultation rooms, for the doctor's patients are drawn from the most elegant strata of society, and many figure in Who's Who. On the 1st of July, the Jave family, accompanied by their child's nurse, left Paris for a 6-week holiday in Cannes, where they had rented the Villa Marie-Thérèse. On the same day, a young doctor, Dr. Maigret, took his colleague's place during consulting hours. Normally, apart from the nurse, the Javes have 2 maids. One of them, who has family in Normandy, took her holiday at the same time as her employers, and only Josepha Chauvet, 51, stayed on in Paris. As the residential apartment was empty, she only had to take care of the surgery. Dr. Maigret, a bachelor living in furnished rooms in Rue des Saints-Pères, came every morning at 9 o'clock, took note of any phone calls, went on his rounds, had his lunch in a restaurant, and at 2 o'clock returned to Boulevard Haussmann for afternoon surgery. Around 6 o'clock, he was free from his duties, and Josepha Chauvet took the opportunity to go to her daughter's, where she usually spent the night. She lives in the neighborhood, Washington. So, what happened? Because the police are being so tight-lipped, it is difficult to reconstitute the chain of events, but a certain number of facts can be established. Last Saturday, Dr. Maigret left the surgery at Boulevard Haussmann at 5:30. Josepha was still there. During the course of that afternoon, he had seen half a dozen patients, but no one in the building had spotted any unusual comings or goings. On Sunday, Dr. Maigret visited friends in the country, while Josepha spent the day with her daughter in Rue Washington, only returning on Monday morning at 8 o'clock. She began, as usual, by vacuuming the waiting room. It was only when she reached the 3rd room that she was struck by an unusual smell which she described as sickly and disgusting. though she wasn't unduly concerned at first. Finally, a few minutes before 9, intrigued, she opened the door to a fourth, much smaller room, which had been converted into a laboratory. That was where the smell was coming from, or more precisely, it was coming from a cupboard. The cupboard was locked. The key wasn't in the lock. As Josefa was examining the cupboard, she heard some footsteps behind her. Turning round, she saw Dr. Maigret arriving. Did she give a start? Did she turn pale? The indirect witness accounts that we have gathered are contradictory on this point. He allegedly said to her, "What are you doing here?" She reportedly replied, "Can't you smell it?" Apparently, she thought it was a dead rat. Did Dr. Jarve leave you any keys? Of course, we are simply piecing together the facts as best we can. A few minutes later, Josefa left the building to go to fetch a locksmith on Rue de Ménil, and she returned with him. As he read this, Maigret wondered where Lassagne could have dug up all these details. It wouldn't have been Josefa who talked to him, he would swear to that. Still less, Dr. Maigret. The concierge? It was possible. Maybe later the locksmith. He read on. When they finally got the door to the cupboard open, the sight that met them was that of a completely naked woman who had been bent double to squeeze her into the narrow space. In the absence of Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, it was Inspector Janvier who arrived on the scene, followed by the pathologist from the prosecutor's office, while the press, for reasons we have so far been unable to ascertain, were kept at a distance. There was no difficulty in identifying the body, as it was that of Madame Jarve herself, whom everyone believed to be in Cannes. Apart from a bruise on the right temple, which could have been caused by a fall, the body displayed no signs of violence. Dr. Maigret claims not to have seen Madame Jarve either on Saturday or on any other day since the 1st of July, when Dr. Jarve and his wife set off for Cannes. Josefa has apparently made the same statement. So, how was the young woman killed, and when? We believe that the pathologist places the time of death on Saturday. At midday on Monday, Dr. Jarve was informed by telephone and caught a plane to Paris from Nice. He spent the night along with Dr. Maigret at the Police Judiciaire. We have no details of their statements. Even this morning, the police refused to confirm whether either of the two men has been arrested. Examining Magistrate Commissioner is in charge of the case, but he has been even less forthcoming than Inspector Janvier. Our correspondent in Cannes has tried to make contact with a nurse, Mademoiselle Jusseron, who stayed down there with the child, but he was unable to gain access to the villa, which has already been visited twice by the flying squad. Clearly, this is one of the most mysterious cases of recent years, and there will no doubt be further dramatic developments. Who killed Madame Jarve, and why? Why was her completely naked body stashed in a cupboard behind her husband's consultation room? While we await the repercussions that will inevitably follow, we are able to provide some information about the characters involved in this drama. Dr. Philippe Jarve, 44, was born in Poitiers. After successful studies at the École de Médecine in Paris, he became a hospital trainee. Prior to his marriage, he practiced in Issy-les-Moulineaux. His surgery was a modest one, and his patients were mainly workers from a nearby factory. 5 years ago, he married Evelyne Laguerec, 16 years his junior, who was therefore 28 at the time of her death. The Laguerec family own a canning plant in Concarneau. Housewives will be very familiar with the Laguerec et Laurent brand of sardines. Soon after the marriage, the newlyweds moved to a luxury apartment on Boulevard Haussmann, and Dr. Jarve quickly established himself as one of the most sought-after doctors in the capital. 2 years later, Monsieur Laguerec Sr. died, leaving the family business to his son Yves and his daughter. The Jarves have a 3-year-old daughter, Michelle. As for Dr. Maigret, he too is a talented doctor. Aged 30, he is a bachelor and still occupies his student rooms on Rue des Saints-Pères, where he leads a modest life. He is not set up in practice, but works with Professor Lebier. This is the first time he's agreed to stand in as a locum for one of his colleagues. We have tried to establish whether the Jarves and Dr. Maigret were on friendly terms prior to this arrangement, but we have received no reply to our inquiries. At every turn, be it Quai des Orfèvres, Boulevard Haussmann, or within the medical profession, we come up against a strange wall of silence. Even the concierge has been unforthcoming and is merely willing to affirm that she was unaware that Madame Jarve was in the building. However, our correspondent on the Côte d'Azur has uncovered some information, albeit slim pickings. On Saturday morning at Nice Airport, a passenger corresponding to the description of Madame Jarve was reportedly seen boarding the 9:15 plane due to arrive at Paris-Orly at 11:15. The airline refuses to confirm whether or not her name appears on the passenger list. At the time of going to press, Dr. Paul is conducting a post-mortem. When Maigret got back home, he carefully cut out the article and slipped it inside a manila folder, as he did when he was opening a file at Quai des Orfèvres. Except that in the office, his files would contain original, authentic documents, whereas here he had to be content with more or less fictionalized cuttings from newspapers. "Are you ready, Madame Maigret?" She emerged from the bedroom dressed in a light cotton dress, a small white hat on her head, and white gloves in her hands. And as they walked along the street arm in arm, they looked every inch like a couple on their holidays. "You seem to be starting to enjoy yourself," she remarked with a sidelong glance in his direction. He didn't reply, but merely smiled, not thinking about poor Madame Jarve, but imagining Janvier at the sharp end of his case, which he must be dead set on solving, all on his own. Chapter 2. Dinner at Père Jules. "Calvados for everyone?" he asked as he drew his pipe out of his pocket, just as the waitress in the white apron was bringing the coffee. He understood the look his wife gave him, and the more furtive look she then gave Pardon. He wasn't drunk, not even slightly the worse for wear. He couldn't have drunk much more than the others, but he was none the less aware of a certain sparkle in his eyes, and a relaxed manner of talking that wasn't usual to him. Twice during dinner, Madame Maigret had observed him tenderly. First, when he had ordered fried whitebait, then when he had asked for grilled smoked sausage with pommes frites. She had recognized the restaurant in which they had not set foot for 20 years, and which they'd visited on only 2 previous occasions. The sign still read, "Chez le Père Jules." The wooden tables had been replaced with plastic versions in garish colors, and the bar inside had been modernized. The most extraordinary thing was that Père Jules himself was still there, and didn't seem to have aged at all, so much so that with his mop of white hair he looked like a film extra in a wig. Although they had come to Joinville in Pardon's car, it was Maigret who had chosen the restaurant, opposite the Île d'Amour, around which boats and canoes glided. There was a dance taking place nearby, and its jaunty tunes were mingling with music from the restaurant's record player. There were not many customers, and most had slipped their jackets off. Quite a number were people from the neighborhood who had dropped in. Now, wasn't Maigret sticking to the program he had mapped out for his holiday? There are things that everyone talks about, even writes songs about, but never gets round to doing, he had declared at the start of the meal. One example is eating fried whitebait in a bistro on the banks of the Marne. Tell me, Pardon, how often have you eaten whitebait on the banks of the Marne? The doctor had searched in his memory. This had amused his wife, who had replied, "Once, before my husband went into practice. You see, we've done it twice. By the same token, we talk about wandering the streets of Paris, arm in arm. But we never have the time, alas." Pardon had sighed. "Well, this time, I'm taking the opportunity. What do you think we did this afternoon? We took a bus to Place Saint-Augustin, and wonders never cease, the bus was almost empty. We didn't encounter a single traffic jam. Then we walked back via Boulevard Haussmann." "Without stopping?" "Without stopping." Maigret had looked at Dr. Jarve's house, of course. A group of curious onlookers had gathered outside the varnished carriage gate, and a uniformed police officer was watching them in a bored fashion. It was the first time in a case such as this that Maigret had found himself on the side of the gawpers, and he found that amusing. The house stood between an oriental carpet shop and the shop front of a milliner's, which must have been very expensive, as there was only one hat on display. It was just the sort of well-to-do, bourgeois, slightly old-fashioned building he had imagined. After that, they'd continued on foot as far as Place d'Éterne, where they'd had a drink on a terrace before returning via Avenue de Wagram and the Champs-Élysées, just like provincial tourists visiting Paris. "Splendid," Maigret had said as he put together his strange meal. His wife's first knowing look had been because this was exactly the same menu he had ordered the last time. Everything seemed to delight him, the music, the couples going into the dance, the canoeists on the Marne, the slowly descending dusk. You could even sense that he would have liked to take his jacket off like the others, but didn't dare, perhaps because of Pardon. And the look she had given Pardon said, "You see how much better he is." It was true that he felt relaxed, as if rejuvenated. What the others were not aware of was that back in the spring he had got himself into a worse state than he would care to admit, even to himself. He would find himself worn out, exhausted by nothing at all, and was beginning to wonder whether he might end up like Baudard. Baudard was a colleague of his from Special Branch, a decent man, conscientious to a fault, who had found himself the victim of undeserved attacks. Maigret had stood up for him the best he could, but there were grubby political interests behind this whole affair, and certain people high up needed Baudard as a scapegoat to exculpate themselves. And they got away with it. Baudard had fought back for 6 months, attempting to save not so much his job as his very honour. But one morning, while mounting the staircase at Quai des Orfèvres, he had simply keeled over. Dead. It was perhaps because of Baudard that Maigret had decided to take this holiday and to allow himself a little pleasures he normally didn't get to indulge in, such as this dinner by the Marne. When he had gone to Rue Picpus to pick up Pardon, the doctor had simply said, "Jave has returned home." "And Négrel?" Maigret had asked. "I don't know." It was odd getting the information from a man like Pardon, who was not part of the force. They hadn't discussed it again during the meal. Now that the men had been served with calvados and the women with a liqueur, the latter did as they always did after dinner in Rue Picpus. They pulled their chairs together and started chatting in low voices. The air was mild, humid, and there was a fine mist lifting off the river. A couple in a canoe were drifting along on the current, playing tender love songs on a phonograph. "I had Deberlin on the phone earlier," Pardon was saying. "It turns out he knew Philippe Jave quite well. They did their training at the same time and socialized together until quite recently." "What did he have to say?" "It seems that Jave comes from a fairly modest background in Poitiers. His father was a bank clerk and his mother a teacher. His father died when he was young, and it was his mother who brought him up. It was only because of scholarships that he was able to complete his studies, and student life can't have been that easy for him. According to Deberlin, Jave is a plodder. Bright, reserved, and strong-willed. Everyone expected him to specialize in cardiology, his passion, perhaps because he saw his father die of angina. Instead, he set himself up in a rather down-at-heel practice in Issy-les-Moulineaux, and led the exhausting existence of most suburban doctors, working 14 or 15 hours a day. He was 38 or 39 when he went on holiday to Buzec near Concarneau, where he met Eveline, the Le Guerec girl. Yes, they seemed to have fallen in love, and he married her. Deberlin often visited their home in Boulevard Haussmann, where they moved almost straight after the wedding. Deberlin had the impression they were a close couple. Eveline is pretty enough, but she doesn't exactly turn heads in the street. She had a rather joyless childhood growing up in the house of her father, who was a widower. She was shy and self-effacing, and had what Deberlin calls a feeble smile. Deberlin had the impression that she had health problems, but he didn't know the details, as Jave was a discreet sort of fellow. That's more or less all I found out, except that the Javes seemed besotted with their little girl. They didn't go out much and received visitors about once a week. Deberlin's just about the only one of Philippe's old friends who kept in touch with them." "How did you find out that he'd returned home?" "Simple, he was on the radio." Maigret had a radio too, but never thought of listening to it. On the 7 o'clock bulletin they announced that the inquiry was taking its course and that Dr. Jave had returned to Boulevard Haussmann in a state of dejection. There they were, on the terrace of a suburban bistro, watching the lights reflecting off the Marne, sipping a vintage Calvados. What was Janvier doing at that precise moment? Was he in his office at Quai des Orfèvres, gathering witness statements and waiting for news from his colleagues out and about in Paris and elsewhere? Not having time to have dinner, had he had some sandwiches and beers sent up from the Brasserie Dauphine, as was their tradition? Pardon must have seen the nostalgic expression pass over his face, because he asked, "Tempted?" Maigret looked him straight in the eye, thought for a moment, then said, "No." It was true. The Boulevard Haussmann affair looked like it was turning into one of the trickiest and most demanding cases he had known. Firstly, because of the social milieu, it had to be handled with kid gloves. It's always difficult to take on people of higher social status because the slightest false move can lead to unfortunate consequences. Then this case was all about doctors. Certain professions tend to close ranks more than others, such as military officers, teachers, colonial officials, or, however strange it may seem, post office employees. Janvier, who was pursuing an official inquiry, must be finding it harder to get information about Jave and Négrel than Maigret himself, who had his friend Paldon to turn to. As well as that, poor Janvier had been landed with Comilio, the most disagreeable examining magistrate to deal with. Comilio was afraid of the press. Every article on a case he was involved in gave him the shakes, or else put him in a foul mood. Above all, not a word to the reporters, he would invariably insist. Conversely, to avoid being criticized by the more impatient members of the press, he had a tendency to treat the first available suspect as the guilty party and not release him from custody. As many as 50 or 100 times in his career, Maigret had stood up to him, sometimes at the risk of his own job. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you arrest him?" the little magistrate with a pointy moustache would bark. "I'm waiting for him to put the rope round his own neck. Or for him to escape over the border, maybe. Then the gutter press will have a field day." Janvier didn't have Maigret's patience, his stubbornness, or his ability to let Comilio's rages wash over him. Maigret was convinced that it was because of Comilio that Janvier had got on the wrong side of the papers from the start of the case by refusing to give them even the most basic snippets of information. "Anything on Gilbert Négrel?" "Nothing more than I've already told you. He's a loner. Apart from his work for Professor Libier, I haven't heard much about him, and I know nothing whatsoever about his personal life. He can't have any private wealth, as he hasn't thought of setting up a practice, unless he's working on his diploma and is aiming to go into teaching." It would have been easy to ring Dr. Paul, the pathologist, who was a friend, to find out the results of a post-mortem. What did Eveline Jave die of? There was no mention in the papers of a revolver, a knife, or strangulation. If she had had a fatal accident, there would have been no reason to literally fold her in half and push her into a cupboard. "Tell me, Pardon, how long after death is it possible to bend a body?" "That depends on the state of rigor mortis, and that in turn depends on a number of elements, including the ambient temperature. 1 hour in some cases, several hours in others." That didn't move him any further forward. On the other hand, he didn't want to get immersed in the case. He had decided that he would follow it in the way newspaper readers throughout France were following it at that moment, and nothing more. He was just a member of the public, not a policeman. The only thing that was bothering him was the responsibility that was weighing on Janvier, who for the first time was bearing the whole of the police judiciaire on his shoulders, at the height of the holidays, when at least half the force was not available. What we need to know above all is whether Jave was in Cannes at the time his wife died. It was easy to check, and Janvier must have thought about it. Only Maigret himself did not know the results of the inquiry. He didn't find out the answer until the next morning at about 8 o'clock, when he went out to buy the papers. The Pardons had dropped them outside their door around midnight. A little later, as she was undressing, Madame Maigret had murmured, "Will you promise me that you won't go into the office?" "I promise. You see, you're already doing much better. After 3 days of rest, you're a new man. But if you threw all that away because of some dead woman—" "I won't throw it away." She felt reassured when she saw him open the sideboard and take out the bottle of Calvados. "A nightcap," he murmured. He wasn't drinking because he was on edge, or feeling low, or to give himself a lift. On the contrary, this evening, it was because he felt relaxed. It was the last little treat of the day. Only in the morning he didn't stand by the window as his wife made the bed before going out to get the papers. He wasn't breaking his word. He wasn't involved in the case. He was following it, along with other readers, which is not the same thing at all. The headlines were even bigger than the day before. The most striking one said, "The Dilemma of the Two Doctors." A rival paper had the more cautious, "The Mystery of the Four Keys." Admittedly, both amounted to the same thing in the end. It seemed that the police had loosened up somewhat since there were pieces of information that could only have emanated from Quai des Orfèvres or from the office of the examining magistrate. Firstly, there was a very incomplete summary of the pathologist's report. The post-mortem conducted by Dr. Pohl has revealed that the bruise that we mentioned yesterday on the victim's right temple is a result of a blow received a short time before the death, but that this blow was not sufficiently violent to have been the cause of death. It was not made by a blunt instrument. It may well have been the result of a fall onto the floor or a punch. Much more mysterious is the needle prick on Évarine Jarve's left thigh, as there is no doubt that it was caused by a hypodermic syringe. What substance was injected, we will know once the intestines and soft tissue have been examined by experts. The victim was not a drug addict and did not inject herself, otherwise older needle marks would have been evident on her body. Besides, her husband is adamant this was not the case. Maigret was ensconced in the same spot as the day before, on Place de la République, and the sky was the same uniform blue, the air soft and warm. Because of all the wine and calvados of the night before, he had ordered a coffee, and he slowly smoked his pipe as he read through the 3 columns of more or less sensational information. The most dramatic revelation was that Jarve had left Caen the previous Saturday and returned there on the Train Bleu on the Sunday morning. They didn't give a full report of a doctor's questioning. To Maigret, who was au fait with such matters and who knew how newspapers operated, it was clear that there had been some confusion. At first, Jarve seemed to be claiming he had driven to Monte Carlo on Saturday afternoon and spent the night at a casino in town. Unfortunately for him, his car was spotted by staff at Nice Airport, parked there between midday on Saturday and 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. So Janvier had done well. Maigret could imagine how many phone calls it had taken to reconstitute the chain of events. At 9:15 on Saturday, Évarine Jarve had arrived at the airport in a taxi and caught a flight to Paris. 1 hour later, her husband had arrived at the same airport in his car and inquired about flights. There were none available before midday. As luck would have it, a British Airways Viscount had been held up by an engine fault and was just about to fly to London. He had got on this, and from London found an immediate connection to Paris, where he had arrived at 2 in the afternoon. The concierge at Boulevard Haussmann, however, was quite clear. She hadn't seen him any more than she had seen his wife. The concierge was a certain Madame Dubois, whom the reporter described as still young and good-looking, and who had a 10-year-old son. Her husband had walked out a few days after the child was born, and she had never heard from him again. She had also, it was said, spent 2 hours at Quai des Orfèvres, and on leaving had refused to make any comment. The papers printed a photo of her, but it was impossible to make out her face, which she was covering with her right forearm. Maigret knew the buildings on Boulevard Haussmann, which were all built around the same time and were pretty much of a standard type. The concierge's lodges are spacious, with a sort of reception room in front, and double glass doors allow a clear view of all the comings and goings. Madame Dubois had seen Josepha, the maid, arrive at 8 o'clock in the morning. She had seen Dr. Négrel walk by at 9 o'clock. She had then seen him come down again at 12:10, go back up at 2 o'clock, and finally leave at 5:30. Strangely, she hadn't seen either Dr. Jarve or his wife. But she at least must have entered the building, as she was found there dead. Still, according to the newspaper, Jarve, when put on the spot, had refused to account for his movements in Paris during Saturday afternoon and hidden behind professional confidentiality. He had been released. Dr. Négrel was let go too, according to the latest report, which must have had Camillo wrestling with his conscience. On arrival at Orly Airport at 11:15, Madame Jarve had taken the Air France shuttle bus, which had dropped her at Boulevard des Capucines. The driver remembered her because he had been struck by her very Côte d'Azur white-tailored suit. The white suit had disappeared, as well as the matching shoes and the underwear. After Boulevard des Capucines, there was no further trace of the young woman's movements until the locksmith had opened the cupboard at 9 o'clock on Monday morning in the presence of Josepha and Négrel. The question of the keys, in fact, complicated the issue. Still, according to the papers, there were 4 keys in existence which opened both the door to the residential apartment and that of the doctor's surgery. Josepha had one of these keys, Dr. Maigret held another for the duration of his cover, Jarve had the third, and the fourth was entrusted to the concierge. Eveline Jarve herself was not in possession of her key to Boulevard Haussmann. That meant that someone must have opened the door to her, unless of course the concierge had lied and had given her her own key. If only Dr. Paul could have been more precise about the time of death, his report said Saturday between 4 in the afternoon and 6 in the evening. At 4 o'clock, Maigret was still at Boulevard Haussmann, as was Josepha. Maigret had left at 5:30, Josepha around 6, as she had nothing to do and was going to have dinner with her daughter. As for Jarve, he had been in Paris since 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but had taken the night train from Gare de Lyon at 7:55. The paper published a photo of Josepha, caught off guard as she left her daughter's apartment on Rue Washington. She was a tall, lean woman with somewhat masculine features. The reporter hinted that the daughter, Antoinette, who was 29, had been involved in some rather dubious activities. Mother and daughter, however, seemed to get on very well. Josepha had her own room on the 6th floor of Boulevard Haussmann, along with the other servants in the block. But as often as she could, she stayed overnight at her daughter's, where she had a bed at her disposal. She did so on Saturday evening, and again on Sunday. When the photographer had snapped her, she hadn't hidden her face like the concierge, but had stared at the camera with a look of defiance. The nurse remained shut away with a child in the Villa Marie-Thérèse in Cannes, and the reporters had no joy ringing the doorbell. One final piece of news at the foot of the third column: Yves Le Guérec, Eveline Jarve's brother, who ran the cannery on Concarneau, had arrived in Paris and was staying at the Hôtel Scribe. Maigret finished his coffee, wondered whether he wanted anything else, folded up his newspapers, and started walking around the square. In general, a criminal case tends to have similarities with one or more previous cases, as the reasons for killing someone, along with the methods of committing murder, are limited. But Maigret scoured his memory in vain for a case like this. He had come across 4 or 5 doctors who were criminals. One of them, a doctor in Toulouse 15 years previously, had killed one of his patients by administering a lethal dose of a toxic drug. It was only discovered by chance 3 years later that he owed this lady a great deal of money, and this was the only way he could find to free himself of his debt. Another, around the same time in the Massif Central, had used a hypodermic syringe to inject a substance different from the one he had prescribed. He had claimed afterwards that it had been an unintentional mistake, and was given the benefit of the doubt, since it was not implausible that after a stressful day of doing rounds he could have used the wrong file, especially as it was fairly dark in the sick person's room. As far as could be ascertained to date, Eveline Jarve appeared to have been killed in the same way. What was different from these earlier cases was that in this instance there was not just one doctor involved, but 2. Did her husband have a motive to do away with her? She was rich. It was thanks to his marriage that he was able to escape the suburb, where he had led a tough and joyless life, to become a society doctor in the capital. Was he having an affair? Was he planning to set up with someone else? Or had his wife discovered some infidelity and threatened him with divorce? Anything was possible. Even a tale of jealousy. No one knew the circumstances that had led Eveline to leave Cannes on Saturday morning. What had she said to her husband? Were they in agreement about her trip, and if yes, did Jarve suspect that she had a reason different from the one she had given for her journey? One thing was certain: he had followed her as quickly as he could, and had got to Paris a short time after her. Was Eveline Jarve the mistress of young Maigret? Had she been for a while? Was it she who had suggested taking him on as a locum during their holiday? Maigret might also have had a motive for getting rid of her. For example, if he had other marriage plans, and if she, for her part, was insisting on leaving her husband in order to marry him. Or else... Maigret hadn't chosen the route back to Boulevard Vichy-Lenoir, but instead was following the Grand Boulevard, which she had rarely seen so deserted. Near Porte Saint-Denis, he went into a bar, sat down inside, ordered a beer, and asked for a pen and paper. As he was now just a member of the public, he would play the role to the hilt, and he had an ironic smile on his lips as he wrote in block capitals, "But why on earth was she naked?" On the envelope, he put Jambier's name and the address of Quai des Orfèvres. He didn't sign it, of course. People who gave advice to the police very rarely signed their messages. He could picture Meurs's face in forensics if they asked him to analyze the block capitals, as he possessed samples of the inspector's handwriting. But this letter would be too anodyne for Jambier to go to such trouble. More likely he would simply shrug it off. It was, nevertheless, the key question. Either the young woman had got undressed herself, or she had been undressed after her death. As the body had no wounds, the clothes would not be stained with blood, and thus Maigret could see no valid reason to undress her. On the other hand, what reason could she have had to strip entirely naked between 4 in the afternoon and 6 in the evening? To change her clothes? She would have done that in the apartment across the landing, where her bedroom and all her things were. It wasn't to take a bath, either. One of the papers had published a detailed plan of the premises. The right-hand apartment comprised an entrance hall, a large drawing room, a smaller sitting room that they called the boudoir, 3 bedrooms, a dining room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The one on the left, which was reserved for Javre's medical practice, was more or less conceived on the same plan, but the rooms were put to different uses. This surely must be one of the most luxurious medical establishments in Paris. The drawing room served as the waiting room and was furnished, according to the paper, in pure Empire style. The boudoir, in Empire style too, was Javre's office, where he received his patients before going into another room to examine them. Beyond the consulting room and corresponding to one of the bedrooms opposite, there was a room dedicated to X-ray examinations and minor operations. Then, finally, there was the laboratory, walled with cupboards from floor to ceiling. The decommissioned bathroom now served as a storeroom for the household's trunks and suitcases, and the kitchen contained cleaning implements and other objects, for which there was no other obvious place. There remained one bedroom with a bed and other usual furnishings, which was used, it seems, when the Javres had a friend staying over, or when the doctor had been working too hard and felt the need for a short nap. It wasn't said whether the bed was unmade or not. Supposing Eveline had been murdered in the apartment opposite, why take the risk of carrying the body across the landing, since there were cupboards there in which the body could have been hidden? Why take away her clothes? Did the murderer intend, for example, to come back for the body in order to dispose of it in the Seine or in some wood outside Paris? This begged another question. Javre had driven from Cannes in his car, which he had left at Nice airport. Did Maigret own a car? The papers were silent on this point. If the assassin intended to make the body disappear, it was likely he had access to a vehicle. Maigret set off walking again, and stopped automatically in front of the familiar shop windows, as the cinema across the road was the one he visited the most frequently with his wife. Outside a jeweller's, he caught sight of himself in a mirror, frowning, looking quite fierce with the effort of thinking so hard. And he laughed at himself. This was, after all, just meaningless speculation. He had nothing to base it on. He suddenly got an insight into how it must feel to be a member of the public, knowing nothing about criminal matters other than what he reads in the papers. The vehicle was a red herring. Had he not, 3 times at least in his career, seen murderers, one of them a woman, carry away their victims in a taxi to a railway station left luggage office? All you needed was a sufficiently large trunk or a wicker basket such as those used by tradesmen. In the present instance, did the murderer intend to disfigure the corpse before this last journey, to make her unrecognizable and to prevent identification? If it had been Maigret, why hadn't he returned on Sunday when the coast was clear, while Josepha was at her daughter's? There was an answer to that one, too. He had no reason to be at Boulevard Haussmann on a Sunday, and a concierge would not fail to notice him coming in and out, especially if he was carrying a large trunk when he left. "You seem in a good mood," his wife said as she opened the door to their apartment. It was because he was having a laugh at himself. Here he was, playing the amateur detective when he had always made fun of them. At police headquarters, they worked with known facts, and whenever a hypothesis presented itself, they had ways of testing it. Madame Maigret was almost ready. She just needed her hat and gloves. He had decided to take her to lunch in an Italian restaurant on Boulevard de Clichy. He wasn't just improvising here, strange though it may seem. If he didn't have a precise plan for how he would use his days, if he more or less followed his whims, it all rested nonetheless on a basic underlying idea. As he had said to his friend Pardon the night before, he was indulging in the small pleasures his daily work never allowed him to experience. That's why he had returned to Père Jules, where he had eaten fried whitebait and grilled sausage. Maybe it hadn't been as good as 20 years earlier, but he had enjoyed it all the same. He was also content standing at his window in the mornings and watching the comings and goings on Boulevard Michel-Lenoir and the lorries driving in and out of Catois des Potus. He had never eaten at the Italian restaurant on Boulevard de Clichy where he was taking his wife. He had never set foot there, but had often walked past it and glanced into its dark interior, noting to himself that it would be a good place to eat some spaghetti. There was something else that he wanted to do, but he wouldn't tell his wife about it for fear that she would laugh at him. Perhaps he would be forced to find a quieter spot, Place des Vosges, for example, or at the Parc Montsouris. He wanted to sit on a bench and stay there for a long time, peaceful, not thinking of anything, smoking his pipe and watching the children play. "Are you ready?" Madame Maigret asked as she pulled on a white glove. She had put on some perfume, as on a Sunday or on trips to the cinema, and she was wearing a floral dress. Just a moment. He just had to cut out that morning's articles and file them in his manila folder. After lunch, they would slowly amble up to the Sacré-Cœur like tourists, and on the way up Rue Le Pic, Madame Maigret would pause now and then to get her breath back. Chapter 3. The Lover's Opinion. They had chosen a blue and white striped parasol. There were 3 cafes competing for territory on Place du Tertre, each one pushing out as far as they could, and their parasols were like flags, orange, dark blue, or blue and white stripes. The iron chairs were the same, as were the tables, and no doubt the vin gris they served in jugs. It was like a never-ending festival, with coaches squeezing in through alleyways, almost forcing the walls apart, tourists armed with cameras, painters, mainly women, in front of their easels. There was even a fire-eater, who also swallowed swords as a sideline. Here, too, Maigret and his wife exchanged the occasional look. They never spoke much when they were together, and in the looks they exchanged today, for example, there was nostalgia and recognition. It was no longer the Place du Tertre that they had known when Maigret had first started out as a desk clerk at a police station, of course, but it was fun nonetheless. Now it was a multicolored fairground, noisy and more aggressively vulgar. But haven't they changed too? Why demand that the rest of the world stays the same while we get older? It was that, more or less, that they said to each other by batting their eyelids, that and also, "Thank you." The vin gris was young and a bit acidic. The folding chair creaked under the bulk of Maigret, who had a tendency to tilt backwards. Sitting next to them, 2 lovers whose joint age couldn't have been more than 40 held hands and watched the comings and goings of the tourists. The boy's hair was too long, the girl's too short. The houses were brightly painted, like the set of a comic opera. One of the tour guides, with a megaphone to his mouth, was explaining something in English, then in German. At that moment, a newspaper seller appeared, but the only words audible in the confusion of noise were, "Sensational revelations." Maigret raised his arm and kicked his fingers as if at school. He bought 2 rival afternoon newspapers, while the young lovers next to him settled for just one. He kept the paper that Lassagne worked on for himself and passed the other to his wife. On the front page, there was a large photograph of a girl in a bathing suit leaning on the side of a boat. The girl had very skinny legs and 2 small pointed breasts barely formed. She was smiling awkwardly and shyly at the camera. What was it that gave her the look of a victim predestined by fate? The print was blurred. The newspaper had blown up a snapshot taken on a beach in bad light. The caption read, "Eveline Jarve, photographed by her brother the year she met Dr. Jarve." A young woman from the provinces, well-mannered but sad-looking, who must have lived in a strict household and longed for a different existence. It was Yves Le Guerec himself, the paper went on to say, who had provided the picture to young Lassagne. So, one of the 2 men had agreed to meet, if not the whole of the press, at least one journalist. Lassagne, a lean redhead, sharp as a knife, must have passed a few nerve-wracking hours, and Maigret could picture him dashing back to the newspaper office and rushing to his desk to file his report, which the office juniors would carry off section by section to be typeset. If it wasn't quite as sensational as the newspaper seller was making out, and if there weren't any actual revelations in the proper sense of the word, the piece was nonetheless interesting. In his usual style, Lassagne first painted the scene. It was in his lodgings in Rue des Saints-Pères, in an old building, a short walk from Saint-Germain-des-Prés, that Dr. Maigret granted us this exclusive interview. The house, a former private mansion, still bears on its facade the arms of a distinguished French family who lived here, but this somewhat dilapidated building was long ago converted into apartments where several families live. The courtyard is full of mopeds, bicycles and prams. A carpenter's workshop occupies the ground floor, and the steps of the staircase with its magnificent wrought iron banister are worn smooth. We climbed to the 4th floor, with its dormer windows which once served as staff quarters, and at the end of a dark corridor we knocked at a door with a simple visiting card attached to it with a drawing pin. We were expected. The door opened to reveal a young man with dark hair, a smooth complexion, and matinee idol looks. Dr. Maigret, as he would tell us later on, comes from the south of France, from Nîmes, where his family has lived for many generations. The family has had its ups and downs. One Maigret was a ship's doctor under Napoleon. Another was a public prosecutor under Louis Philippe. Dr. Maigret's father, who is still alive, is a photographer. The doctor studied at Montpellier University. The doctor... Maigret stopped reading to crane an ear. The young lovers of the next table were reading the same paper more or less simultaneously with him, and the girl murmured, "What did I tell you?" "What?" "It's a love affair." "Let me read the rest of it." Maigret smiled vaguely, and read onwards too. The doctor, despite his physical attributes, came across as a modest and serious man, and the events of the last 2 days appear to have hit him hard. His lodgings looked more like those of a student than a doctor at the start of a brilliant career. He welcomed us in a room that serves as an office, a sitting room, and a dining room. Through other rooms, we caught sight of a plain-looking bedroom and a tiny kitchen. "I don't understand anything that has happened," were his first words as he sat in the window recess, having shown us to an antique armchair in red plush. The police, and then the examining magistrate, questioned me for a long time and asked me questions I couldn't possibly answer. It seems they suspect me of killing Madame Jarve, but why on earth will I do such a thing? He frowned with his thick eyebrows, which gave his face a deep look. On the table were the leftovers of a meal that the concierge must have bought for him locally. He was unshaven and wasn't wearing a tie or jacket. I asked him, "Will you permit me to ask you a number of questions for the benefit of our readers?" I reply to the best of my ability, even if the questions are indiscreet. He shrugged, like a man who had already been asked the most indiscreet questions. "To begin with, how long have you known the Jarves?" "I've known Dr. Jarve for 3 years." "They asked me that too." "Where did you meet him?" "While working for my employer, Professor Lebier. I'm his assistant." Jarve sometimes brought us patients for consultation, and once when I was in a hurry to get into town, he gave me a lift in his car. "Did you become friends?" "He said that one day he'd like to invite me to dinner." "Did you go?" 6 months later, by chance, at the end of a consultation with Professor Lebier, he asked me if I was free that evening, as he had invited a few interesting people. So I went round to Boulevard Haussmann. "Is that where you met Madame Jarve?" "Yes." "What was your first impression of her?" "I was the least important among the guests, so I ended up at the foot of the table. I didn't have much chance to talk to her." "Did she seem like she was happy?" "Neither happy nor unhappy. She behaved like any hostess." "Did you often go back to Boulevard Haussmann as her guest?" "Fairly often." "According to your colleagues, you don't go out much and rarely dine in town." At this point in the conversation, Maigret appeared a little embarrassed, but finally he gave a smile. "The Jarves," he explained, "entertained a lot, at least once a week, and there were always 15 or so people there. Sometimes there was a woman or girl too many, and they telephoned me at the last minute to come and even up the numbers." "Why did you go along with this?" "Because they were nice people." "Both of them?" "Both of them, yes." "What did you think about Jarve?" "That he was an excellent practitioner. As a man, I mean. I've always considered him a decent man, and indeed a man of great integrity." "Yet you surely don't hold society doctors in high regard."
He was more than a society doctor. Did you eventually become a family friend? Friend is perhaps overstating it. Despite the difference in our ages, Philippe and I got on very well. Did you address him in the familiar form? I do that with very few people. That's not how we do things in Protestant Nîmes, where I was born and grew up. And did you address Eveline Jarve in the familiar form? No. And that no was rather curt. How would you describe your relationship with her? Cordial? I go as far as to say friendly. Did she ever confide in you? She merely said to me, and I'd heard this from her husband too, that she hadn't had a life like other women. Why was that? Because of her health. Was she in poor health? I don't think I am betraying any confidences, as I am not her doctor, if I say that she suffered from Stokes-Adams disease, more commonly known as a chronic slow pulse. Her heart has been beating at a rate of 40 or 45 beats a minute, as opposed to the more normal 70, since she was a child. What are the effects of this condition? The patient can lead an apparently normal life, but at any moment there is a risk of fainting, convulsions, or even sudden death. Did she know that? Since the age of 12, she had a consultation with a top specialist. She overheard him talking at the door and understood everything. Was she afraid? No, rather resigned. Was she happy in spite of this? In a suppressed sort of way, if I can put it like that. It was as if she always feared that too much exuberance would bring about an attack. Was she afraid to have a baby? No, on the contrary, she was happy to leave something behind her, even if it ended up costing her her life. Did she love her husband? I guess so, since she married him. Did he love her? He always seemed very attentive. Did you ever meet her in private, I mean without her husband around? The young doctor was silent, his brow creased in a frown. Yes and no. I never went to see her personally, but sometimes when I was around at Boulevard Haussmann, Jarve was called away to see a patient urgently. And on those occasions, she never tried to confide in you? No, not what you would call confide. To speak about her life, in the way everyone talks about their past, their childhood. So you became good friends, if that's how you want to put it. She never visited you here, in your lodgings. Another silence. Why are you asking me this? I'll be straight with you. I showed Eveline Jarve's photo to your concierge, and she claimed that she had seen her go up to visit you twice. The last time, 6 weeks ago. The concierge is lying, or has mistaken her for someone else. At the adjoining table, the girl was saying, "Who do you believe, the concierge or the doctor?" They were reading at the same speed. Her boyfriend replied, "Concierges are all cows, but the doctor seems a bit thrown. I told you it was a love affair." Madame Maigret, who had finished the no doubt shorter article in the other paper, had laid it on her lap and was dreamily watching the tourists come and go. Maigret was forgetting his role at the police judiciaire, the profession he had exercised his entire life, and was surprised to find himself reading the paper like a normal man in the street. Suddenly, he made a little discovery which delighted him. As a rule, those moralistic types who take it upon themselves to lecture other people claim that there is something unhealthy, perverse even, in the desire of certain readers to lap up tales of crimes and disasters. Without having thought that much about it, Maigret, even up to the previous day, would have tended to be of the same opinion. He now suddenly realized that it wasn't so clear-cut, and the remarks of the girl at the adjoining table had gone some way towards changing his mind. Didn't readers devour just as avidly tales of heroic or exceptional acts? Has there ever been such a large or excited turnout as the one on the Grand Boulevard in the middle of the night to boot, to greet Charles Lindbergh? Weren't people just fascinated to learn what human beings were capable of, whether for good or bad? Didn't the curiosity of the girl sitting next to him stem from a desire to know, as a novice in love, what the limits of love are? She was hoping that the newspaper and the course of the inquiry into the death of the woman on Boulevard Haussmann would show her this. Lassagne, extracting maximum mileage from his exclusive interview, continued, "We then asked him, 'Do you have many female visitors, Monsieur Maigret?' 'Previously I received 1 or 2, yes.' 'What do you mean by previously?' Throughout our whole conversation, he smoked one cigarette after another, stubbing them out on the sill of the open window. 'A year ago I got engaged. The police know this. They have no doubt already questioned the girl, so there is no point in being secretive about it. May we know her name? They will no doubt tell you at Quai des Orfèvres. I don't see it as my role. Does the girl live with her parents? Yes. Does she work? Yes. Is she from a respectable family? Her father is a well-known lawyer. And she came to see you here. Silence. I'm now going to be even more indiscreet, Doctor, and ask you to forgive me. Have you at any point been Madame Jarve's lover? I've already been asked that question. And what did you reply? No. Have you ever been in love with her? Never. Or she with you? She has never done or said anything that would give me that impression. Did you see her last Saturday? No. Did you see Jarve? Neither him nor her. I saw 5 patients that afternoon, and their records were all found in the office. I left at 5:30, having said goodbye to Josepha, and asked her to close all the windows. Who had the idea of you acting as locum this summer? Dr. Jarve. How did he manage in previous years? He employed one of my colleagues, Dr. Brisson, who started a practice in Amiens last winter, and so is no longer available. One last question. Do you think Josepha is especially devoted to her employers? I haven't really thought about it all that much. You've recently been living alongside her for several weeks. You have had frequent contacts with her. Is she the sort of woman who would bear false witness to protect one or other of her employers? I can only repeat, I have no idea. Lassagne concluded. And so we took our leave of this man, whose honor, future, and even life are now at stake. Guilty or innocent, he knows the weight of words and the threats which weigh down on him. He seemed to us determined to defend himself calmly without becoming impassioned or angry, and the final look he gave us from the top of the staircase was full of bitterness. This is what I think happened, said the girl on the adjoining table. They were lovers, her and the young doctor. The concierge has no reason to lie, and I'm sure that she really did recognize her. Her husband is older than her. He treated her like a little girl, and women don't like that. Maigret, on the other hand, is a good-looking boy, with those gentle eyes. Maigret smiled through his pipe. Where did the gentle eyes come from? Was it because the article mentioned thick eyebrows? I'm quite sure he's in love. Reading his replies, you get the feeling he's holding something back. And look at how he keeps stubbing out his cigarettes on the windowsill. That's irrelevant. It shows that he is churning inside, but is forcing himself to appear calm. She was obliged to go to Cannes with her husband and daughter. I bet she was the one who suggested him as a locum. That way, with Maigret in Boulevard Haussmann part of the time, there was still a connection between them. You have a vivid imagination. Maigret was starting to think that this couple weren't made for each other. The boy was blonde and came across as quite serious. The girl seemed to wrap him up with her supple body as she clung to him, and this was causing him embarrassment from the apologetic look he addressed to the people around him. Don't talk so loud. I'm not saying anything bad. After a month apart, she couldn't stand it any more, so she took the plane with the intention of catching an evening flight back to Cannes. She probably told her husband she was off to visit a friend on the côte. He was suspicious, so he followed her. That afternoon, he caught them together in the bedroom behind the consulting room. He let Maigret go. It was his wife that he blamed. He hit her. She passed out. Then he decided to do away with her, so he gave her an injection. Why did he put her in the cupboard if it was a crime of passion? Madame Maigret, who was listening too, exchanged a glance with her husband. It was curious in this fairground atmosphere to listen to such light-hearted, even playful chat about a tragedy. The people involved, in the girl's version, lost their humanity, their tragic reality, and became trite characters in a trashy novel. And yet, what she was saying might well be the truth. Her hypothesis, from what Maigret knew of the case, was just as plausible as any other. Don't you see, by putting her in the cupboard and returning to Cannes, then making out he had never gone to Paris, he was putting Maigret in the frame as the murderer. The proof of that is that he is still the main suspect. They're both suspects. Who told you that? I bet the police let them go to watch them and wait until one of them made a false move. That wasn't so stupid either. Basically, the general public is much less stupid than is often thought. Poor Janvier was faced with a dilemma which policemen don't encounter very often. Normally, you assume that a suspect is guilty, and the question is whether it's better to charge him or let him go while waiting to find more conclusive evidence.
In the case of just a single possible guilty party, Commissioner wouldn't have hesitated. He would have charged him. But with two, they couldn't both have killed Eveline Jarve. So one of the doctors must be innocent. To keep them both in custody would implicitly mean depriving an innocent man of his liberty. Even Commissioner could grasp that, and so he had resigned himself to letting them both go free. Who would be on surveillance duty in the street next to the building where Maigret lived while Lassagne was conducting his interview? Lapointe? Gianni? There would be someone there, just as there would be a police officer on duty in Boulevard Haussmann. One of the two doctors had agreed to meet the press, choosing the newspaper with the highest circulation. The other was keeping his counsel and was locked away in his apartment. Lassagne went on to say, "We had no luck in arranging an interview with Dr. Jarve. Since leaving the Prefecture de Police and returning to Boulevard Haussmann, he has seen no one apart from Josepha. He must have taken his telephone off the hook, because every time we rang, we got an engaged tone." "Having another?" Madame Maigret asked when she saw her husband summoning a waiter. Yes, he was having another glass of vin gris. He was thirsty, but more than that, he didn't want to leave. "So, what do you think about it?" she asked him in a soft voice. He simply shrugged his shoulders. His usual reply to that question was to say that he never thought, which was more or less the truth. He was starting now to get a clearer picture of two of the protagonists, Eveline Jarve and Dr. Maigret. They were no longer merely names. Eveline in particular had come more to life since he had seen her photo, and in Janvier's shoes he would have made a beeline for Concarneau. It didn't hold the key to the drama. Nevertheless, it was the place where the young woman had spent most of her life, and he would have liked to know more about her. Had she had a convent education? He would have sworn to it, from the way she held herself and gazed at the camera. He imagined a house devoid of women, a grey house, no doubt, probably smelling of fish, with a father and brother with no interest in anything but business. How did she adapt to life in Paris? And whenever she hosted a dinner or a party, did she continue to feel awkward and out of place? Maigret was from the provinces too, despite his matinee idol looks. He was a Protestant from Nîmes. When he had qualified, he hadn't set up a practice, but become his professor's assistant. Lassagne had managed to get him to admit that he had formerly entertained a number of women in his lodgings in Rue des Saints-Pères, and Maigret would have bet that they were easy women from Saint-Germain-des-Prés. He would even have bet that these were short visits and that none of them spent the night in the young doctor's bed. Now he had been engaged for a year. Maigret was dying to ring Janvier to find out the young lady's name, the daughter of a well-known lawyer, and she came to his place. That had the makings of a scandal. The young lovers went off arm in arm, leaving their newspaper behind on the café table, and headed off towards the Sacré-Cœur. As they passed, the girl gave Maigret's hat an amused look, even though there was nothing the slightest bit ridiculous about it. It was true that she wasn't wearing a hat herself, and her hair was cut short like that of a Roman emperor. "What do they say in your paper?" "Probably the same as in yours." He opened it mechanically. It too had a photograph on the front page, not Eveline Jarve this time, but her brother, Yves Le Guérec, leaning on the bar of the Hôtel Scribe. He didn't much resemble his sister. He was a broad, thick-set young man with a bony face and crew-cut hair, which was probably red. Unable to reach Maigret or Jarve, it was he whom little Lassagne's rival had gone to interview. Yves Le Guérec, they learned, was married with 2 children and had built himself a villa 3 kilometers from Concarneau. He had taken over the management of the canning plant after his father had died. "My sister has never come back since she got married. I don't know why. Probably because her husband wanted to take her away from her family." "You haven't seen her since?" "Occasionally, when I was up in Paris. I drop in to visit her. Once I took my wife and children to Boulevard Haussmann, but I got the impression we weren't exactly welcome." "Why was that?" "We're simple folk. We don't frequent the same circles as Dr. Jarve." "Didn't he set himself up with your sister's dowry?" "When he got married, he was penniless. In fact, he had debts. My father paid them off, and he paid for everything at Boulevard Haussmann too." "You don't like your brother-in-law." "I didn't say that. Let's just say we're not cut of the same cloth. Or rather, that's what he'd like you to believe, since his mother was nothing more than a schoolteacher." You could sense old grudges rising to the surface here. They lived in two separate worlds. The Maigret, in spite of their wealth, continued to lead a plain, simple existence, while Jave, who had come into contact with metropolitan life, had changed. That it was the sardine cammers who footed the bill. My sister inherited half of the shares in the factory, and she receives a tidy sum each year, believe me. Was she married under the convention of common assets? Unfortunately, yes. And you? Me too. But it's not the same. My wife is the daughter of a ship owner, and ship owners are of the same sort as us. Do you think she was murdered? Do you think Eveline could have injected herself, then stuffed herself folded in two into a cupboard to die, having locked the door? Where is the key? Where are her clothes? Who do you think killed her? Maigret made as if to speak, but changed his mind. I don't want to be sued for slander. The facts speak for themselves, don't they? And those who make out that my sister had a lover are lying. She wasn't capable of that. She wasn't the type. She was afraid of men. When she was a girl and we went to a dance, she sat in the corner and would only agree to dance with me. Look at this photo. I can remember her searching everywhere for a swimming costume that revealed next to nothing. She took it to an extreme. Did she write to you often? On my birthday and on those of my wife and children, as well as the New Year? Did she know she was ill? She always knew she wouldn't make old bones, but she was resigned to it. Was she religious? At home she was very religious and went to Mass every morning. Later I discovered that her husband had rubbed off on her and she was no longer practicing. Do you think she was unhappy? I'm sure she was. What do you base that on? You just get a feeling. The way she always said with a vague smile, "Don't forget to come and see me whenever you're in Paris, and tell the children their aunt is thinking of them." And yet, she was naked when they found her body in the cupboard. Had her murderer undressed her after the event? Again, it was an unlikely theory, especially as it is really quite difficult to undress a dead body. Why undress her anyway? What was Jave doing, alone with Josepha in the apartment in Boulevard Haussmann? What answers had he given to Janvier and the examining magistrate concerning his dash back to Paris? The fact that Camillo hadn't put him under arrest meant there must be some serious doubts, and it was almost certain that the two suspects were more or less equally under suspicion. Now, Maigret wanted to find out more about Philippe Jave and his personal life. Did he have a mistress, a second household? Or was he indeed the worldly but austere doctor that most people saw him as? "What shall we do?" asked Madame Maigret, as her husband was summoning the waiter to pay for their drinks. He didn't know. It didn't really matter, and that was the most wonderful thing about it. Let's start by going down the Saint-Pierre stairs. They would then saunter along Boulevard Rochois. After that, they could go down into Rue des Martyrs, for example, where he liked the teeming crowds. He also liked the Faubourg Montmartre. Having nothing to do meant he could see Paris in a new light, and he wasn't going to waste a moment of it. "I must phone Pardon this evening." "You're not sick, are you?" "No. He might have some new information about Dr. Jave." "Are you worried about that?" He wasn't bothered at all. He thought about it a lot, of course, but it was just an ornamentation, decorating his walks around Paris. "Tomorrow morning I might have a wander around Rue des Saint-Pères." That was risky, as there weren't many passers-by there, and he might bump into one of his inspectors. "I'm thinking about going to see the sea at Concarneau." He was coming up with these plans without really believing in them, just for the fun of it. This was all for Janvier to sort out, and Maigret was enjoying a foretaste of what retirement would be like. The thought cast a shadow. He could accept being at a loose end, being a member of the general public for a few days at a time, 3 weeks at most. But how would it be to play this role for the rest of his days? As they were walking towards the square in front of the Sacré-Cœur, he suddenly gripped his wife's arm, and she realized that he was moved, and he even thought she understood why. But she didn't say anything. Chapter 4. Where was Josepha? He hadn't phoned Pardon that evening, as he said he would when they were in Place du Tertre. In truth, he hadn't even thought about it. It must have been around 5 o'clock when he and his wife turned the corner Faubourg Montmartre and the Grand Boulevard. The sun was beating down on the pavement which, due to the lack of pedestrians, seemed much wider than usual.
Between a dressmaker's display window and a cutler's shop, he had spotted the gloomy entrance to a sort of tunnel, and heard the tinny sound of a bell like the ones they used to use in cinemas. In fact, it was the entrance to a small cinema, one he didn't recall ever seeing before. They were showing early Charlie Chaplin films, and Maigret stopped and hesitated for a moment. "Do you want to?" he suggested to his wife. She looked a bit suspiciously at the dark plush curtain behind the ticket kiosk and at the greyish walls of the corridor. "Do you think it's clean?" In the end, they decided to go in. When they came out later, the glorious August sun had disappeared, replaced all along the boulevard by a double garland of lights and neon signs. They hadn't realized that it was the day they changed the program, and they had in fact sat through 2 separate screenings. It was too late to go home for dinner. "We'll grab a bite round here somewhere," Madame Maigret had remarked. "If we go on like this, I will forget how to cook." They went to Place de Victoire, to a restaurant whose quiet terrace appealed to them. Then they returned home on foot, and by the end, Madame Maigret was tottering on her heels. They hadn't walked so much together in years. They went to sleep with the window open, and almost immediately it was a new day, and a sun brighter than the one they'd left behind in Boulevard Montmartre, a cool feel to the air, and the familiar sounds of the morning. They had no particular plan for the day, and over breakfast Madame Maigret asked, "Should I do some shopping?" What was the point? Shopping meant having to prepare a meal, which meant they would have to be home at a predetermined hour. "We can eat here all year round, except when you don't come back." It was true that if you added up the days when a case obliged him to take his meals in town, there weren't so many left when they could eat together in the apartment. All the more reason why it would be fun to have lunch or dinner out with her. No shopping, no ties. A first pipe at the window, watching the puppet movements of the little man from Catoir et Petit. In the bistro opposite, the landlord in shirt-sleeves, reading the newspaper he had spread out on his zinc bar. Maigret could have had his papers brought up each morning by the concierge, but that would have taken away the pleasure of going to fetch them himself. Eventually, he got dressed while his wife was taking care of the housework. "I'll come and fetch you a bit later. I'm not sure yet where we were going. Today, in any case, I'll be wearing flat-soled shoes." New habits were being formed. He bought his papers at the same kiosk, waited until he had sat down on his terrace in Place de la République before opening them, and the waiter already knew what to serve him. Crime or accident? The professor of toxicology who had conducted the examination of the intestines had submitted his report. For one reason or another, Quai des Orfèvres was being less parsimonious with information than it had been at the beginning, and the papers offered a summary of the report. A significant quantity of digitalin had been discovered in Eveline Jarve's body. We questioned Professor Loireau about this, and he provided us with some interesting information. Digitalin is a drug frequently employed to slow down the heart. The dose administered to Madame Jarve was not large, and would normally have had no fatal consequences. What is disturbing here is that this drug should be administered at all, since it is firmly contraindicated for someone with her medical condition. Ever since her childhood, Eveline Jarve has had a slow heartbeat. If she had an attack, Professor Loireau informed us, she would need a stimulant for the cardiac muscle such as camphor, the one most commonly used, or Presil, which is currently fashionable. Digitalin, on the other hand, would almost certainly be fatal for her, because instead of alleviating the effects of a slow pulse, it would enhance them. Did Madame Jarve have an attack on her return to Boulevard Haussmann? Did she acquire the bruise on her temple through falling while in the grip of this attack? Did the doctor who was on the scene, and we don't know yet which one it was, in his panic get confused over which file to use and inject her with digitalin instead of camphor or Presil? Or alternatively, fully intending to kill her, did he deliberately use a substance that he knew would have deleterious effects on the sick woman? Maigret sat for a few minutes, watching people pass by in front of the terrace, then asked for a token and ensconced himself in a telephone booth. "Hello? Pardon?" The doctor had already recognized his voice. "Am I disturbing you?" "I was just about to set off on my rounds, but I can spare you a couple of minutes." "Have you read it?" "I'm sure hundreds of doctors all over Paris have been avidly reading the news." "What are your thoughts?" "The article is not scientifically rigorous, but it is broadly accurate." "Could it have been an accident?" "At a push, yes. I've just been looking into it.
certain injectable substances are contained in characteristic files which make it virtually impossible to make a mistake. Characteristic in what way? There are files that have just one end tapering, others with both, and some have the names of the contents on them. Some are even coloured. And in the present case, camphor, which is sold by several laboratories, comes in differently shaped vials, some with 1 point, some with 2. Presil is more easily recognizable. I just dug out a file of digitalin from my cabinet and compared it with a file of camphor. Do they look similar? Enough that a man in a hurry and in an anxious state could mix them up. And what is your opinion? I don't have one. I've simply found out that Jarve called Dr. Mehu yesterday evening. He's a cardiologist. I don't know whether Jarve suffers from heart problems himself, or whether he wanted to consult Mehu about what had happened to his wife. Do you know Mill? We're friends, but he won't say anything on the subject, and it would be indelicate on my part to ask him about it. Have you discovered anything else about Dr. Jarve? There was a silence at the other end of the line. Doctors stick together in spite of everything. You've kept away from Quai des Orfèvres? Thank God, yes. It's just a rumour doing the rounds in the medical world. I'm sure I don't need to tell you we're all in a bit of a turmoil trying to make sense of this. Someone told me yesterday that for all his glitzy facade, Jarve is in debt and has had his back to the wall for several months now. What about his wife's money? That's all I know. Don't tell this to the police. They'll find out themselves soon enough. I don't want this to come from me. One last question on the files. You've held both files in your hand, and you have a doctor's instincts. Could you have mixed them up? He could sense his unseen interlocutor hesitating for a moment. Pardon finally replied, weighing his words carefully. If it was my wife, maybe. It's easy to get into a state when it concerns you or your loved ones. Or your mistress? Pardon gave a little laugh. I haven't had a mistress since I was training. Maigret returned to the terrace and sucked dreamily on his pipe. It was almost time for his first beer of the day, and he followed the hands of the electric clock with his eyes. Another token, he finally asked the waiter. In the booth, he rang the newspaper that Lassagne worked for. There was a good chance that the red-headed reporter would be writing up his article around now. Monsieur Lassagne, please, mademoiselle. Who shall I say is calling? Tell him I have some information on the Jarve affair. The newspaper must receive dozens of calls of that nature, most of them from madmen and cranks, but at the police judiciaire they listened to them patiently, because every now and then they gave an interesting lead. Hello? Who am I speaking to? Lassagne spluttered as he talked. That's not important, Monsieur Lassagne. I don't have any information as such. I just wanted to point out something you've missed in your articles. He was disguising his voice, more or less successfully. I don't have a lot of time. Quickly, tell me what I've missed. Where was Josepha on Saturday afternoon? The reporter curtly replied, In the apartment. He was about to hang up, but the inspector was quick off the mark. Which apartment? That's what I'm trying to say. Listen for a moment. Apart from the nurse, the Jarves had just 2 servants. That's not many for an apartment the size of theirs, by which I mean their living quarters. On the other hand, in the apartment opposite, once the cleaning was done, there was nobody except maybe someone to open the door to patients. Lassagne didn't hang up. Maigret could hear him breathing. I think I understand. Where would Josepha have been during surgery hours? In the doctor's apartment? In the waiting room? In the bedroom? In the bathroom? Would she have stayed there doing nothing while there was work to be done in the apartment opposite? I'm sure that the bell on the doctor's door must be wired up to the other apartment. Well, won't you tell me who you are? My name is of no importance. Thank you. I will look into it. Maigret felt slightly ridiculous playing the role of a crank ringing up the newspapers, but it was the only means he had of getting hold of some information of interest to him. It was likely Janvier knew the answer already, but he couldn't ring Janvier. For a moment he thought of contacting Lapointe and swearing him to secrecy about his still being in Paris. Did he decide not to, simply because it would have been too easy? It was an important question. It was obviously possible that Josepha had been lying all along, and that she had seen Madame Jarve or her husband come in or go out. But it was also possible that she was in the other apartment and knew nothing of what was going on the other side of the landing. Eveline Jarve had no key, of course, but was Maigret expecting her? Hadn't she been able to ring him from Orly or even before taking off in Nice? That left the concierge. Had the concierge lied? The living room of her lodge was separated from the kitchen and the bedroom by a thick curtain, as is the case in many apartment blocks. Had she perhaps been busy behind the curtain when Eveline Jarve had arrived? He ordered his beer and drank it slowly. He continued to mull over the case, but dispassionately, with a sort of detachment. He could imagine the frenzy going on at Quai des Orfèvres, the impatient phone calls from Camillo, who always thought that the police weren't working quickly enough. Janvier would know, from the inspector on guard at Boulevard Haussmann, that Jarve had had recourse to Dr. Mill. He would also know, from the officers of the flying squad, who had questioned the nurse in Cam, under what circumstances Eveline Jarve and then her husband had left the Villa Marie-Thérèse. There had been no mention of the nurse coming to Paris or the child, and it was understandable that they would want to keep both of them well out of it. He fancied a walk, and headed down to the riverside, staying as far away from the prefecture as possible. At Saint-Germain-des-Prés, he proceeded with caution, and at the corner of Rue des Saints-Pères, he had to stop, as young Lapointe was standing smoking a cigarette on the pavement, just 100 meters away. That made him smile, but also gave him a small pang. From a distance, he had a look at the building that corresponded to the description in the newspaper. Taxi! He went back home. This wasn't any of his business. He was on holiday, and Pardon had insisted that it should be a real holiday. Have you decided what we'll do today? Not yet. Have you thought of anything? She hadn't, and they looked at each other seriously at first, but then they started smiling and finally burst out laughing at the same time. After 5 days of holiday, having promised themselves so many hitherto unknown pleasures, they had already reached the point where they didn't know what to do with themselves. Where can we go for lunch? You didn't want me to do any shopping. I could always buy some cold meats. He hesitated, then nodded his head. The apartment had never seemed so quiet. With its rustic furniture, it brought to mind a house in a small provincial town. Outside, the shutters half closed against the sun, there was a soft semi-shade. Off you go, then. He called out to her when she was already outside on the landing, "Bring me a lobster tail," his favorite dish back when they had no money and lingered outside the windows of delicatessens. He poured himself an aperitif, sat down in an armchair, unknotted his tie and smoked a pipe, musing. The heat was weighing down on him, his eyelids were twitching. He thought he could hear the voice of a young woman in Place du Tertre who was so determined to turn the Boulevard Haussmann affair into a love story. He wasn't so sure anymore. Jarve was in debt. How had he got there? Was he a gambler? Did he speculate on the stock market? Because his household was not living beyond its means, given the clientele his practice had and his wife's income. Was he keeping a second household? Gilbert Négrel had a fiancée who was also no doubt his mistress, since she came to see him in his bachelor's apartment. What role did Eveline play between these two men? Why did Maigret get the feeling that she had been frustrated by both of them? It was nothing but an intuition. He pictured her photo again, the skinny thighs, the hesitant look, which seemed to solicit indulgence or sympathy. When he was a boy in Paris-la-Frésil, he used to pity rabbits because he thought that nature had designed them to serve as food for more powerful animals. Eveline reminded him of the rabbits. She had no defenses. When she wandered the beach at Beuzec as a young woman, she would have fallen into the arms of any man who showed her the slightest scrap of consideration or tenderness. Jarve had married her. She had had a child by him. Had Négrel, as the young lover from the day before had made out, come into her life? He finished his drink, put his pipe back between his teeth, and when Madame Maigret got back a little later, that pipe was dangling down his chin. He had fallen asleep. They had a real snack lunch, just like when they were young, and they still lived in furnished lodgings where they weren't allowed to cook. Madame Maigret, however, was keeping a careful eye on him. "I wonder if you'd be better off phoning Janvier." "Why?" "Not to get involved in the case, but so that he can keep you up to date. At times I get the feeling you're fretting. You're not used to not knowing, to having to wait until the papers come out." He was tempted. It was an easy option, but Janvier would surely ask his advice, and as sure as night follows day, he would end up back in his office at Quai des Orfèvres, directing the whole police operation. No, he decided. Why not? I can't do that to Janvier. That was also true. This was Janvier's chance to solve a sensational case all on his own. He was probably terrified, but at the same time, these were the best days of his career. Are you having a nap? He said no again, as the afternoon papers were about to appear, and he was in a hurry to know whether Lassagne had found the answer to his question. Let's go for a walk, he announced. He waited patiently while she washed the dishes, and was even on the point of helping her. Are we going far? I don't know yet. Don't you think there's going to be a storm? If it starts raining, we'll duck into a cafe. They ambled gently as far as Canal Saint-Martin, where he had often been on an investigation, but where he had never come with his wife. A few large white clouds had scurried across the sky, and to the east there was one that was heavier than all the others, greyer in the centre, reminiscent of a boil about to burst. The air was hot and still. He almost missed the newspaper seller reaching out a hand, and as on the previous day, he bought 2 rival evening papers. Shall we sit somewhere and take a look? Madame Maigret cast a worried look at the riverside bars, which all seemed rather insalubrious to her. Don't be afraid. These are good people. All of them? He shrugged his shoulders. It was true that scarcely a week went by when they didn't fish a body out of the canal. Apart from that, do you think the glasses are clean? I'm sure they aren't. But you'd drink out of them anyway. There were only 3 tables on the terrace he chose, with a view of a barge unloading bricks. Inside, a young man in a black sweater and espadrilles was leaning on the bar and speaking to the landlord in a quiet voice. Maigret ordered a brandy for himself and a coffee for his wife, knowing she wouldn't drink it. Disturbing toxicology report. He had already read about that in the morning papers, except that since then Lassagne had had time to finesse the detail by interviewing several well-known doctors. Their opinion more or less matched that of Pardon. It was possible a mistake had been made, but unlikely. Lassagne had discovered a precedent in the newspaper's archives. It was the case of a doctor in the south of France, at whose house the body of one of his patients was found, also locked in a cupboard. In court, the doctor had claimed he had made a mistake and had used the wrong file. At the sight of the dead body, he had panicked. I was afraid that the maid would come into my surgery and see the body. I had done something really stupid. To give myself time to think, I shoved him into a cupboard. He was riddled with debts. They never discovered the patient's wallet, which contained a tidy sum, and the doctor was sent to prison. Did Lassagne know that Jave had debts too? If he did, he didn't mention it. Instead, his article introduced a new subheading. Where was Josepha? And so Maigret had the answer to the question he had posed that morning. Without being too conceited, he allowed himself a little smile of satisfaction, because he hadn't got it wrong, even though he had no more information to work from than any other member of the public. Lassagne explained the issue of the 2 apartments and the 2 facing doors. Having cleaned the professional quarters in the morning, Josepha did indeed cross the landing and spend the afternoon in the other apartment. The doorbell alerted her when someone needed to get in across the landing. On the Saturday, when the events took place, she was in the living quarters where, as on every day, she had opened the window and done some dusting. Lassagne had made more progress because Maigret's phone call had tipped him off. 3 times he had tried to enter the building without being seen by the concierge. Twice she had intercepted him. On the 3rd occasion, he had managed to reach the lift without being seen. So it wasn't impossible that Eveline Jave had managed to go upstairs to her apartment without the knowledge of the concierge. Could it then be deduced that Jave might have done the same and then left the building in similar fashion? And someone besides had left the building with a package under their arm because the young woman's clothes had disappeared. Had they asked the concierge whether Dr. Négrel had been carrying a package when he left? Do you think it was an accident? Madame Maigret was becoming fascinated by the affair, even though she was affecting an air of indifference. Anything is possible. Did you read what they said to the fiancé? Not yet. That was on page 3 of the paper he was reading. A photo of a nice-looking girl with an open expression wearing a spotless shirt dress. She was looking straight into the camera. The title read, We are to be married in the autumn. She didn't say, We were to be. She was an optimist, confident in herself and in her fiancé. We are to be. Lasagna can't have slept much for 4 days, judging by the amount of work he was getting through. Yesterday evening, we managed to meet with the fiancé of Dr. Maigret. We caught up with her at her house, or rather her parents' house, as she lives with them. She is Mademoiselle Martine Chapuis, the only daughter of Noël Chapuis, the famous lawyer. Neither Maître Chapuis nor his daughter had any reservation about welcoming us into their apartment in Rue du Bac, a short hop from Rue des Saints-Pères. In fact, the lawyer graciously granted us the opportunity to talk one-to-one with his daughter, thus giving her complete freedom to answer our questions. Martine Chapuis, 24, is what is known as a modern woman in the best sense of the word. After completing her law degree, she studied philosophy for a year at the Sorbonne and then switched to medicine, in which she is now in her 3rd year. Intelligent with a lively curiosity, she is also an accomplished athlete. She skis each winter and is a qualified physical education instructor. Far from being downcast at recent events, the young lady before us was brimming with confidence, almost smiling. It's true that Gilbert and I have been engaged for 6 months. We have known each other for a year. It was a few months before I introduced him to my parents, but they trust him as much as I do myself. Where did you meet? At Professor Lebier's house. I am on his course, and Gilbert works as his assistant. Do you intend to continue with medicine and work with your husband? That's our plan. I hope to assist him at least until we have children. Afterwards we'll see how it goes. Did you know Madame Jarve? I never met her. Has your fiancé talked about her? Only in passing. Did he talk about her as if she was a friend? You can be more direct if you wish. I know where you're going with this. What you want to know is, was Madame Jarve Gilbert's lover? I wouldn't dream of posing the question in such a bored way. Why not? It's the question on everyone's lips. It's quite understandable. It is obvious that Gilbert had mistresses before he knew me, and I'm not sure he didn't have any afterwards. I don't get jealous about that sort of thing. As for Madame Jarve, however, I'd be surprised if there was ever anything between them. Why is that? Because of Gilbert's character. The thing that interests him most is his work. More than you? Probably. He could have set up in practice years ago, but he prefers the research he does with Professor Lebier. He's not interested in money. He has few needs. You've seen his apartment. I know you went there. I don't hide the fact. I didn't even hide it from my father. We love each other. We are getting married in the autumn. I don't see why, if I want to see him, I shouldn't go round to his place. We aren't still living in the era of chaperones. Gilbert has had mistresses, as I've already said, but he's always avoided liaisons that entail complications or are a waste of time. He might have loved Eveline Jarve. You can't control love. In that case, I would have noticed. Have you made any attempt to see him since he was questioned by the police? I phoned him several times. As it happens, we spend large parts of the day on the telephone. If I haven't gone round to Rue des Saints-Pères, it is because he is trying to keep me out of this as much as possible, and there are photographers camped outside his home round the clock. How did your father react? A brief hesitation. He was upset at first, since it is never pleasant, especially for a lawyer, to be mixed up either directly or indirectly in events of this kind. We had a chat about it. My father and I are great friends. He was the one who phoned Gilbert to offer his services if he needed them. Did he give him advice? I didn't listen to their conversation. What I do know is that if Gilbert is interrogated again by the examining magistrate, as is likely, Papa will accompany him as his lawyer. Did you see your fiancé on Saturday evening? I presume you normally spend Sundays together. I didn't see him on Saturday evening because my parents and I left Paris around Saturday lunchtime to go to the country. We have a cottage in Saint-Paul where we stay at the weekend. Gilbert came and joined us on Sunday morning by the first train. He doesn't have a car. Did he seem preoccupied? He was the same as usual. We spent part of the day canoeing, and Papa, who had to be in work early on Monday morning, drove him back to Paris that evening in his car. Did you ever visit your fiancé in Boulevard Haussmann? Once. I happened to be in the area. I wanted to see where he worked. I enjoy getting a feel of the atmosphere around him wherever he is, so that I can picture him in my mind's eye. Were you seen in by Josefa? By the maid, yes. I didn't know then that her name was Josefa. Did you sit in the waiting room? Like a patient? There were 2 people in front of me. Did you go into any other room apart from the main consulting room? I visited all the rooms, including those in the apartment. No, I mean the professional rooms, the ones on the left. No embarrassment, no hesitation. We pressed the point. Including the bedroom? Without a blush, she looked us straight in the eye and said, including the bedroom and the bathroom full of trunks. Maigret passed the article to his wife and watched her out of the corner of his eye as she read it, since he knew in advance which passages would cause a reaction. She didn't disappoint. 2 or 3 times she let out a sigh. At the end, she didn't turn towards him but stared at the unloading barge. "What a strange girl," she murmured. To tease her, he pretended not to hear. After a while she asked, "Do you approve?" "What? Didn't you read it? The visits to Rue des Saints-Pères, the bedroom. In my day—" He hesitated. He didn't want to embarrass her, but he risked it anyway. "Don't you remember? The little wood in the Chevreuse Valley?" Marquis Chapuis may not have blushed, but Madame Maigret turned beetroot red. "You're not making out it's the same thing?" "Why not?" "It was a week before we got married." "For them, it is 2 months. If they get married?"
If they don't, it won't be her fault." She was in a sulk for the next quarter of an hour. They were just reaching the end of a canal, walking along the bank and stopping behind every fisherman, when she finally cracked a smile, unable to sustain her grudge any longer.
"Why did you say that?"
"Because it's true."
"And you would have told that to a journalist, as if to brag about it?"
Unable to find an answer to this, he chose instead to fill his pipe. The moment he stopped to light it, large raindrops began to spatter onto the ground and onto his hat. Chapter 5. Dr. Jarve's Alibi. The storm had rumbled on into the night, breaking the spell of fine weather that had lasted for more than a week. The next morning the air was almost cold. A grey mist hung around the streets and the sun was as pale as in February. But it wasn't that was making Maigret feel gloomy. Just as he was setting out to buy the newspapers, his wife had asked, as on other mornings, "Do you have any plans for today?" He had said no, also as on other days. Would it be all right if we had lunch at home? He hadn't understood what she was getting at first. Why wouldn't it be all right? It was then that she had said with a sigh, "My feet are so sore. I'd like to have a rest today." In other words, it wasn't the lunch at the restaurant that was putting her off, but the long walks across Paris that her husband made her do afterwards. What day was it? Since he had been on holiday, he hadn't bothered to keep track. It must be Friday, and she was already worn out. "See you later," he had muttered. "Are you disappointed?" "Of course not. Besides, I have to sort out my dresses." She had been wearing a new dress every day, just to please him, and she didn't have very many summer dresses. Fair enough. Perhaps he shouldn't have made her eat in a rather dubious bistro near Boulevard de la Chapelle and then walked her home in the rain. He had thought she was finding it fun. Every squall had soaked them to the skin. Maigret had said, "Just imagine you're at the seaside." It didn't matter. She probably really did have sore feet. She had always suffered for them. He bought his papers, seated himself at his favourite terrace in spite of the chilly weather, and ordered his now customary coffee. There was nothing new in the morning papers. They simply rehashed what had appeared in the previous evening's editions, only in less detail. He felt like a blank all of a sudden, as if the case had reached a dead end. He felt frustrated. His first thought was, what are they up to? He was thinking about Janvier and the others at Quai des Orfèvres, who were tasked with solving the case, and it was several minutes before his sense of humour reasserted itself, and he started to laugh at himself. He had just reacted like the average reader. He hadn't been fed his daily pittance, and he was vexed. Along with the general public, he had been feeling for a while that the police weren't doing their job properly, and he had got a better understanding of those reporters who laid siege to his door in the course of a sensational case. "Just give us something, Inspector. Anything." He then read the rest of the paper. The weather in the various health resorts and fashionable beaches, what the film stars had been saying, road accidents, and even a long article on the future of television. The rest of the morning was uneventful. He wandered around the streets wherever his fancy took him, popping into 2 small bars for an aperitif.
When he got home, there was a poulet bonne femme waiting for him, as well as an apologetic Madame Maigret, who was sorry for what she'd said that morning. "Are you annoyed?" "About what?" "I hope you're not thinking I'm getting bored of being with you. My feet really are—"
"I know.
But it doesn't stop you going out somewhere."
There was the hint of another storm in the air, or at least some rain. The sun had disappeared and the sky was a uniform grey. He didn't know where he was going, but he went out anyway, still in a bad mood. Instead of turning left at Boulevard Voltaire, he turned right, and the rain began to fall in earnest, in broad streaks, the moment he reached Place Voltaire. He ducked into a local cafe opposite the town hall, one that he knew had a billiard table in the back room, and told himself that if he found a willing partner, he wouldn't say no to a game or two. He hadn't been too bad at billiards in his day. He liked the way the balls moved almost intelligently when you applied the right amount of side, and he also loved the click they made when they struck one another. The two billiard tables had their dust sheets on. However, near the window there were some groups playing belote, and Maigret sat down nearby. He observed 2 games simultaneously from his seat on the banquette, and one of the players never failed to look round and give him a wink whenever he had a good hand. This was all perfectly pleasant. The eldest player must have been a retired high-ranking civil servant, as he was an officer of the Legion of Honor, and they addressed his partner as Professor, no doubt a schoolmaster. Spade, spade again, and trumps. The retired gentleman was the only one to reach out a hand when the newspaper seller came into the cafe. However, he merely deposited his newspaper on the adjoining table without looking at it, and turned back to his game. There was finally some news. As Maigret had thought, the police judiciaire had not been idle, but it wasn't possible to feed sensational news to the press twice in one day. There were a number of headlines on the front page, the main one in bolder type than the others. Dr. Jarve's alibi. Inspector Janvier goes to Cannes. The dead woman's jewels. That was a lot all at once, and Maigret turned his attention away from the game to concentrate on reading. Lassagne wrote, "The Boulevard Haussmann affair has taken a new twist in the last 24 hours, and there are no doubt more surprises to come. The credit seems to belong to Inspector Janvier, leading the case in the absence of Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, who is still on leave." Right at the start of the investigation, letters rogatory were sent to the flying squad in Alpes-Maritimes, requesting that they interrogate Mademoiselle Jusseron, the nurse of little Michel Jarve, who was still at the Villa Marie-Thérèse. What information did the police judiciaire derive from this? We have not been privy to it, but yesterday morning one of our reporters posted at Quai des Orfèvres followed Inspector Janvier, who left by car in a hurry. Our reporter shadowed him, if we might put it like that, all the way to Orly Airport, when Inspector Janvier dashed on board the flight to Nice just a few minutes before it took off. We immediately contacted our correspondent on the Côte d'Azur, and that is how we have managed to stay abreast of the latest developments in the case. As we have already said, Mademoiselle Jusseron had refused to make any comment, and the nearest the reporters could get to her was spotting her in the garden of the villa with the child. The villa, which had been rented for 6 weeks by Dr. Jarve, is situated a little way out of town, halfway up the Californie area. It is a yellow-painted building, built around the turn of the century in the then popular Rococo style. The sizable garden is planted with eucalyptus trees and umbrella pines. For the last 3 days, the local journalists, as well as their photographers, have been kicking their heels outside the gate, which was only opened to give access to deliveries. On his arrival, Inspector Janvier was received along with an inspector from Cannes, and their interview with Mademoiselle Jusseron lasted more than 3 hours. Mademoiselle Jusseron is a woman of around 50, maybe older, with a severe bearing and a pale, somewhat expressionless face. Her manner is rather off-putting. She worked for a long time as a nurse in a private clinic. It was there, it seems, that Dr. Jarve took her on when his child was born. She is unmarried, and from the sight of her it is difficult to imagine her ever having had a man in her life. Our correspondent has provided us with a few details about the life the Jarve family led in Cannes in the run-up to the dramatic events. They had a large grey Pontiac with them in which they had driven down from Paris. It seems that Eveline Jarve has never been at the wheel of it. The doctor used it every morning to drive his wife, the nurse, and the child to the beach.
He never stayed there himself, but rather went straight off to a nearby tennis court where he practiced for 2 hours with an instructor. On the beach, Eveline Jarve didn't meet with anyone. She bathed with the child, then lay on the sand, always under a parasol, never exposing herself to the sun, while the nurse took care of her daughter. The doctor came back to pick them up around midday, and they all returned to the Villa Marie-Thérèse. Our correspondent was able to chat to the cook they had hired locally for the duration of the holiday, and he asked her, were they a harmonious household? I've no idea. Did they ever have rows? I never heard any. Did you ever walk in on them kissing? Oh, monsieur. The doctor spent his afternoons either reading medical works at the bottom of a garden or going for walks on the Croisette, where you always had an aperitif in the bar at the Majestic. On leaving the Villa Marie-Thérèse, Inspector Janvier looked concerned. He refused to make an announcement and headed back to the airport. But this morning in Paris, probably after consulting examining magistrate Camilio, he decided to meet with journalists and gave them a few hints about what he had found out on his trip. It was a bit like one of those famous White House press conferences, only on a smaller scale, of course, with everyone asking questions. The inspector didn't answer all of them. First of all, in a few words, here is how Jarve and his wife spent the few hours before the latter's death. This is according to the account of Mademoiselle Jusserand. On Friday, around 9 in the evening, while her husband was out taking a walk in the neighborhood, Eveline Jarve called Paris and had quite a long conversation. Inspector Janvier did not conceal the fact that they had traced the number that was requested, and it turned out to be that of Dr. Maigret's lodgings in Rue des Saints-Pères. A little later, Madame Jarve told her nurse, I'll be away all day tomorrow. I'll be seeing a friend in Saint-Tropez. And she gave her a few instructions to do with the house. She probably told her husband the same thing. She had to catch the rail car at Lefcan at 8:10 and ordered a taxi to take her to the station. At this point, we encounter a complete reversal of the situation. It had been stated earlier that Jarve set off on his wife's trail and that he missed the 9:15 flight from Nice and then took a flight to London in order to catch up with her as soon as possible. Mademoiselle Jusserand's statement demolishes this theory and reveals the doctor from Boulevard Haussmann in a new light. Jarve did indeed leave the Villa Marie-Thérèse shortly after his wife, as if he had been waiting for the coast to be clear. He drove to the airport in his car, where he missed the Paris flight by a mere 2 or 3 minutes. He didn't ask anyone at the airport about his wife. According to the nurse, he was at this point completely unaware that his wife was on the plane and really believed that she was seeing a friend in Saint-Tropez. So, in fact, it was he who was taking advantage of his wife's absence to go off on an escapade. And escapade is the right word, as the police were able subsequently to verify. Maigret had to turn the page of his paper, and as he did so he mechanically watched a hand of a card game. On the 3rd page there was another headline, The Secret Life of Dr. Jarve. We can't do better than reproduce some of the questions and replies from the press conference Inspector Janvier held in his office, or rather the office of Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, in which he has installed himself. Maigret gave an involuntary flinch. Was Mademoiselle Jusserand willing to talk? No. In fact, getting her to respond was like pulling teeth. Did she strike you as someone who was devoted to her employers? I got the feeling she hated all men. What was her relationship with Madame Jarve like? I don't think she liked her. In short, she didn't like anyone. Just the child whom she thought belonged to her in a way, and herself. She has a very high opinion of herself. Is she the sort of woman who listens at keyholes? At this point, Janvier had come out with a tendentious comment that would annoy millions of female readers. Don't all women listen at doors? Is her evidence trustworthy? Up until now, we've been able to verify everything she said, or almost. Was the doctor having an affair in Paris? Yes, more than an affair, in fact. You might even call it a grand passion. Did his wife know about it? Officially, no. But Mademoiselle Jusserand was in the know? Apparently. Anyone else? Josepha. Why? Because Jarve's lover was Antoinette, her daughter, who lives in Rue Washington, just a short distance from the apartment in Boulevard Haussmann. And Josepha was happy to go along with this? Yes. Inspector Janvier then filled in the whole sorry tale.
About 2 years ago, Antoinette Chauvet, Josepha's daughter, who was working as a shop assistant on the Grand Boulevard, started showing symptoms of tuberculosis, and Dr. Jarve offered to take her in his care. It is worth mentioning in passing that the girl has a strong physical resemblance to Madame Jarve. Like her, she is rather thin, with a tired-looking face and fearful eyes. Jarve got into the habit of going to see her at Rue Washington. As she needed complete rest, he helped to support her, and even sent her off for 2 months in the country. When she returned, the visits continued, and 2 years later, they are still happening. Because of this situation, certain people have described her as a girl of loose morals. Indeed, after she was cured, she didn't go back to work, and whenever he had a spare moment between visits, Dr. Jarve dashed over to Rue Washington. Even when Josepha was there? Even when Josepha was there. As far as she is concerned, Jarve is some sort of demigod who is entitled to whatever he likes. So on Saturday, it was Antoinette Chauvet he was rushing to see. The concierge in Rue Washington has confirmed it, as she saw him arrive no more than 3/4 of an hour after the plane from London landed at Orly. How long did he stay? Wait a minute. Josepha wasn't there at the time, so we only have Antoinette's evidence to go on. According to her, Jarve didn't set off from Rue Washington until 7 o'clock in the evening, leaving just enough time, given how much traffic there was at that hour, to catch the 7:55 train at Gare de Lyon. And Josepha? She still maintains that she left Boulevard Haussmann shortly after Dr. Maigret at around 6 o'clock and went to see her daughter. Where she found Jarve? Yes. And she stayed with the pair of them until 7 o'clock? That's what she says. So Jarve has an alibi. Inspector Janvier wasn't so certain. Given how devoted both Antoinette and her mother were towards the doctor, their evidence can surely be regarded as suspect. On the other hand, the concierge who saw Jarve arrive didn't see him leave. However, around this time, she was out at a local grocer's and her lodge was empty for about 15 to 20 minutes. Assuming Philippe Jarve left Rue Washington around 7 o'clock, did that leave him enough time to run to Boulevard Haussmann, kill his wife, lock her in a cupboard, and dash off to Gare de Lyon? It's unlikely, but a reconstruction is due to take place today that will throw light on this. Maigret was worried. There was something here that just didn't add up. Hadn't Pardon said that Jarve was up to his ears in debt and living close to his limit? Antoinette in her small apartment in Rue Washington couldn't be that expensive to maintain. He also felt a bit jealous. Jealous of Janvier, not because of his success, but for a silly reason. Every time an investigation at the police judiciaire incurred certain costs, such as travel, they had to fight a battle with the accountants who went through every expense claim with a fine-tooth comb. How had Janvier managed to swing a flight to Cannes? They must be attaching a singular importance to this case, that they should have loosened the purse strings so much. The wife's jewels. Occasionally, one of the card players would watch him, and one even leaned over to have a glance at what he was reading. Is it Jarve? They don't know yet. My money's on him. If he had read the rest of the article, he might not have been so sure. Inspector Janvier's trip to Cannes brought to light another piece of information no less surprising than the first. For several days, the rumor has been circulating that the Jarves, despite their apparent affluence, were in financial dire straits, and that Dr. Jarve was in debt. The first thought that came to mind was that Jarve was leading a double life, probably with an expensive mistress, since he didn't gamble and didn't speculate on the stock market. What was the pit into which Madame Jarve's considerable income as well as his own respectable fees were disappearing? Once again, Madame Jusserand held the key to the enigma. Did she do it out of female vengefulness or quite innocently? That's not for us to judge. The fact is that as Inspector Janvier was taking his leave, she asked him, "Would you mind taking the jewelry case back with you? I'm here on my own with a child and the cook, and I don't want to be responsible for it." "Where is it?" "In Madame's room. They always take it with her when she travels, and I'm surprised she left it here." It was more like a small trunk, made by a well-known saddler in Faubourg Saint-Honoré. As you might expect, the case was locked. "I know where to find the key," Mademoiselle Jusserand declared. Clearly, She knows a lot of things. She pointed him to a drawer in a chest where the key had been slid under a pile of underwear. Inspector Janvier made no secret of his surprise at the sight of the jewels in the case. They have not been valued, but at first sight there appear to be around 30 million francs worth. Rings, necklaces, bracelets, clips, and earrings, all from the best establishments in Rue de la Paix. And now you will realize why we talked earlier of a reversal of the situation. The expectation was that Dr. Jarve, whose wife appeared so simple and modest on the surface, would turn out to have a mistress with expensive tastes. But now, all of a sudden, it seems that it was his wife who was the drain on their budget, while his mistress was happy to live in quiet obscurity. We managed to put in a phone call to the brother of the victim, Yves Laguerre. He was still at the Hôtel Scribe, and he made no secret of the reason for his extended stay in Paris. He intended to take his sister's remains to Concarneau for burial in the family vault. But as Jarve was her husband, the decision was his to make. Have you asked him? I haven't been able either to see him or to speak to him on the telephone. I wrote to him, or rather I had my lawyer write to him, because I want no contact with that man, and we haven't yet received any reply. Will the husband and the brother be locking horns over the corpse? When we got in contact with Le Guerec, he was not up to date with the discovery of the jewels. We asked him, was your sister a stylish dresser? Not enough so, in my opinion. Despite her wealth, she has always refused to wear fashions by the top designers, and she even made some of her clothes herself. Did she like jewels? She didn't really wear them. When my mother died, the family jewels were divided up between her and my wife. They weren't of any great value, mostly old-fashioned pieces. Eveline let my wife take her pick without being overly bothered. Yet she possessed jewelry to the value of 30 million francs. What did you say? I said 30 million francs. Who told you that? The jewels were found in Cam. At the other end of the line, Le Guerec's tone of voice changed. What are you getting at? Nothing. I just wondered whether you knew this, whether your sister had a passion for diamonds, rubies, and emeralds when she was younger. Nothing wrong with that, is there? Of course not. And I would like to point out that with her share of the proceeds from the factory, she could afford it without having to ask her husband for anything. It was her money, wasn't it? Sort of. Yes. In that case, I don't see why anyone should be trying to find out what she did with it. If she chose to spend it on jewelry, that's her business. Naturally. And at this, Yves Le Guerec abruptly put the phone down. Around midday, we went over to Rue Washington, where the pavement was crammed with photographers. The building where Antoinette Chauvet has her apartment on the 4th floor is quite old, but in decent condition. The lift didn't work, so we took the stairs, but when we were directed to her door and knocked, no one answered. A neighbor's door opened, and an elderly woman with grey hair dressed in black told us, if you're looking for Mademoiselle Chauvet, she's not at home. Has she been out long? 2 days. You haven't seen her for 2 days? No, only her mother has been here twice, but she has a key. Do you know if the young lady had any bags with her when she left? You call that a lady? Someone who is visited by married men? Why do you say men? Was there more than one? If she received one, she could have received others. That's how I see it. And when a mother can go along with things like that, I reckon... We didn't get to hear the full considered opinion of Josepha's neighbor, because, choking with indignation, she had to beat a hasty retreat, slamming the door in our faces. Where is Antoinette Chauvet? Was she on the run from all the journalists and photographers? The police must know, since they've been able to question her. But when we telephoned Inspector Janvier to find out her current whereabouts, he told us that there was no reason to disturb her at the present time. So, as you see, it is difficult to summarize the situation. The affair, instead of sorting itself out, is actually becoming more confused. There are a number of questions which are currently impossible to answer. Did Eveline Jarve know about her husband's affair? Why did she ring Dr. Maigret at his home on Friday evening? It is worth noting that this telephone call would seem to confirm the statement of the concierge in Rue des Saints-Pères, who claimed to have seen the young woman visiting her tenant on at least 2 occasions. Why, after pretending to visit a friend in Saint-Tropez, did Madame Jarve take a plane to Paris? Did Eveline and Gilbert Negrel meet? Were Antoinette Chauvet and Josepha in collusion to protect Dr. Jarve? And did he really not have enough time to get to Boulevard Haussmann before catching the night train? Finally, why had Eveline Jarve, who had no interest in clothes and who didn't wear jewelry, amassed a whole collection with an almost pathological frenzy? Maigret folded up the newspaper with a sigh and summoned the waiter to order another drink. His neighbor asked him, "Is it him?" "They still don't know. Trust me, young people are rarely jealous enough to kill. It's men of your age and mine who get the red mist." Maigret tried to suppress his smile. The card player had no inkling that he was talking to a man who had had to deal with every crime of passion in Paris for the last 30 years. However, even if he had known, probably would have been no less sure of his opinion. The less knowledge or experience some people have to back it up, the more certain they are that they know what they're talking about. Same again, waiter." He squinted at the 2 billiard tables. He had an almost childlike desire to play. There was a little old man sitting opposite who looked like he might enjoy a game or two, but he was reading his paper and drinking a café crème, and Maigret didn't have the nerve to disturb him. Janvier was doing well. Maigret could make sense now of his comings and goings, and could see where his investigation was heading. They were probably questioning Dr. Jarve again, either at Quai des Orfèvres or at Boulevard Haussmann. Maigret would have given anything to be conducting this interrogation himself. He would also have liked to have half an hour face-to-face with Mademoiselle Jusserand, the misanthropic nurse who, of her own free will, without being asked, had revealed the secret of the jewels. Josepha didn't pose a problem for him. He had known lots like her, hard-working widows who had paid obeisance to traditional morality their whole lives, but who, when it came to their daughters, were suddenly completely indulgent. Lassagne had written that in her eyes, Jarve was a demigod. That was understandable. He had saved her daughter's life. In the beginning he must have taken care of her with an almost fatherly tenderness. Nor was it surprising that Jarve should have fallen in love with a woman who resembled his wife. That often happens. Most men are attracted to a particular type. Perhaps that only went to prove that the doctor had not married for money back in Concarneau, but for love. He had found himself in the presence of a frail young woman, closed in on herself, leading a joyless life. Did Eveline turn out to be different from what he expected? Was there a clue in this amassing of jewelry, like provisions in an anthill? By chance, 3 years later, he would encounter another young woman, weak and sickly too, living under threat of illness, like the first one. Is it so strange that he should feel the same connection with her as he had felt the first time? He had set off for Cannes with his family, leaving Antoinette in Paris. His wife announced that she was going to spend the day, perhaps even the following night, with a friend in Saint-Tropez. Hadn't he taken advantage of this, to rush to the airport in order to spend a few hours with Antoinette? It all made sense. There were some possible objections to this hypothesis, but they could all be answered. If that was how it was, he had no reason to go to Boulevard Haussmann. Not as long as Negrel was there, at least. After 6 o'clock, the coast would be clear. But what would he have gone there for? On the other hand, why, since he had come by plane, did he not return by plane? This would have got him back to Nice that same evening, which would have meant Eveline would have been unaware of his escapade, assuming he believed she really was in Saint-Tropez. Among the various questions he had asked, Lassagne had slipped in, did Eveline Jarve know about her husband's affair? That he had forgotten to ask another, equally plausible question. Did Dr. Jarve know about the relationship between his wife and his locum? For they did have a relationship on some level, since Madame Jarve had telephoned the young doctor on Friday evening. The concierge's testimony was no longer in doubt. She had visited Rue des Saints-Pères on at least 2 occasions. If Jarve did know that his wife was in Paris and not in Saint-Tropez, then he hadn't missed his flight. He had simply elected to take a different one. What was Janvier going to do now? Maigret could imagine Comilio frothing with impatience and insisting that they arrest Dr. Negrel. It was still raining. There was still no one to play billiards with. Maigret paid for his drinks, nodded vaguely in the direction of the card players, and left with his hands thrust into his pockets. He thought that, in Janvier's shoes,
The rain wasn't too heavy, and he walked as far as Place de la République without realizing it, went into his morning cafe, ordered a beer and a pen and paper, and started writing in block capitals as he had the previous time. His message was as brief as the first one, and it too was addressed to Janvier. If I were you, I'd go to Concarneau. After all, management was so generous in paying for the flight to Nice. Chapter 6. The Trip to Concarneau. Maigret's anonymous note didn't even have time to reach Quai des Orfèvres before someone else decided to make the trip to Concarneau, and he did so in attention-grabbing fashion. Prior to this, there had been a major development, but Maigret would only learn of it at the same time as the general public. In the end, he had returned home to Boulevard Richard-Lenoir in the rain. Just like in a holiday hotel in bad weather, he had asked, "What shall we do?" "Whatever you want." It was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and they had the rest of the day to fill. "Why don't we go to the cinema?" That would be the second time in 1 week, something they hadn't done for years and years. This time, however, as a special treat, they eschewed their local cinema and headed uptown on the metro to one of the large cinemas on the Champs-Élysées. It was there that, following the newsreel and the documentary, there was a long silence, after which they projected onto the screen a news flash they must have hurriedly written onto a glass slide, as they did during elections or at times of great disasters. Latest, the Boulevard Haussmann affair. Dr. Gilbert Négrel arrested today at his home. It was quite dramatic in that huge cinema, which was only about a third full, after the moving images and their musical soundtrack, to see nothing but that static message, which seemed to emanate from some old-fashioned magic lantern. The audience shuffled nervously in their seats. Some people coughed here and there and began whispering. The screen then went to white, though still illuminated, and the message was replaced by a photo of the young doctor. He wasn't on his own. He was part of a group of doctors in white gowns standing in the courtyard of a hospital. A cross marked under one of the figures in the group indicated the man whom Camillo had just dispatched to the cells on an indictment of murder. Then the image disappeared, to be replaced by another, the photo that the papers had already published of Eveline Jarve in her austere swimming costume on the beach in Brittany. Someone shouted from the darkness of the auditorium, "That's enough!" An elderly gentleman sitting behind Maigret muttered, "I knew it was him." The screen went dark again, and it was a relief to hear the musical prelude to the main feature and see the opening titles appear. Maigret was not as relieved as everyone else, because even though he tried to concentrate on the film playing out before him, his thoughts were elsewhere, at Quai des Orfèvres, where he could picture Négrel in his office, since it was in his office that Janvier had installed himself. At points in the film, Madame Maigret slid her hand into his, as if she understood, and when the audience filtered out of the cinema, she didn't ask any questions or make any comments. The streetlights were on, and the Champs-Élysées was swinging into evening mode. Like hundreds, perhaps thousands of others, they stood there wondering what restaurant they should go to for dinner. In the end, to avoid walking too far, they chose a vast establishment that specialized in fish and seafood, and was seated at a tiny table where Maigret didn't have enough room for his legs. It wasn't until the next morning that he discovered the rest, when he opened his morning papers in Place de la République. The rain had given way to wind. Maître Chapuis at Concarneau. As was announced on the radio yesterday, examining magistrate Camillo decided yesterday afternoon to place Dr. Négrel under arrest, and Inspector Janvier, accompanied by his colleague Lapointe, duly went to Rue des Saints-Pères around 3 o'clock. They found the young doctor in the company of his fiancée, Martine Chapuis, and his future father-in-law, the lawyer, Noël Chapuis. All three seemed calm and appeared to be expecting this latest development. As they crossed the pavement to the waiting police car, Dr. Négrel paused for a moment to allow the photographers to take pictures, and, as is evident on our photo here, he had a smile on his face that was at once bitter and yet confident. Maître Chapuis accompanied him in the car. As for Martine Chapuis, left alone at the mercy of the journalists, she simply stated, "I have nothing to worry about. Gilbert is innocent." The interrogation at the police judiciaire lasted a mere 40 minutes, after which, without handcuffs, still looking self-possessed, almost serene, Négrel was led away by 2 inspectors to the cells at the Palais de Justice. To the gaggle of journalists in the corridor of the Police Judiciaire, Maître Chapuis announced, "I am more confident than ever. In order to defend my client, I need to uncover the truth, and I know that I will. This evening, I will be taking the train to Concarneau." "So, you think the truth lies in Concarneau, Maître Chapuis?" The lawyer merely gave a non-committal shrug, but he didn't deny this. "So that is why, at 7:35 in the evening, half a dozen reporters were at Gare Montparnasse to take the same train as Dr. Négrel's defense lawyer. The lawyer and the journalists traveled together in the one compartment and arrived at the Breton port this morning. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but Yves Le Guerec, the victim's brother, was traveling in a different carriage of the same train. He had no contact with the first group. For his part, Dr. Jarve has not emerged from his apartment in Boulevard Haussmann, where Josepha is looking after him. The telephone is still dead. Around 6 o'clock, Inspector Lapointe, the youngest officer in the Police Judiciaire, paid him a visit and spent nearly 2 hours with him. On leaving, he made no comment. According to unverified reports, Antoinette Chauvet is said to be staying in a hotel, the location of which is known only to the police, and probably her mother, and Dr. Jarve. In his impatience, Maigret almost rang Quai des Orfèvres. He was finding it increasingly difficult being a simple member of the public. He could sense that the investigation was picking up momentum, that the truth was close to being discovered, and he chafed at having to wait for the news to filter through. It had disturbed him the previous evening at the cinema to see that almost indecent display of the 2 photographs. They had lunch in the neighborhood, he and Madame Maigret, in a restaurant near the Bastille, whose regulars were mostly away on holiday, and which the tourists didn't know about, so consequently the place was 3/4 empty. The owner came to shake his hand. "I thought you were on holiday, Inspector." "I am." "In Paris?" "Have you come back for the Boulevard Haussmann affair?" He should never have come to such a familiar place. "My wife and I are just passing through. We'll be setting off again very soon." "What's your opinion? Was he the younger one?" "I've no idea." It depended on a whole number of things about which he didn't have the foggiest clue. Did Janvier have information which he hadn't passed on to the press? It was possible, and that annoyed Maigret. He couldn't resist trying to solve the problem, but he didn't have all the cards in his hand. When a little later they sat down at a terrace on Place de la Bastille, not having gone to the effort to venture further afield, Madame Maigret remarked, "I wonder how they manage in London and New York." "What do you mean?" "Apparently, they don't have terraces." It was true that they'd spent a large portion of their week sitting on café terraces. Maigret was keeping an eye out for the papers. 2 prostitutes, still quite young, were walking the street outside a furnished lodging-house. "You see, there are still some about." And she didn't react when her husband replied, "I should hope so." A boy appeared with a clutch of newspapers under his arm. Maigret already had the change in his hand. In his now habitual fashion, he passed one of the papers to his wife and unfolded the other, the one Lassagne wrote for. "Controversy in Concarneau, in defense of Eveline Jarve, the dentist's divorce." Firstly, Lassagne recounted the arrest of Gilbert Négrel in similar terms to the morning papers, adding only a single new detail. The doctor was carrying what seemed to be a pre-packed suitcase when he left. Martin Chapuis had insisted on carrying the case downstairs. It appeared that Maître Chapuis had deliberately announced his trip to Concarneau in such a public way with the ulterior motive of dragging the press along for the ride. Was it to create a diversion, or did he really have a plan in mind? Something suggested by his future son-in-law. In any case, the small army had invaded the Hôtel de l'Amiral on Quai Carmaux, which Maigret was familiar with from a case he had worked on some time back, one that had created a bit of a stir. In his usual style, Lassagne started by painting a picture of the town, the port, and the ramparts of the old town. "The sun has been shining for the last 2 days, apparently, but we were greeted by a northwesterly gale. The sky is low and dark. The clouds are almost tipping the rooftops, and the sea is rough even inside the port, where the tuna trawlers are being shunted against one another. And when it comes to the Boulevard Haussmann case too, the climate here is very different compared with Paris. You can sense the smouldering passions that the people here have already taken sides for or against. And we don't mean for or against Dr. Jarve or Dr. Maigret. No, people are coming out for or against Eveline Jarve, and indeed the entire Le Guérec family. There was a significant incident at the railway station. As we were getting off the train with Maître Chapuis, Yves Le Guérec stepped down from another carriage and looked as if he was waiting for our group. He was waiting for us, in fact, and this wasn't at all the same man we had met at the Hôtel Scribe in Paris. His tone was harder, more clipped. He addressed us in the middle of the flow of passengers. "Gentlemen, I have no idea what you've come here to find, but I give due warning that I will sue for defamation any one of you who makes slanderous remarks about my sister or my family." Hand on heart, we can say that no one has given us such a warning before in the course of our career, and it will not prevent us from carrying out our professional duty. Having wandered around the town for a couple of hours, we have come to understand Yves Le Guérec's aggressive attitude. The Le Guérecs are part of an upper-middle-class clan of factory owners and ship owners who form a small clique which has little contact with the rest of the town's inhabitants. We have seen the Le Guérecs family home on Boulevard Bougainville, facing the sea, and we think it explains quite a lot. It is an enormous building in neo-Gothic style, with a tower and windows reminiscent of a convent or a church. The stone is quite dark. Probably not much sunlight penetrates its rooms with their exposed ceiling beams. This was where the future Madame Jarve spent her childhood and adolescence. In fact, the Le Guérecs lived in the house until their father's death, when Yves built himself a modern villa next to the beach at Les Sables Blancs. We have seen the factory, too. You can smell it 200 meters away, and in high season some 300 women aged 14 to 82 work there. Why is the contrast between the owners and the common people so much more marked in this small town than anywhere else? Is it the weather, the overcast sky, the wind and the rain, that gave us this impression? We spoke to fishermen on the quayside, we went into shops and bars, we listened, we asked questions. Of course, everyone is sorry for Eveline Jarve, and no one rejoices in her death, but nevertheless we heard people say it was bound to happen one day. It wasn't easy to get anyone to expand on this. The people here are suspicious of outsiders, especially journalists. Moreover, most of them depend on the Le Guérecs for their living, or at least on other factory and ship owners who are part of their set. However, one little old woman whom we met in a grocer's, with a black shawl wrapped tightly round her chest, did open up to us despite the glances directed at her by the shopkeeper to try to shut her up. That poor doctor could have had no idea what he was letting himself in for. He came here from Paris, he was on holiday. He believed everything he was told. If only he had looked into it a bit harder, he would have heard a thing or two about this young lady. First of all, he would have found out about Monsieur le Maire, a dentist who was such a nice young man. In spite of the threats from Yves Le Guérec, we feel duty-bound to tell this story, which was confirmed by a person who is in a position to know, whose name we cannot divulge. Eveline was 16 at the time, and rumour has it that this was not her first liaison. She received the attentions of a certain Dr. Alain Lemaire, a dentist whose surgery was opposite the post office, who had been married for 5 years and had 2 children. It wasn't to get her teeth seen to that she visited him every day during that winter, the old woman told us. She'd wait out on the square until he'd finished seeing his patients. I saw her with my own eyes, pressed against a wall, watching the lights on the first floor. Another time, I saw them together in Dr. Lemaire's car. She was leaning against him, and I don't know how he managed to drive the car. Madame Lemaire discovered them in a position that left no room for doubt. She is a proud woman. She started slapping the girl, and then threw her out. But at least the next hour you could hear the sound of an argument coming from the apartment. She left and took the children with her. A few weeks later, living with her parents in Rennes, she asked for a divorce. The whole of Concarneau knew about it. The Le Guérecs were aware of this, and it got right up their nose. They put the girl in a convent for 6 months. I don't know where, but she managed to come home again in the end. It was the poor dentist who had to leave, because they were accusing him of corrupting girls. And he wasn't the only one. I can tell you about other married men, respectable, decent men, who she chased after. It was something stronger than her. They tried to marry her off, but no one from round here would have her. There was a young solicitor from Rennes who visited their house quite often for a while, but once he was put in the picture, he never came back. You can imagine what a godsend it was when a doctor from Paris became infatuated with her. Madame Maigret, sitting next to him, must more or less have been reading about the same events in different words, because she looked somewhat shocked. "Do you believe it?" He chose not to reply, as he knew his wife didn't always like to stare reality full in the face. After all these years living with him, she still subscribed to the image of the world that she had formed in her childhood, or rather she clung on to it without fully believing in it. "At 16, she sighed. "It seems that she started even younger." "But you saw her photo?" Lassagne continued. "Dr. Lemaire, who was the only person who could confirm this story, is now based in Morocco, and his wife, who was remarried by all accounts, is said to be living in the south. We have tried to trace some of Eveline's childhood friends, and have found 3 of her former classmates, 2 of whom are now married and have children. The third, who works in the offices of a ship owner who is friends of the Maigret's, replied sharply, 'It's a pack of lies. Besides, it's none of your business.' When we interviewed one of the other 2, her husband was present and he wouldn't allow her to answer our questions. Don't get involved, you know it can't lead to anything good. Plus, it's not the journalist's job to conduct an investigation. That's for the police." His wife was silent, reluctantly we thought, as she seemed to have a lot on her mind. So only one of the 3 talked to us openly, and she carried on with her housework as she did so. Everyone at primary school and at the lycée knew that Eveline was ill and that she could die at any given moment. She told us herself, and we were warned that we had to take good care of her. She knew this, she said, "I have to make the most of my life. I don't know if I live until I'm 20. She didn't join in our games. At playtime she would sit on her own in the corner daydreaming. One day, she must have been 14, she told me quite calmly, 'I'm in love.' She gave me the name of a well-known man in town, a man in his 40s, whom we bumped into almost every afternoon as we left school. He doesn't pay any attention to me because he thinks I'm just a little girl, but I intend to have him." She got into the habit of being the last to leave school so that she could walk through the streets on her own. It was December, if I remember correctly. It got dark early. A month after that, she told me, "I've done it." "Done what?" "What I said. You've—" "Not the whole way, but almost." I'd been to his house. He was a bachelor who was and still is something of a Lothario. I didn't believe Eveline, and I told her so. "Fine. Tomorrow all you have to do is follow me." So I did. He was waiting for her at a street corner, and they walked together to a house into which they disappeared, and I saw lights being turned on, and curtains being closed. "So was I lying?" she asked me the next day. "No. Before this week is out, I'll be a real woman." She didn't talk to me about it again, but a month later, I saw her leaving that same house. I know there were others. However, she was more discreet about them. It's not her fault. She's sick, isn't she? According to Lassagne, there was another school of thought, that of Eveline's defenders, and some even saw a political slant to all this. Maître Chapuis's arrival has raised feelings to a fever pitch. Barely had he settled into his room at the hotel when the phone began ringing off the hook with people wanting to offer their advice, anonymously or otherwise. What is certain is that if the information we have gathered and the rumors we have repeated here, despite the threats from Le Guerec, turn out to be true, then the Boulevard Haussmann affair will take on a whole new complexion. What Maigret would have liked was the answer to 2 questions. Did Eveline Jarve know about the affair between her husband and Josepha's daughter? Did Dr. Jarve know about his wife's relationship with Dr. Négrel? Had Janvier in his office back at Quai des Orfèvres found the answers to these questions? Maigret remembered another question which he had asked himself on the first day. Why had Eveline Jarve been naked when she was found in the cupboard, and why had her clothes disappeared? It was like a 3-handed vaudeville review, with the difference that one person had lost her life and another was about to lose his head, or at least his liberty. Do you think it's necessary to talk about all that? It was necessary either to talk about everything or not to mention anything at all. If what the papers say is true, she's just an unfortunate girl, more to be pitied than blamed. He knew already that his wife was going to say that. She continued after a silence. That's no reason to kill someone, especially in such a cowardly way. She wasn't wrong, of course, but who had killed her, and why? It was this why that intrigued him the most. It was only by getting to know Eveline better that they would finally understand the motives of her murderer. In the last few years, 2 years at least, she had in some way been caught between two men, her husband on one side, Dr. Maigret on the other. Even assuming that both had loved her at some point, neither of them loved her any more on the Saturday when she died. Philippe Jave, for reasons Maigret was unaware of, but which he believed he could find out, had gradually drifted apart from her and fallen in love with Antoinette Chauvet. Gilbert Négrel had become engaged to a young woman who seemed tailor-made for him. Did Eveline know? Had he told her about it in order to break off with her? And what indeed was the nature of their relationship? The information gathered in Concarneau now gave some insight into this. Eveline didn't wait for a man to court her. It was she who made the first move. I intend to have him, she had said while still a teenager to her friend, referring to a 40-year-old man. And she did have him. When Négrel started to frequent Boulevard Haussmann, had she also said, I intend to have him? Her husband, who was already in love with Antoinette at this point, probably let her go. He would have gone out on a call in the evening, leaving Eveline and Négrel alone together. Négrel had not yet met the daughter of Maître Chapuis. Studious and hard-working, he had only ever had casual encounters before this. This was all entirely plausible. He knew nothing about the past of the young wife who came across as so well-behaved, yet seemed defenseless against what life threw at her. There was something both ironic and tragic about this situation. Eveline, who had an urgent desire to live life to the full, to live fast, to absorb everything she could of existence, was alone between two men, both of whom loved someone else. Her husband had Antoinette, who looked like her. Négrel had Martin Chapuis, as determined to marry him as Eveline had earlier been to have the older man in Concarneau. She had nothing left except her jewels, since her child doesn't seem to have occupied an important place in her life, and it was mainly the nurse who looked after her. This accumulation of jewelry that she never wore also cast a strange light on her character. Did she collect them in this fashion out of avarice, as do certain women who say that it is a nest egg that they can fall back on, whatever might happen? Maigret had seen none of the characters in this drama in the flesh. He had only got to know them through the papers. Nevertheless, he had the impression that he wasn't far wrong in thinking that these jewels constituted a sort of revenge. If he could have rung Quai des Orfèvres, he would have asked Janvier, when was it that she started buying or acquiring jewels? He would swear that it was around the time that Jave began his adventure with Antoinette, or at least at the moment when Eveline discovered that she was no longer loved. She was still a Le Guérec, in spite of everything. It was her money, Le Guérec money, that had enabled her husband to set up in Boulevard Haussmann and to become a society doctor. Had she not bought him? Moreover, wasn't the Le Guérec income the main source of revenue for the household? He didn't love her. He had a mistress. He was paying the rent on the apartment in Old Washington. He kept Josepha's daughter, who didn't have a job. In her mind, wasn't that also Le Guérec money? So she started spending money too, and to spend more quickly, to spend in larger quantities, she bought herself jewelry, or demanded her husband buy it. Janvier would be able to verify all this by checking the bank accounts. He would also know whether Eveline's share of the earnings from the factory was paid directly to her or to her husband. Regular visitors to Boulevard Haussmann didn't suspect a thing, nor did the doctor's patients. He was treading on thin ice. Did he have any right to say no to his wife's demands? He loved Antoinette, sought consolation with her for his broken marriage. Did he regard it as a price worth paying to be left in peace? Négrel's situation was scarcely much better than his. He hadn't rejected Eveline's advances. She had moved him. He had become her lover. What had he found out that had estranged him from her in his turn? He had met Martine, and they had planned a future life together. Only as far as could be established, Eveline wouldn't let him go. She pursued him back to Rue des Saints-Pères. She telephoned him from Cannes. She dashed to the airport to come and see him on Saturday. What did she want? What did she require from him? She was becoming a pitiful figure in this quest for an impossible happiness. Even after his divorce, the dentist in Concarneau had left town without a backward glance at her. The others had taken advantage of the pleasure she offered them, and then hastily put an end to the liaison. She was like someone who, having fallen into a fast-flowing river, was clinging in vain to disintegrating pieces of flotsam. Love eluded her. Happiness eluded her. But, haunted by her own mortality, she doggedly continued to pursue them. It had ended with a body bent double and stuffed into a cupboard. According to the pathologist, she had been struck or else thrown against a piece of furniture or the corner of a wall. The bruising pointed to a violent altercation. Was it to do with jealousy? Since the previous day, Philippe Jave had had an alibi, but it was a dubious one, as it had been furnished by Antoinette and Josepha. Maigret had spent Saturday afternoon at Boulevard Haussmann, and for most of that time Josepha had been in the apartment opposite. Had Eveline been undressed before or after her death? If it was before, then it was a fair assumption that Maigret had succumbed and that the couple had gone into the bedroom that is located behind the consulting room. Had they had a row? Had Eveline threatened to prevent him marrying his fiancée? Had he hit her and then, frightened, given her an injection? In that case, did he pick out the wrong file, or did he knowingly choose a drug that he was aware would kill her? Both versions were possible. Both were explicable. And also that he should have hidden the body in the cupboard, tidied up the room, and then at the last moment spotted the clothes on the floor or over the back of a chair and taken them away to destroy them. It was harder to imagine that Jave would have arrived from Cannes, gone to see his mistress, then made his way to Boulevard Haussmann, where he had undressed her in order to make love. If he was the one who had killed her, the circumstances must have been different. But in what way? Had he planned all this in advance in a cynical, even scientific fashion? For example, had Jave, who had long wished to get rid of Eveline in order to gain both his liberty and her fortune, followed her to Paris, swung by Rue Washington to establish an alibi, turned up at Boulevard Haussmann after his locum had left, and then executed his plan? One thing was clear, unless what the newspapers had printed about the keys was not the whole truth. According to them, there were only 4 keys to the apartment, which worked on both the doors that opened onto the landing. Josepha had one, Jave had another, the concierge a third, and Madame Jave's key had been given to Dr. Maigret for the duration of his tenure. So unless the concierge had lied, and it's difficult to see why she would, someone had opened the door to Eveline. Josepha maintained that it wasn't her. Maigret swore that he hadn't seen the young woman. Maigret, it was true, already had 2 lies to his name, but both could be attributed to a certain masculine discretion. Firstly, he had denied having relations with Madame Jave. Secondly, he had claimed that the latter had never visited him at his lodgings in Rue des Saints-Pères. Wish he'd sorted out. Maigret suddenly mumbled as he signalled to the waiter to bring him another beer. Do you mean Janvier? It was indeed Janvier that he was thinking of. It irritated him that he was in the dark, and to think that at headquarters they had information in hand that would allow him to see things more clearly. Do you think he isn't doing a good job? On the contrary, he's doing an excellent job. It's not his fault that Cornelio insisted on arresting Maigret at any cost. Is he innocent? I don't know. But in any case, it's a mistake to arrest him without having more information, especially since Noël Chapuis will now make sure to muddy the waters. He didn't go to Concarneau for no reason. What is he hoping for? He wants to prove that Jave had every reason to want to get rid of his wife. And did he? Yes. But his client did too. Are you sure you'd rather not go into your office? Quite sure, especially since Janvier's using it. Isn't it a good thing he smokes only cigarettes, or he might be tempted to use my pipes? Having got that off his chest, he poked gentle fun at himself. Don't worry, I'm not jealous of good old Janvier. It's just a little pang, that's all. Let's go. Where? Anywhere. We can walk along the river if you like, towards Bercy. And Madame Maigret, thinking about her feet and the length of the walk, suppressed a sigh. Chapter 7. The Little Bar on Quai de Charenton. Maigret had finally sat down on a bench and stayed there for a whole half-hour without feeling the need to get up. His wife, sitting next to him, couldn't believe how peaceful he looked and kept glancing at him in surprise, as if she expected him to snap out of it at any moment and announce, "Let's go." They were on Quai de Bercy, where the shade of the trees was as soft and restful that afternoon as in an avenue in a small town. The bench, God knows why, was facing away from the Seine, so the view before the Maigrets was of a strange town, carefully guarded and surrounded by railings, where the houses were not proper houses but rather wine depots, and the names on the signs were the names they were used to seeing on wine bottles and in larger letters on the gable ends of farmhouses along the road. There were streets, as in a real town, crossroads, squares and avenues, but instead of cars, they were full of casks of all sizes. You know what we in the police force call a drunk, who we pick up off the street? You've told me, but I've forgotten. A Bercy. For example, if you asked a cycling constable if he's had a quiet night or if anything has happened on his beat, he'll say, "Not a lot. 3 Bercys." He suddenly looked at his wife with a faint smile. "Do you think I'm silly?" She pretended she hadn't understood, but he was sure that she knew what he meant. She put on her most naive look and asked him, "Why?" "I'm on holiday. Pardon let me stay in Paris on the firm understanding that I would not concern myself with anything but simply enjoy myself. For once, people can go around killing one another, and it's none of my business." "But you're champing at the bit over this affair." She completed his sentence for him. "I'm not champing at the bit. I'll even admit something to you. There are moments when I really enjoy playing amateur detective. You've seen soldiers firing little air guns in shooting galleries at fairs. Sometimes, maybe even that same day, they've complained about having to do shooting practice at the range with real rifles. You see what I'm getting at?" He rarely opened up in this way, which showed just how relaxed he was. "At the start, this story intrigued me. It still interests me. Unfortunately, I reach a point where I can't resist putting myself in other people's shoes." She was obviously thinking about Jave and Maigret when she asked, "Whose shoes?" Laughing, he replied, "Perhaps those of the victim. Let's leave Janvier to get on with it, and not think any more about it." He kept his word for a while at least. When he got up, it wasn't to take Madame Maigret home to Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, but rather he headed towards Quai de Charenton, where Paris suddenly starts to look suburban. He had always loved these wide unloading quaysides, piled up with barrels and goods of all sorts, and the grey-coloured houses between the new buildings that evoked a Paris of yesteryear. I wonder why we never thought of finding an apartment next to the river. From his window, he would have seen the barges nestling cheek by jowl, the bargemen's wives, the children with hemp-coloured hair, the washing, drying on lines. You see that house they're knocking down? A young man lived there who came to see me one day in my office with his mother and pinched one of my pipes. There were few places in Paris that didn't evoke some more or less difficult or notorious case he had conducted. Madame Maigret knew about them from hearsay. She asked, "Is this the place where you spent 3 days and 3 nights in some restaurant or other, when they found an unknown man murdered on Place de la Concorde?" "It's a bit further along. The restaurant's been converted into a garage. There, where you can see those 2 petrol pumps." On another occasion, he had walked the full length of the quayside from the Loch of Charenton as far as Ile Saint-Louis, on the heels of a tugboat owner whom he eventually sent to prison. "Are you thirsty?" Madame Maigret was never thirsty, but she was always willing to follow him. "In that bar, too, the one on the corner. I spent hours watching someone." They went in. There was no terrace and no one inside apart from a thin blonde woman who was listening to the radio as she sat sewing behind the counter. He ordered an aperitif for himself and a fruit juice for his wife and sat down at her table while the landlady observed them with a frown. She wasn't sure if she recognized him. It had been more than 3 years since he had last set foot in the bar. On the yellow-painted walls there were some posters, like the ones you see in country cafes and inns, and a smell of stew emanated from the kitchen. To complete the picture, a marmalade cat was purring on a straw-bottomed chair. "Still or sparkling?" "Sparkling." She looked intrigued, as if trying to put a name to a face. When she had served their drinks, she leaned over a newspaper on the bar, had an afterthought, picked up the paper, and walked over to Maigret a little embarrassed. "Is this you?" she asked. She used her finger to underline a heading saying, "Stop Press." It was the same paper that Maigret had in his pocket, but it was a later edition. It was his turn to frown as his wife leaned over his shoulder to read at the same time as him. We asked our correspondent at Les Sables d'Olonne to go to the Hôtel des Roches Noires, where Detective Chief Inspector Maigret is supposed to be on holiday. We wanted to share with our readers the opinion of the famous inspector on one of the most troubling affairs of the last few years. The owner of the Roche Noire seemed a bit embarrassed. The inspector has gone out, was his initial response. What time will he be back? He may not be back today. Is his wife in the hotel? She went out too. When? In short, after much beating about the bush, the owner eventually admitted that Maigret had not been in the hotel for at least the last 24 hours. Our correspondent was unable, despite his best efforts, to get any further information. Has Inspector Janvier, who has never before been in charge of such a delicate case, called his chief for help, and has Maigret dashed back to Paris? We telephoned him straight away. We managed to get him on the other end of the line. He confirmed to us that he has not been in contact with the detective chief inspector at any point, and as far as he was aware, the latter was still in the Vendée. We also attempted to ring Maigret's apartment in Boulevard Michel-Lenoir, but we were answered by the telephone message service. This is just one minor mystery to add to the much more terrible one of a dead woman in Boulevard Haussmann. The landlady in the bar was looking at him quizzically. "It's you, isn't it? You've been here before, 2 or 3 years ago. It was definitely you. I remember you were with a short, fat man with a skip in his step." She was talking about Luca. "It's me, yes," he owned up, unable to deny it. "We have come back to Paris for a few hours, my wife and I, but we're still on holiday." "You should never believe what you read in the papers," she concluded, as she went back to resume her position behind the counter. There was another piece of information in the newspaper. Early this afternoon, examining magistrate Camilio summoned Dr. Négrel to his chambers for questioning. The young doctor steadfastly refused to answer questions without his lawyer present, but Maître Chapuis, who is both his future father-in-law and his lawyer, is still in Concarneau, where he is creating quite a stir among the local populace. According to latest reports, he is satisfied by the results of his trip to the Breton port and will be returning by train to Paris this evening. Had he been in phone contact with his daughter, or did she act on her own initiative? Either way, she turned up at the police judiciaire without being summoned and asked to speak to Inspector Janvier. The inspector is more forthcoming now than at the start of the affair, and made no secret of the reason for the young woman's visit. She wanted to declare that she was aware of the relationship that had existed between Négrel and Eveline Jave, and that she attached no great importance to it. Gilbert, she said vehemently, took pity on her. She literally threw herself into his arms 2 years ago. He didn't love her. He saw her as little as possible. He's been very open about the fact that since we've known each other, he has seen her again 3 or 4 times, and that she has pursued him back to his place. I'm sure that Jave, who knew what his wife was like, was quite aware of it and wasn't jealous. Since the young woman left, Quai des Orfèvres has been a hive of activity, and further developments are expected imminently. At the time of writing, 2 inspectors, Lapointe and Neveu, have just left the building, destination unknown. In Maigret's office, currently occupied by Inspector Janvier, the telephone has been ringing constantly. That put an end to the relaxed mood. A few minutes earlier, Maigret had been walking peacefully along the river with his wife, telling her tales of old investigations. Now his face had darkened again, and he seemed to be staring at the yellow walls covered with posters without seeing them. "Do you think," his wife asked, "they will be keeping an eye on Boulevard Michel-Lenoir?" He wasn't thinking about that at that precise moment, and he gave a start. It took a few seconds for the words he had just heard, as if through a fog, to sink in. Possibly, yes. It's quite likely. Lassagne, who was still in Concarneau, must be in constant contact with his newspaper, and he would surely send some young reporter to stand guard in front of Maigret's apartment. "Same again, please, madame." "Have you read it?" "Yes, thank you." He wasn't in that little bar anymore. His wife was as familiar with that look as his colleagues. At Quai des Orfèvres, when he was in this mood, everyone walked on eggshells and talked in whispers, because he could suddenly fly off into a temper as violent as it was short-lived, and that afterwards he would be the first to regret. Madame Maigret thought it wisest not to look at him, and instead pretended to peruse the women's pages of the newspaper while remaining on alert for her husband's reactions. Maigret himself probably couldn't have put a finger on what he was thinking, perhaps because he wasn't thinking at all. It wasn't a process of reasoning. It was a bit as if the three characters in the drama had started inhabiting him, and the supporting cast, such as Josepha, Antoinette, the little fiancée, Mademoiselle Jusseron, were no longer mere entities, but flesh and blood human beings. Unfortunately, they were still incomplete, sketchy beings. Maigret was having great difficulty in making them emerge from a half-light in which they resided. He could sense that the truth was almost within reach, but he was powerless to grasp it. Two men, one guilty, the other innocent. Occasionally his lips moved, as if he were trying to pronounce a name, but after a hesitation he would give up on it. There wasn't, as in the majority of cases, a single possible solution. There were at least two. However, only one was the good one, only one was the human truth. It wasn't a matter of discovering it through careful reasoning, through a logical reconstruction of the facts, but of feeling it. On Friday, Eveline had telephoned Maigret, who was more or less resigned to being her lover. Did she tell him that she would be catching the plane to Paris the next morning? Or was it rather the young doctor's coldness towards her that had inspired her to make this trip? Barely had she left on Saturday morning when Jave rushed to the airport and, missing the flight to Paris, got on a plane to London so as not to have to wait any longer. "Do you believe that?" he suddenly asked, talking to himself rather than to Madame Maigret. "What?" "A coincidence. Eveline Jave is in love with Maigret, and after a few weeks apart from him, can't stand it any more and rushes back to Paris. Her husband is in love with Antoinette Chauvet, and the same day feels an urgent need to fly home and take her in his arms." Madame Maigret thought about this. Wasn't he simply taking advantage of his wife's absence? Maigret's instincts told him no. He didn't much care for chance events. In Paris, without his car, he had to take at least 2 taxis, one to get from Boulevard des Capucines, where the airport bus dropped him, to Rue Washington, and another to go to the station in the evening. If I know Janvier, he will have questioned all the taxi drivers. Do you think that will lead to something? It has led to results in the past, but it takes a lot of time. After a fairly long pause, during which he drank another mouthful and lit a new pipe, he sighed. She was naked. That image of Eveline, naked, bent double in the cupboard, was constantly playing on his mind. To his surprise, his wife overcame her natural modesty, which he often teased her about. Given what she'd been up to in Bureau Haussmann, it was normal enough, wasn't it? He wanted to reply, no. It didn't hang together. Was it because of Maigret's character that this version of events didn't ring true? The young doctor was standing in for a colleague in one of the most luxurious surgeries in Paris. He had a certain number of appointments with patients. 5 were mentioned. Others could turn up at any moment, since it was in surgery hours and Josepha was just across the landing. Even if Eveline had undressed in the bedroom, even if he had killed her, deliberately or not, wasn't Maigret just the sort of man who would have put her clothes back on? Not necessarily to allay suspicion, more as a sort of reflex. The radio was on in the background, but Maigret wasn't listening to it. He sat there with his eyes half closed, and continued to replay the events of Saturday afternoon. Josepha, by her own account, had left Boulevard Haussmann around 6 o'clock to go to her daughter's apartment, where she met Dr. Jave. At her first interrogation, she had lied, claiming that she hadn't seen her employer since he had left for Cannes. That could be put down to a desire not to compromise her daughter, but there were other possible explanations. He thought that he was just beginning to see a faint glimmer through the mist, but it was still too vague for him to get hold of. He thought about the landing, with the 2 doors leading off it. What did that landing? At that moment, Madame Maigret laid her hand on his wrist. Listen. He hadn't noticed that the radio had stopped playing music and that there was someone talking. Latest news this afternoon. It appears that the Boulevard Haussmann affair is entering its closing phase. The voice was monotonous. The speaker must be reading from a note that had just been put under his nose, and he stumbled over certain words. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, 2 inspectors from the police judiciaire turned up at the residence of Dr. Jarve in Boulevard Haussmann, and emerged a few minutes later, accompanied by the doctor. The latter seemed to have lost weight over the last 4 days, and he walked across the pavement without a sideways glance at the journalists who were trying to extract a quote from him. At more or less the same time, another inspector was bringing another person in a taxi to Quai des Orfèvres, a person who has remained a bit of a mystery up until now, since she has been impossible to get hold of in the last few days. We are referring to Mademoiselle Antoinette Chauvet, the doctor's mistress. Holding her head higher than Jarve, she crossed the courtyard of the police judiciaire behind the inspector, mounted the steps of the large staircase, and was ushered in to see Inspector Janvier immediately. Jarve was to arrive a few minutes later. The same door opened to let him in and shut behind him. The questioning of the doctor and Antoinette Chauvet has been going on for 2 hours now, with no sign of it ending any time soon. On the contrary, the atmosphere in the corridors and offices, where police officers are bustling in and out, suggests that Inspector Janvier is intent on bringing this to a conclusion. Only one new detail has come to our attention. In the bedroom behind the consulting room at Boulevard Haussmann, the police discovered a button that seems to have been torn off Gilbert Nevrel's jacket. And now, for the political news of the last 12 hours, and... The bar owner turned the radio off. Am I right in thinking you're not interested in this? Maigret looked at her as if he hadn't heard a word she'd said. He had just felt his chest tighten, because the words spoken by the radio announcer had a quite different resonance for him than for the general audience. Just as they say a soldier can smell the gunshot, he could sense something coming to a head in his own office. That feverish activity that the radio mentioned was very familiar to him, as he had initiated it himself on hundreds of occasions. An investigation treads water, or seems to tread water, for days, sometimes weeks. Then suddenly, when you least expect it, something slots into place, maybe as the result of an anonymous telephone call or the discovery of some apparently insignificant detail. Bring Jarve in. He could imagine Janvier, looking a little pale, like an actor seized by stage fright just before making his entrance, pacing up and down in his office as he awaited Antoinette and the doctor. Why had they been brought in together? What new questions were they going to be asked? When he had left on holiday, Maigret hadn't taken all his pipes with him. There must still be 4 or 5 lying next to his blotting pad by the lamp with a green shade. There was even a half bottle of cognac in the cupboard, where he usually washed his hands in the enamel sink, and where he hung one of his old jackets. How would Janvier perform? He was 20 years younger than Maigret, but he had attended most of the latter's investigations and knew his methods better than anyone. Did he have broad enough shoulders for the role he was taking on, or what in the movies they call presence? Jarve was older than him, a man of some importance who had seen a lot and experienced a lot. "Are we going?" asked Madame Maigret when he stood up and went to the counter to pay for the drinks. Yes. This time he didn't force her to walk. He stood at the edge of the curb to hail a taxi, and eventually one pulled up. The corner of Boulevard Richelieu and Boulevard Voltaire. And once he had settled into the back seat, in case there are journalists watching outside our building. "You mean I should go in on my own?" He batted his eyelids in the affirmative, and she didn't ask any more questions. "Go in as if there's nothing out of the ordinary. If the reporters question you, say that we've come back to spend a few hours in Paris, and that I'm in town. Prepare dinner, and if I don't get back by 8 o'clock, eat without me." Just as when he was at work at Quai des Orfèvres or out on a case. Not only did he not always make it back for dinner, sometimes she wouldn't see him until the early hours. "I'm in the office," he would tell her on the phone. "Don't know when I'll be finished." She too had heard the radio. She could guess what was going on over there. She wondered whether her husband was going to renege on the promise he had made to her and to Pardon that he wouldn't set foot in police headquarters during his holiday. She knew he wanted to. She could see he was fretful, moody. When the taxi drew to a halt, she murmured, "You could just go in." He shook his head. He waited until she had gone before saying to the driver, "Boulevard Saint-Michel, in front of the fountain." Maybe it was childish, but he felt the need to get closer to the field of battle. Sometimes curious onlookers stand for hours outside a house where a crime has been committed, even though there's nothing to look at. All that he could see was the imposing entrance to the police judiciaire with a police officer on guard outside. the courtyard with some small black cars parked there, and the windows, one of which was the one to his office. 2 photographers stood waiting with their equipment out on the quayside, and there must have been others as well as reporters in the vast corridor on the first floor. Had Janvier really uncovered some new piece of information? Was he acting on his own initiative or under the instruction of the irascible Commissioner? Gilbert Maigret was on his own in one of the cells looking out onto the second interior courtyard. There was no more talk of Eveline's funeral, as if everyone, including her brother, had all of a sudden lost interest. Maigret reached Quai des Grands Augustins just opposite the Palais de Justice, hesitated a moment, then went into a small Norman bar slightly below street level, so he had to descend 2 steps to go in. It was always cool in there, no matter how hot it was outside, and there was no bistro in Paris where the smell of Calvados was as strong. So, what the newspaper says is true. The landlord, with his blotchy face, had known him for years. He had the latest edition of the newspaper open in front of him. What can I get you? Not too late for a little Calva? He took it upon himself to fill 2 glasses. There was only one other customer, who was sitting in the corner perusing a travel brochure, and the waitresses laying the 6 tables with their red check tablecloths. What was the weather like at Laesop? Here, apart from a storm, it's been glorious. Your good health. Maigret clicked glasses and drank a mouthful. From the start, I thought they'd call you back. I even said to my wife, a case like this, only Inspector Maigret can solve it. Because if you want my advice, I reckon they're all lying. Don't you agree? If I was in Inspector Janvier's shoes, it's been a while since he's dropped in here for a drink, by the way. If I was in his shoes, as I was saying, I'd have put them face to face, doctors or no doctors, and said to them, you 2 sort it out between you. Maigret couldn't help smiling, but he never took his eyes off the open windows of his office, which he could view from inside the bar. At one point, he saw a man in profile walking back and forth, and he recognized Janvier's silhouette. He could even, in spite of the distance, make out a cloud of cigarette smoke in the silhouette. The detail of the button was niggling at Maigret. It struck a false note for him. It obviously suggested that there had been some sort of struggle between Eveline and Dr. Maigret. From there, it was but a short step to concluding that it was he who had struck the young woman or thrown her against a piece of furniture. That, in turn, would explain the injection of digitalin, and even the mistake over the drug. She was naked, he murmured without realizing. Pardon? Nothing. I was wondering. He could see that glimmer again that he had first glimpsed on Quai de Chanton. Something didn't quite fit here. One of the secondary characters kept popping into his mind, someone who had been talked about the least. That was Claire Jusseron, the nurse whom Dr. Jave had poached from a Parisian clinic to take care of his child. According to the papers, she had first of all refused to speak and locked herself away in the Villa Marie-Thérèse, where she could only be spotted at a distance in the garden with little Michel. He remembered an anodyne phrase that he had read somewhere in an article by Lassagne or one of the others. Mademoiselle Jusseron is around 50 and seems to hate all men. He knew the sort. Most of them, in fact, do not hate just men, but women too, and live closed in on themselves. But they don't necessarily hate all men. Sometimes they harbor a secret devotion to one individual, and this becomes their sole reason for living. Had she known Jave for a long time? In view of her profession, that was possible, indeed, quite likely, as the doctor had patients in most of the clinics in Paris. Maigret tried to imagine her at Boulevard Haussmann and inside the Villa Marie-Thérèse. She hadn't known love, or if she had, it had been an unhappy love. How had she got on with Eveline, whom she saw amassing jewels, and who had not only a husband, but also a lover? The sun was setting, and the last of the tugboats, with their flotillas of barges, were hastening to some port or other along the Seine. The fisherman was taking his rod apart, and the bookseller's stalls were already shut. I don't suppose you'll be dining here, I guess you're too busy. I have nothing to do. I'm on holiday. There was a hint of bitterness in his voice as he said that. What's on today's menu? The menu was chalked onto a slate. There was Normandy sole and roast veal. I'll dine here. The landlord had a knowing look on his face. He didn't believe a word of what Maigret said about being on holiday, For him, as for so many others, whatever was printed in the newspapers was gospel. "Maria, reserve a table next to the window for the inspector." And he gave Maigret a wink, convinced that he was only here in order to keep an eye on heaven knows what. "Top up the glasses. This one's on me." Jave and Antoinette had been in Maigret's office for nearly 4 hours, faced by an increasingly nervous Janvier. The lamp with the green shade was switched on. Someone came to close the window. Half an hour later, when Maigret was eating his dinner, he spotted the waiter from a Brasserie Dauphine going up with a tray covered by a napkin. That was a sign. Glasses of beer and sandwiches signified that the interrogation was going to go on late into the evening. There was little expectation of a result any time soon, and 3 or 4 reporters left the building and headed for the restaurant Place Dauphine. They wouldn't have gone so far if they hadn't been sure that they had enough time to eat a meal. There were now 5 other customers in the restaurant, 2 men sitting together on the banquette chatting about carburettors, no doubt travelling salesmen, a foreign couple who were having trouble making themselves understood, and finally a young blonde woman who had looked at Maigret with a frown as she came in through the door. He hadn't recognized her at first, even though the newspapers had published her photo. It was Martine Chapuis. She was wearing a printed cotton dress, and was chubbier and fleshier than she had appeared in her pictures. She also chose a place near the window, and never took her eyes off police headquarters, except when she cast a glance at the inspector. He found her very appealing from the start. She had an open face, a well-defined mouth, and was more feminine than you would have expected of someone so deeply immersed in university studies. He almost wanted to go to speak to her, and she had the same idea herself on more than one occasion, as whenever their eyes met a faint smile appeared on her lips. She knew from the papers and the radio what was happening across the road. She was quite familiar with the workings of the police from her father, and she too was waiting for the grand finale. She wanted to be in the front row. Wasn't she one of those with a particular vested interest? A real woman, he thought as he was served with a cheese course. Suddenly, he got to his feet and went into the kitchen, where the landlord, who had put on his white chef's hat, was at work at the stove. "May I make a telephone call to Cannes?" "You know where the booth is. You just have to ask the price." Martine Chapuis, who was following him with her eyes, saw him go through the glass door and pick up a receiver. "Villa Marie-Thérèse in Cannes, please, mademoiselle. It's a personal call for Mademoiselle Jusseron." "There'll be a few minutes' delay." He went back to his table and had barely finished his camembert when the phone rang. It was his turn to have stage fright, as he was about to do something he hadn't attempted before, something he wouldn't have been allowed to do had he been where Janvier was, in his office. The line was, as he had both expected and hoped, a bad one. He heard a voice at the other end of it repeating impatiently, "Hello? Hello? This is the Villa Marie-Thérèse. Who's calling?" The papers had written that the cook was a local woman, but the person who was speaking had no accent, which suggested that it was Mademoiselle Jusseron who was talking. He disguised his voice as best he could. "Hello, Claire?" He was taking a risk. He had no idea how Jave addressed the nurse. "That's me, yes. Who is this?" He had to take another risk. "It's Monsieur." "It's a bad line," she said. "I can hardly hear you. The little one is crying in the room next door." It was working. He had used the right words. Now he just had to ask the question. "Tell me, Claire, when the police questioned you about the phone call Madame made on Friday, did you tell them that you talked to me about it?" He waited, his heart pounding. Through the glass he could see Martine Chapuis staring at him. "Of course not," said the voice at the other end of the line. The nurse sounded somewhat shocked, as if she felt that she wasn't trusted. "Thank you. That's all." He quickly hung up, forgetting to ask the operator how much it had cost, remembering only when he was back at his table. Sitting opposite him, on the other side of the narrow room, the young woman was giving him a worried look, and it was all he could do not to smile at her. Chapter 8. Inspector Janvier's Big Night. The 2 travelling salesmen were the first to leave. As the landlord had said to Maigret towards the end of his meal, his regular customers were all in the country or at the seaside, and when it came to tourists, you never know. One day the place was packed for no good reason, because they follow each other like sheep. Another day, like today, there would be only a couple of oddballs who sent back the dishes they didn't like and then disputed the bill, franc by franc. Martine Chapuis had finished her coffee before Maigret and had opened her handbag to touch up her lipstick. She had then looked at the back of the room where the landlord was, as well as the waitress, as if to ask for the bill. Maigret, who was sitting back in his banquette, puffing on his pipe, observed her and wondered whether she would dare. He sometimes amused himself by trying to predict what people would do next, and he always felt a certain satisfaction when he called it right. Would she raise her hand to summon the waitress? She started to, but then glanced across at Maigret. Good. She was changing her mind and was looking at him a little more intently, opening her eyes wider, as if to ask a question. In response, he batted his eyelids in an almost fatherly fashion. They understood each other. Somewhat awkwardly, she stood up and came over to his table. He stood up to offer her a seat. It was he who called the waitress, but not for the bill. 2 Calvados, my dear, from the landlord's bottle. And to a surprised Martine, he said, "You must be needing one. It's a long wait, isn't it?" "What I don't understand is why you aren't across the road. I read the paper and listened to the radio." "I really am on holiday." "In Paris?" "Shh, it's a secret. We decided, my wife and I, to spend our holiday in Paris in order to have some peace and quiet. And even Janvier doesn't know about it, so as you see, I am in hiding." "But you're still involved in the case somehow." "As an amateur, like everyone else. I, too, have been reading the papers, and just now, by chance, I heard the news on the radio." "Do you think Inspector Janvier is capable of understanding?" "Understanding what?" "That Gilbert didn't kill that woman." The restaurant was currently as calm as an aquarium. The landlord and his wife, a little round woman with a face as red as her husband's, were eating at the table nearest the kitchen, and the waitress was serving them. On the opposite bank of the river, they saw some journalists come back. They must have washed down their rushed dinner with liberal quantities of drink, because they were clearly in high spirits. Nearly all the lights had been turned off in police headquarters. On the first floor, only Maigret's office and the adjoining inspector's room were still illuminated. Maigret was taking his time and had recovered his good humour. "You're sure of that, are you? That he's innocent?" She blushed, which pleased Maigret, as he didn't like women who were no longer capable of blushing. "Of course." "Because you love him." "Because I know he would be incapable of committing any shameful act, let alone a crime." "Have you thought so from the beginning?" She turned her head away, and he persisted. "Admit that you had doubts." "I told myself at first that it could have been an accident." "And now?" "I'm convinced that it wasn't him." "Why?" Since the start of his meal, he had had the feeling that she wanted to talk to him, that she really had something to say to him, something quite difficult. From the way that she behaved with him, he thought he understood how close she was to her father, how she confided in him. It was as if, in her father's absence, she'd chosen the inspector to stand in for him. Instead of replying, she asked a question of her own. "Was it Coroner you were ringing just now?" "No." "Ah." She seemed disappointed that she had got it wrong. "I wonder what they've been up to over there all this time." "Best not to be impatient. It could go on all night." "Do you think they're questioning Gilbert too?" "Possibly, but I don't think so. Négrel is now in the custody of the examining magistrate and can't be questioned without his lawyer present." "Papa doesn't get back until tomorrow morning." "I know." "You still haven't told me why you're so certain that it wasn't your fiancé who killed Madame Jave?" She lit a cigarette somewhat nervously. "May I?" "Feel free." "It's difficult to explain. You've never seen Gilbert, have you?" "No. However, I think I have formed a very good idea of what he's like." "And of how he behaves when he's with a woman?" He looked at her, surprised and intrigued. "I don't need to be coy with you, do I? From what I've said, you've probably realized that we didn't wait until we got married to be with one another. Mother is furious because people gossip, but Papa doesn't mind. When that woman's body was found, he was completely naked." Maigret narrowed his eyes, peered at her more intently, because she was touching on a point that had intrigued him from the start. "I don't know how to put this. It's a little delicate. With some men, it might have been possible. Do you follow?
Not yet. She downed half her drink to screw up her courage. If there had been something going on between them that Saturday, and if Madame Jave had got undressed, Gilbert would have undressed too. It suddenly occurred to him that that was right. Other men would have been capable of acting differently, more casually. Not a young man like Maigret, who would have insisted in some way on being on equal terms with his companion. How do we know he didn't? It was barely a question at all, because he already knew the answer. You're forgetting that this was in surgery hours, and that Josepha could show in a patient at any moment. Can you imagine a doctor turning up naked in his surgery? She even managed to laugh at this, but she soon turned serious again and cast a glance to the other side of the Seine. I swear, Inspector, that I'm telling you the truth. I know Gilbert. Strange as it may seem, he's shy and very sensitive in the way he deals with women. I believe you. So do you also believe that he didn't kill her? He chose not to answer, but cast a glance in turn at the windows of his office when Inspector Janvier was having what could be described without hyperbole as the biggest night of his life. The reporters and photographers were waiting in the corridor. The newspapers and the radio had announced that the decisive interrogation was underway. Either the Boulevard-Haussmann affair would be resolved in the next few hours and Janvier would have won the day, or else when morning came, the public would feel disappointed and cheated. And not just the general public. Camillo would be ringing every half hour from home in order to keep up with developments. Would you excuse me a moment, my dear? He surprised himself calling her that, but it was because he really liked her. If he had had a daughter, it wouldn't have upset him if she turned out like her. Madame Maigret would have reacted like Martine's mother, but he would surely have been more like Chapuis. He headed to the back of the room. Do you have any plain paper and an envelope? Plain is the only sort of paper we have. Use the blotter behind the counter. There's also a bottle of ink and a pen. The boy I spotted earlier washing up in the kitchen. How long's he been working for you? Oh, his mother brought him to us 3 weeks ago. He goes back to school in October. They're poor folk, and he tries to earn a bit of money for them during the holidays. Has Janvier been here in the last 3 weeks? I haven't seen him, no. When they want a drink, they usually go to the Brasserie Dauphine because it's closer. Maigret knew that better than most. Don't let the boy go. I want him to run an errand for me. He's busy enough for now, tidying up the kitchen. Maigret didn't return to his place, but sat down at another table some distance away from Martine Chapuis. On the envelope he wrote, "For the attention of Inspector Janvier. Very urgent." From her seat, the young woman could see him writing out block capitals and didn't understand what was going on. The message on the sheet was short and sweet. Jave found out from the nurse on Friday evening that his wife would be coming to Paris. He went into the kitchen. "What's your name?" he asked the boy with a dishevelled mop of hair who was stacking the dishes. "Ernest, Inspector." "Who told you I was?" "No one. I recognized you from your photos." "Would you like to do me a favor? You're not easily intimidated, are you?" "By you, maybe, but not anyone else." "I want you to run over to the police judiciaire over there. Do you know it?" "That large entrance where there's always a policeman on guard?" "Yes. Give this envelope to the policeman and tell him to take it straight away to Inspector Janvier." "Got it." "Just a minute. I haven't finished. It is possible the policeman will ask you to take it up yourself." "Should I do that?" "Yes, to the first floor. There will be lots of people about. You'll see an old clerk behind a desk with a chain around his neck." "I know what you mean. They have them in banks." "Tell him the same thing. If an inspector happens to be nearby, he may ask you some questions, so remember this. You were walking over Pont Saint-Michel when a gentleman gave you 5 francs to take a letter to the police judiciaire." "Understood." "And the gentleman was short and thin." The boy was amused and was eager to be off. "Short and thin and quite old." "Yes, Monsieur Maigret." "That's all. It would be best if you didn't come back here afterwards, as they might follow you." "Are you playing a joke on them?" Maigret simply responded with a smile and went back to sit opposite the young woman. "Let's see what happens." "What have you done?" "I've been behaving just like an average reader, the sort who sends messages signed someone who knows." She saw Hermès set off with a letter after a quick word with the landlord, and followed him with her eyes as far as Pont Saint-Michel, where he broke into a trot.
Is this because of what I told you? No. Because of your telephone call? Yes. The landlord and his wife had finished their meal. Their table had been cleared. Do you think they're waiting for us to leave so they can close up? I do. They probably have to get up early in the morning. The problem is, if we leave, we have nowhere to go. There wasn't any other cafe or bar open that had a view of the police judiciaire. The boy was talking to the policeman on guard on the other bank. A moment later, he was disappearing inside the entrance. I thought they'd send him up. The policeman isn't allowed to leave his post unless... It must have all gone well. Hermest reappeared 3 or 4 minutes later, and this time headed off in the direction of Pont-Neuf. Janvier had received the anonymous letter. Even if he didn't set great store by it, he wouldn't fail to at least put one question to Dr. Jarve on the subject. "You don't seem impatient," Martine remarked as he slumped in his seat, staring into the middle distance. That was because she didn't know him. It was the first time that he had experienced this phase of an investigation anywhere other than in his office, and he had the same feeling as when he was asking the questions himself. He had conducted hundreds of interrogations with all manner of different people. Most of them lasted several hours. Some of them went on in a cloud of pipe or cigarette smoke late into the night, and the inspectors sometimes had to work in shifts. At headquarters they still talked about an interrogation that had lasted 27 hours. Maigret was almost as exhausted as the man who had eventually confessed. Yet after all these years, the same thing happened every time. While the suspect in front of him was still holding out, refusing to talk, or lying, it was, so to speak, a battle of equals, on an almost technical level. He would ask one question after another, making them as unpredictable as possible, and watch out for the faintest flicker on the part of his interlocutor. Almost always, sooner or later, the moment came when his resistance would suddenly crack, and Maigret would have him on the ropes. Because at that moment he became a man again, a man who had stolen, murdered, but a man nonetheless, a man who was going to pay the price and knew it, a man for whom this moment marked a definitive break with his past, his friends, and family. Like an animal about to be put down, yet Maigret had never been able to kill any living creature, even a harmful one. He would nearly always stare at the man who had driven him to a confession with a look of astonishment, mingled with reproach. "That's exactly what happened," he would murmur, all his energy spent. All he felt now was an impatience to sign his statement, sign anything, and go to sleep. And how many times had Maigret then taken his bottle of cognac out of the cupboard, not just to offer his victim a drink, but to pour a large glass for himself? He had done his duty as a policeman. He didn't judge. It wasn't for him to judge. That was for others to do later. And he preferred it that way. Where were they at now, up there behind the lit-up windows of Maigret's office? Had Jarve's resistance started to crumble, and was Janvier moving in for the kill? It was as if the young woman sitting opposite was reading his thoughts. "It's strange," she murmured. "I'd never have believed that Dr. Jarve would be capable of that either. He just doesn't have the look of a murderer." Maigret said nothing. What was the point of explaining that throughout his career, apart from a handful of professional criminals, he had never encountered any murderer who had the look of one? "What do I owe you, patron?" "Paying for both dinners?" "I insist on paying for my own," Martine Chapuis protested. He didn't press it. "The Calvados are on me, if you like." They left together and had barely reached Pont Saint-Michel when the landlord pulled the shutters down behind them. "Are you going over?" "No, I'll wait." Fortunately, Quai des Orfèvres was not well lit. If they stayed on the pavement nearest the Seine, they were in shadow, and the officer on duty would not be able to recognize them. "Do you think he'll confess?" Maigret simply shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't God the Father. He had done all he could. Now it was up to Janvier. They walked in silence. From a distance, they might have been taken for two lovers, or rather a couple out to take the air along the river before heading for bed. "I'm almost sorry," Maigret suddenly muttered. "That it wasn't Maigret." She gave a start and shot him a hard look. "What do you mean by that?" "Don't be upset. I've got nothing against you, Maigret. Quite the opposite. But if it had been him, it could have been an accident. Do you follow?" "I think I'm beginning to understand." "Firstly, your fiancé didn't have a good enough reason to kill her, especially since you were quite aware of his relationship with Eveline Jarve. Because you were aware, weren't you?" "Yes." He stopped walking and asked her without looking at her, "Why are you lying?" "I'm not lying. That is—" "Go on." "I knew because he had confessed to me that he'd been seeing her. She'd almost forced him into it. I also knew that she was still pursuing him."
"But not that she was coming from Cam to see him?"
"No."
"Nor that she'd been at his place during the time that you had known him?"
"No. You can see I'm being straight with you. He didn't talk about it out of sensitivity. It doesn't change anything, does it?" He thought about this for a while.
"Not now. In any case, he had insufficient motive, and, as I said to you just now, if it had been Maigret, it could have been an accident, a mix-up over the file."
"Do you still think that's a possibility?"
"I'm afraid not."
"Why?"
"Because Jave was already aware on Friday evening that his wife would be flying to Paris on the Saturday. He didn't come here to see Antoinette. He didn't miss the plane that Eveline was on. He quite deliberately took the plane to London, and I'm sure he knew the timetable in advance." The windows of his office were still lit up. 2 or 3 times they saw a silhouette move across, probably Janvier, too wound up to stay sitting at Maigret's desk.
"Do you think that Dr. Jave had sufficient reason?"
"Doesn't what we've learned about Eveline provide sufficient reason?"
"To kill her?"
He shrugged again. "What I don't like," he said reluctantly, "was that he undressed her."
"What do you mean?"
"It suggests that he wanted to cast suspicion on someone else."
"Gilbert?"
"Yes. He thought that he was being clever. Yet, strange though it may seem, it's always the clever ones who get themselves caught. There are some foul crimes committed by some low-life hooligan or other, or by some madman that remain unpunished, but a crime by an educated man, never. They try to foresee every eventuality, don't leave anything to chance. They fiddle with everything. And it's this fiddling, that over-attention to detail, that eventually proves their undoing. I am convinced that Jave was in the apartment opposite while his wife was with your fiancé. I don't know what she said to Maigret, and given what I've learnt about him, I doubt that he will ever tell you either."
"I'm sure he won't."
"I wouldn't be surprised if she told him that she had decided to get a divorce, or even to move in with him straight away."
"Do you think she loved him?"
"At the very least, she had to have a man just for herself. She'd been looking for one for so long. She'd been looking in vain since the age of 14.
"Was she unhappy?"
"I don't know. She clung on to him. She tore a button off his jacket."
"I can't bear to imagine how it happened."
"Me neither." Maigret decided to leave. Note that he left at 5:30, even though surgery hours were from 2 till 6. Once he had gone, all Jave had to do was walk across the landing.
"Stop now."
"I don't need to go into the fine detail. I just want to point out that he undressed her afterwards and disposed of the clothes."
"I understand. Please, don't say any more. But what if they don't get it? Up where?"
She raised her head towards the illuminated windows.
"Why don't you go in, Inspector? Then it would all be over and done with. I'm sure that you—"
It was after midnight. The street was deserted, as was Pont Saint-Michel. There were sounds in the distance, and Maigret could make out several people's footsteps in the courtyard of the Police Judiciaire. Martine stopped and automatically grabbed his arm.
"What is it?"
He strained to hear, followed the direction of the footsteps. Finally, he relaxed. Someone being taken off to the cells.
"Are you sure?"
"I recognized the creak of the gate."
"Jave?"
"I suppose so." At that moment, the lights went out in one of the windows, the one belonging to the inspector's room. He pulled her back into even deeper shadow, and indeed a few moments later they saw Saint-Denis, Lapointe, and Bonfils emerge from the building. Lapointe and Saint-Denis headed towards Pont Saint-Michel, and Bonfils towards Pont-Neuf. "See you tomorrow. Good night."
"It's over,"
Maigret murmured.
"Are you sure?"
"Janvier is briefing the journalists. We'll see them come out any time now."
"And the young woman? Antoinette?"
"They'll keep her in. It's possible she'll be charged with conspiracy since she provided the doctor with an alibi."
"Her mother too?"
"Probably."
"Do you think they knew?"
"The thing is, my dear, it's none of my business because I'm on holiday. And even if I was in Janvier's place, I wouldn't hazard an opinion
because that's for the jury to decide. Will they release Gilbert? Not until tomorrow morning, because only the examining magistrate is authorized to sign the necessary papers. Would he know by now? He must have realized he had some company in the cells, and I'd swear that he recognized the voices. What's the matter? She had suddenly started crying without knowing why. I don't even have a handkerchief, she stammered. How stupid is that? What time tomorrow morning? Not before 9. He had given her his handkerchief, and he was still keeping an eye on the entrance to the police judiciaire. A car zoomed out, a grey car that must have belonged to one of the journalists, but there were 5 or 6 of them squashed inside. 2 photographers came out on foot and headed for Pont-Neuf. There was still a light on in Maigret's office, but finally that was switched off too. Come over here. They walked a short distance and found an even deeper area of shadow. They heard a car engine turning over inside the courtyard, and then one of the small black police cars emerged. It's okay. He's on his own, Maigret said quietly. Who? Jean-Billet. If he hadn't succeeded, he would have had Jave driven home or taken him home himself. The black car went off in turn towards Pont-Neuf. So there we are, young lady. It's all over. Thank you, Inspector. For what? For everything. She seemed on the point of crying again. He walked with her towards Pont Saint-Michel. No need to give me a lift. I live just opposite. I know. Good night. There was a cafe still open at Châtelet, and Maigret went inside, sat down at one of the tables in the almost empty room, and slowly drank a beer. Then he took a taxi. Boulevard Richard-Lenoir. I'll tell you where to drop me. The boulevard was deserted. He couldn't see any shadowy figures outside. As he climbed the last flight of stairs, the door opened as usual because Madame Maigret recognized his footsteps. Well, she asked, her hair in curlers. It's over. Maigret? Jave. I would never have believed it. Did anyone come here? No. There weren't any journalists hanging around when you came back? I was on the lookout, I'm sure. What day is it? Saturday, or rather Sunday, as it's 1:30 in the morning. Would it be a nuisance to pack a case for a few days? When do you want to go? As soon as you're ready. If we leave it till the morning, we'll be spotted. Well, I need to fix my hair. It was 2:30, and the night was still and mild as they came downstairs, Maigret carrying the case that they used for their rare weekends away. Where are you thinking of going? Anywhere with a vacancy. There must be an inn somewhere not too far from Paris where they have a room free. They drove along the Seine in a taxi, heading towards the forest of Fontainebleau. Just beyond Corbeil, Maigret remembered an inn at Morsin, where he had once stayed in the course of an investigation. Are you going to wake them? He didn't have a plan. He didn't know what he was going to do. He was on holiday. Properly this time. He had been right to follow his lucky star, as he didn't need to wake the people from the inn, whose closed shutters they could see in the moonlight. Next to the Seine, among the silvery reflections, a man was setting his eel pots, and Maigret recognized the innkeeper. We do have a room free, but it's booked from tomorrow evening. What did that matter? The next day they were free to try their luck further on. As they waited for the innkeeper to wake his wife, they sat quietly on the terrace at an iron table, watching the river flow by. It wasn't until 4 days later, in an inn on the banks of Rouen, that Maigret received a postcard with a picture of Quai des Orfèvres. His name and address were written in block capitals, and in the message part of the card there were just 2 words. Thanks, Chief.